Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. The voice of Vice Admiral Suru echoed through the Den Mushi, over the shattered naval headquarters. The Marines, immersed in grief, couldn't help but look confused at Vice Admiral Crane's sudden instructions. But the next second, they know why. With a loud rumbling sound, another large area of the headquarters land sank into the vast ocean. Hurry up and act, retreat, headquarters is about to collapse. The Marines shouted. Those who still had the strength to fight quickly carried the wounded and retreated. Just a dozen minutes later, all the people, including the dead and wounded, were on board the warship. Rumble. It seemed as if it realized that all the people on this land had left safely. The ruined naval headquarters sank into the sea with a loud bang. Woo! Ah! On each warship, the soldiers' cries and wails rose and fell one after another. An era has ended, not just Whitebeard, but us too. Vice Admiral, he sighed softly. The naval headquarters can still be rebuilt, but I'll be counting on you to take care of the Marines from now on, Xiaohei. Sengoku sighed. Stupid Sengoku, Vice Admiral, he cursed softly. When she looked up, her sight fell on the red continent in the distance. His brows were furrowed. Suddenly, thousands of lights shine and bloom from the top of the red line. It was endless golden thunder. It is still clearly visible even from a distance. Is the holy land of Marijoy also coming to an end? Vice Admiral Crane whispered in shock. At the same time, the sky near the red line. A large island floats in the air. The island is full of heroes and strong people. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates, led by Whitebeard, and the 43rd affiliated New World Pirates. 4 Emperors Red Hair Pirates with red-haired Shanks. 2 legends, Golden Lion Shiki and Pluton Rayleigh. In addition, there are the 2 kings of the Wave Tribe, Shichibukai Jinbei, Shichibukai Boa Hancock, the Demon King Ivankov, Straw Hat Luffy and other bulk strong men. Right now, the eyes of the powerful people gathered on the floating sky island were all fixed on the dark sky in the distance. There is the holy land of Marijoy. Mr. Liu Yu, everything will be fine, right, Sister Shocky? Robin clenched his fists, his palms full of sweat from nervousness and worry. It will be fine, Shocky nodded heavily. Ha 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 ha, that's Captain Liu Yu, Captain Rox, and Roger Odin and the others. Who can defeat that invincible army? Golden Lion Shiki lol. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Straw Hat Boy. Seeing Straw Hat Luffy suddenly fall to the ground, Rayleigh, Ace, Red Hair and others couldn't help but scream. Ah, what a strange feeling. Straw Hat Luffy's face was filled with confusion. It seems like there is another me. What is that place? I saw Uncle Roger. Straw Hat Luffy whispered like a dream. This left everyone in the room confused and totally bewildered. Deputy Lei, could it be that? The red-haired 4 emperors seemed to have thought of something, with a look of deep shock on his face. Rayleigh also frowned in thought. Just then, look. Lord Liu Yu has taken action. Marco, the captain of the White Team's 1st Division, who was flying in the sky, screamed. Next second, everyone on the island saw the thunder that flooded the sky and the earth. Ha 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 ha, you really are worthy of being Captain Liu Yu. Golden Lion Shiki lol. Kulalalala, it's truly a spectacular sight. What a shame I can't see it with my own eyes, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Shanks. Something's coming, Red Hair Pirate Sniper Usopp shouted. The words fell. A brilliant golden light streaked across the sky. It flew past Marijoy at high speed like a meteor. Everywhere you go. The void is surging. The atmosphere was filled with harsh explosions. Feeling the terrifying thing coming straight towards me. Golden Lion Shiki subconsciously tried to control the island to dodge. But before he could make any move, the golden light had already hit the bottom of the island directly. It penetrated the island for hundreds of meters. It broke out from the ground near the center of the island. Boom! The large floating sky island trembled violently at this moment. 1/3 of the island broke away from the impact and fell towards the red line below. That's His Excellency Liu Yu. Marco flies high and sees far. When Mama's face saw Liu Yu embedded in the huge explosion crater, it suddenly changed. Golden Lion Shiki rushed away without saying a word. Mr. Liu Yu, Robin felt a blackness before his eyes. Thanks to Shocky's support, he didn't fall down. However, on the other side, Empress Hancock fell straight to the ground. Go check it out quickly. Whitebeard waved his hand and led everyone to rush towards the center of the explosion in the distance. Captain Liu Yu Golden Lion Shiki, who arrived faster than anyone else, couldn't help but shout anxiously. Ahem. A slight cough was heard from the smoke and dust of the explosion. Accompanied by the sound of stones rolling, Liu Yu slowly walked out of the explosion pit. Bite. Kill 10 celestial dragons and receive +5 levels of Shadow Dragonslayer magic and +10 levels of dragon power. Kill 100 celestial dragons, unfinished, reward unknown. The system's mechanical prompt sounded. Reported the battle situation of Marijoy to Liu Yu. The Shenming Temple, which was powerful enough to blow away Marijoy, only harvested 54 celestial dragons. I guess I did something again. Liu Yu shook his head with a sense of regret. Captain Liu Yu, are you okay? Golden Lion quickly asked with concern. Fine. Lu Yu wiped away the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Even though my body felt like it was churning and my whole body was in pain, almost falling apart. Lu Yu's eyes were still bright and his aura was still strong. This time, if it weren't for the light ball that provided absolute defense against super magic fairies. I'm afraid even he will fail in Mariajoy. Im's own strength is nothing. What's really tricky is the power he controls. Even the light ball that was an absolute defense against fairies was nearly penetrated. But thanks to this time, Lu Yu has also seen all of Yim's hidden tricks. For some reason, he couldn't leave Mariajoy. Just wait, the next time we meet, that's when we'll really fight. Lu Yu whispered to himself. Lu Yu, Mr. Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu. Whitebeard, Red Hair, Rayleigh, Shocky, Robin and others arrived one after another. Lu Yu, are you okay? Whitebeard stepped forward with concern. It's okay, what can happen to me? Lu Yu grinned. Call, very good, it's okay. Marco and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Lu Yu. Robin, with a pale face, rushed over with the support of Shocky, his eyes filled with tears. Fine. Don't be afraid, patting Robin's head comfortingly. Whitebeard, I'm going to retreat and rest for a while. We'll talk about it later if there's anything, Lu Yu said. After saying that, he took Robin and walked towards the palace. Land. Cat Viper, and Agami and the others wanted to say something. Before he could open his mouth, he was stopped by Marco and others. Whitebeard Daddy, Marco Cat Viper and Inuarashi both had expressions of anxiety and fear on their faces. There were hundreds of people who attacked Mariajoy not long ago. Among them was their most respected lord. However, now only Lu Yu came back. They had just met and were about to part with their master, so naturally they were unwilling to accept this outcome. As long as Lu Yu is still here, both Odin and Roger will have a chance to see each other again in the future. Whitebeard Dao Ideographic period. Yes, Cat Viper, Inuarashi, let Mr. Lu Yu have a good rest now. Don't bother, Joes and Vista spoke to comfort him. Ace, don't be sad. We'll definitely see each other again next time. Marco patted Ace's shoulder. Stupid. Idiot, Marco, stop talking nonsense. Who wants to see that irresponsible B**********? D? Ace said emotionally. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 104 The Man with a $10 billion Reward. Taking place at Naval Headquarters Marineford, the biggest war of our time. The outcome of the Battle of Marineford concerns the minds of everyone in the world. Grand Line, New World, all around the world, people in every country, every island, and every village in the world are anxiously waiting. Is the war over? What was the outcome? How did the execution of Firefist Ace go? What role did the man named Lu Yu play in this war? Has the hero Vice Admiral Garp really been defeated? And Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Sakazuki, Kuzan, how's everyone doing? Is the Pirate King's resurrection true? Have the dead truly returned from the underworld? We won, right? We definitely won't lose, right? People around the world are anxiously waiting for first-hand news about Summit War. However, there was no notice from the world government and naval headquarters. This is also natural. After all, Naval Headquarters Marineford has now been wiped off the map. The world government's headquarters, the Holy Land of Mariajoy, is now almost completely destroyed. 3 hours after the Summit War, when night falls, countless newsbirds flapped their wings and took off from the headquarters of various news agencies. The reports of unprecedented major events were spread all over the world and into the lights of thousands of homes. Then, the whole world is shaking. Hey, are you kidding me? This is fake, it must be fake. Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, he single-handedly broke through naval headquarters. Admiral Kuzan, Vice Admiral Garp, and Marshal Sengoku were all defeated. Admiral Sakazuki even died. Someone tell me this isn't real? This has to be fake, am I dreaming? Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, he is the strongest man in this world, no, in history. Marine. Defeated. No, Marine's defeat is secondary. What we should be paying more attention to now are these undead. Let's put aside Rox, the overlord of the sea from the previous era. This is Roger, the Pirate King. Roger, the Pirate King who was publicly executed in Logue Town 24 years ago, has been resurrected. What will this world become like next? The Great Pirates Era. The era led by the 5 emperors, Lu Yu, is about to go haywire. Hello. Don't read other newspapers, just read Morgan's World Economic Report. His reports are more detailed than any other. Not only Whitebeard and the 5 emperors Lu Yu, but also Kaido, Big Mom, Red Hair, and the emperors of the sea have joined the battle. Not only that, 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts were killed by the samurai. After the admiral, another emperor of the sea also died. Wait a moment. Are these the 5 elders? The 5 elders, the highest authority in the world? 2 of the world's most powerful 5 elders were defeated by 5 Emperor Lu Yu. Naval headquarters no longer exists. Even the Holy Land of Mariajoy has become a ruin. A new era of unprecedented terror is coming. The world will end. All over the world, thousands of lights are on and no one is sleeping today. Some are sad, while others are happy. East Blue Windmill Village. The Dayton family, a bandit who had lived in the mountains of Corpo for a long time, came out as a family, a rare occasion, to the only tavern in the village. Makino, take out all the alcohol in your store.
Those two brats Ace and Luffy are fine, and old man Garp is still alive for the time being.
We're going to celebrate today. The bandit Dayton walked with high spirits and confidence, like a proud hen. Okay. The young bar hostess Makino has a beautiful smile. Fudigo Cape, the starting point of the Grand Line. The lighthouse old man Crocus was bathed in the light of the stars and the moon, reading the newspaper with relish. His old face was sometimes full of sorrow, and sometimes he laughed happily. Captain Roger, welcome back, I really want to see you guys again. Grand Line Sonning Island. Alabasta, great, Kalu. That's really great, Luffy and his brother are safe. Princess Vivi of Alabasta, who had beautiful long aqua blue hair, breathed a sigh of relief. Gaw gaw gaw. Captain Kalu of the Royal Galloping Duck flapped his wings and quacked. Compared to Vivi's cheers, King Cobra and others in the Royal Palace's meeting hall were now filled with worry. The sea. No, the world is about to be reshuffled. Crash. The strong wind swept the yellow sand, covering the sky and the earth. This is the White Island, Baldigo. A mysterious island that does not exist on any map. At the same time, this is also the headquarters of the world's most evil organization, the Revolutionary Army. Right now. Revolutionary Army Headquarters Building, Operations Meeting Room. The mysterious leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, the Chief of Staff, Sabo, the four commanders of the four armies. All the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, big and small, gathered together. The atmosphere in the combat meeting room was serious and solemn. That's the entire process of today's summit war. The intelligence control officer of the military base, Terry, restored the entire war to the cadres through the telephone by bulletin board.
The words fell. A long period of dead silence followed.
Unbelievable. That 5 emperors, is he really that powerful? He defeated 2 admirals, the Marine Marshal and the hero. Koala, the revolutionary girl with short orange hair, whispered in shock. The most terrifying thing isn't his greatest strength ever, but those undead spirits. Confederate General Lindbergh was so shocked that he stood up suddenly. Sea Overlord Rocks, John, Silver Axe, Ochaku, all of them are terrifying monsters. The commander of the Western Army, the eye-catching giantess Imori, spoke weakly.
And that warrior Odin and the pirates King Roger.
Monsters and heroes from every era have returned. This man has truly set his sights on the throne of the king of the world. The Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, dressed in a raglan cardigan, nodded solemnly.
Long, what should we do next? The Marine was severely injured, and 2 5 elders were killed by the 5 emperors. Even the Mariajoy was practically razed to the ground. This chaotic world is the perfect time for our revolutionary army to rise. The Northern Army commander Kara said in a deep voice. The first seat in the conference room. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, half of his body existing in the shadows, was lost in thought. The opportunity to overthrow the world government has arrived. If our revolution wants to succeed, this man is absolutely indispensable. I believe Ivankov can also think of this. Let's discuss everything in detail after he comes back. Long said in a deep voice. Mr. Long. At this moment, the young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Sabo. Koala asked in confusion. Mr. Long, I request permission to go to Wano Kuni to negotiate with the 5 emperors. Sabo spoke solemnly, with a strange look on his face. In addition to this purpose, he also has another important purpose. About his lost memories. His intuition told him. He had to go. Sabo, I trust your words. Then go ahead. New World, Wano Kuni ideographic period. At the moment when Kurozumi Orochi fell and Ming came to power. This country has abandoned the bad habit of seclusion that lasted for 800 years. It has been more than a month since the founding of the country. News birds from outside the country have gradually become accustomed to coming to this country to deliver news. Now, the entire Wano Kuni is due to that series of major events. Especially the return of the deceased Kazuki Odin caused a lot of noise and excitement. Wano Kuni, the capital of flowers. New Kazuki General's mansion. A beautiful girl in a bright red kimono leaned against the window railing. I'm bored and just look at the stars and the moon in the sky. Why hasn't there been any news yet? How's the war going with Bai Shaoji's father? Where is Lord Lu Yu? How is Lord Lu Yu? Haya is so worried. Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful face was filled with sorrow. Princess. Whether adults. Princess Hiyori. There's news. There's news. The excited and joyful shouts of Kazuki's red scabbard retainers, Denjiro, Kawamatsu, Ashiraduji and others echoed over the shogun's palace for a long time. Really? Mingrahe pushed the door open and walked out immediately. Looking at the retainers kneeling outside the door, Kazuki Hiyori was stunned. Immediately, I felt infinite worry in my heart. Denjiro, Kawamatsu, Shutenmaru, what happened to you? Why are you crying? Could it be that something happened to Lord Lu Yu? Looking at the tears in the corners of the retainers' eyes. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes also turned red and he almost cried out of fright. No. Denjiro suddenly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Kachaka chaka chaka chaka. We are so happy, Hiyori-sama. Hisong laughed so hard that tears splashed everywhere. Princess Hiyori is back. The master is back, Shutenmaru shouted excitedly. Is Master Lu Yu back? The date and beautiful eyes lit up. It's Lord Odin. Our lord, your father, Lord Odin is back. Denjiro cried with joy. My father. Ming Raihei subconsciously covered her red lips with her fair and slender hands, trying hard not to scream. Denjiro, is this true? Tears instantly blurred Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful eyes. ... The series of world-shaking news triggered by the top event continues to ferment. Countless people around the world are discussing it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Marines and the government, which had remained silent since the war, finally took action. Along with the follow-up reports of the big news spread around the world, there were also overwhelming new bounties. The bounty order for the pirate's Golden Lion Shiki, who has faded from the world for many years, and the bounty order for Pluton Rayleigh. And the most important one is the bounty order for the new Emperor of the Sea, the 5th Emperor Lu Yu. 10 billion. Wow. The whole world is shaking once again.
4 Seconds Chapter 105 Unprecedented The 5th Emperor Lu Yu. A reward of 10 billion, 3 days after the big event. The entire ocean and the entire world were once again shocked by this small bounty order. 5th Emperor Lu Yu, a bounty of 10 billion berry, what a terrifying bounty. He alone has a bounty of 10 billion. Even 4 emperors combined cannot match his bounty. That's even higher than the 5.5 billion bounty offered to Pirate King Gold Roger by 4 emperors. There has never been anything like this before, and there won't be anything like it in the future. 5th Emperor Lu Yu, he is the emperor who is above the Emperor of the Sea. A billionaire emperor is born. When the latest bounty is spread around the world via news birds, it becomes known to the world. The entire ocean was boiling again, with countless people talking about it and going crazy for this unprecedented 10 billion reward. Right now, somewhere along the Grand Line, the sky was clear. A large island slowly floated in the sky. This is Golden Lion Shiki's floating sky island. Right now, the central hall of the island was bustling with noise. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu is truly worthy of his name. He is truly unprecedented and unparalleled. The only one who can surpass Captain Lu Yu is the captain himself. Golden Lion Shiki laughed, however, it didn't take long. The smile on Golden Lion Shiki's face froze and disappeared. Because he saw his new bounty 3.864 billion, this is naturally an extremely high reward. Throughout the ocean, the only people who can surpass him are those at the level of the Sea Emperor. However, Golden Lion Shiki's expression at this moment was one of great dissatisfaction. Because more than 20 years ago, his bounty had reached 3.834 billion. This time, the top event only gave him an additional 30 million. It's simply unbearable. UB ***** Marine, why did my bounty increase by tens of millions? I don't care about my reputation. And what's with this photo? The handsome Lousy looks like this. If Lousy knew who took this video, he would definitely be immunized to death. Golden Lion Shiki was so angry that his veins bulged and he threw his new bounty order to the ground. Alright, Shiki, just calm down. If you really think it's too little, I don't mind giving you my own bounty. This way, I can live a peaceful life in the future. Rayleigh shook his head and looked at his bounty. 33,356 million. It's increased by about 200 million compared to before, not much. But the worst part is that his face is back in the public eye. It's probably not possible to be a coding artist like before. Ha 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 ha. You're on Captain Lu Yu's ship and you still want to escape? You'd better give up on that, Rayleigh. And Shocky, you too, no one can leave, Golden Lion Shiki laughed. I didn't mean to leave, I'm happy to help the future king of the world. Shocky smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, even if you chase me away now, I won't leave. Rayleigh also laughed. Saboti's peaceful retirement life is certainly good. But Rayleigh still prefers the happy life of sailing on the sea with his former best friends and partners. And this can only be achieved by staying with Lu Yu. What's going on? It's so lively so early in the morning. Lu Yu calmly walked out of the corridor of the hall. Captain, Golden Lion Shiki's eyes lit up and he stepped forward first.
Lu Yu, are you okay? Shaki asked with some concern.
What can I do? Lu Yu grinned as a matter of course. Under the powerful self-healing ability of the Dragon King mode. It's only been 1 day and my strength hasn't fully recovered yet. All the injuries, fatigue and damage caused by Yimu that Lu Yu had accumulated during the battle at the top were healed. The reason why I am leaving now, the reason is naturally related to Robin who takes care of him personally. If detailed, maybe publish a book. Mr. Lu Yu, here's a new bounty. Rayleigh handed a stack of bounty warrants to Lu Yu. Roar. Looking at his own bounty, Lu Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes and nodded with satisfaction.
For the time being, this photo is not bad. Lu Yu nodded.
That's what you're focusing on. Shocky staggered and nearly fell. Look at your bounty, 10 billion, only 10 billion. Lu Yu smiled calmly. He was not particularly happy or dissatisfied with the unprecedented 10 billion bounty. Everything is normal and taken for granted. Ha 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 ha. Captain Lu Yu is indeed worthy of his name. Golden Lion Shiki spared no effort in flattering. Let's go, Whitebeard and the others shouldn't have left yet. Floating Sky Island's central plaza, there was a commotion and bustle. The Whitebeard pirates and their affiliated pirates were all shocked by Lu Yu's unprecedented 10 billion bounty, and were talking about it a lot. Ace, and Ace's brother, your bounties have also increased. Marco came to the Straw Hat brothers who were feasting on their meal, waving 2 bounty warrants. Alas, I only made 100 million. Looking at his 400 million bounty, Straw Hat Luffy pouted without disappointment. Because he has seen it. Robin's new bounty is 20 million higher than that of the captain, reaching 420 million. A new supernova was born this year. In terms of bounty alone, Robin is already above all supernovas. The reason why Luo has such a high bounty is naturally related to Lu Yu. After all, in Marine's eyes, she is already a member of Lu Yu's team. The threat to the world is enormous. Except Robin. Ace's bounty also increased by 500 million, reaching 1.5 billion. Ace, who used to be very happy about the increase in bounty, was not very happy at this moment. Because he knew that the bounty he had increased was probably due to his own bloodline. He was valued not because of his strength, but because he was the son of the pirates' king. Coolalalalala, Lu Yu, you're back. Whitebeard's loud laughter attracted the attention of the people who were talking in the square. Wait until you see Lu Yu slowly walking out of the palace. The huge square was instantly boiling with activity. Mr. Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu. For a while, people's cheers were heard one after another. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu smiled, after a brief exchange of greetings with Whitebeard. Lu Yu waved his hand. Ha 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 ha. The long-awaited victory banquet begins. Golden Lion Shiki roared with laughter and soared into the sky. When the protagonist Lu Yu returns, a grand banquet begins. Oh, the whole audience cheered. The party, it's wonderful. Straw Hat Luffy jumped 3 feet high with joy. The next second, he looked lost again. If only Shanks and the others had left a day later.
Everyone can have a happy party together. Straw Hat Luffy sighed softly.
There'll be another chance next time, Luffy. Rayleigh patted Luffy's shoulder. A grand victory banquet begins. Banquets are always an essential element of pirates. Even in this war, the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses. But for now, all they have to do is have a great time. Cheer for the dead brothers. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho. Bring Binks's wine to you like the sea breeze, riding the waves at will. On the other side of the sea the sunset is also noisy. Birdsong draw a circle in the air the harbor silk town. Let's sing a song. The sailing song the golden and silver waves also turned into splashes of water. We left because of the ocean the joyful and melodious pirate's song and Binks's wine echoed under the sky. The lingering sound lasts for a long time, chapter 106 capturing the Empress. The melodious pirate's songs and Binks's fine wine continued until the next morning. The grand victory celebration banquet came to a temporary end. The Whitebeard pirates and their affiliated pirates boarded their respective ships and prepared to set sail. All they had to do next was to return to the sea with their companions. Coolalalala, Lu Yu, let's celebrate together next time. At the bow of the whale ship, the one-armed Poseidon Whitebeard laughed heroically. Oh, it's a deal. Lu Yu raised his arms and shouted. Goodbye, Mr. Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu, let's drink together next time. Please give me more advice in the future, captains such as Marco, Joes, and Beasta.
Ice Witch Pei, Ranger Doma, and other New World captains all waved goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone. The cat and dog kings of the Bow tribe waved their hands. Ace, next time we meet, I'll definitely give you a scare. Straw Hat Luffy swung his hands with all his might. Ace nodded. Then he looked at Lu Yu. He took a deep breath and bowed 90 degrees. Coolalalala, set sail. On the bow of the whale ship Moby DK, Whitebeard laughed and waved. Next second, more than 40 pirate ships collectively soared into the sky. This was certainly not something Whitebeard could accomplish with a wave of his hand. In fact, it is naturally due to the lion fruit ability of Golden Lion. More than 40 pirate ships, led by the whale ship, landed smoothly on the sea surface of New World and gradually sailed away. With the departure of tens of thousands of Whitebeard's main force, the huge central square suddenly became deserted. The only ones left were the S******** King Ivankov and his group. The S******* King Ivankov came to Lu Yu with a smile on his face and rubbing his hands. What's going on? Lu Yu glanced casually. Actually, Mr. Lu Yu, the big bear you caught on the battlefield is my partner. Ivankov said. Yeah, I know, and then what? Lu Yu asked back. Gah, Vankov was stunned. Mr. Lu Yu, can I take him back? The Demon King asked with courage. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Tyrant Bear was his designated vice chairman, how could he let anyone take him away so easily? You want people? At least have the leader of your revolutionary army come here in person. Lu Yu said calmly. Gah, under Lu Yu's gaze, the Ivankov was sweating all over.
Cold sweat instantly soaked his entire body. I'm so sorry.
Excuse me. Goodbye. Ivankov, who failed to get the person, did not stop at all. After greeting and saying goodbye to Straw Hat Luffy, He decisively took his ******* army and ran away. He must return to the Revolutionary Army headquarters immediately and report everything he saw to Leader Long. Alas, even little Ivan is gone. Straw Hat Luffy sighed softly. Now's no time to sigh, Luffy. Rayleigh walked over to Straw Hat Luffy. You should be ready, Luffy. With your group's current strength, you're still far from reaching the threshold of being a strong person in the new world. You shouldn't have forgotten what we agreed on yesterday. Rayleigh Dow Idiographic period, set sail again in 2 years. In these 2 years, I will definitely become stronger. Straw Hat Luffy clenched his fist with confidence. Sure, little monkey, before that, you have one more thing to do. Shocky arrived. What's up? Straw Hat Luffy tilted his head. Of course, I'm going to tell your other companions, except for Little Robin, about the 2 years of training. Shocky was speechless. Straw Hat suddenly realized. That's right, Captain Lu Yu. Rayleigh and I are going to leave for a while to take care of Little Monkey's affairs. Is that okay? Shocky looked at Lu Yu and asked for instructions. Go ahead. Lu Yu nodded calmly. 2 years is enough for him to take over the world. By then, Robin won't need to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. Let the son of prophecy of this era do his useless work. Send off Rayleigh, Chi and Straw Hat Luffy. The only ones left on the island were the Bow Warriors. And the Heart Pirates who mixed in. Trafalgar Law. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Mr. Lu Yu, the 5th Emperor. Trafalgar Law knelt on one knee respectfully. As you said that day on Saboti Island, I am here to join your army. Please, Luo requested sincerely. Is that so? Then stay? Lu Yu nodded calmly. For the time being, Trafalgar Law is also a good fighting force. The most important thing is his op fruit ability, which is worth 1/4 emperors. Call. Trafalgar Law breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Lu Yu's affirmation. The stone in my heart was finally put down. At the beginning, he wanted to use Lu Yu's power to defeat Doflamingo. But now, his purpose has changed. He wanted to see his benefactor again. See you, Mr. Corazon, again. For this, no matter what the cost. Great, Beppo, we're all in this together now. Yeah. All the warriors of the Bow tribe were very happy. Ha, Captain Lu Yu, where are we going next? Go straight back to Wano Kuni, Golden Lion Shiki Wen Dao. Before returning to Wano Kuni, let's go to the island called Thunder God. Lu Yu said. Ha, alright, Golden Lion agreed. By the way, Captain Lu Yu, there is actually one more thing I want to report to you. Golden Lion Shiki thought of something. What's up? Lu Yu asked. Actually, 3 days ago, the Shichibukai Pirates Empress also came aboard and wanted to see you, Captain. Perhaps he was impressed by your heroic demeanor, Captain. You are truly worthy of being Captain Lu Yu. Golden Lion Shiki spared no effort to flatter people. Pirates Queen Boa Hancock. Lu Yu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. After determining its location, immediately, Lu Yu postponed the idea of playing with Robin. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu found the room where Golden Lion housed the Pirates Queen. Snap. Open the door. Their eyes met. In the room, the beautiful eyes of Boa Hancock, the Pirates Queen who holds the title of the world's #1 female leader, suddenly flashed with infinite joy. I heard from Shiki that you have something to talk to me about? There was a hint of surprise in Lu Yu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Empress Hancock nodded heavily.
Adult. Lu Yu was stunned, shocked by the sudden address of the Pirates Queen.
But the next second, something even more unexpected happened to him. The Pirates Queen who is supposed to hate men the most. Take a long step at this moment. Take 3 or 2 steps forward. She opened her white arms and hugged Lu Yu directly. What is going on? Could it be because of the Summit War, where he killed a few celestial dragons? It shouldn't be. Pirates Queen Boa Hancock was given for free. But it shouldn't be given in vain to this extent. As Lu Yu expected, there are at least 2 or 3 more steps to get it. Result. Are we fast forwarding to the final result now? Just as Lu Yu was secretly shocked, Empress Hancock nodded slightly. The beautiful face that was enough to make everyone crazy now showed a trace of pitiful and pleading. Lord Lu Yu, please marry me, Pirates Queen Boa Hancock requested. Lu Yu. Never mind, just fast forward, it saves you a lot of effort. Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock, are you serious? Speak. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, please marry me, Empress Hancock nodded seriously. Then do you know what it takes to get married? Lu Yu asked again.
Empress Hancock shook her head blankly. If you don't know, then let me teach you by example.
Lu Yu was not polite at all. It would be unethical not to eat the fat sheep that is delivered to your door. Oh, the girl's cry. The system's mechanical prompt sounds rang out one after another. Capture the Pirates Queen and receive +5 levels of Shadow Dragon Slayer magic and +10 levels of dragon power. Listen to the system prompt sound in your mind. Even Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. I never thought that taking down an empress could have such an effect at the same time. Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman, also. In short, it is very easy to use. The Pirates Queen is so useful. Chapter 107 Enel is confused. Brew. The voice of Den Den Mushi rang out. Gaga. Den Den Mushi is connected. Oni-sama, sister, where are you now? Two anxious voices came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Mary, Sonia, I'm fine, Empress Hancock said calmly. Really? That's really great, Boa's sisters Sandersonia and Marigold both breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing else, I'll just die first, I'll contact you later. Empress Hancock said. Wait, Oni-sama, where are you now? Marigold asked. I am with Lord Liu Yu now. Empress Hancock did not hide anything and told the truth directly. Nani? Could Lord Liu Yu be the fifth Emperor Liu Yu? Desoya and Marigold's voices rose more than an octave. Yes, if you have anything to do, go to Wano-kuni. I will also. Well, I will be there, Boa Hancock said. This kind of thing. Oni-sama, why are you? Marigold was stunned. Oni-sama, your voice from just now. Desonia noticed something strange in her sister's voice. Just as I was about to ask, the Den Den Mushi hung up. Sister Sonia, what should we do? Oni-sama said she's with that scary man. What the hell is going on here? Boa Marigold panicked. Don't worry, Mary, Sandersonia frowned. I forced myself to suppress the tension and anxiety in my heart. At this point, we can only go and take a look. 9 Snakes Pirates, set off. Target Wano-kuni. Floating Sky Island. Lord Liu Yu. Is this what marriage is? Boa Hancock, the arrogant ice queen in front of others, is like a well-behaved and docile kitten at this moment. She gently nestled in Liu Yu's arms, her brows curved, and she was immersed in it and couldn't extricate herself. As a member of the fighting nation, the 9 snakes are fierce and powerful. The women of the 9 Snakes clan are born with a desire for the strong. Yearning for a strong man. Now, Liu Yu is the strongest man in the world. He has proven this with his record in Summit War. Plus the crucial key of the public execution of celestial dragons. Pirates Queen Boa Hancock was also given away for free. Now, her body and mind belonged entirely to Liu Yu. Liu Yu was greedy for Boa Hancock's warmth and held her tightly in his arms. He nuzzled into that dark hair, breathing in her scent. You're already mine, Hancock, Liu Yu whispered in Boa Hancock's ear. Fingertips slid across the smooth back of Empress Hancock. Don't want, just as Liu Yu's fingers touched the red scar. Boa Hancock finally reacted. The expression on her pretty face instantly changed from joy to tension and fear. Her originally rosy face was now as pale as paper.
Don't look. Boa Hancock almost collapsed and buried his head deep in Liu Yu's arms.
I was panicked and at a loss, and fell into extreme fear. She was once captured by celestial dragons, and the mark of a celestial dragon's hoof was left on her back, a scar she would never forget. In order to keep the secret on her back, she even made a big show of taking a bath and drove away everyone nearby. I'm sorry, but I. Boa Hancock's voice choked with emotion. At this moment, I couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The once arrogant empress, beneath her extremely arrogant appearance. Hidden inside is a heart that is more fragile than that of ordinary people. When she touched upon the secret that she valued most.
The arrogant disguise she used to protect herself collapsed in an instant, leaving only endless inferiority.
Sorry, Boa Hancock apologized again and struggled to escape. Of course, Liu Yu would not do as she wished and held her tightly in his arms. Don't cry, no need to apologize, you are mine now. I will eventually settle accounts with those who caused you pain in the past. Liu Yu spoke calmly. It seemed as if he was just describing a trivial matter. Hearing Liu Yu's domineering words, Boa Hancock's body trembled slightly, and her fluctuating emotions calmed down a little. Lord Liu Yu, do you really not mind at all? Although Liu Yu had made it clear many times, Boa Hancock still couldn't believe it in his heart and asked again weakly. In response to Boa Hancock's nth question, Liu Yu said nothing, but his actions spoke volumes. 3 nights later, the sky of New World was covered by a thick, dark cloud. There is no moonlight, let alone starlight. But surprisingly, the night sky in the distance was still as bright as day. A deep purple light illuminated the sky. Click. The brilliant purple electric light illuminated the dark sea area within a radius of 1 kilometer. Boom! The rumbling thunder that followed made people's heads buzz. Ha 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 ha, that's Thunder God Island over there, Captain Liu Yu. Golden Lion Shiki soars into the sky. There was a slight strange expression on the old face. For Shiki, natural disasters such as thunder and lightning are always his nightmares. But for Liu Yu, lightning is simply the best tonic. Summit War to date. The strength in Liu Yu's body is far from recovering to its peak. To guard against IM who might attack at any time. Liu Yu must adjust himself to the best condition, so before returning to Wano-kuni. He arrived at the island named after the god of thunder first. As one of the 3 initial islands of New World, Thunder God Island is undoubtedly the most dangerous one among them. At first glance, there was nothing on the island except for a purple unknown mineral. But what makes it so special is the large-scale thunderstorms that cover the entire island. There was a strange dark cloud over the island, pouring down purple thunderbolts all year round. And that small island is the island of sin cursed by God, and its sins need to be washed away by divine punishment. What a wonderful island! A happy arc appeared on Liu Yu's lips. Shiki, you guys wait here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Lu Yu directly spread the wings of the Thunder Dragon King. Amidst the shocked and worried gazes of the people, he sank into the Thunder God's island where lightning was rising. Lord Lu Yu. The mature Empress Boa Hancock, dressed in a purple cheongsam, clenched her fists nervously. Don't worry, Mr. Lu Yu, no problem, Robin smiled soothingly. By the way, can we talk for a moment, Miss Hancock? Sky Island stayed outside Thunder Island for 3 days. Lu Yu's practice on Thunder God Island also lasted for 3 days. 3 days. Endless lightning penetrated into Lu Yu's body. The replenishment of the body's strength was completed as early as the first day. The remaining 2 days, Lu Yu has been washing and exercising his muscles. At the same time, it is also broadening and enhancing the upper limit of the Thunder Dragon King mode. For the Thunder Dragon King mode, this Thunder God Island is simply the best place for cultivation. For 2 days, lightning was continuously entering the body. Lu Yu's physique was further improved under the tempering of lightning. The body is crystal clear from the inside out. Lightning and thunder move through his flesh, blood, and cells. There is extraordinary power in every gesture. The thunder and lightning are gradually weakening. It's almost time to try it. He looked at the thunderclouds, which were 10 times weaker than they were 3 days ago. Lu Yu jumped straight up. Boom, Lu Yu took a step down. It's like the heartbeat of heaven and earth. The entire island trembled and cracked. Astonishing changes followed. A pair of lightning dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out. Next came the dragon claws, dragon body, dragon might, and finally the dragon head. For 3 days, he was tempered and baptized by thunder and lightning. After absorbing the power of endless thunder and lightning, Lu Yu activated the complete form of Thunder Dragon King. Just like the zone users in this world, now Lu Yu has transformed into the real Thunder Dragon King. Between mouth opening, endless thunder sank into his mouth. Highly compressed and condensed. Then roar. This is the thunderous roar of the Thunder Dragon King. Rumble. Boom boom boom. The sky and the sea trembled. The lightning beam that pierced the sky could be clearly seen by people even thousands of miles away. Damn alien, are you provoking me? At the top of the red line, at the Holy Marijoy Waste Center, among the only intact flowers. The king of the world, I am, stood up suddenly, his sharp eagle eyes flashing with cold lightning. Thinking of Yim. Thunder Dragon King Lu Yu naturally didn't know. Right now, he just tried his best to increase his roar power to the limit. The terrifying lightning beam roared through and blasted away the dark clouds that had been lingering over Thunder God Island for decades. Then it soars further into the sky, passing through the sky at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Reach outer space, and castration does not reduce. The roar of the Thunder Dragon King reached the edge of the moon. Ah! Amidst the screams, the roaring beam accidentally crashed into the battlefield on the edge of the moon. A space pirate ship exploded under the power of thunder and lightning. Squeak! A streak of lightning separated from the roaring beam and condensed into a human shape. He wore a white turban and had unusually long earlobes. His bare upper body was carrying 4-3 Megatama Thunderdrums, and his lower body was wearing bell-bottom pants. He is none other than the original god of the sky who was defeated by the Straw Hat crew and came to the moon, the Logia Thunderfruit user, Enel. Right now, looking at the terrifying beam of lightning that came from Shanghai, Enel was stunned. It felt like millions of alpacas were roaring past my heart. I am the user of the Logia Thunderfruit. Which imposter is it? This lightning is even more powerful than my thunder. And he stole my prey. Do you still want to compete with me for territory in the future? Hateful. Whoever you are, I will let you know the price of provoking God. Enel whispered coldly. Chapter 108 Odin returns roar of the extreme thunder dragon. Through the sky, throughout the universe, directly to the moon. Light up the starry night. For a long time, the lightning that penetrated the sky and the earth dissipated. On Thunder God Island, Lu Yu transformed himself and returned to human form. Regarding the fact that his previous roar had caused the power bank on the moon to want to return, Lu Yu naturally had no idea. If he knew, the curve of his mouth would widen even more. After all, it is a real power bank. Finally, I looked around and took a look at this treasured place. Behind Lu Yu, the Thunder Dragon King spread his wings.
The body turned into a flash of lightning. In an instant, he returned to the floating sky island.
Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu is unrivaled and the Emperor of the Sea in this world. Golden Lion Shiki came forward with a big laugh. Okay, Shiki, no need to complain about the rainbow farts. I've got a mission for you. Find a time to float that island away. Lu Yu casually pointed at Thunder God Island. Gah. Golden Lion Shiki was dumbfounded. Real? Shiki stared with eyes wide open, his face full of surprise, unhappy. He was most wary of the power of thunder and lightning.
Do you think I'm joking? Lu Yu glanced at Shiki.
After 3 days of research, Lu Yu already basically knows the origin of this island favored by the god of thunder. It has nothing to do with the thunderclouds in the sky. It is very likely the lightning amethyst on the island, which has the power to gather and attract lightning. It can be used as a mobile power bank. Oh well. Knowing that Lu Yu was not joking, Golden Lion Shiki could only nod weakly. Then I'll go rest first. Lu Yu smiled slightly. I first walked towards the palace, ready to talk to Robin or Hancock after a long absence. Captain Lu Yu Golden Lion Shiki seemed to have thought of something. Anything else? Lu Yu turned his head. Actually, during the few days you were on the island, Captain, I caught a little mouse. Golden Lion Shiki Path. Oh, who? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. One of this year's supernovas, the Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. Golden Lion replied. Roar. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The corners of his mouth raised in a playful arc. The day of the big Saboti event. Lu Yu originally wanted to complete the task of educating supernovas by the way. In the end, only the last one was stuck. The supernova who escaped that day was none other than the Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. At that time, Lu Yu made the decision secretly. I will definitely give her a good education if I catch her next time. I never thought the opportunity would come so soon. And she was the one who delivered it to the door. Such good things really make people happy. Change of plans. Lu Yu went straight to the room where Golden Lion imprisoned Jewelry Bonnie. He pushed the door open and walked in carelessly. His eyes swept across the room. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. According to Golden Lion Shiki, he should have tied Jewelry Bonnie up with layers of chains. However, there were only chains on the tatami, and no one was seen. You've taken the bait, 5 emperors, take it. A smug voice sounded from behind Lu Yu. Supernova Big Eater. Female Jewelry Bonnie bursts out from behind the door. The power of time flashed above the right and fell towards Lu Yu's body. However, in the end, it was all in vain. The afterimage captured by her slender hand slowly dissipated. At the same time, a terrifying dragon-like pressure pressed down from behind her. Who do you think I am, little girl? Lu Yu grinned and chuckled. A large hand wrapped around Bonnie's neck from behind. Squeak. A little color current if. Bonnie's eyes rolled back and he fainted completely. It was 10 minutes later when I woke up. Ellie Bonnie felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. He bit the tip of his tongue hard and finally came to his senses. However, a feeling of weakness came from deep within his body. That was the restraint from the Seastone handcuffs. Under the influence of Seastone, her ability to freely control her body's age was naturally unusable. I can no longer become a child and escape from my bondage. Woke up, Lu Yu crossed his legs calmly in front of Bonnie. Snort, Bonnie groaned. Then tell me, what is your purpose in coming to me? Lu Yu asked. Bonnie kept silent. So that's how it is, Bear is your father. Lu Yu nodded in understanding. You? Jewelry Bonnie's expression suddenly changed when she heard Lu Yu reveal the secret. So, you're trying to save your father? Lu Yu asked again. Damn 5 emperors, what on earth do you want to do to that person? Bonnie yelled. Compared to this, you should care about yourself first. You trespassed into the Sea Emperor's territory and attacked me. You should know what the price will be, Lu Yu grinned. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Bonnie suppressed the fear in his heart and spoke firmly. However, her slightly trembling body revealed her inner fear. In the face of life and death, she couldn't be completely calm. Your abilities are quite interesting, don't worry, I won't kill you. But proper education is essential, you have to learn your lesson. Lu Yu walked to the burning fireplace. The famous scene from the Hero of the Stick that I had seen in my previous life came back to my mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. What are you going to do? Watching Lu Yu pick up the red-hot iron from the fire in the fireplace. Jewelry Bonnie finally panicked, her face suddenly turning pale. Subconsciously, I thought that Lu Yu might be imitating the celestial dragons and branding his own slave mark on her body. Lu Yu chuckled. He came to Bonnie with a red-hot iron.
Choose, Jewelry Bonnie, this branding iron or.
Bonnie's pretty face showed a look of hard struggle. A moment later, Bonnie took a deep breath and made a choice. Educate 10 supernovas, 11 11ths. Reward Shadow Dragon Slayer magic level +10, strength +20. 2 hours later. Host. Lu Yu Dragon Slayer magic level 100 Flame Dragon King mode. Sky Destroyer magic level 100 One Day Dragon King mode. Iron Dragon Slayer magic level 100, Perfection. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic level 100 to 1 right pointing arrow Thunder Dragon King mode. White Dragon Slayer magic level 100, Perfection. Shadow Dragon Slayer magic level 50, Dragon Power level 70. I casually glanced at the task progress on the system panel. Lu Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. I thought that this greedy little Ellie was not as useful as Empress Hancock. Except for one supernova mission accomplished, there was no movement at all on other tasks. Lu Yu turned his head, looking at Bonnie's pretty face that was still twitching even though she had fallen asleep. I thought this should be considered a symbol of beauty. Notice. The capture mission requires capturing the opponent's body and mind. Just when Lu Yu was puzzled, the system gave him a thoughtful reminder. Lu Yu nodded in understanding. There has to be emotion involved. Bonnie, who was caught, threatened and forced, naturally would not treat himself the same way as Robin and Hancock did. Understand the reason. Lu Yu was not too disappointed. Anyway, there's an old saying that goes, love grows over time. It will be fine after getting along for a long time. Even if this little girl is really stubborn, anyway, Lu Yu won't suffer any loss. Get some rest, little Ellie. Lu Yu smiled slightly. When he raised his hand, a hazy healing light appeared in the sky. Night ends. Sunrise and sunset. Early morning 3 days later. A ray of morning light breaks through the darkness. A land hundreds of meters above the sea level appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and his party. Wano-kuni, we're here. Odin, are you ready? Lu Yu looked at the tall warrior beside him. Oh, thank you very much, Lord Lu Yu. Chapter 109 Wano-kuni boils. The breeze is gentle. The sky is clear. Today, Wano-kuni is filled with a festive atmosphere. Every household is decorated with lights and colorful lanterns. Light painting live broadcasts are being carried out in the town centers of all major townships. The entire Wano-kuni population is eagerly awaiting this event. Waiting for the return of the god who saved them. At the same time, they are waiting for the return of their former master. Right now, Wano-kuni Ju Li, Yida Gang, hundreds of fully armed warriors lined up in neat rows. Everyone stood straight. Very impressive. Leading this column were 3 of Wano-kuni's strongest warriors. They are the 3 red scabbards who serve Kazuki, Denjiro, Komatsu and Ashura Doji Shudenmaru. In addition to the 3 red scabbards, there are also the former underworld boss Hinano Higoro, the Hakuma daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui and his daughter, and so on. Certainly, absolutely indispensable is Wano-kuni's first female general, Kazuki Hiyori. At the front of the warrior formation, the beautiful young general with an incomparable appearance stared at the undulating sea with her autumn water eyes without blinking. Hasn't it arrived yet? Minrihe pursed her red lips slightly. The cold little hands under the bright red kimono clenched nervously. Just then, here I come. Denjiro suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked towards the distant horizon. Not from the sea, but from the sky, Shudenmaru reminded. Really, I'm back. Hisong's eyes suddenly turned red. This moment, the tough guy also shed tears. Here it comes. Are you really back, Odin adult? Odin, looking at the small black dot that is getting closer and closer and getting bigger and bigger. The old eyes of Shimotsuki Yasui, Hinano Higoro and others also became blurry. Even though I had seen the news about the return of Odin the Dead on the news a long time ago. But before they actually saw it with their own eyes, they were always worried. Under the eager gaze of Hiyori Mitsukuni and the samurai, the small black dot in the distant sky gradually became clearer and larger. That is an entire floating sky island. The island comes to rest above Wano-kuni Falls. A flying dragon ship set sail from the island and landed towards Ida Port. Odin for adults. Odin for adults. On the mast of the dragon boat, Cat Viper, who was holding a telescope, suddenly shouted excitedly. Old cat, why are you yelling all of a sudden? Inagami was dissatisfied. Cat Viper ignored it. Lord Odin, it's Princess Hiyori. The princess and the others are already waiting for us at the port. Cat Viper yelled with uncontrollable joy. Real? Kazuki Odin withdrew his nostalgic gaze from the land of Wano-kuni. His gaze turned towards the direction of Day Port. Wait until you see the beautiful girl in the bright red kimono at the port. Kazuki Odin's eyes suddenly turned red. Hiyori, my daughter, you have really grown up. It's exactly the same as before. Odin's tall body couldn't stop shaking with excitement. A few minutes later, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, the large flying dragon ship is anchored at Date Port. Lu Yu was the first to jump off the bow of the boat. Kazuki Odin followed closely behind. Next came the Bow Tribe warriors including Cat Viper and Inuarashi. The huge port of Ida was completely silent. The warriors gathered at the harbor just stared. After looking at that figure that couldn't be more familiar, the warriors, including Denjiro, Komatsu and other red scabbards, froze in an instant. Excited, shocked, incredible and indescribable ecstasy. All kinds of emotions instantly took over their bodies. The warriors couldn't help but burst into tears. However, even though my inner emotions were close to boiling point, they still didn't say anything, because they know. The present time belongs to Hiyori and Odin, father and daughter. Time and space seemed to stand still. Hiyori, I'm back. Looking at the girl in the bright red kimono not far in front of him, Kazuki Odin raised the corners of his mouth. He took a big step and strode forward, at the same time. Kazuki Hiyori, with tears in her beautiful eyes, also stepped forward, moving lightly with lotus steps and leaping gracefully with her delicate body. Perfect weather. Kazuki Odin opened his arms, ready to receive his daughter's long-awaited hug. But I ended up feeling lonely. Looking at his daughter Hiyori passing by him, Kazuki Odin was stunned. Looked back, but he saw that his daughter Rihei had already thrown herself into Lu Yu's arms, passing by her old father. Wow, is this the legendary affair? On the dragon head ship, Empress Hancock was biting her handkerchief with a tearful expression on her face. Miss Hancock, strictly speaking, the princess over there is number 1. Robin said. Woo woo woo, thank you, Lord Lu Yu. Rihei, who has always been the most reserved, now hugged Lu Yu in public without any hesitation and under the gaze of her father. Alright, Hiyori, why did you come to me first? Didn't you say you wanted to see Odin? Feeling Kazuki Odin's aggrieved expression, Lu Yu was also a little amused. I must thank Lord Lu Yu for allowing me to see my father again. Hiyori nodded slightly and said seriously, save your thanks for tonight, don't forget what you promised me. Lu Yu smiled. Ming Rihei lowered her head, her pretty face flushed. She simply calmed down her emotions in Lu Yu's arms. Kazuki Hiyori took a deep breath and turned to look at his old father. Wow, the beautiful kimono girl Kazuki Hiyori leapt into the air. This time, she went straight into Kazuki Oden's arms without any deviation. Welcome back, father. Kazuki Hiyori opened her red lips slightly and whispered with a tearful tone. The tears in her big eyes burst out and were released in her father's arms. Hearing his daughter crying, Guangming Oden suddenly felt at a loss and didn't know what to do. Little Hiyori, don't cry, daddy will hold you high. Guangming Oden holds his daughter's slender waist. Just like when we were little, hold Kazuki Hiyori up high. Kazuki Hiyori was also confused for a moment by his father's move. While feeling infinite nostalgia in her heart, Chizai's pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Oh my god, dad, please put me down, Hiyori is no longer a child. Sakuhiyori Buendu. If she was still a child of a few years old, this would naturally not be at all inappropriate. But now she is already a 24-year-old girl, especially in public, under the collective gaze of the retainers. It's a bit embarrassing to lift it high, under the strong protest of Rihei. Kazuki Oden smiled foolishly and finally put it down. The father and daughter walked forward side by side and came in front of the retainers and warriors. Kazuki Oden's eyes swept across the familiar faces, his face full of relief and self-blame. Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the years. Because of my own fault, the country has suffered for 20 years. I'm sorry, Kazuki Oden bowed deeply in thanks. Oden, Hisong was the first one who couldn't help but scream out loud. Master Oden, what are you talking about? You have done enough for us and for this country.
Denjiro waved his hands helplessly. Lord Oden, you are our son.
Shedemaru yelled. Snap, 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 snap. The warriors at the port fell to their knees one after another. Kneel down in front of the tall figure. Oden is adult. The warriors' loud shouts merged into one, shaking the clouds in the sky. It's not just Day Port. This moment. Jolibo Luo Town, the flower capital, Rabbit Donbury, Bell Queen, White Dance. Wherever the light painting live broadcast could be received, thunderous and exciting cheers broke out. The whole Wano-kuni is boiling, cheers to the Lord's return. The demolition site of the Rabbit Dawn Weapons Factory. That's the former hero Kazuki Oden. Oden is back. Mr. Kaido has already. Page 1, one of the former Six Flying Six and now one of Gu's subordinates, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lulu-chan, stop being impulsive, you can't beat that guy. He's the strongest man ever, the villain beauty Black Maria comforted. I'm not impulsive, just want to prove that I have the strongest head. Wulu-T gritted his teeth. The high heel of her right foot dug into the ground like an attacking little dragon. No recognition results, isn't it the same thing, stupid sister? Peggy Wan complained. What did you say, little Pepe? I think you're going to tear the roof off the house if you don't get punished for 3 days, right? The grumpy elder sister Wulu-T raised her eyebrows and chased Peggy Wan until she screamed. Black Maria shook her head and turned her gaze to the tall girl on the other side. Yamato, are you okay? Black Maria asked. Fine? Yamato smiled bitterly and shook her head, a hint of loneliness on her pretty face. She patted her face and stood up. Keep working. Chapter 110 Two Mothers, Lord Lu Yu. My Lord Lu Yu. The first light of dawn. A hint of pale sky appeared in the sky. The morning sun breaks through the darkness and illuminates the earth. Wano-kuni, the capital of flowers, Kazuki Shogunate. The room is quiet and elegant but a little messy. The tatami is scattered with colors, long, short, torn, intact, and other high-quality silk fabrics from the open sea that Wano-kuni does not have. This is the condition, or agreement, that Rihei agreed to with Lu Yu in order to see his father Oden. Perhaps because he was born in the isolated Wano-kuni country, Kazuki Hiyori has conservative ideas. Even when serving Lu Yu, he always gave people a feeling of being arrogant. So Lu Yu wanted to liberate her mind and let her gradually accept the lifestyle overseas. In this way, it can also add some fun to daily life. Hiyori, it's already dawn. Lu Yu pinched Raiha's little face and reminded her. Well, let me sleep a little longer. Hiyori whimpered and curled up in Lu Yu's arms like a kitten. Hiyori is still adorable even when she stays in bed. It's okay with me, but if I'm any later, I won't be able to see Oden in time. Lu Yu reminded with a smile. As early as yesterday, Lu Yu had already told Rihei about the limitations of this undead magic. It is also a means of summoning and resurrecting the undead. Fairy Tale's corpse history and the neighboring Hokage's Impure World reincarnation have their own advantages and disadvantages. Those resurrected by Impure World reincarnation possess immortality and can exist forever as long as the caster does not remove the spell. However, the prerequisite is that the body fragments of the deceased and a living sacrifice are needed. However, the souls that are resurrected through the history of corpses cannot exist forever. However, what is more convenient than Impure World reincarnation is that as long as he has the memory, he can return anytime, anywhere, an unlimited number of times. Of course, Lu Yu did not tell anyone about the unlimited return anytime and anywhere. After all, if it were too easy, it wouldn't be surprising. Lu Yu naturally understood the principle that rare goods are valuable. Ah, the girl cried out in panic. With Liu Yu's reminder, Rihei finally came to his senses. He immediately shuddered and regained his consciousness. I began to put on my clothes in a hurry. Don't worry, there's still some time. Liu Yu shook his head. 10 minutes later, after Liu Yu and Rihei had a quick wash, we arrived at the huge sakura tree behind the shogun's palace, which is thousands of years old. Under the tree, Kazuki Oden sat with Denjiro, Kowamatsu, Shunmaru and others, drinking and fighting over the hot Oden. Master Liu Yu, Rihei, come on, come and eat with us. Shuo Oden greeted him warmly. A quarter of an hour later, the Oden in the pot is almost empty. All the soup and water went into Kazuki Oden's stomach without a drop left. Yeah, I'm full. I never thought I'd get to eat a meal like this one day. I don't have any regrets anymore, Kazuki Oden said with a satisfied look on his face. Oden, Denjiro, Kowamatsu and the others all kept their mouths tightly pursed. Now that we're full, it's almost time to go. Kazuki Oden patted Sakura's clothes and stood up. Father, Hiyori looked reluctant and wanted to keep him. Hiyori, this country will be handed over to you from now on. You will definitely be an outstanding female general. Kazuki Oden grinned. He then turned his gaze towards Denjiro, Kowamatsu, Shunmaru and other retainers. Everyone, I'll have to thank you for taking care of Wano-kuni from now on. And don't think too much about Momonosuke and the others, this country is already free. Kazuki Oden sighed. Oden, tears finally welled up in the eyes of Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and the others. Lord Liu Yu, please lead Rihei and this country to a glorious future. Kazuki Oden finally looked at Liu Yu and bowed deeply. Don't you have any regrets anymore? Liu Yu asked calmly. Yes. Kazuki Oden turned around and walked with grace. Sakura flowers are falling like rain. What can boiling oil and hot soup do to me? I have so many flavors after so many simmering dishes. Amidst the chanting, the hero Kazuki Oden vanished. For a long time, under the sakura flower tree, the sobbing of the strong men finally stopped. Denjiro, Kowamatsu, Shunmaru, Nekomaru, and Inuarashi, the 5 great red scabbards, turned around at the same time. Kneeling on one knee in front of Liu Yu, Lord Liu Yu, please lead our way. The 5 red scabbard warriors, whose movements were almost as powerful as Jack's, spoke in unison. That's what Oden expects of them, it is also their own expectation. Abandon national prejudices. This moment, the 5 red scabbard warriors completely regarded Liu Yu as the leader of the country and they were loyal to him wholeheartedly. Bite, Imperial Cadre +5, subdue 10 Imperial Cadres, progress 9/10. Send Oden away. The red scabbards returned to their respective posts. We will do our utmost to ensure the prosperous reconstruction of Wano-kuni. Liu Yu carried the crying Rihei back to the room to rest. Lord Liu Yu. Rihei grabbed Liu Yu's sleeve. Why? Thinking about it again? Liu Yu joked. No, Hiyori shook her head. I just feel a little. Hiyori seemed to be having trouble speaking. Just tell me what you have to say. Liu Yu said. Lord Liu Yu, I know this is a bit unreasonable, but I miss my mother. Rihei looked at Liu Yu eagerly, after saying goodbye to my father whom I hadn't seen for many years. When Hiyori couldn't help but think of her mother. When you want to see me? Liu Yu stroked his chin, pretending to be in deep thought. No. Hiyori opened her eyes wide, her pretty face full of hope. Liu Yu grinned. Real? Hiyori's eyes lit up.
But what are you going to give in exchange this time, Hiyori?
Liu Yu smiled mysteriously. Woo, Lord Liu Yu, given our relationship, please let me go through the back door once and fulfill this little wish of mine. Hiyori said coquettishly. The back door? Liu Yu thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay then, I'll let you go through the back door, and you let me go too. That's fair, but are you sure? Liu Yu grinned. Okay, as long as Lord Liu Yu wants, any door will do. Guangming Rihei nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Forehead. Liu Yu was stunned. I couldn't help but wonder if this girl, Rihei, understood what I meant. But never mind. Liu Yu shook his head, after telling Hiyori to close her eyes. Liu Yu's right hand gently placed on her forehead. Peek in, extract the day and the memories in your mind. Silently, a young woman with long green hair and an appearance almost identical to Hiyori appeared in the room. Master Liu Yu, are you ready? Hiyori asked quietly. You can open your eyes now. Liu Yu nodded. Hiyori's long, narrow eyelashes trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes opened. What came into view was not Liu Yu, but a face that looked very similar to hers. It's like looking in a mirror. But Hiyori knew that there was no mirror in front of her. The young woman in front of her was her mother, Tien Yushi. Hiyori, you've really grown up. Tien Yushi, who knew all the causes and effects from the memories given by Liu Yu, just looked at her daughter kindly, with big curved eyes and a touching smile on her face. Mother, seeing Mu Gen appear, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes suddenly turned red. She opened her arms and hugged the mother in front of her. Tears burst out uncontrollably again. Looking at this warm reunion, Liu Yu did not interrupt. Just quietly leave the room. What came towards him was Robin's hopeful face. Mr. Liu Yu, I also want to go through the back door. Robin's face flushed, but he still spoke with anticipation and excitement on his face. Chapter 111 Robin cries of joy. Do you all like to use backdoors so much these days? Looking at Robin in front of him, Lu Yu couldn't help but think. Feeling the gaze from Lu Yu, the redness on Robin's pretty face suddenly became even more intense. Today she found Lu Yu, and originally wanted Lu Yu to take him to read the 3 historical texts of Wano Kuni. Especially the historical text called the Signpost. However, when she came to the door, she happened to hear the conversation between Lu Yu and Rihei. After hearing that Hiyori missed her mother, Robin also unconsciously thought of his mother Nicole Orovia. In her memory, her mother did not appear very often. When she was very young, her mother went out to sea and left her to her powerful uncle's family. When I was 8 years old, she finally saw the return of her mother, Orovia. But it was just a glimpse. She wasn't even able to speak to her mother, Orovia. What followed was the Buster Call fire that destroyed the entire Ohara. For my mother, to be honest, Robin didn't have any deep feelings. It wasn't even as impressive as Dr. Kroba and the others from the Tree of All-Knowing. However, if possible, she still wants to meet and have a good chat with her mother. Mr. Lu Yu, Robin opened her red lips slightly. Come with me. Lu Yu waved his hand and took the lead. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu brought Robin to the treasure house deep in the general's mansion. In a spacious building, the 3 historical articles are arranged like a podium. Now close your eyes, Lu Yu said. Kindness. Robin suppressed his desire for the historical text and closed his eyes obediently.
Lu Yu raised his hand and placed it on Robin's forehead.
Do the same. Extracting history from Robin's memories and materializing it. Not long, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the quiet storage room of the historical text. One of them was a young girl with waist-length silver hair. It was Robin's mother, Nicole Orovia. The other was an old man. She has a clover-like hairstyle on her head. It was Dr. Kroba, the all-knowing tree clover who helped Robin a lot when he was a child. Just think of it as a buy one get one free deal. Open your eyes. Lu Yu said. Robin nodded. Open your eyes wide, looking at the strange yet familiar face in front of me. Robin's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Robin, I'm sorry. Before Robin could shed tears, Nicole Orovia broke down first. After learning about everything Robin had experienced in the past 20 years, tears couldn't stop streaming down her face. Mom, don't cry, I should be happy today. The woman's position seems to be reversed. Over there is Tien Yushi comforting Rihei. Here it was Robin's turn to comfort his mother Orovia. The mother and daughter's crying hug was interrupted by the old man's exclamation. After paying tribute to Lu Yu who gave him new life, Dr. Clover Kloba saw the 3 historical texts at a glance. Dr. Kloba. At the same time, Robin finally noticed another elder besides her mother, and she couldn't help but cry out in shock. Mr. Lu Yu, this. Don't you like it? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. I like it, of course I like it the most. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Robin cried with joy. Little Robin, Orovia, come and see. Lord Lu Yu actually has 3 historical texts here. And what about this red stone? Is there anything special about it? Clover Kroba, who was extremely interested in history, especially the blank 100 years, cried out in surprise. Doctors Robin and Orovia wiped the tears from their eyes and quickly stepped forward to begin their research. Master Kroba, Mom, according to Mr. Lu Yu, this red piece is the historical text of the road sign. There are 4 pieces in total, representing 4 coordinates. Once you collect them all, you can find the legendary kingdom. Robin introduced. Wow, Kroba and Orovia were both shocked. And more. Mr. Lu Yu once said that in the country we are in now, Wano Kuni is the origin of all historical texts. 800 years ago, it was the Kazuki clan of this country who created all the historical texts. Robin once again revealed this secret to 2 important elders. As a result, the surprise and excitement on Orovia and Kroba's faces became even more intense. In the huge storage room, the heated discussions among the 3 history PhDs could be heard everywhere. Lu Yu, who was a little out of tune with the atmosphere of scholars, took off the magma, shook his head, and left quietly. Hiyori and Robin were both accompanied by their parents. All that was left was Hancock and the girl with the big stomach who was afraid of him. Think about it. Lu Yu gave up the idea of scaring little Ellie, Bonnie. Silently, Lu Yu took off with the wind. After leaving the flower city, Lu Yu went straight to Rabbit Well. Half an hour later, it's so fresh. Tajing, which was once full of factories, polluted air and wastewater, has been completely transformed. It took only a little over a month. The weapons factory, the source of all evil, that stood in this area has been reduced to ruins and demolished. However, ore grinding and drilling operations at the mining site are still continuing. The pirates of the former Beast Group are responsible for mining and storage. The purpose is to prepare for the upcoming massive war with the world government. Everyone knows this sea. There will be a war between the sole emperor of the sea and the king of the world government. The scale of this war will be beyond imagination and is destined to affect the entire world. Crash. The wind is howling. Lu Yu quietly descended upon a ruin somewhere in Tajing. He glanced around, searching for his first imperial deputy. However, take it. I must win this time, head running gun. The powerful and delicate voice of a young girl exploded from behind Lu Yu. Looking back, The iron-headed little female dragon Uluti has once again challenged Lu Yu with her armed iron head. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Bang, a distant sound. Iron head against iron head. There was no surprise at all. The stubborn girl Uluti falls again. Looking at Uluti, who was temporarily unconscious and twitching, Lu Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. A moment later, Lu Yu picked up the unconscious Uluti and decided to teach this persistent and stubborn girl a lesson. 10 minutes later, Uluti whimpered in pain. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes. He looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Chi Li in front of him. Damn it, I lost again, but I will definitely win tomorrow. No one can be more iron-headed than me. Uluti's little face puffed up in anger, which was so cute. Haha, no need for tomorrow, I'm giving you another chance to challenge me now. Lu Yu smiled calmly. Real? Then let's get started without further ado. Uluti's beautiful eyes lit up. Haha, your forehead is harder than mine, so I'll make it easier for you this time. You know what else men have besides this? Lu Yu pointed to his forehead, and a subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, Ni unconsciously thought of the famous emoticon package of the stick hero. Huh? Uluti tilted his head in confusion, but the next second. Wah! Uluti's narrow and beautiful eyes suddenly widened and became round. Looking at the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him. She was already dizzy and too frightened to move. Even thinking is almost stagnant, after engraving. Looks like you've lost again, then wake up, Lu Yu grinned. Successfully captured Uluti. Capturing Pirates Top 10 Beauties Progress 4/10. Chapter 112 A loving father and a filial daughter 3 hours later. Around noon. Lu Yu left the stubborn girl's room. Originally, I just wanted to teach him a lesson for fun. I never expected there would be such a pleasant surprise. The violent little dragonesses who always attacks when they meet is surprisingly straightforward. Although she said she disliked this acquaintance, she secretly fell in love with him. Of course, Uluti himself may not be aware of this. Well, I'd better be a little gentler to that girl from now on. Lu Yu thought to himself. Lu Yu was in a good mood, and even his steps were much lighter. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu found the person Tu Dan wanted to see on the top of the mine at the Tajing mining site. Chi. Lord Lu Yu. Noticing Lu Yu's arrival, Yamato, who was sitting on the cliff in a daze, couldn't help but greet him in panic and quickly stood up to greet him. Lu Yu waved his hand and sat down next to Yamato. What's wrong? You don't look very energetic, Lu Yu asked with a smile. Lord Lu Yu, please stop making fun of me, Yamato sighed in frustration. Odin, you should have seen it too, Lu Yu asked. I saw you last night, Yamato nodded. So you regret not being able to talk for a long time? It's because of your father, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Both, Yamato sighed again. Some things are only known to be good after they're lost. I used to always resist that B********, dad, but now that he's gone, I feel a little reluctant. But I don't have any resentment towards my father for dying at the hands of Mr. Odin, because this was the punishment he deserved. Master Lu Yu, you must think I'm an idiot. Yamato smiled bitterly and shook his head, his heart full of contradictions and complexities. It was not until her father Kaido died that Yamato finally began to feel a little bit like a filial daughter. Yamato, you may not be very smart, but you're still a long way from being an idiot. Lu Yu nodded seriously. Lord Lu Yu is too much. Yamato chuckled. So, Yamato, do you want to see Kaido one last time? Lu Yu chuckled. Dad? Really, can you? Yamato murmured dully. A confident and proud arc appeared on Lu Yu's face. Who do you think I am? No, Yamato shook his head vigorously. This is Wano Kuni, if the warriors see my father appear. Without waiting for Yamato to finish. You are so nagging, are you still a man? Lu Yu folded his arms and glanced at Yamato. Yamato opened his mouth. I thought to myself that I am not a man. The immature self who once wanted to be Kazuki Odin is no longer there. She no longer wants to be Kazuki Odin, and from now on she just wants to be herself. This is also the change in her mood brought about by the death of her father Kaido. Are you ready? Lu Yu asked calmly. Yamato took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Come on then, Lu Yu grinned. Raise your hand. The history of corpses is activated. A tall figure 7 meters away appeared out of thin air on the cliff. It was the historical form of the 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts, materializing from Yamato's memories. Boom. A soft sound. Kaido knelt on one knee in front of Lu Yu and lowered his proud head. Lord Lu Yu, please give me your orders, Kaido spoke in a muffled voice. Kaido, who returned from history as an undead, blamed Lu Yu for seriously injuring him twice and indirectly causing his death in battle. Historical Kaido naturally wouldn't mind at all. At this moment, the body and mind submit to Lu Yu, the Lord of the Spirit. Kaido, you should thank your daughter for being able to come back this time. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Yamato. Kaido looked up, his gaze landing on his daughter Yamato, who was not far away. Dad. Yamato opened her red lips slightly, but for a moment she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Different from the deep mother-daughter love between Hiyori and Toki and Robin and Orovia. The relationship between Yamato and Kaido, father and daughter, is contradictory and antagonistic. If Lu Yu hadn't ordered Kaido not to hurt Yamato. I'm afraid that when father and daughter meet again today, they will fight again. The silence between father and daughter lasted for a long time. Well, it seems that I am holding you back, just chat slowly. I'm just going for a stroll. Lu Yu patted his clothes, stood up, waved goodbye, and left space for the conflicting father and daughter. 2 hours later, two of Lu Yu's officers, Page 1 and Black Maria, formerly members of the Flying Six, came to the mines to look for Yamato. Yu. Well, that's... Peggy Wan saw the familiar tall hockey figure at a glance. Kaido. The calm Xiaoju and the big sister Black Maria also widened their eyes and subconsciously covered their red lips with their slender hands. However, the shock on her pretty face could not be concealed. That's Mr. Kaido. But why? Why guy? Peggy Wan's scream had not yet subsided. What the hell are you yelling about, kid over there? It's so noisy. A dissatisfied voice came from a platform not far away. Following the sound, I looked. Wait until you see Lu Yu taking a nap on the platform. The shock on Page Wan's face disappeared, replaced by deep horror. He already knew. I'm afraid that my previous noise woke up Lu Yu, who was taking a nap. Being woken up from a nap is a serious problem. He had experienced this on his sister more than once. It's over, I'm really going to die this time. Peggy Wan couldn't help but feel disheartened, looking at the clear sky. He felt that a thunderbolt would strike at any second and turn him into a monster. Lu Yu, who was reading Peggy Wan's thoughts through her mind, couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Of course, he would not attack his own people just because of such a small matter. Not to mention the tactful Page Wan was the first cadre to join him. Besides, this kid can be considered his uncle now. Lord Lu Yu, guy over there, Kaido is you. Maria mustered up the courage to ask. Lu Yu nodded calmly. Call, that's exactly what happened. Maria let out a long breath. The look he gave Lu Yu suddenly became more and more odd. Able to freely connect to another world. Bring back the undead from that world. In her opinion, Lu Yu was no different from a real god. Lulu Chan is lucky to be blessed by the gods. Thinking of what I learned from Wulu T not long ago, that she was. Maria no longer felt any indignation in her heart, only envy. The sun sets. Night is coming. The first equal communication between Yamato and Kaido as father and daughter ended. Lord Lu Yu. Yamato opened his arms and gave Lu Yu a big hug of thanks. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Yamato will definitely repay you in the future, Yamato said seriously. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Lu Yu smiled slightly. At the same time, I wondered what Yamato would feel if he knew what he was about to do to Kaido. But that scene couldn't be seen by Yamato. A simple wave goodbye. Lu Yu took Kaido and ran all the way to the sparsely populated Linghouse Cemetery in the north.
Come on, Kaido. Lu Yu grinned. I'm sorry, Master Lu Yu.
The historical Kaido would naturally not refuse Lu Yu's order. Just 3 minutes later, the hot dragon blood spilled and dyed the snowfield red. Lu Yu killed Kaido in dragon form on the spot, completed the dragon slaying, and fulfilled his inner wish. After all, when he learned the dragon slaying magic, he had originally regarded Kaido as his prey that he must hunt. It's just that during the Summit War, the situation was too chaotic.
As a result, the summoned undead Kazuki Oden ended the fight first.
In this case, Lu Yu had no choice but to sell for the second best and kill the historical Kaido. Anyway, it can be manifested no matter how many times.
At worst, I can just be nicer to Ki next time and not bully him.
Lu Yu grinned. In order to fulfill his wish of slaying a dragon, he built a hot spring in the snowy plains. He warmed up a few jars of wine and drank heartily. An hour later, Lu Yu, slightly drunk, returned to the general's mansion in Wazidu. In the historical article storage room, Robin, his mother Orovia, and Clover Bow, Shikloba are still talking about history. Lu Yu didn't interrupt, then he went to Hiyori's room. When I pushed the door open, I was met by Rihei, whose temperament was slightly different from her usual one. Looking at the Rihei in front of him, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Hiyori slightly opened her red lips, without waiting to speak. Lu Yu's fingers fell on her lips. No need to say anything now. Lu Yu smiled slightly. A moment's hesitation. Yes. Hiyori nodded weakly. She had no right to refuse Lu Yu's order. Something seems wrong. Lu Yu was stunned. Forget it, burp, why think so much? Lu Yu burped. He walked straight forward. One step, done. Chapter 113 Orovia. Lord Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu. The girl's call woke Lu Yu from his sleep. Open your eyes. What comes into view is a beautiful face. Hiyori. Lu Yu put his big hand around Raiha's slender waist. Master Lu Yu, have you seen my mother, after my mother put me to sleep yesterday? Rihei fell into Lu Yu's arms. Maybe he went back. After a moment's hesitation, his expression returned to normal. Well, Hiyori sighed softly, it's all my fault. I accidentally overslept. I didn't get to say a word to my mother for the last time. Hiyori said with a lost look, don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Lu Yu touched Raiha's hair and comforted her softly. Really? Hearing Lu Yu's promise, Raiha's eyes lit up. Certainly, Lu Yu smiled slightly, Then it's time to get up now. I'll go check on Robin. Lu Yu stood up and walked towards the historical document storage room of the general's mansion. A few minutes later, Lord Lu Yu, Robin's shout rang out. When Lu Yu arrived, Robin Orovia and Dr. Clover had just finished their research and discussion on the historical text and walked out of the storage room. Lord Lu Yu, thank you so much. The fact that I, an old man, have the opportunity to see these truths in this lifetime is all thanks to the grace of Lord Lu Yu. Dr. Clover Kroba walked quickly to Lu Yu and prostrated himself before him. Get up, doctor. If you want to thank someone, just thank Robin. If she didn't still remember you, I couldn't do anything. Lu Yu smiled. Master Lu Yu, actually, this old man has another unwelcome request. Kroba rode. What's up? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. When I see the final island someday, could you please give me another chance, Lord Lu Yu? Kroba said with excitement and hope. His eyes were full of curiosity about history. Feeling Dr. Kloba's enthusiasm, Lu Yu nodded. Can. Thank you so much, Kroba kowtowed deeply. The old figure disappeared with the wind. Lu Yu's gaze then fell on Orovia, who was on par with Robin. No wonder so many people in the world want to be Boss Cao. Prime Minister Cao, I understand. Oh, Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. Lord Lu Yu. Orovia stepped forward and bowed. Her preface held the same hope as Kloba's. Ahem. Lu Yu looked away. You are Robin's mother. I will take care of him. Don't worry, you will see the complete history. Lu Yu promised. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Orovia smiled happily. That's great, Mom, Robin smiled sweetly. Orovia hugged her daughter Robin excitedly. Goodbye, Robin. Mom is so happy to see you grow up safely and to see you find such a great husband. If we can meet again next time, Mom hopes to see her lovely grandson or granddaughter. Orovia had tears in her eyes and a bright smile. What did you say, Mom? Robin turned around shyly. See you next time, Mom. She whispered to herself, after a brief moment of remembrance. Robin opened his eyes again and his gaze fell on Lu Yu, his eyes curved. Mr. Lu Yu, I noticed that there was something wrong with your expression earlier. You can't be, go away, what are you thinking about? Lu Yu quickly covered Robin's mouth. Don't let this scheming and intelligent queen continue speaking. The peaceful and tranquil days in Wano Kuni continued. Right now, the world overseas is far from peaceful. Summit war has been going on for nearly half a month. The pattern of the ocean has undergone earth-shaking changes. Marine and the government have not yet completely emerged from the shadow of war. This also caused the pirates on the sea to become more rampant. The ocean is experiencing the greatest chaos since the beginning of the Great Pirates era. The marine base branches in various places are extremely busy. The pirates of the Four Seas and Paradise are having a party. Even the little pirates are like this, not to mention the New World, which is full of powerful players. Summit War made Lu Yu a brilliant man. The reputation of the Emperor is so great that it shocks everyone. At the same time, 2 Sea Emperors also became lonely and came to an end. First up is 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Anyone who has followed the war knows that Whitebeard is already a hero in his twilight years. He is no longer the invincible king who roamed the ocean. Whitebeard, with a broken arm and serious injuries, has become the #1 target of many ambitious New World people. Those great pirates who had been defeated in the battle for the 4 Emperors 4 years ago. Now everyone is ambitious. He challenged Whitebeard's throne as the 4 Emperors, intending to replace him. Except for Whitebeard, the New World pirates have another goal. That is the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts who died in the war. Kaido died. Thousands of islands that were originally controlled by it became ownerless. This has aroused the covetousness and scramble of pirates from all sides. To this, nature will not remain silent, not to mention the system's island occupation reward tasks. Having defeated Kaido and seized Wano Kuni, he deserves to receive all the inheritance of the beasts. Anyone who dares to covet it will have only one end, and that is death. The one responsible for carrying out the mission of occupying 10,000 islands for Lu Yu is naturally the flying pirate's Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion, who possesses the power of lion fruit, is undoubtedly the best in terms of mobility. As early as the day we arrived in Wano Kuni, Lu Yu was the dispatched Golden Lion, leading 10,000 captive beasts to be responsible for consolidating and expanding the territory. Certainly, for the islands under his command, Lu Yu will not resort to violent suppression like Kaido did. At the same time, he also ordered Golden Lion and his captives not to rob civilians. The hearts of the people are also an important part of the game between Lu Yu and Yim. Represents the general trend of the world. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. The level of chaos in New World continues to grow. At the same time, Wano Kuni is becoming more and more lively. With the official founding of Wano Kuni, more and more countries and forces are sending visiting cards and gifts to this mysterious country that has been closed to the outside world for 800 years. Some of them were simply curious about this warrior nation. Some of them wanted to get acquainted with the Sea Emperor Lu Yu and gain his protection. Others are for the country's mineral and weapons resources. Now that the Beast Group has fallen and the weapons factory has been demolished, even the biggest clown broker in the underground dark world is powerless against revolving heaven. Lacking the source of weapons, he couldn't create more weapons out of thin air. However, wars are going on all the time in the world. The demand for weapons remains huge. Dressrosa's reserves are no longer sufficient. Under the combined pressure of various forces, the clown agent, who originally wanted to remain silent and continue observing the situation, finally sent someone to Wano Kuni. Chapter 114 Immortality Surgery, the capital of flowers, the main hall of the general's mansion. As the master of the country, Lu Yu leaned back on the throne. His gaze was calm and indifferent as he looked down at the visitor wearing a fur-brimmed hat and a red cloak. Feeling the gaze from Lu Yu, Diamante, the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He felt as if he was being watched by a giant dragon, and he unconsciously wanted to kneel down and surrender. Lord Diamante, Baby 5, a weapon fruit user dressed as a maid, couldn't help but tremble slightly as she softly called the name of the leader of the team. Call, Diamante took a deep breath, then he knelt on one knee. Dear Lord Lu Yu, I am only seeking your cooperation on behalf of my young master, Don Quixote Doflamingo. To show my sincerity, I brought 500 artificial devil fruits as a gift. Diamante waved. Buffalo and others who were accompanying them opened box after box, showing the rows of colorful artificial devil fruit. Looking at the boxes of smile fruits, Rai's eyes beside Lu Yu suddenly turned red. After all these years in Wano Kuni, how could she not know what that was? It is a poison strong enough to take away emotions. Once, for fun, Kurozumi the snake mixed the fragments of the smile fruit with food scraps and threw them into the town of Ebisu outside the flower capital. How can the starving poor people resist the temptation of food? Anyone who eats a little bit of the fruit fragments will eventually become a hilarious person who can only laugh. The former daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui and her personal maid Kananko were also deeply affected. Think of those poor people. Hiyori's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, anger surging in her. It's not just Hiyori. Chuanjiro, who was serving in the hall, suddenly opened his narrowed eyes wide. The long swords at Kuwamatsu and Shudenmaru's waists were slightly unsheathed, full of murderous intent. Feeling the anger and murderous intent of the warriors, fine beads of cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. The situation developed in a completely different way from what they expected. Before coming, Doflamingo and Diamante thought that the artificial devil fruit was a rare product produced only by their company. Everyone will like it. That's why it is considered as a meeting gift. But he never expected that the flattery would hit the horse's leg. The gifts they brought touched the sore spot of the Wano Kuni warriors. After a long period of unspeakable silence, Diamante fell to his knees. Then he touched his forehead to the ground and prostrated himself. Respected Lord Lu Yu, I wonder what exactly we have done wrong. Diamante asked timidly, a whole outer sea people. How dare you bring this poison into our country? So it's you guys. The culprits behind Smile, Denjiro, Kawamatsu and other red scabbards finally couldn't help but explode. But it was limited to verbal outbursts. They will not act on their own until Lu Yu gives an order. The other side, listen to the warriors' stories. Diamante, Baby 5, Buffalo and other members of the Don Quixote family were all dumbfounded. Wano Kuni, who once closed off the country to the outside world. Even Doflamingo, Kaido's biggest collaborator, didn't know what was going on. I don't know what evil things Kurozumi Orochi did for fun using the smile fruit. If you know, even if he was beaten to death, he would never dare to use this as a gift to provoke the warriors. This cooperation negotiation is over. Diamante's face turned pale. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Next second, the ominous feeling in his heart surged like a storm. Doflamingo, what a clown. On the throne, Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth with a teasing arc. I'm curious, who gave you the courage? What on earth gave that clown the illusion that he was qualified to work with me? Lu Yu spoke calmly. The voice is not heavy, but every word is sonorous. It was like one sledgehammer after another hitting the hearts of Diamante and others. Lord Lu Yu, please forgive me. Diamante prostrated himself in fear and trepidation. If that clown came in person today, if you swear allegiance to me, that's all. What a pity. Lu Yu shook his head. You can come in now. Lu Yu spoke towards the outside of the hall. Tattoo. Footsteps followed. A young man carrying a long sword walked slowly over. There was a cold murderous look on his face. That's really ugly, Diamante. Trafalgar Law sneered, listening to that familiar voice. The heavily armed maid girl Baby 5 stomped her feet and subconsciously looked up. Looking at the person coming from behind her, her eyes suddenly widened to the limit. Rororo, Ro, Baby 5 screamed out loud. I never expected to see my childhood friends here. It's you, Luo. Diamante's pupils suddenly contracted. My heart was tense and trembling to the extreme. Luo's appearance was simply the worst sign. Not just for them on the scene. The same is true for Dressrosa's Doflamingo. If Luo really surrendered and became a subordinate of the Sea Emperor. Shut up, Baby 5 inches. Trafalgar Law glared fiercely at the heavy weapon girl. Baby 5 was so scared that she hugged her legs and trembled like a child, not daring to look up. Luo, why are you here? Diamante stared at Law, his fists clenched. Diamante, the positions are completely reversed. You can only blame yourself for being a step late. I have already joined Captain Lu Yu's team. Seeing the frightened expression on Diamando's face, Trafalgar Law couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction. I I should have found you and killed you right away. Diamante said unwillingly. It's too late to say this now. You're the first one, now it's Doflamingo's turn. Luo said coldly. Lord Lu Yu, Emir Luo is of no importance in your fight against the world government. If you need subordinates, our Don Quixote family has a lot of power and personnel, so they will definitely be more useful. Please think twice. Diamante tried hard to make amends. He did not hesitate to take the initiative to throw out all the chips and bring the entire family under Lu Yu's command. Because he knew this was their only chance. If Doflamingo knew, he would never blame him. Indeed. Above the king, Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Diamante's face suddenly lit up with joy. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze again. You Don Quixote are indeed stronger than Luo, but so what? We are all ants in front of the Emperor of the Sea. In my eyes, there's not much difference between you and Luo. Lu Yu spoke indifferently. Besides, what Luo promised to give me is much more valuable than what your Don Quixote family can give me. There was a brief moment of dead silence. How is this possible? What can Emir Luo show off? Diamante yelled in disbelief. Of course it's everything I have. My life, only one chance for eternal life surgery. Can you do it? Trafalgar Law roars. Ehole, Luo. Diamante was completely desperate and his eyes were about to burst out. Under the cover of his cloak, he took out the small Den Den Mushi from his pocket, intending to warn the young master Doflamingo. However, before he could make any move, a blue hemisphere suddenly expanded. Slaughterhouse. Smash. Trafalgar Law swung the demon sword Ghost Cry with murderous intent. All of Diamante and the others, except Baby 5, were chopped into pieces of varying sizes. Good. He Song and others all cheered happily in unison. Luo, let's get ready to go to Dressrosa. I'll gather helpers for you. Lu Yu gave the order calmly. Yes, thank you very much, Captain Lu Yu. Trafalgar Law bowed and saluted, and was so excited that he wanted to shout to the sky. He has been waiting for this day for 10 years, now. The opportunity to take revenge on Doflamingo has finally arrived. Lord Lu Yu, I request permission to go to Dressrosa with you. Lord Lu Yu, Princess Rihei, I beg to go with you. Denjiro and Kawamatsu came out together. They are also furious with the culprit who created the artificial devil fruit. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. At the same time, Peggy Wan and Uluti, the brother and sister from Rabbit Well, were also notified. Headed by 5 cadres, all members of the Hardcore, Pedro Garlet and other Malbo warriors, and Wanokuni warriors piloted 10 warships. That day, they went to Dressrosa in a grand manner. See off Trafalgar Law and his party. Lu Yu returned to the general's mansion. Baby 5, who was frightened and fainted, has now woken up. Seeing the arrival of the most vicious man in the sea, Baby 5 immediately shrank into the corner of the room, trembling. Come over, Lu Yu spoke calmly. Baby 5 shook his head violently. I need you, Baby 5. You're the one I need, Lu Yu grinned. Saying this is like a curse to Baby 5, childhood. Baby 5, who came from a poor family, was denied the meaning of life by her only relative, her mother. From then on, he was classified as an unnecessary person. Since then, she has been working hard to be needed. As long as someone needs her, she will not hesitate to risk her life. Even if a beggar asked her for marriage permission, she would agree without hesitation. Now, the only Emperor of the Sea sent her a request. How can Baby 5 resist it? Her slender hand subconsciously covered her mouth. My little heart suddenly started beating wildly. Even the fact that the family was about to be defeated no longer mattered. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, for you, I will go through fire and water. Baby 5, who felt needed, was moved to tears. She threw herself into Lu Yu's arms like a little bird returning to its nest. Everything came naturally. It went even more smoothly than Lu Yu had imagined. Get the heavy weapon girl, successfully captured Baby 5. Capturing the pirate's top 10 beauties progress 5/10. In this world, who doesn't like heavy weapon girls? Which man can resist the temptation of a heavy weapon girl? 3 days later, after instructing Yamato and Empress Hancock to guard the house, Lu Yu spread the wings of the Dragon King, soared into the sky, and quietly flew away on the wind. Target, Dressrosa. He has confidence in the strength of Luo and others. But Doflamingo as Shichibukai is also his goal. Chapter 115 Declaration of War. New World, the land of love, passion and toys, Dressrosa. This is a peaceful island surrounded by huge mushroom-shaped rocks. On the surface, this place is peaceful, stable and full of laughter. However, behind the scenes it is quite the opposite. 8 years have passed since the Doflamingo regime came to power. Under the cruel rule of the Don Quixote family, Dressrosa as a whole is shrouded in a subtle atmosphere of peace. Yet few people know about it. Behind this peace lies a deep and bloody darkness. After all, who would have thought that this country would produce so many toys that could move and talk like humans? In fact, they were all transformed from humans one after another. Under Sucrose's ability of the childlike fruit, all beings are equal. Even red scabbard warriors like Denjiro and Kawamatsu who possess strength comparable to the 3 calamities. If you are not careful, you will inevitably get caught. After all, Sugar's little lowly appearance is too deceptive. In the absence of sufficient intelligence, no one would be so wary of a mere little girl. Right now. Dressrosa Capital, the second floor palace. Luxurious and clean outdoor swimming pool. Luxurious and clean outdoor swimming pool. Shichibukai Doflamingo reclines in a reclining chair. He mechanically shook the goblet in his hand, and the bloody red wine swirled restlessly, representing his inner restlessness. A week has passed since the last contact with Diamante's family. A week ago, Diamante reported that he had successfully arrived at Wano-kuni and was about to make contact with the Emperor of the Sea. After that, there was no news at all. This is a bad sign. Doflamingo knew that something must have gone wrong with Diamante's negotiations in Wano-kuni. Worst case scenario. Doflamingo's ominous premonition gradually intensified. Just then. Dover, Trable, the user of the sticky fruit with a big snot hanging from his nose, suddenly came over and shouted anxiously. What's wrong? Doflamingo felt a sinking feeling in his heart. A tiny crack appeared on the body of the red wine glass. Something terrible is happening. Dover, not long ago, a raft was intercepted at the edge of our border. Up there is. Torpol's face was filled with shock and horror. Governed by extreme fear, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. What the hell is going on? A vein throbbed in Doflamingo's forehead. A powerful aura unconsciously emanated from his entire body. Bang! The goblet exploded. The blood-red wine splattered everywhere. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the young master Doflamingo, Torpol shuddered and finally calmed down a little. Two family members came forward, each holding a wooden box. Open. Inside were two heads, two vivid heads. Even now that the head and body are separated, the brain is still alive. Diamante, Buffalo, Doflamingo's pupils suddenly constricted and his voice rose an octave. Dover, less S***X. The two heads spoke weakly. Could it be Luo? Doflamingo's mind raced, and he had already guessed the cause of Diamante and the other man's current condition. Only those with the op fruit ability can achieve this strange state of not dying after being beheaded. Brew. The sound of a Den Mushi came from the box inside Diamante's head. Doflamingo took out the Den Mushi and answered the call. Hey, Doflamingo, it's been a while. Well, it can't be said that long, after all, we just met at the Summit War not long ago. Trafalgar Law's calm, cold voice came from the other side of the Den Mushi. Luo. Doflamingo responded solemnly. The veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to burst out of his body. How is it? Do you like the gift I gave you? Trafalgar Law sneered. Where are the bodies of Diamante and Buffalo? Doflamingo shouted angrily. Do you have time to worry about that now? If you have time, you might as well think more about yourself. Trafalgar Law Pai Yu Dao. What do you mean? Doflamingo suppressed his anger. A whole Doflamingo, who do you think you are? What on earth gives you the illusion that you are qualified to cooperate with my captain? Trafalgar Law scoffed. Idiot Doflamingo, wait for death. The irritable girl yelled. Doflamingo, although we have been friends before, I'm sorry, but this time, in the captain's name, I must eliminate you. Peggy Wan's voice then rang out. You be **************, your name is Doflamingo, right? You're the one who created Smile. You be **********, D, just wait, I will never let you off. Samurai such as Denjiro and Kawamatsu could no longer tolerate it. Listening to the scolding from the other end of the Den Mushi, Doflamingo was confused. Doflamingo, today's greeting is a declaration of war. Enjoy the last days of your life, Trafalgar Law spoke quietly. Gaja. The Den Mushi hung up. Dover, let's go. That scary man is really going to attack us, Diamante spoke weakly. 5 Emperors Lu Yu. The extreme cold penetrated Doflamingo's entire body. Dover, what are we going to do next? Shut up, Torrible. Doflamingo interrupted. He took a deep breath. Diamante, do you know how many people are coming this time? Who are they? Did the monster come in person? Doflamingo asked solemnly. A moment of silence. No, Diamante replied in a deep voice. He immediately told Doflamingo what he saw. Dover, even though the scariest monster didn't come this time, this is that man's will. Even if we can win this battle, next time. Diamante's face was filled with despair. Only by experiencing Lu Yu's dragon-like power can you clearly know how terrifying he is. That was not a man they could resist at all. Even Kaido is several levels lower than him. Sigh. Suddenly, Doflamingo burst out laughing. Dover, Torpol and the others were all confused and worried. Good, very good, that's really great, Doflamingo said yes repeatedly. Dover, what on earth are you? Who says there will be another battle after winning this one? What if that man forgets everything he said? Doflamingo's face lit up with confidence. Dover, what do you mean? Could it be? Torpol reacted. Let's get started. Call all officers to assemble. Tomorrow we will annihilate Luo and those warriors. Let's wipe out their existence from this world without leaving a single one behind. Sigh. Dusk is approaching. There was a sunflower field below the palace that no one noticed. On a branch of a large, green central tree, a young man picked the leaves off his face and sat up straight. Recalling the movements in the palace that he had captured with his dragon hearing, he couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Yeah, what an arrogant clown, but what a shame, I'm here too. Lu Yu grinned. Lu Yu, who set out 3 days later than Luo and others, had already arrived in this country 2 days ago. However, Lu Yu did not attack Doflamingo immediately. After all, when the other party sees hope, you can make him despair in one fell swoop. This is more interesting. Well, let's go back first. The little girl is still waiting. Lu Yu whispered to himself. Just then, rustle. The sound of someone walking through the flower fields could be heard. Sir, wait a moment, a pleasant female voice followed. Chapter 116 Rebecca and Violet Sunset Dusk arrives. Dressrosa is peaceful and harmonious, it's like the last calm before the storm. On the busy streets, 2 tall men and women walked one after the other, and their outstanding temperament attracted the attention of many passers-by. But before they could look closely, a sudden gust of sand squinted their eyes. Wait until your vision becomes clear again. The outstanding man and woman had disappeared from their sight and were nowhere to be seen. How come? Those who happened to catch a glimpse of it all laughed and shook their heads. Put the ridiculous thoughts in your mind behind you. After all, how could the most terrifying emperor of the sea appear here without causing any commotion? It must be an illusion. The residents of the royal capital all thought so. At the same time, Lu Yu, who was working in the sunflower field, went straight back to the most luxurious hotel where he was staying. The hot Dressrosa dancer in a purple polka dot dance costume followed closely. 3 minutes later, Lu Yu returned to his room. Brother. Welcome back. A cute girl with beautiful long pink hair, about 14 years old, hurried forward to greet them. This girl was the one Lu Yu rescued on the roadside on the day he landed at Dressrosa. She had a quarrel with her parents and ran away from home, facing the risk of being abducted. Her name is Rebecca, the daughter of Scarlet, the former princess of Dressrosa, and the legendary swordsman Cyrus. In his previous life, Lu Yu would lend a helping hand when he saw kittens and puppies in need. At this point, even if I become the ruler of this sea now, it won't change. Meet a little lowly girl who is in trouble. Lu Yu naturally wanted to lend a helping hand and took it home to take care of it. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Let me help you take off your shoes. Rebecca, a cute girl with pink braids, came forward attentively. I have to help Lu Yu change his shoes. Just then, a cry of surprise came from behind Lu Yu, which made the girl Rebecca stunned. Nod and raise your chin slightly. Looking at the elder sister who came back with Lu Yu, Leica was stunned at first. Then she seemed to ring. An expression of shock and joy could not be suppressed on her cute face. Are you Aunt Violet? Becca subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand. Right now, behind her brother was her mother's sister, her aunt Violet, the former second princess of Dressrosa. Because of the ability of the Paramecia stare fruit, she was spotted by Doflamingo and threatened. In order to save the lives of his father King Liku and others, Violet had no choice but to compromise and join Doflamingo's team, becoming one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family. But today, not long ago, when he learned that the Wano Kuni Sea King was about to take Doflamingo into action, Violet knew that their chance had come. What shocked, surprised and excited Violet even more was, while using the stare fruit to scan the open sea and investigate the Wano Kuni army, her eyes happened to sweep across the sunflower field. She found Lu Yu on the big tree in the middle of the flower field. This discovery made Violet nervous, shocked, and surprised to the point of trembling. While Doflamingo and others were formulating a battle plan, she came to the flower field regardless of everything. Finally, I caught up with Lu Yu before he left. After that, I followed him all the way here with even greater courage. But I never thought about it. At Lu Yu's residence, she actually saw her little niece, in front of the hotel room. One big and one small. The aunt and niece looked at each other and were stunned. Lu Yu just glanced at the two of them calmly, then walked past Rebecca and headed towards the bathroom. Listen to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Violet and Rebecca finally came to their senses, sit facing each other on cushions in the room. Violet glanced in the direction of the bathroom, her eyes immediately landing on her little niece. Becca, what the hell is going on? Why are you with that adult? Where's Mr. Toy Soldier who's always been protecting you? Violet asked repeatedly. Mr. Bing is a big idiot, I will never talk to him again. I will always follow brother Lu Yu from now on. Kwanka pouted her lips slightly, acting like a little girl. Violet was stunned, then shook her head. I knew that my little niece was having a quarrel with that strange and special toy soldier again. At the same time, she also knew that Rebecca was not really asking for toy soldiers. Besides, the most important thing facing them now is, Reika, do you know who that adult is? Violet took a deep breath and asked seriously. Brother Lu Yu is brother Lu Yu. I know it, because my brother is all over the news lately. Becca nodded automatically. Obviously, he is not completely ignorant of Lu Yu's identity. However, the innocent girl Rebecca was not afraid at all when facing Lu Yu. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, in Rebecca's eyes, Lu Yu was already like her brother. More importantly, this brother also promised to help her liberate this oppressed country. The naive girl, who knew nothing about the world, believed it firmly. Rebecca, you, how on earth did you do that? You can still be so natural in front of that adult. That person is the most powerful person in this sea. Feeling her niece's natural attitude, Violet couldn't help but cry out in surprise. If it were her, she wouldn't even dare to breathe in front of Lu Yu. Because a brother is a brother, Brother Lu Yu is not as scary as the news says. Becca said as a matter of course. Violet was speechless for a moment. At this moment, there was a sound of a door opening from the direction of the bathroom. Lu Yu walked out calmly, looking at Lu Yu who has a perfect 9-head body. Looking at the well-defined muscle texture on Lu Yu's upper body. For a while, Violet couldn't help but stare blankly. I swallowed unconsciously. I didn't expect to find 2 princesses within 2 days of arriving here. I'm really lucky. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Violet's pretty face blushed unconsciously. The next second she shook her head violently, shaking off the charming thoughts in her mind. Then he knelt down respectfully in front of Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu, my name is Violet. Please forgive my impoliteness in following you without permission. Princess Violet spoke respectfully. Get up and speak. Lu Yu sat down on the sofa carelessly. Rebecca quickly and considerately brought out some chilled wine and fruit. Yes. Violet knelt on the ground awkwardly. It is still difficult for me to adapt to the brother-sister-like relationship between my niece Reika and the Emperor of this sea. But she would not have any objection to this. Lord Lu Yu, this time I want to report Doflamingo's plan to you. Violet gathered her thoughts a bit. He immediately informed Lu Yu of Doflamingo and the Cadre's countermeasures and plans for tomorrow. Master Lu Yu, the scariest person in the Don Quixote family is not Doflamingo, but Sugar, who possesses the special devil fruit ability. Please be careful. At the end, Violet laughed and shook her head. Laugh at your own stupidity. After all, the one sitting in front of her is the true pinnacle of this ocean and this world. Now that Lu Yu's true body has arrived, it is not easy to destroy Doflamingo and Don Quixote family. In the face of absolute power, no ability can cause any trouble. Her so-called confidential information was of little use at all. I'm so sorry, Lord Lu Yu, I thought I could be of some use. Violet said. Your intelligence is useless. Lu Yu stood up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now that we know Doflamingo's overall plan, he can design more interesting things. It's getting late, so get some rest tonight, wait till tomorrow. Said calmly. Yes, Brother Lu Yu. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Violet and Rebecca responded in unison. A 2-room suite. One of them is occupied by Lu Yu. The other one belongs to Ka, and now there is Violet. After washing up, Rebecca fell asleep early, looking forward to a bright tomorrow. However, Violet tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She knew she had to do something for the country. For a long time, Violet seemed to have made up her mind. She quietly came to Lu Yu's room. What's up? Lu Yu on the windowsill glanced at Violet calmly. Rustling, under the bright moonlight, Violet knelt before Lu Yu. Nod and raise your chin slightly. His narrow eyes were full of piety and hope. Lord Lu Yu, you are the future and hope of this country. No amount of gratitude is enough for your great kindness to this country. If you don't mind, please accept my thank you gift in advance. Violet spoke humbly. Have you thought about it? Lu Yu asked calmly. Yes, no regrets, because you are my future. Violet smiled brightly. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He stood up and walked over to Violet. Then seize your future. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Hold, I caught. The future. Capturing Violet. Capture the Pirates World's Top 10 Beauties Quest Progress 6/10. At the same time. Woo woo woo. The girl's sobs echoed softly. How can this be? I was here first. That's really too much. Chapter 117. Clown Attack 1 Early morning. The sun is rising. The sky is brilliant. Dressrosa, the top floor of the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Lu Yu, wearing a bathrobe, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. With his hands behind his back, he gazes into the distance with a deep and mysterious look. It's almost time to start, Lu Yu said softly, then a woman's moaning sound was heard. Violet slowly stood up. Cover yourself with a pure white sheet with a hint of red. Lord Lu Yu, what's coming? Violet asked drowsily with her sleepy eyes open. Next second. Pung 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 pung. There were bursts of explosions coming from the distant sky. It was as if countless shells were fired at the same time. Then, Violet knew. The war has begun, let's go. Lu Yu raised his hand, put on his clothes, and went out first. Just stepped out. A petite figure suddenly jumped into his arms. What's wrong? Rebecca. Looking at Rebecca's red and swollen eyes, Lu Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The girl with beautiful long pink hair shook her head silently. Then let's go. Lu Yu smiled and touched Rebecca's little head. It's time to take over this country, right now. Dressrosa West Blue Shore. The sound of gunfire was deafening. The mobile artillery batteries that the Don Quixote family had prepared and set up overnight fired at once. However, it had not flown far. They were completely intercepted and covered by another more dense and terrifying firepower network. Boom 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 boom. Long-range artillery bombardments continued to explode on the land of West Blue Coast. The whole island was shaking. Dover, the enemy's artillery fire is too fierce. We can't hold it back any longer, Toribel yelled at the top of his lungs. Those 10 warships are the strongest series of weapons produced by the original 100 Beasts. Both its range and power are comparable to large marine warships. It's impossible to sink them at sea. Gladius, the user of the boom boom fruit, shook his head. 5 officers comparable to vice admirals, plus 10 warships. Aside from the number of people, it's like Marine Buster Call. Mabe, the fat wrestler from the Square Army, screamed in horror. Sigh, 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 so what? No one who comes today can go back. A cruel smile crossed Doflamingo's face. Interlace the fingers of both hands and wave them out. Thin lines invisible to the naked eye covered the sky and the earth, cutting through and detonating all the shells in the sky. At the same time, Doflamingo soared into the air lightly. Then there are the channels between clouds. He went alone and charged towards the warship 1,000 meters away. It's coming. On the Buster Call battleship, Trafalgar Law shouted a warning. Not long. Doflamingo, flying through the clouds, has arrived above the battleship. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Peggy Wan and that idiot girl over there, you once served Kaido, but now you're joining the enemy. You're so spineless. Doflamingo laughed provocatively. What did you say? It's just a Doflamingo, what a courage. The irritable girl Uluti was immediately provoked to transform into an iron-headed dragon, to fight back. Calm down, sister, this is the ocean, it would be really terrible if I fell. Let him be arrogant for a while now. Peggy Wan quickly stopped her angry sister. Sigh, 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 you don't even have the courage to fight me. I really overestimated you. In that case, you should all be buried in the sea together. Doflamingo smirked. His right hand stretched back suddenly. Dozens of nearly transparent thread-like threads spurted out from the palm of his hand. The silk threads are twisted together to form a thick thread column like a whip. As Doflamingo charges, the length of the whip is also constantly extending. Finally, it fell towards the 10 warships on the sea. Super whip. Boom. Just a moment. The first warship to come into contact with the terrifying whip was the one that broke off from the vice admiral and sank into the sea. The incision is as smooth as a mirror. The second one followed closely. When the whip was about to touch the third battleship, a long sword with high-level armament hockey flew out of nowhere and cut through the whip that was harder than steel. That's it, Doflamingo, I won't let you do whatever you want anymore. Denjiro, whose strength was comparable to the 3 calamities, shouted angrily. Wanokuni warrior, you, I really want to remember. You are Kurozumi Orochi's lackey, called Sleepy Kiyoshiro, Shiba. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized Denjiro. My name is Denjiro, one of Kazuki's red scabbard retainers. Denjiro shouted. Fufufu, that's how it is, but it doesn't matter. No one can leave today. Doflamingo's eyes widened. The body suddenly ejected from space. Kawamatsu, everyone, leave this guy to me. You land first. Denjiro shouted. Learn, Hisong did not hesitate. Go to Dressrosa first. The warships of Page 1 and Uluti followed closely behind. Trafalgar Law's khaki submarine didn't move. On the deck he just stared at Doflamingo without blinking. The biggest goal is here. Of course he couldn't leave. Room. Luo's operating space expanded from under his hands. Fire, fire, don't let them get close. The Don Quixote family members on the coast screamed and stared at the terrifying warship that was approaching. However, he did not pay attention to the threat coming from under the sea. The secret of Kappa style, Wanglu emission, destroy Nanwachuan. Someone's loud shout exploded in the sea. An astonishing scene ensued. A huge Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere in the surging sea. Horrible currents broke out of the sea and suddenly attacked the defense lines set up on the shore. Just a moment. The Don Quixote family's artillery blockade was in chaos. It's coming, senor, a tough cadre in baby clothes shouted. The words fell. A plump figure emerged from the sea. Crack, crack, crack. The Kappa's loud laughter echoed in the sky. The red scabbard warrior Kawamatsu was the first to land. When he swung his beloved sword, no one could stand up to him.
Ah, it's so annoying. The girl's irritated scream echoed in the sky.
Wuluti fell from the sky and landed heavily. Shua shua shua. There were flashes of lightning in the sky. Pedro, Garat, Killian and other battle-hardened fur tribe warriors also landed on the west blue coast. Next is the fully beastified ancient ridgeback dragon. Finally, I can give it my all and fight. Who will die first? Peggy Wan opened her bloody mouth, filled with murderous intent. Ah. Take my move. Decapitated high heels. The 14-year-old Don Quixote's female dressing cadre, the half-fishman Derringer, screamed and charged. Moving at high speed, it leaves behind a trail of afterimages. Finally leapt into the air. The right high heel kicked the spine-shattering dragon Peggy Wan's neck with a force enough to shatter the spine. Boom. Chapter 149. Corazon. Brother, stop it, everyone outside. Boom. In the face of Derringer's full force attack, Page Wan did not dodge or evade, but took it head on. The ground beneath his feet sank for half an hour, stirring up a cloud of dust, but that was all. The attack that was powerful enough to shatter his spine caused no pain at all when it landed on his ancient body. Is this the extent of your power? Is it really disappointing? Peggy Wan shook her head. Come back soon, Derringer. The art old lady Kadri Jorah screamed in panic. Derringer, who also sensed the danger, also had a changed expression. He touched Peggy Wan's body with his toes and was about to withdraw. But it was too late. Peggy Wan's head whipped around. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Derringer's right foot. In an instant, blood was gushing out. Boom boom boom. Peggy Wan held Derringer's body in her mouth and smashed it repeatedly towards the coast, leaving one hole after another. Derringer was knocked unconscious without even a scream. Become the first Don Quixote cadre to leave the stage. Wah, little Pepe, you are cheating. You agreed to let me take the first kill, the grumpy elder sister Wooloo T screamed madly. Sis, be careful with your head, Peggy Wan warned in a startled voice. You don't need to say such things. Wooloo T was not grateful at all. Ha ha ha, take that, BCH, I'm going to kill you. Mahabe, the user of the tongue crush fruit, pressed down on Urudi, who was in the form of an iron-headed dragon man, with the pressure of a mountain. Chapter 118, Clown Attack 2. Head moistening gun. Uluti added his strongest armament color to his forehead without hesitation and faced the attack head-on. Boom! Uluti's head gun collided with the fat on Mahabashi's body. It stirred up circles of terrifying atmospheric ripples. The fat on Mabe's body also rippled like the sea under the impact of the iron head. Ah! There were loud screams. Mahabe's proud ultimate move was crushed by Wooloo's iron head skill. The huge body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth like it was free. How dare you, those damned bastards, do this to Derringer, it's unforgivable. Damn it. Destructive art. The artistic old woman Jorah activates the ability of the Paramisha art fruit. A large amount of transparent smoke like bubble clouds spewed out from her palm. Like a fire extinguisher erupting, it fired indiscriminately. Everything touched by the smoke of her art, both living and non-living things have undergone earth-shaking changes. It becomes an abstract painting style like Picasso. Ah, my knife, my weapon is out of action too. Those who were affected by the art smoke could not help but scream. Lord Jorah, you've affected us, help us remove the art quickly. Otherwise, we will be dead in 10 minutes. The Don Quixote members who were unfortunately affected all screamed in fear. Nani, it sounds like I only have 10 minutes to survive. Peggy Wan, who had been nonchalant at first, finally lost her composure. Because he was the one affected by Jorah's power. At this moment, the entire body of the spine dragon is artistic, and even running is difficult. Sister, save me. Peggy Wan screamed in panic. Old woman over there, what have you done to my little Pepe? Wooloo T raised her eyebrows and was about to attack. Just then, the solid ground suddenly began to shake like water waves. A tough pervert dressed in baby clothes suddenly rushed out from underground without warning. Cat ear fist. Neo, the user of the Paramisha water fruit, strikes a cute pose that's eye-catching. The cat ear-like fists smashed into Uluti's head. Bang! Caught off guard, Wooloo T stumbled. Some bloodline seeped out from under the mask. Sorry, Pepe, just hold on a little longer. I'll take care of this pervert B***** D first. Wooloo T said viciously. No, Peggy Wan wailed in a hopeless manner. Compared to Don Quixote's sword and gun attacks, Page 1 is even more afraid of the lethal effect of the bug in the art fruit. Oh, just wait for your death in despair, dinosaur. The artistic old woman Jorah shouted triumphantly. Rhodey, Black Buck, Pedro, the leader of the Bow Tribe's night group, greeted them. The buffalo and chimpanzee from the Knights group nodded in unison and were about to go and deal with the old lady of art. Your opponent is me, the Fur Tribe, the ultimate secret technique of D-Wang Fist Combat Protection Fist. The bald old man, Rao Ji, wearing a tight-fitting suit with bulging veins on his head, went all out and unleashed the ultimate secret of the Diang Fist. His originally hunched body suddenly swelled up, and his muscles and strength returned to their peak state in his youth. In this state, Lao Ji even suppressed the powerful leader of the Knights, Pedro, instantly. Buffalo Roddy, Chimpanzee Black Buck and other members of the Knights group had to go back to provide support. Pedro, leave that old woman to us. Static electricity flashed all over the little rabbit Garrett. He leapt dozens of meters into the air, dodged the dense rain of bullets, and rushed towards the artistic old woman Jorah. Don't underestimate me, Jorah clapped his hands. Bug's artistic smoke formed a barrier in front of her. If you want to reach her, you have to go through this artistic smoke. And once you fall into it, it will be turned into art. Wah! Gallet cried out anxiously, wanting to change direction. However, he still plunged into the colorful smoke. Gallet! Wanda screamed in panic. I'm fine. Wanda, don't worry. Garrett's voice was filled with suspicion. The colorful smoke dissipated. The artistic old woman Jorah fell at the feet of a bewildered Garrot. In addition, there appeared a group of palm-sized dwarf warriors and a one-legged toy soldier. Ms. Rabbit, we are united against the Don Quixote resistance. Please allow us to join the battle. The one-legged toy soldier Cyrus spoke sincerely. Wow. Wanda, everyone, look, there are so many cute little people here. And this toy soldier can actually talk. When Carrot saw the dwarfs and talking toys for the first time, her eyes lit up and she cried out in surprise. Captain, can we really trust these people? Leo, the dwarf warrior leader, asked quietly. This is our last chance, Leo, the one-legged toy soldier Cyrus nodded solemnly. At 2H a Carrot at plus sorry, Rebecca, please wait a moment, Dad will be back soon, Cyrus thought firmly. with the addition of the dwarf warriors and Cyrus. The battlefield on the west blue coast suddenly became more chaotic. According to the original plan, the dwarf warriors led by Leo quietly crossed the battlefield and sneaked towards the abrupt stone tower not far away. According to intelligence, they know that Sugar, the terrifying user of the childlike fun fruit who caused the greatest misfortune to this country, is there. As long as the sugar issue can be resolved, the darkness buried in this country will be revealed to the world. However, this plan is not destined to succeed easily. Guarding the important sucrose are the two highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. The battle on the west blue coast gradually became stalemate and intense. Samurai, fur tribe warriors, Don Quixote cadres, ordinary members, dwarf tribe warriors. Someone falls every minute, every second. Torrible, it's almost time for me to go into battle. Pika, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote Spade Army, shouted in a shrill voice. Wait a little longer, wait for Dover's order. Torripole's gaze fell on the battlefield at sea. Sound drop. Doflamingo, who was standing on the distant battlefield at sea, was suddenly struck hard, and was reversed at high speed along Sky's path, crashing heavily onto the shore. Dover, young master, Pika and other cadres rushed forward immediately. At the same time, a huge blue hemisphere spread out. Trafalgar Law dragged his wounded body and landed on the shore with Denjiro and the Hart group. On the intensity of the fighting, their battlefield at sea is no less important than that on the coast. The battle between Luo and Denjiro and Doflamingo was a bloody fight from the very beginning. It only took a quarter of an hour. Luo, Denjiro and others were already covered in bloodline Madara. But Doflamingo's condition is not much better at the last moment. Trafalgar Law's Op Fruit ultimate skill exploded. The Gamma Knife, which has the same internal destructive power as the advanced weapon, hits Doflamingo. This was also the most serious wound on Doflamingo's body. The power from the Gamma Knife tore his internal organs apart. Fortunately, Luo's control of this move was not perfect. Just give him some time and he will recover, then victory will finally be his. Mr. Denjiro, we can't give him a chance to breathe. Trafalgar Law breathed heavily. I know, Denjiro took a deep breath. Kachapachapacha cough, just leave it to me, Hisong staggered over. Hisong, you're already in this state, so stop trying to be so stubborn. The road to Jiro, that guy who explodes is really tricky. Hisong looked at Gladius, since none of you want it, then I'll take Doflamingo's head. Without the artistic threat, Peggy Wan is full of energy again. With earth-shaking steps, he charged towards the Don Quixote family. That's a gift my sister wants to give to Lord Lu Yu. Don't get in the way, little Pepe. The grumpy elder sister Uluti was not willing to be left behind. The battle restarts. Under the protection of Torpil and others, Doflamingo repaired his internal wounds with peace of mind. Pika transformed into a 100-meter tall rock Gundam, and Gladius risked his life to blast away the enemy, trying his best to stop the attack. Just 3 minutes later, boom, a powerful Conqueror's Haki bursts out. Derived from Doflamingo, the damage caused by the Gamma Knife has basically healed. Damn it, Luo's eyes were red and his face was full of unwillingness. Fufu, let's start over, I will never let you have any chance this time. Doflamingo laughed triumphantly, however, without warning. Even Doflamingo's observation Haki didn't notice it. A familiar voice, close at hand and like a nightmare, suddenly sounded behind him. Brother, stop it, the only thing outside is your fear. Chapter 119. Kaido. Mr. Corazon. Trafalgar Law's shouts of excitement and joy echoed over the battlefield on the west blue bank. So, the huge and noisy battlefield fell silent. The eyes of the warring parties all over the battlefield fell on Doflamingo's back. Looking at the tall figure that appeared out of nowhere, people had different expressions on their faces. Apart from Quirrell, the most excited people were Don Quixote's original cadres. Corazon. It's really you, Corazon, you've also returned from hell. Why even a traitor like you? Top executives Pika and Trebol, as well as regular executives like Lao Ji and Gladius, all screamed in horror. Every face was filled with extreme shock, horror, disbelief and incredulity. Now they finally understood why their young master's face had been so grim since he returned from the battle against 497. Because Corazon, the traitor who once betrayed the family, really came back as a ghost. That's the captain's benefactor, Corazon, he appears again. White Bear Beppo stammered. But why? Why would Captain Luo's deceased benefactor appear here? Could it be that? Sha-Chi, Pei Jin and others seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions gradually became excited. Is it Master Lu Yu? The little rabbit Garlet jumped 3 feet high with joy. There's no mistake, the adults are here too. That gentleman must be in this country now. Lord Lu Yu has been watching us. Gentlemen, this is a trial from an adult, don't lose face as a warrior. Yu, Denjiro, Kowamatsu and other warriors raised their arms and shouted in unison, their morale high. Reminded by the cheers of the warriors, the people of Don Quixote's family obviously realized the real problem. Compared to Corazon, the undead who returned from hell. The reasons behind its emergence are even more thought-provoking. Could it be that the most ferocious man in the sea who single-handedly pierced through naval headquarters and blew up Marijoy has really come? This moment, the remaining Don Quixote family cadres all felt as if they were in an ice cellar of 10,000 years. An unprecedented icy atmosphere corroded their bodies from the inside out. The abyss of despair gradually devoured their minds, leaving them with no will to resist. Mirror is the most terrifying existence in the ocean. An unprecedented billionaire emperor. If it was just Luo Yihang, they would have a chance of winning even if they fought for their lives. But what if the Sea King also came? There is only death waiting for them, no suspense at all. Dover Torpal and the others all turned their eyes to Doflamingo, waiting for his decision. Doflamingo took a deep breath and turned back to his brother. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and forced himself to imagine the best. For example, his younger brother Rosinante behind him did not appear immediately. Instead, he quietly sneaked into Dressrosa after the Summit War. Only this way, they have the hope of winning in the end. Brother, stop it and don't cause any more unnecessary casualties. Corazon spoke softly. Sigh, Rosinante, why are you always so haunting? Doflamingo said through gritted teeth, surrender, brother. The outcome of this war was determined from the very beginning. Corazon tried to persuade him again, who will decide? If that man really comes, then let him come out. Doflamingo shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. At this moment, another mutation occurred. Dover, don't be stubborn. A voice full of love came from not far away. Hearing that familiar, nightmare-like voice, Doflamingo's expression changed again. He suddenly turned around and looked at the familiar figure, his face turned pale. Because he was certain that the worst had happened. The most terrifying man in the sea has really come. It had even arrived a few days ago, it has always existed in his country. Dad, Corazon raised the corner of his mouth in a happy arc. The person who appeared after Corazon was Don Quixote, Doflamingo's father who was shot by him. Rosinante, Dover, Daddy is really happy to see you grown up again. Tears of joy appeared in the corners of Don Quixote Homingo's eyes. Dad, Corazon cheered and was about to throw herself into her father's arms. However, whoosh, a white line like the sharpest sword extended from Doflamingo's fingertips and pierced through Huo Mingu's body. What the hell are you guys so happy about? I once tried to kill you, but seeing you like this is really a big deal. Unprovoked anger consumed Doflamingo's entire body. It even overwhelmed his fear of Lu Yu for a time. More than 30 years ago, he chopped off his father's head with his own hands. Now, more than 30 years later, he once again ruthlessly killed his father. The most filial son in the pirate's world is none other than Doflamingo. Sigh. Doflamingo threw his head back and laughed with great satisfaction. That crazy gesture not only shocked the hostile warriors, but even the minions of the Don Quixote family could not help but feel horrified and frightened. A-hole, Doflamingo, what the hell are you doing? Corazon finally got angry. It's okay, Rosinante. Don Quixote Jose Antonio grabbed hold of Corazon's clothes. It's all my fault, nothing to do with Dover. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Mingu's historical body disappeared. At the same time, Doflamingo's laughter also stopped. The veins on his forehead bulged again. The last look of pity and sympathy from his father made the unprovoked anger in his body rise to the limit again. Doflamingo's eyes locked with Rosinante. This anger can only be vented with the blood and lives of loved ones. Mr. Corazon, Luo's expression suddenly changed when he realized Doflamingo's intention. He forced himself to squeeze out the strength in his body and expand the surgical field. Before Doflamingo's line penetrates Corazon, he is moved to protection. Fu, you're all going to die. Doflamingo, who has fallen into complete madness, activates the fruit awakening. The entire coastal land was being assimilated by his string fruit ability. Countless white tentacles shot up into the sky, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Go to hell. Doflamingo swung down with a fierce right hand. However, the attack came to an abrupt halt halfway through. Because a figure appeared behind him again, a figure with a terrifying shadow. That was his biggest fear. Ahaha, Joker, who did you say you wanted dead? The former 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts, who had returned from death, laughed heartily, and Haki shook the whole area. Chapter 120 Despair. Defeat. Ahaha. The wild beast's deep laughter suddenly sounded from behind Doflamingo. A huge figure with a terrifying shadow loomed over Don Quixote and his companions. Just a moment. All the Don Quixote cadres, including Doflamingo, were silent. Looking at the devil-like figure. Looking at the horrible undead that should not exist. Their bodies unconsciously tensed to the ultimate level. Every cell in my body was trembling. Cold air was whizzing out of every hole, telling of fear. The vast Dressrosa West Blue Bank fell into absolute silence. I don't know how much time has passed, Kaido-sensei. The almost voice-breaking roar of the Ridgeback Dragon Peggy Wan echoed under the sky, breaking the silence in the field. Kaido. Mixed Egg Kaido. This was followed by the angry shouts of the 2 red scabbard warriors, Denjiro and Kawamatsu. The moment they saw Kaido reappear, their bodies involuntarily became wary and hostile. This is hatred ingrained in their bones. In addition to them, the other warriors standing in the field were also shocked and horrified to the extreme. At the same time as they were angry, their bodies also instinctively produced fear, and even the hands holding the knives trembled unconsciously. Stupid samurai, Kaido is dead. You guys probably don't know where this Kaido came from, right? The only one who could speak so bluntly was the grumpy elder sister Uluti. At Uluti's reminder, samurai like Denjiro and Kawamatsu, who were nearly swallowed by the abyss of anger, were startled and regained their composure one after another. After deep thought, they also figured out all the causes and consequences. The only one in this world who can do such a thing is their lord. Kaido, who appeared now, was no longer their enemy. But they are the servants of their lords. Thinking about the strongest enemy he once was, he has now become a slave of his lord Liu Yu. Such a change of identity made Denjiro, Kawamatsu and others want to laugh happily. Why? Why would this happen? This is simply a foul. Finally, Toribal, Don Quixote's highest-ranking official, could not help but scream in horror. Toribal looked at his young master and didn't finish his words. A sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly exploded. A stone pillar with top-level armed color continued to enlarge in his pupils. What a noise! Kaido of the Beasts spoke in a deep voice. He casually hit Toribal with a stick. Just a moment. Toribal's body was twisted and deformed. The protective mucus covering its body was completely broken apart at this moment, revealing the skinny and weak body underneath. Click, click, click. All the bones in Toribal's body were broken at this moment. Most of his body turned into a pool of bloody mud. It's already dead and can't be deader. This sudden and horrifying scene further escalated the fear and terror in the hearts of Don Quixote's people. To Master Toribal, Gladius, the user of the Boom Boom Fruit, was furious. The full-body explosive move that had almost severely injured Kawamatsu exploded. His body swelled up against the wind and continued to expand. But before it exploded, the dark stone pillar fell on his head again. Another blow completely blew Gladius away. The secret of the D-Wing Fist, the moment of G. In the Battle Fist state, Rao Ji only used half of his strongest ultimate move. Kaido swung again. Lao Ji, dead. Oh my god, Joker, both you and your subordinates are too weak. How dare you dream of cooperating with Lord Liu Yu? Don't make me laugh to death. Kaido of the Beasts laughed and taunted wantonly. Kaido, watching family members fall one after another and even die tragically. The anger in Doflamingo erupted like a volcano, but what followed was endless panic and fear. The most terrifying man in this sea has not yet appeared. The undead he summoned alone were enough to destroy them 100 times over. This gap is so despairing that it drives people crazy. Doflamingo knew. Don Quixote's end has come. A whole, Kaido of the Beasts, after all, is nothing more than that man's lackey and slave. Finally, the highest point, Pika's scream exploded. Boom. The ground on Dressrosa West Blue Coast and even the entire country was shaking violently. Pika, the user of the Paramecia stone fruit, hid himself in the earth and gained the power to control the earth. A super-large stone giant with a body size of over hundreds of meters rose from the ground. A huge hand with a shadow covering the sky and the sun pressed down on Kaido. You're just a mere undead. I'll send you back to where you belong. Driving a hundreds-meter-high vehicle, Pika felt more confident. Even when facing the terrifying former Sea Emperor, he no longer had the slightest fear. The huge palm came down with the power to sweep away everything. It's not your turn to speak here, a clown like you. Die. Kaido of the Beasts clasped his hands around the stone pillar weapon. Deep black lightning danced on the stone pillars. That's the external drawing of Conqueror's Haki, facing the huge stone giant Pika, or perhaps being angered by Pika's words. Kaido of the Beasts is finally getting serious, thundering 8 trigrams. The stone pillars wrapped around Conqueror's head touched Pika's giant hand. In an instant, the giant stone palm collapses, immediately following. An increasingly horrifying scene ensued. Start with the golem's arm. Horrible cracks continued to spread and expand. Eventually it spread all over the stone giant Pika's body. Amidst the loud noise, a huge stone giant hundreds of meters in size exploded. The person hiding inside and controlling Pika was also broken and dying under the impact and internal destruction of the thundering 8 trigrams. Ding-ling-dang, that was the sound of swords, guns, cannons and other weapons falling to the ground. After witnessing the overwhelming strength of the undead Kaido, the ordinary members of the Don Quixote family no longer had the slightest desire to resist. This war with completely unequal strength is gradually entering its final stage. It was at this time. Tattoo footsteps were heard on the quiet coastal battlefield. The sound is not loud, but it is so clearly audible. It is like stepping on people's ears, like stepping on people's hearts. Just as everyone in the Don Quixote family was still shocked and confused. Next second, only a dong sound was heard. Kaido of the Beasts, whom they regarded as a demon god, knelt on one knee without warning in the direction of the footsteps. Next came the samurai led by Red Scabbard Denjiro and Kawamatsu. The siblings Uluti and Peggy-wan, Luo's heart group and the warriors of the fur tribe. Everyone knelt on one knee in the same direction without any prior agreement. Then, the people on Don Quixote's side unconsciously thought of the same name and the same figure. The only Emperor of the Sea is here, Chapter 121 Dragonslayer's Secret. Under the watchful eyes of the public, 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, came to the coastal battlefield from far and near. Looking at Liu Yu's real body arriving, the once invincible Kaido of the Beasts now kneeled respectfully on one knee to show his submission. Next came Denjiro, Urudi, Luo, the Fur Tribe, and so on. Finally, there are the people of the Don Quixote family. Under the control of extreme shock and fear, they trembled and bowed down, respectfully prostrating themselves to the Emperor of the Sea, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Amazing. This is the King of the Sea. This is the power of Lord Lu Yu. Violet, wearing a purple polka dot dance dress, was amazed. There was only endless admiration and love in the eyes looking at Lu Yu in front of him. Sure enough, her choice last night was the right one. Being able to give my first time and everything I have to this man. For a woman, it is the luckiest thing. Even if she died now, she would have no regrets. Of course, if possible, Violet also wanted to know why her niece had been looking at her with grievance and a hint of hostility since this morning. What's going on? Violet was confused. Brother Lu Yu is mine. Brother is mine. I will never give it to anyone else. The young girl Rebecca kept muttering to herself as if she was possessed by a demon. Lu Yu is the only person who has been nice to her in the past 8 years, except for the one-legged toy soldier. Although they had only been together for 2 days, Rebecca had already decided to give her everything. The scene she saw through the crack in the door last night had a profound impact on her young heart. The originally well-behaved and kind heart of this little girl, who happened to be in her rebellious teenage years, became distorted. She is gradually moving away from being a yandere. To this, Violet didn't know, but it was impossible for Lu Yu not to notice it. But he had no intention of stopping it. The kind and lovely Rebecca is also good. But he was more curious about what kind of pleasant experience the yandere form of Rebecca would bring him. Of course, this premise must be based on security. Even if you are a yandere, you should be moderate. Under the gazes of people who are shocked, fanatical, horrified, or admiring. Lu Yu stood in the center of the battlefield. Your mission is accomplished. Lu Yu spoke calmly, with a wave of the hand. Kaido of the Beasts, who had cast an infinite shadow over Doflamingo and the others, disappeared. However, the burden in their hearts did not ease at all. Because what appeared before them now was a terror that was more than 10 times more terrifying than Kaido. Shichibukai Doflamingo, Joker, Xiaocho, he. Lu Yu smiled teasingly. Doflamingo's mouth tightened. He always loved to talk dirty, but now he didn't even dare to breathe. I heard you had an interesting plan. I want to use some power to make my subordinates disappear. And you're trying to use it to manipulate my memory. Is that true? Lu Yu glanced at Doflamingo and asked calmly. Viola. Doflamingo's face turned pale and he clenched his fists. Looking at Violet behind Lu Yu, he already understood everything. I really can't stand it. Who gave you the courage, Doflamingo? Who do you think I am? Lu Yu's gaze gradually became indifferent. Doflamingo lowered his head tightly, his body shaking uncontrollably with fear. In his feeling, the one staring at him at this moment seemed to be no longer human, but a giant dragon standing in the clouds. And he was just an ant on the ground, can be erased anytime and anywhere. This feeling of despair almost drove him crazy. He was indeed mad. Phew. Blood spurted from Doflamingo's mouth. He forced himself to break free from the shackles of despair and fear with such force that he almost bit off his tongue. Doflamingo looked up. The earth was assimilated by the awakening of his string fruit ability, transforming into a vast white wave. Whoosh! 16 night spears shot up into the sky from the white waves. The tip of each spear is attached with Doflamingo's strongest armament color. Hovering behind Doflamingo, it was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Oh, Doflamingo, I don't know whether to call you stupid or courageous. A slight arc appeared on Lu Yu's lips. Damn you 5 Emperor's bastards, you destroyed everything I had. I don't have any obsessions now. Take it, 16 sacred bullets. God, punish, kill. Doflamingo shouted angrily, enunciating each word. 16 long spears with white lines in the color of armament were stretched straight. Following Doflamingo's instructions, they shot towards Lu Yu in no particular order. Gas explosions occurred wherever it passed. You still dare to attack me after all this, you are very brave. In that case, then I will satisfy your request to die. Lu Yu took a step forward. As his palms opened and closed, the sunlight suddenly shone brightly. A 100% perfect light attribute dragon-slaying magic exploded here. A white light, brighter and more glaring than the sun in the sky, bloomed in the field. The light shone brightly throughout Dressrosa, causing everyone to close their eyes in pain. Dragon Slayer's secret art, holy, pure, new, star. The secret of the white dragon-slaying magic exploded here. With the holy light, defeat everything. Doflamingo's 16 most powerful sacred bullets suddenly solidified the moment they touched Lu Yu's sacred light. Although all are sacred, there are differences in high and low. In the presence of true divine power, all falsehoods will be shattered. First of all, there were those 16 deadly bullets. Starting from the sharpest and most powerful armed head, it was broken into pieces and destroyed into the void. Next is the earth assimilated by the awakening of the string fruit. Under the baptism of divine light, the white line of the land disappeared. Finally, there is Doflamingo, like an ant being run over by a dragon. Doflamingo didn't even have time to scream before he was completely swallowed by the sacred light. Progress of defeating Shichibukai, 4/7 so far. The war is over. Everything is over. Oh. The samurai, led by Denjiro, Kawamatsu and others, cheered in unison. Oh! Cheers from the dwarf warriors came from the stone tower on the other side. Under the leadership of the one-legged toy soldier Cyrus. They successfully broke through the blockade of the head clamp toys and successfully carried out the operation. With the terrifying childlike fun fruit user, Sugar, falling into a coma, the curses cast on the toys were lifted. Rebecca Cyrus, who had finally regained his human form after 8 years, appeared in his daughter's sight for the first time and shouted excitedly. Cyrus' brother-in-law, Violet, subconsciously covered her red lips with her slender hand. Soldier. It's Daddy. Stimulated by this huge surprise, the crazy and yandere Rebecca temporarily regained consciousness. Thinking about the past, tears can't stop flowing. Chapter 122 Capturing Rebecca. The battle for the succession of the Dressrosa throne ends. The Don Quixote family, headed by Doflamingo, was uprooted. Dressrosa thus became the second country under Liu Yu. The war is over. However, the turmoil triggered by the Dressrosa incident has just begun. Domestic. Because the user of the childlike fun fruit, Sugar, fell into a coma. All the people and animals that were transformed by Sugar's ability have returned to their original state. At one point, Dressrosa was on the verge of collapse. Liu Yu and his team were in charge, and the rebellious toy pirates were suppressed on the same day. But the chaos among ordinary civilians is not a problem that can be solved by violence. For example, a woman remarries because her memory of her original husband has been erased. As a result, the original husband has returned. The scene of 2 men fighting in the street happened in every city in Dressrosa. Liu Yu is too lazy to care about these bullshit things and won't bother with them. Just like how they captured Wano Kuni, Liu Yu did the same thing directly. Support Violet to become the new queen of Dressrosa and stabilize the people's hearts. This is the first step. Then came the sword fighter named Ricky. The former king of Riku, Rikudal III, was found by his daughter Violet and returned to the public. Thanks to the prestige of King Force, Dressrosa's chaotic situation was finally greatly alleviated. The domestic situation was basically stabilized after 3 days of war. Then it's overseas. A tragedy happened in the country of Dressrosa. From the national usurpation incident 8 years ago to now, everything was widely reported by news agencies led by the World Economic Forum. It spread throughout the world in just a few days, causing another uproar. Except for the powerful sea warriors who were paying attention to Liu Yu's every move. The countries around the world, big and small, are the ones that are most concerned about this incident. Especially the more than 170 member states of the world government. After all, Dressrosa is a member of the world government. However, Dressrosa, who had this identity, was possessed by the pirates using extremely despicable means. The ones who took it away were the 7 warlords of the sea, handpicked by the world government. How can this not make other member states of the government feel anxious and afraid? Because they don't know if they will be the next to suffer. One person who felt the same way was Alabasta of Grand Line's Sonning Island. Because it was just half a year ago, they, Alabasta, also suffered at the hands of Shichibukai. If it weren't for the help of Straw Hat Crew, I'm afraid that Alabasta has now fallen into Crocodile's hands. Their situation is not much better than Dressrosa's. Fortunately, this tragic outcome did not happen. In this respect, they're lucky. Dad, don't worry, this adult may not be as scary as we thought. Vivi, a girl with long aqua-colored hair, lifted her hair behind her ears. Dad, think about Wano Kuni, who was taken over by Kaido and Dressrosa this time. This Lord Liu Yu is a savior, saving countless civilians from danger. He might be an unexpectedly good leader. Vivi laughed. Maybe, Cobra nodded without comment. But there is bound to be a war between him and the world government. And this war may involve the entire world. King Cobra sighed softly, his face full of worry about the future. Lord Cobra at this moment, a snow-white falcon suddenly swooped down from the sky. At the same time as landing at the palace, the woman took shape. He is Falcon Nori, the deputy captain of the Alabasta Guard. What happened, Belle? Princess Vivi asked. Lord Cobra, Princess Vivi, we just received a call from the government. The World Summit is going to be held early. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. It has been half a month since the Dressrosa incident. The turmoil and aftermath in countries around the world are intensifying. Dressrosa is peaceful and tranquil. Even though we know that Dressrosa, as an underground trading center, has a large number of treasures. Neither the dark forces nor the pirates dared to make any intrusion. Because this island is under the protection of the dragon flag. Even the Sea Emperor himself is currently in charge. Whoever comes will die. There is no foreign enemy invading. Liu Yu's life in Dressrosa was dull. In this dull life, there are cute girls of all ages to spice things up. For example, there was the fiery, little female dragon, Uluti, who participated as a key cadre in the battle to seize the country. Every day he has a routine battle with Liu Yu, and he never gets tired of it. Because every time after touching foreheads, Uluti would ask for another competition. It was not forced by Liu Yu, but Uluti volunteered. Since that day, the alternative encounter battle with Liu Yu has also become one of Uluti's favorite pleasures. Almost addictive. To this, Liu Yu, who had nothing to do, naturally stayed with him until the end. In addition to the meeting and competition with Uluti, One of Lu Yu's pleasures is to observe the progress of Rebecca's transformation into a yandere girl. It's just something like yandere. If you are not careful, it will suddenly accelerate and intensify. Late at night. Lord Lu Yu. My Lu Yu woman, please. Bang. There was a loud bang. The door of the room where Lu Yu was violently pushed open. The sudden noise made Violet scream. She subconsciously covered herself with the quilt, her beautiful eyes looking out the door. In the dim light, she vaguely recognized the identity of the girl at the door. Rebecca? Violet called out uncertainly. Yes, Aunt Violet. Rebecca responded, smiling broadly. Rebecca, it's so late, what can I do for you? Violet's eyelids jumped when she saw the sharp dagger in Rebecca's hand. Especially when you hear the sound of the dagger tip scratching against the wall. Violet couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. That won't do, Aunt Violet, Rebecca smiled. What? No. Violet had a forced smile on her face. It was obviously me and brother Lu Yu who knew each other first. It was obviously me and brother Lu Yu who lived together first. It was obviously me first. But why? Why are you in front of me, Aunt Violet? Brother Lu Yu belongs to me, and I won't let anyone take him away. Even if you're my aunt, you can't do that. The expression on Rebecca's cute little face gradually became broken and sickly. Listening to Rebecca's crazy words, Violet was suddenly startled. All doubts are answered. She finally knew. Now I know why Rebecca has been acting so abnormal these days. I'm sorry, Rebecca. It's my fault. Violet apologized softly. Before he finished speaking, a bright sword light flashed across. Cut the sheet off, Violet. Lord Lu Yu, Rebecca. Violet looked helplessly at Lu Yu beside her. Yeah. Lu Yu shook his head. I know that this time I might have gone a little too far. If Rebecca's yandere symptoms continue to worsen, it will not be good. Fortunately, there's a remedy. Lu Yu took a step forward and came in front of Rebecca. Brother Lu Yu. Looking at Lu Yu who was so close to her, Rebecca's face suddenly showed joy. But before she could speak, next second, all her words and even her breathing were blocked. Bite capturing Rebecca. Capturing Pirates Top 10 Beauties Progress 7/10. Chapter 123 New Marine Marshal the next day, dawn. Lu Yu. Brother, please love Rebecca more. Reika will definitely behave herself from now on. In the spacious room, only the girl's whispering in her sleep could be heard. Violet looked at Lu Yu, then at Rebecca in his arms, who still had a lovely smile on her face even in her sleep. Recalling the terrifying moment last night and what happened afterwards. A hint of guilt and bitterness appeared at the corners of Violet's mouth. I'm so sorry, Becca, it's my fault for not considering your feelings. Violet looked at Becca with pity and apologized softly. Rebecca, who was still in a coma, responded unconsciously. Violet shook her head and turned her gaze to Lu Yu. Master Lu Yu, thank you very much. If it weren't for Lord Lu Yu, I wouldn't know what to do. I don't know how to face this child in the future. Violet thanked him with a look of gratitude on her face. Don't worry about it. After all, I also have some responsibilities. Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. Lord Lu Yu, I have one more thing to ask of you. I'll have to trouble you to take good care of this child from now on. Violet looked at Lu Yu pleadingly. Certainly, I am also this girl's brother. Lu Yu grinned and nodded as a matter of course. Then I feel at ease. Violet let out a breath. An hour later, careful cleaning and washing completed. Shang brought Violet and the sleepy Rebecca to the palace restaurant. A sumptuous breakfast was prepared early, seeing Lu Yu and the other two appear. The old King Liku and the one-legged soldier Cyrus hurried forward to greet them. After greeting Lu Yu, Cyrus's concerned gaze fell on his daughter Becca. Good morning, Dad and Grandpa. Rebecca, returning to her usual kind and lovely self, rubbed her eyes and greeted. Okay. King Liku happily responded by drinking. Reika, what's wrong with you? Didn't you get enough rest last night? Cyrus asked with concern. No, last night was the happiest night I've had in all these years. Rebecca beamed, without waiting for Cyrus to investigate further. Okay, brother-in-law Cyrus, please sit down and have your meal. Violet smiled and waved. That's right. King Liku nodded and looked at Violet and Lu Yu with a look of satisfaction. Dressrosa was able to obtain the protection of such a big man. In the near future, it will surely become more prosperous than ever before. There is no need to worry about pirates like Doflamingo invading from now on. Family breakfast begins. Lu Yu took the main seat. The first two on the left and right are Violet and Rebecca respectively. Below them are the fathers of the two girls. The atmosphere at the banquet was as joyful as ever. Until Lu Yu said that he was about to leave and return to Wano-kuni. Violet and Rebecca suddenly became excited, some comfort. In the end, Violet compromised and stayed in the country. Becca was allowed to return to Wano-kuni with Lu Yu. For this established result, even Rebecca's father, Kyrgyzstan, had no objection and would not object. After all, this was Lu Yu's decision. More importantly, this was also Rebecca's decision. Although I don't know what happened, but his daughter seemed to be closer to Lu Yu than to himself as her father. Think of this. Lu Shi couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. But think about it carefully. According to Dressrosa customs, Becca is indeed old enough to get married. With Lu Yu protecting her, he didn't need to worry at all. 9 o'clock in the morning. She summoned Dressrosa's subordinates. Inform the return trip. The final list of who stays and who goes. Trafalgar Law and all the original Heart Group members, plus Page 1 and some warriors stayed behind to guard Dressrosa and prevent the daring pirates from attacking. The rest of the personnel set off for the return voyage with Lu Yu. The order was issued. Denjiro, Koamatsu, Pedro and others immediately made preparations for sailing. Take advantage of this time. At Violet's request, Lu Yu said goodbye to her alone. To this, even Rebecca wasn't jealous. After all, she was much luckier than her aunt as she was allowed to go back with Lu Yu this time. 3 hours later, following Lu Yu's order, the fleet is returning. After a week of sea activities with Rebecca and Uluti, Wano Kuni has arrived. There is no need to rely on the power of carp to climb the waterfall like ordinary boats. The fleet sailed directly through the waterfall's submerged harbor. Take the mechanical elevator directly to the Flower City. Lord Lu Yu, Mr. Lu Yu, Master. As soon as Lu Yukai appeared, a large wave of beautiful girls came towards us. Kazuki Hiyori, Empress Hancock, Robin, and Baby 5 all came forward in a hurry. She opened her beautiful eyes full of hope and looked at Lu Yu without blinking. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. After all, Lu Yu was away for nearly a month this time. They have been waiting for a long time and are already impatient. Look at this situation. Rebecca, who came with Lu Yu, was stunned for a moment. I originally thought that Wu Lu Ti was the only competitor. Who would have thought? There are so many, looking at the stunningly beautiful Hikaru Mitsukiri and Empress Hancock. Rebecca couldn't help but lower her head with a sense of inferiority. Can't win. Absolutely no win. Even if the yandere turns evil, there is no way she can win. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu, noticing Rebecca's change in mood, laughed a few times and raised his hand to touch her little head affectionately. Roar. The intelligent Robin narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, already understanding everything. Since she is the girl Lu Yu brought back, he will naturally get along well with her. Go back. Lu Yu waved his hand. He returned to the general's mansion in the Flower City with a group of beautiful girls of different looks. It's still far away. Lu Yu saw the other two people waiting in front of the general's mansion. One of them is the greedy, big girl, little Ellie Bonnie. After meeting Lu Yu's gaze, Bonnie turned around and ran away in a hurry. Lu Yu ignored her and turned his gaze to his elder sister on the other side. Hey, Captain Lu Yu is back. I haven't seen you for a while, it's so lively. The returning Shocky said jokingly. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Have you arranged everything? Lu Yu replied with a smile. Well, Shocky nodded. Little monkey has gone to practice with Lao Lei. I came here because I have nothing to do. It's a good opportunity for me to report some things to you, Captain. Shocky rode. Lu Yu nodded. After instructing Robin and others to take Rebecca to settle down, Lu Yu and Shocky came to the meeting hall of the general's mansion. The new Marine Marshal is replaced by former Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. As soon as Shocky opened his mouth, he revealed this heavy secret that had not yet been made public. Chapter 124. Ace and Sabo are coming. First, let's talk about the Marine's movements after the war. Grand Marshal Sengoku has officially resigned. Admiral Aokiji will take over as Grand Marshal. Shocky reported. Lu Yu nodded. This is not surprising. After all, Akainu has no hope of competing with Aokiji for the position of Marshal. That cunning yellow monkey is not the type to get involved in such matters. It was only natural that the position of Marshal fell on Aokiji. The next thing is the second matter, regarding the 2 vacant admiral positions for Aokiji and Jutsu. The Marine Corps has launched a global recruitment drive. This is a list I compiled. Shocky handed the information he had prepared long ago to Lu Yu. After a quick look, Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth with an interested arc. The mysterious green bull, the user of the multiple fruit ability, whose identity, name and ability are all ominous, and the devilish muscle man Isaac, are all familiar faces. So, world government? What have they been up to lately? Lu Yu asked. From the world government, I received news that they are already preparing to hold a world summit. It seems like he's really starting to get anxious. At the same time, just as Lu Yu returned to discuss with Shocky, Wanokuni Guri entry waterfall. Colorful carp pull a small whaleboat ashore at Wanokuni. When it comes to the smiling whale ship, it's naturally the Whitebeard pirates. The whale ship that arrived this time carried Marco and others. There is also the thank you gift for the war aid that the Whitebeard pirates are preparing to give to Lu Yu. Raging, a blazing flame rose into the sky. A pair of eyes were looking around in the steaming flames. Ha ha ha, Ace, how's it going? You're really surprised. The flaming phoenix flew across the sky, laughing loudly. Ace in the fire nodded blankly. Marco, I have somewhere to go. Can you wait for me for a moment? Ace asked solemnly. Go. Marco nodded. Ace took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and flew towards the Giuli coast. About 2 years ago, Ace first joined New World. When he was the captain of the Spade Pirates, he came to Wanokuni by accident. It was also here that I met that lovely little girl. Quo promised her that he would definitely let her ensure that everyone in the country had enough food to eat in the future. Later, Ace realized how arrogant his words were. The power of the 4 sea emperors who reign at the top of the world cannot be described in words. Then, he was influenced by Whitebeard and joined the Whitebeard pirates. With the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, they are certainly capable of competing with the Beast's pirates. Especially after knowing the relationship between the Whitebeard pirates and Wano Kuni. Ace has suggested more than once that Wano Kuni be rescued and the Beast's pirates be driven out of the country. But due to various reasons, it never succeeded. Ace also knew that he was being too willful and shouldn't force his elderly father to take this risk. He originally planned to wait until he became stronger before coming to Wano Kuni to challenge Kaido. Unexpectedly, before he could realize his goal, he was defeated by Blackbeard, which triggered a series of major events. What Ace didn't expect was, when he was caught, the Wano Kuni he had been thinking about so much had been liberated. In the end, I still can't do anything. I, who inherited the so-called worst bloodline, am truly useless and a waste. Ace laughed at himself and walked through the last bamboo forest path. I came to the poor little village that I remembered as a place where people made a living by weaving hats. Woof. The big dog's threatening growl woke Ace up. Hey, where did this rare big dog come from? It's a breed I've never seen before. I wonder how it tastes. Ace looked at the grinning Dekuchio with interest. Stop it, Duchiano is my friend. You're not allowed to attack him. Come at me if you dare. A pretty little girl's voice came from the dilapidated village. Then, a little girl about 6 years old with a delicate and pretty face appeared in front of Ace. Next second, the two figures, one big and one small, were both stunned. Xiaoyu. Ace and Xiaoyu shouted at the same time. The bamboo forest fell silent again. Good moment. Ace, it's really you. I almost thought I was dazzled and hallucinating. The petite and cute lowly Xiaoyu has a confused expression on her face, which makes her look very cute. Ahahaha, it's me, Xiaoyu. I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've grown a little taller. Ace also happily stepped forward and lifted Xiaoyu above his head. Ha ha ha, Ace, put me down, it's so itchy. Lowly Xiaoyu laughed happily. The quarrel between the brother and sister lasted for quite some time. Ace and Xiaoyu sat down on the bluestone steps. Well, let me tell you, Ace. Xiaoyu spoke excitedly. Tell Ace, whom I haven't seen for a long time, everything that happened in this country. Lord Lu Yu is really amazing. With him here, there's nothing to be afraid of. After a long time, Xiaoyu made a summary. When talking about Lu Yu, her little face was full of admiration. Yes. Mr. Lu Yu is indeed the most remarkable person in this ocean. Ace nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiaoyu, everyone in the village has moved away. What are you still doing here? Ace asked. I'm here to help Master clean the shrine. Xiaoyu answered. I see, Ace nodded. Then let's go see Mr. Lu Yu together. While speaking, Ace used his big hand to let Xiaoyu sit on his shoulders. He sat on the head of a large lone dog. About 5 minutes later, the two men and the dog jumped out of the bamboo forest and met up with Marco and his group on the coast. Isn't that Jade? Ace, that's the cute girl you were talking about meeting. Izang said in surprise. Izo-sama, Xiaoyu greeted happily. Ha ha ha, Ace, I didn't expect you to like this. But Xiaoyu is still a child, so it won't work. Marco joked with a beaming expression. Go. Don't talk nonsense, we are just brother and sister. Ace's face darkened. The whale ship set sail amid the laughter of the white pirates. 2 hours later, the whaleboat is anchored at the port near the Flower City. Marco, Ace, and Izo unloaded the gifts on the deck and left with the same flower. At the same time, the general's mansion in the Flower City. Lord Lu Yu, Marco and the others from the Whitebeard family are here. Denjiro reported quickly. Let them in. Lu Yu nodded. Not long. Marco and his party arrived with 4 carts of gifts. Mr. Lu Yu. As soon as we met, Ace quickly stepped forward and knelt down on his knees in front of Lu Yu. Naval Headquarters Summit War, I am really grateful for Mr. Lu Yu's help. I have great kindness and generosity, and I cannot repay you enough. If you can be of any use to me in this life, please don't hesitate to ask, Mr. Lu Yu. I will go through fire and water, no matter what. Ace said with a determined look, not just for yourself. Also for my father and friends who survived the war. There's no going back on your words now. I won't be polite with you, Lu Yu smiled slightly. For him, the biggest function of Ace is to serve as his mobile power bank. Yes, Ace insisted he should drink it. Get up. Lu Yu waved his hand casually, and then his eyes fell on Marco and the 4 cars covered with black cloth. Sir Lu Yu, we have no way of repaying your kindness to us. We heard that you were searching for historical texts, so we specially brought the history we have to you. Marco clapped his hands. 4 pieces of black cloth were torn off. What appeared in front of Lu Yu were 4 square pieces of historical texts. One of them is a red road sign. The red piece was sent by Cat Viper and the others to Zoe. The other 3 were found by us by chance, Marco introduced. Lu Yu nodded. I thought Robin would be so happy that he would go crazy, and then I could take the opportunity to unlock some new ways to play. In addition, collect 4 historical landmarks, progress of this quest, 2 quarters. Collect 20 pieces of historical text task progress, 7/20ths. 2 of the 4 road signs have been obtained. There are 2 pieces left. One Piece is in the hands of Wangguo Big Mom, and she can take it whenever she wants. Even Lu Yu didn't know about the other one, but there are clues. Because the last signpost should have been on the Fishman Island. It's just that someone took it away in these 20 years. Looks like I need to find some time to go to the Fishman Island. By the way, there's also the last, peerless beauty, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Lu Yu thought to himself. Adult, Lord Lu Yu. The two kings of the Wave Tribe, Cat Viper and Inuarashi, rushed over. While Cat Viper was greeting Marco and the others. Inuarashi was the first to step forward and report. Lord Lu Yu, we received a call from overseas. A young man named Sabo said he's visiting on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Duke Inuarashi said. Oh, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Next second. Get ahead of Lu Yu. Ace, who was standing by, suddenly jumped 3 feet high in shock. What, Mr. Inuoka, you said earlier, Sabo. Ace's voice suddenly rose by more than 18 degrees. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Chapter 125 Brothers Reunited. The City of Flowers, the courtyard of the General's mansion. Nani? Mr. Inuarashi, who were you talking about earlier? Sabo? Is that Sabo? Hearing this familiar and long-lost name, Ace's emotions suddenly became uncontrollably excited and he couldn't help but ask questions repeatedly. Oh, I must have heard it right, he does call himself Sabo. Inuarashi nodded. Ace, what's wrong with you? Do you know him? Someone from the Revolutionary Army? Marco and Izo stepped forward with concern. Ace. Loli Xiaoyu tugged at the corner of Ace's clothes, and looked at Ace who was happy and excited at one moment and sad at another, and a little worry appeared on her little face. Ace pursed his lips tightly and shook his head. I'm fine. After the initial excitement, he had completely calmed down. His brother, his best friend named Sabo, had died 10 years ago at the hands of celestial dragons. How could he still be alive in this world? Maybe they just happened to have the same name. Ace sighed in frustration. He thought how great it would be if the person Inuarashi was talking about was really the Sabo he knew. But this is just a beautiful fantasy after all. Ace smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sorry, everyone, for making you worry. Ace leaned over and apologized. Oh, what a coincidence, Lu Yu chuckled to himself. Ace didn't know, but as a time traveler, he knew it very well. Lord Lu Yu, what should we do? Should we let them in? Cat Viper asked. Let's meet for now, Lu Yu nodded calmly. Cat Viper and Inuarashi left in response. Wanokuni Underground Harbor. An ordinary sailing ship belonging to the Revolutionary Army was anchored in the harbor. The young, blonde chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army was the first to jump off the boat. The graceful and exquisite young revolutionary girl directed the unloading of 1 or 2 historical documents as gifts for the trip. Sabo, slow down, what are you rushing for? Koala, the revolutionary girl with short orange hair, puffed up her face in anger. He was very dissatisfied with his willful superior who acted as he pleased. Ha 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 ha, sorry, maybe I'm a little excited because I'll be seeing Mr. Bear again soon. The optimistic and cheerful blonde young man smiled carefreely. Of course there was another reason he didn't mention. In addition to wanting to meet Tyrant Bear, there was another voice in his heart. Pointing to his forgotten past, 10 minutes later. The Revolutionary Army team led by Sabo and Koala took the elevator to the vicinity of the Flower City. Another 10 minutes. Led by Cat Viper and Julan, the Revolutionary Army went straight to the General's mansion. Lord Lu Yu, the Revolutionary Army has arrived. The Cat Viper gave a cry. Lu Yu and Marco, who were drinking and chatting in the reception room, went out as soon as they were told. On the other side, Ace, who was asking about his brother's current situation, also followed Shocky back to the courtyard. Respected Sea Emperor Mr. Lu Yu, Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and Koala, who were carrying water pipes on their backs, both stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Lu Yu. Without waiting for them to say anything, next second. Ah! Ace's scream instantly broke through the sky. It attracted the attention of people from all over the General's mansion. What's wrong, Ace, don't yell all of a sudden. That's so rude, Marco scolded softly, however, Ace seemed to be oblivious. Right now. His eyes were fixed on the blonde young man carrying a water pipe not far away. Looking at the familiar outfit, the familiar water pipes and the familiar face. Ace was completely dumbfounded, his eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible. His mouth opened wide, as if he had seen an incredible figure in the world. His body was shaking uncontrollably due to the invasion of various emotions such as shock, excitement, and disbelief. The big eye sockets that usually shed blood but not tears suddenly turned red. Bean-sized tears rolled in his eyes. Tattoo, Ace stumbled forward in a daze. Hey, Ace, what's wrong with you? Marco greeted anxiously. Ace, are you feeling unwell? Loli Xiaoyu tugged at Ace's trouser leg. Ace, do you really know someone named Sabo? Izo asked. Sabo. Ace's trembling lips moved as he uttered the name. Koala, who came with Sabo, tilted his head in confusion. Look at Ace who is so excited that he loses his voice, and then look at Sabo who is also stunned beside him. Koala was stunned. Are you, Sabo? It must be Sabo? Ace's speech became a little clearer, without waiting for Sabo's answer. Next second. New, Ace yelled, suddenly jumped up, opened his arms and hugged Sabo, who was also in a daze, tightly. Hot tears welled up in his big eyes. Alas, seeing Ace suddenly hugging a stranger and crying, everyone in the room except Lu Yu was stunned. Wait a moment, Ace, what is going on? Marco could no longer contain his curiosity and couldn't help but shout out his question. Ace, who is this young man named Sabo to you? The white pirates who had gathered upon hearing the news all asked with puzzled expressions. Sabo he is. My brother, woo woo woo, that's great, it's really great. Sabo, you're really not dead, you're really still alive. Ace lost control of his emotions and cried and screamed. Well, the huge courtyard of the general's mansion was filled with noise again, and people shouted in surprise. That young man from the Revolutionary Army is Ace's brother. Marco's voice rose an octave. I've never heard of such a thing. Isn't Luffy Ace's brother? How come there's another one? Yi Zhang was also stunned. Sabo-kun and the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Are they brothers with Fire Fist Ace? Could it be? Revolutionary girl Koala's pupils shrank slightly, but she didn't question it. She seemed to have thought of something. Sabo, you stupid idiot, big idiot. Since you are still alive, why don't you come back? Do you know how I've been spending the past 10 years? How Luffy's been spending his time? And David and the others, everyone. Ace used all his strength to hug the brother in front of him tightly, crying uncontrollably. The young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Right now, listening to Ace's voice and crying as he hugged himself. The expression on Sabo's face was filled with infinite confusion. He did not remember the young man in front of him who was about his age. But somehow, ever since I saw the young man in front of me, Sabo suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Sadness rushed to his eyes, making him feel so moved that he wanted to cry. His mind was in even greater confusion. Countless fragments of memory gathered into a torrent that hit his mind, giving him a splitting headache. Finally, under Ace's repeated stimulation, something in his mind snapped. Sabo screamed in pain, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a coma. Sabo, what's wrong with you? Doctor, where is the doctor? Ace yelled in panic. Don't worry, calm down, Ace. Here's what the ship's doctor said, Chapter 126 Sabo Recovery. 10 minutes later. Marco, what's going on? My brother, Sabo. Sabo, what happened to him? Seeing Marco finish the treatment and leave, Ace hurried forward and asked urgently and anxiously. Don't be nervous, Ace, your brother's life is not in danger. Only. Marco looked skeptical. Only, Ace's heart, which had just been put at ease, was suddenly lifted up again. Little girl from the Revolutionary Army over there, has your companion ever suffered a serious head injury before? Marco looked at Koala, who was also waiting anxiously. Koala came back to his senses. After careful consideration, she nodded. I don't know the details, but I heard that when Sabo was rescued 10 years ago, he was indeed seriously injured. Koala rode. Yes, that's right, that was 10 years ago. That must be the aftereffects of those damn celestial dragons inflicting on Sabo. Ace clenched his fists. Okay. Shocky, who had been watching for a long time, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Let's let the little Sabo of the Revolutionary Army have a good rest. During this time, we can exchange and organize intelligence with each other. How about Ace, tell me about the past between you, Monkey, and Sabo? Shocky suggested. Ace nodded. Luffy, Sabo, and I are brothers who have sworn brotherhood through drinking wine. After calming down a bit, Ace began to tell the story of the three brothers' childhood. 10 years ago, Sabo set sail early for family reasons. As a result, he encountered a celestial dragon's ship while sailing. The celestial dragons sank the ship and the crew, and by the time we knew it, it was too late. We thought Sabo was dead, but we never expected to see him again. Ace covered his face with his hands excitedly and cried once again. The story ends here. Everyone in the room fell silent. Celestial dragons, what a despicable bunch of people they are. They don't even let the children go. Yi Zhang and the others gritted their teeth. It seems the condition of the young man named Sabo has been found. I'm afraid it's because of the celestial dragon's bombardment 10 years ago. Marco said solemnly. That's about it. Sabo-kun lost all his memories of the past when he woke up 10 years ago. All he remembers is his own name. Koala looked gloomy. Sabo, doesn't he remember us? Marco, even you can't do anything. Ace looked hopefully at Marco, the white group's chief doctor. Marco could only spread his hands helplessly. Treatment involving the spiritual level is not his forte. Why is that? Ace suddenly felt like a deflated ball, his face full of loss and frustration. Ace, don't worry. No one can predict the future of amnesia. Perhaps after a major stimulus, it will recover. Marco consoled him, but in reality, I don't hold much hope for this. After all, Sabo's amnesia has lasted for 10 years. How could it recover suddenly, just as Marco was thinking this? Snap, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Sabo covered his head and staggered out. Sabo-kun, what are you doing? Go back and rest quickly. Koala cried out. Ace quickly stepped forward and supported Sabo, his eyes full of pity. Ace. Sabo's face was pale, and his lips trembled as he uttered the name of the brother in front of him. The expression on Ace's face froze. Sabo, what did you just say? Did you remember? Ace spoke hopefully. Ha ha ha. Ace, it's been years since we last met. How come you've become a crybaby like Luffy? Sabo's mouth curled up in a forced arc. Sabo. A-hole, who's like Luffy? Who is the crybaby? I'll hit you. Ace swung his little fist and punched Sabo lightly in the heart. Sabo pretended to feel pain, which frightened Ace and made him anxious again. When he realized what was happening, he couldn't help but get angry and embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Sabo's pale complexion regained some color. Wait a moment, Sabo, are you recovering your memory? Koala widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. Yes, I have remembered everything about my past. When I saw Ace, all the obstacles in my mind were cleared. Sabo nodded. Marco was stunned. He was still giving up hope just now? I never thought that I would be slapped in the face the next second. Ha ha ha. That's great, Captain Ace. Everyone in the Baitwan laughed. Ace, I think I came here to meet you. Sabo spoke seriously. Sabo, you be ******D. Ace punched his brother weakly. Ha 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 ha. Amidst loud laughter, the two brothers hugged each other tightly, tears in their eyes. Mr. Liu Yu. Robin came to the scene with light steps. I heard the noise from here from a long way away. What happened? Who's that guy hugging Firefist Ace? Robin asked curiously. That's Liu Yu immediately and concisely told Robin the relationship and reunion between Ace and Sabo. Firefist and the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff are brothers. So, is that Sabo also Luffy's brother? Robin thought of his own captain. Liu Yu nodded. If Luffy knew, he would be so happy that he would be beside himself. Robin smiled. Let's take our time with the little monkey. Don't disturb him while he's practicing. I'll surprise him later. Shocky Road. Robin nodded slightly. Robin, come with me. Tired of the brothers' reunion scene, Liu Yu took Robin's hand and turned away. Not long. Liu Yu took Robin to the courtyard on the other side. When I saw the 6 historical documents neatly arranged in the courtyard, Robin's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, and for a moment even her breathing seemed to stop. The 4 pieces over there, including the red road sign, were brought by Marco and his men. The other 2 were gifts from the Revolutionary Army. Liu Yu introduced casually. Robin nodded slightly and hurriedly stepped forward with his long legs. Her slender hand fell on the cold stone surface, feeling the pulse and call from history, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her pretty face. This satisfaction is second only to the physical interaction with Liu Yu. How's it going, Robin? Are you satisfied with this surprise? Liu Yu asked with a smile. Robin nodded softly. So Robin, how are you going to repay me? Liu Yu put his arm around Robin's waist. Robin, who was originally immersed in the historical text, blushed unconsciously. Well, whether it's the front or the back, you can pick it as you like. Robin suppressed his inner shame and spoke boldly. That's it. Without waiting for Liu Yu to pick up Robin horizontally. Suddenly, there was a light sound of someone walking behind me. I'm so sorry to bother you, the revolutionary girl Koala, knowing she had been discovered, apologized anxiously. Her pretty face is rosy and so cute. Chapter 127 Koala cries in fright. I'm so sorry, I don't see anything, I didn't hear anything either. Koala, the revolutionary girl with short orange hair, blushed and denied it in a panic. Hearing this, the smile on Robin's face froze. Thinking of what happened before, the blush on Robin's pretty face became more and more obvious. She wanted to run away, but Liu Yu held her waist tightly. Haha, raise your head, you girl from the Revolutionary Army. Liu Yu chuckled. Yes, the girl Koala raised her head tremblingly. So, why did you follow us here? What's going on? Liu Yu raised his eyebrows and asked casually. Koala looked at Liu Yu, then at Robin, and for a moment didn't know where to start. Your name is Koala, right? Robin asked after calming his fluctuating emotions. Yes, Miss Robin. Koala nodded firmly. Do you know me? Robin was stunned. Of course, Ms. Robin, because you are the light our Revolutionary Army has been looking for. We, the Revolutionary Army, have been searching for you for more than a decade. It's just that we always missed each other, and now we finally meet. Koala spoke excitedly and happily. This time she and Sabo came to Wano Kuni for 3 reasons. The meeting with Robin, the Light of Revolution, was one of them. The 2 historical documents they brought to Wano Kuni as a gift were also prepared for Robin. Revolutionary Army, Robin nodded in understanding. If it was more than 10 years ago, before redeeming the Straw Hat Crew, before meeting Liu Yu, he encountered the Revolutionary Army. She would probably join in without hesitation, but now she has found the best place to go. Sorry, Koala, I have a place to myself now. Robin tilted her head and pressed her fair face against Liu Yu's chest. It's okay, I know, I understand. Koala waved his hands repeatedly. What else do you want to say? Go sit down and talk slowly. Robin suggested. Koala nodded, on the quiet side of the courtyard. Koala knelt stiffly in front of Liu Yu and Robin. Mr. Liu Yu, originally, our Chief of Staff Sabo should have come to discuss this matter with you. But right now, Sabo's memory has just returned, and his mind isn't clear, so I'll take over. Excuse me. Koala bowed her head. He then began to explain in detail to Lu Yu and Robin the ideals of their revolutionary army and their determination to overthrow the world government. And he tactfully expressed his desire to join forces with Lu Yu. 10 minutes later, Koala's story ends. Robin nodded in understanding. She had no ill feelings towards the revolutionary army that was fighting against the government. After all, the leader of the revolutionary army is her captain's father. However, she had no say in matters of the alliance, and it ultimately depended on Lu Yu. I see, in overthrowing the world government, I and your revolutionary army share a common goal. Lu Yu nodded. Koala nodded repeatedly with hope and expectation. Lu Yu changed the subject. Gudong, Koala's expression froze and he swallowed hard. If you want to discuss cooperation or alliance with me, at least the leader of your revolutionary army must come here in person. Lu Yu spoke softly, his eyes deep, under Lu Yu's gaze. Koala felt like she was being seen through from head to toe. An emotion called panic instantly overwhelmed her whole body and mind. She finally realized, no matter how kind Lu Yu looks on the outside, he is the most powerful man in this sea. He is the emperor who is above the emperor of the sea. Sorry, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault for overestimating my abilities. A little girl like me is not qualified to talk to Mr. Lu Yu at all. Koala was so scared that she kept bowing her head and apologizing, with a hint of tears in her voice, and she was almost scared to tears. If it was because of her, the alliance between the revolutionary army and Lu Yu would fail. This would be an irreparable and serious mistake. Even if she used her life to repay him, it would not be enough. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Robin quickly stepped forward and gently patted the frightened girl Koala's beautiful back with his bare hands. Don't be afraid, Koala. Mr. Lu Yu is just joking with you, he doesn't mean to blame you. Robin whispered soothingly. Real, Koala's eyes were filled with tears. It's a joke, it's real, but asking your leader Long to come over for a talk is not just talk. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Woo, Koala whimpered softly. If nothing happens. Lu Yu stood up, etc., Koala called out quickly. Anything else? Robin asked. I want to meet Uncle Bear. Koala tapped lightly with the index fingers of both hands and said weakly. Uncle Bear? Tyrant Bartholomew Bear? Robin said. Koala nodded. Mr. Lu Yu. Robin, please look at Lu Yu. Take her to see it. 10 minutes later, Robin brought Koala to Sakura Flower Mountain in the center of the Flower City. From a distance, you can see two figures, one big and one small, sitting under the huge Sakura flower tree. It was none other than Shichibukai Tyrant Bear and the gluttonous lady Elibani. Uncle Bear. Seeing the Tyrant Bear after a long time, Koala's little face showed extreme joy and excitement. He cheered and trotted towards the tree. Shua, Jewelry Bonnie, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, dodged and blocked in front of Koala. Who are you? Bonnie asked warily. My name is Koala, and I'm Uncle Bear's junior. Are you Miss Bonnie, one of this year's supernovas? Koala recognized Bonnie. Bonnie nodded. Youngster, are you from the Revolutionary Army? Bonnie raised an eyebrow. Yes, Koala responded. Hearing this, Bonnie's alertness disappeared and he made way. Thanks, Koala thanked him and hurried forward. Uncle Bear, Uncle Bear. Koala calls. No response. The big bear under the tree just stared blankly into the distance, motionless. Uncle Shang, what's wrong with you? It's me. I'm Koala, don't you remember? Koala's pretty face showed anxiety, however, there was still no response from Tyrant Bear. Koala, according to Mr. Lu Yu, your Uncle Bear has been completely transformed by marine scientist Vegapunk. Now it's a robot without autonomous consciousness. Robin sighed and told the sad news. Hey, why? How could this happen? Koala was stunned. Hi. Bonnie under the tree also sighed. Ms. Robin, is there no way to get Uncle Bear back? Koala asked anxiously. As for the method, Mr. Lu Yu is already preparing it. We have contacted professional scientists and they are on their way. If it doesn't work in the end, Mr. Lu Yu said he would go directly to the marine to capture Vegapunk. So please continue to wait, Robin soothed. Well, thank you, Miss Robin. And thank you, Mr. Lu Yu. Koala thanked him with a lost look. His eyes immediately fell on Bonnie, who was responsible for taking care of the big bear. My name is Jewelry Bonnie, Bartholomew Bear is my father. Bonnie spoke calmly. Chapter 128 Germa The Quiet Life in Wano-kuni continues. After contacting the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Sabo and Koala did not leave Wano-kuni. After obtaining Lu Yu's permission, he stayed temporarily and waited for further instructions. Marco and the other white pirates said goodbye after staying for 3 days. These are turbulent times. There are many guys on the sea who are eyeing their father's position as the 4 emperors. Since the Summit War, Whitebeard's health is improving. These stupid provocateurs will naturally be handed over to the captains to deal with. At this point, even Ace, who had just reunited with his brother, did not act willfully. After agreeing with Sabo to surprise Luffy together next time, Ace returned home with Marco. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Wano-kuni continues to receive a steady stream of visitors. People from various countries and forces in the New World visit every day. To this, Chi just randomly picked some people he was interested in meeting. The rest was just left to Denjiro and others to deal with. Compared to boring political exchanges, Lu Yu naturally enjoyed communicating with the girls in the harem. Teasing the reserved Hiyori, unlock more poses on Robin. A meeting and exchange with the stubborn little dragon, Uluti. In addition, there are the docile heavy weapon girl Baby 5 and the young Rebecca. Of course, Lu Yu would not ignore the Empress Hancock, who is arrogant and cold to the outside world but passionate to the inside. The only thing that is a little bit weird is, after Empress Hancock's 9 snake pirates arrived at Wano Kuni. Whenever Lu Yu was with Hancock, there were always 2 fat boy sisters standing outside the door as door gods. Another 3 days. A group of pirates withstood the waterfall test set by Lu Yu. He successfully jumped from the Ruguo waterfall and got the opportunity to meet Lu Yu. It has been nearly 3 months since the end of Summit War. In addition to visitors from various countries, the largest number of people coming to Wano Kuni are pirates from the New World. Countless little pirates in the New World want to join Lu Yu's army and obtain the protection of the imperial flag. And they will use this as the confidence and capital to show off their power on the sea in the future. To this, Lu Yu naturally wouldn't indulge her, it won't be what they want. All pirates who come to seek refuge must first pass the waterfall test set by Lu Yu. Only those who can cross the Longmen waterfall under the rapid water and intensive artillery fire are eligible for the meeting opportunity. Over 2 months, there were no less than 100 pirates groups of all sizes. However, no one has ever succeeded. The so-called New World has no weaklings as relative. Most of those who try to cheat and obtain the Emperor's flag are spineless pirates from the lower levels of the New World. A truly strong person will never take the initiative to join others. The first person to succeed in the trial in more than 2 months. Chi naturally had to find time to meet him, the port of the flower capital. A dilapidated pirate's ship arrived with difficulty. A man with a hooked nose and an X-shaped scar on his chin, carrying a long sword and a 4-sided axe on his back, came to the main hall of the general's mansion under the guidance of Pedro. "It's you, Derek." Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Lord Lu Yu, I have come here with my people just to join your army." Drake stepped forward, knelt on one knee in front of Lu Yu, and swore allegiance. A teasing curve appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. All the information about Drake came to mind. He is a defected Marine Rear Admiral and a supernova pirates with a bounty of 200 million. However, there is a deeper secret behind this. Drake never defected from the Marine. The reason why we became pirates. This is the nail that the Marine is going to hammer into the pirates. Originally, the Marine's target was the Beast's pirates entrenched in Wano Kuni. However, because of Lu Yu, the Beast no longer exists. Yet Drake came anyway. This time, he's probably planning to go undercover here. In the main hall, Drake, kneeling on one knee, saw Lu Yu's half-smile in his eyes. Immediately, his heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. For no reason, he felt that Lu Yu saw through everything about him. However, at this point, the arrow has been drawn on the string and there is no room for regret. "Lord Lu Yu, I am willing to serve you at my utmost. I will go through fire and water, no matter what." Drake said stubbornly, "Since you've said so, I'll allow you to join." Lu Yu grinned. "Yes, thank you so much, Lu Yu, Captain." Drake was overjoyed. "Then go to Shaki to receive your mission." Lu Yu waved his hand. Drake stepped back, at the same time. Bite the system's mechanical prompt sounded. Subdue 10 Imperial Cadres, 10 tenths, Shadow Dragon Slayer magic level +10, Dragon Power +20. On the same day that Drake surrendered, the scientist Lu Yu contacted for Tyrant Bear arrived. Wano Kuni is making waves overseas. Giant sea snails lined up one after another. Each sea snail carries a ship on its back. If they merge, they will become a ship, an island, or even a country. This country is the North Blue Germa Kingdom, a unique maritime country in the world without a fixed territory. Normally, dozens of ships operate separately, and when they are combined together, they become a kingdom. The national soldiers formed the Germa, also known as the Warhouse, an army that North Blue feared. Leading this legendary evil army is the Vinsmoke family. The Kingdom of Germa has been a country of science for generations, possessing world-leading science and technology. The Vinsmoke family once relied on these technologies to surpass the top of North Blue, making the Germa Kingdom the overlord of North Blue. However, as time went on, other forces rose one after another, especially the rise of Doflamingo and Don Quixote. Germa's dominance in North Blue is also a thing of the past. The Germa Kingdom has now become a mercenary nation specializing in dealing with national wars. Earn money by completing mercenary tasks, accumulate strength, and prepare for a comeback. But even if it declines, Germa's scientific strength is still leading the world. After all, this king once worked with the genius scientist Vegapunk on research. IG, Niji, and Yuji, remember to behave yourself when you're around that person later. You must not be as domineering as usual, Vinsmoke Judge solemnly warned. I know. The 3 Shamat princes of red, blue and green responded nonchalantly. There was not the slightest awe for the Sea King he was about to face. Because they don't have human emotions, he is a cyborg who is superior to Tyrant Bear. Judge was helpless about his son's response. His eyes then fell on his only daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju. Reiju, you are the most important part of this alliance with that master, you should know that. Judge asked. The long-legged Princess Reiju with long pink hair trembled slightly, and her expression dimmed. Yes, father, I understand, I will do my best to serve that master. Chapter 129 Tyrant Bear awakens Wanokuni, the capital of flowers. General's Mansion, Meeting Hall. Lu Yu leaned back on the throne. He looked expressionlessly at Judge Vinsmoke, the king of Germa below. Judge Vinsmoke, leader of the Germa army and king of a member of the world government. You're not leaning on the world government, but instead leaning on me. Are you so sure I can win this war? Lu Yu asked back. Originally, Lu Yu only wanted to hire professional scientists from Germa to see if the tyrant could be restored. Unexpectedly, Germa mobilized the entire army unexpectedly. As soon as he arrived, he knelt on one knee, wanting to swear allegiance to Lu Yu. Lord of the Sea, Lord Lu Yu, please believe in my loyalty. Judge knelt on one knee, his head lowered even further. We, Germa, have long been the overlords of North Blue, ruling over it for hundreds of years. However, in recent decades, it has almost become a fictional legend. As the current head of Germa, it is my responsibility to restore Germa to its former glory, or even surpass it. I am also well aware that in this era, our Germa's power is still too weak. The world government cannot be a help to Germa, so we must find another way out. Regarding the war between you, Lord Lu Yu, and the world government, I cannot predict the final outcome. But our Germa's military strength and scientific technology will definitely be able to help you. If I win, I only ask that Germa's name be recorded in history alongside yours. That's all. Vinsmoke Judge had a sincere expression, his forehead almost touching the ground. The empty meeting hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. For a long while, Lu Yu finally spoke. Germa, come along. Lu Yu grinned. He never refuses the thugs who come to him. Besides, Germa's military technology is indeed unique. Thank you, Lord Lu Yu. Judge was overjoyed when he was accepted by Lu Yu. He knew that the day was not far off when Germa would once again ascend to the summit of North Blue and display the glory of his ancestors. Lord Lu Yu, we will give you full access to Germa's technology, please don't hesitate. Also, to show my sincerity, I have a second gift that I will present to you later. Judge assured. Now go and complete my commission. Lu Yu waved his hand. Yes. The judge stepped down. The stage was set for the transformation operation. Judge and a group of Germa's senior scientists rushed in. No research even needed. It is to directly start to remove the blockade of Tyrant Bear's personality consciousness. Outside the operating room, Sabo, Erla and Bonnie were waiting anxiously. From morning to dusk, the transformation and recovery operation lasted for 10 hours. Finally, the operating room door opens. Scientists filed out. Judge took off his mask and let out a long breath. What's going on? What's going on? How's Uncle Bear doing? Dad. Sabo, Erla and Bonnie rushed forward and asked anxiously and nervously. Judge's eyes fell directly on Lu Yu who was walking towards him. Lord Lu Yu, I have fulfilled my mission. Judge smiled and nodded. Real? Very good. Bonnie, Koala and Sabo hurried into the house. Lu Yu, who was just walking over, raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at the judge suspiciously. The complete human body transformation led by the genius scientist Vegapunk was so easily cracked by Judge and his team? Even Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little surprise. According to his speculation, from research to formulating a surgical plan, and then to starting recovery and gradual adjustment. This process will take at least 10 days to half a month. Ahem, Lord Lu Yu. Just as Lu Yu was about to use mind reading to find out the reason, Judge coughed. In fact, the reason we were able to resolve the Tyrant Bear issue so quickly this time was not due to our own strength. On the way here, we received a call from Vegapunk. It was Vegapunk who informed us of his transformation process and the switch that restored his consciousness. Judge did not hide anything and told the secret behind it. Oh, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows, and the surprise on his face became even greater. So, why did that Vegapunk tell you such a confidential technology? It can't be because you're his original research partner. Lu Yu asked. Yes, Vegapunk knew the reason why Lord Lu Yu summoned us over, so he told us specifically. But he didn't tell me the deeper reasons, so I don't know. Perhaps Vegapunk, like me, also wants to seek refuge with the adults. Judge laughed cheerfully. Okay, go down and rest first. Lu Yu nodded. The specific reason will be clear when you see Vegapunk next time. The judge left. Lu Yu then walked into the operating room. The Tyrant Bear on the operating table has sat up. Two big hands gently stroked the little heads of daughter Bonnie and younger generation Koala. Sabo was hanging directly on the Tyrant Bear's body. The air is filled with joy. The happy atmosphere changed with Lu Yu's arrival. Mr. Wawang Lu Yu, thank you. Tyrant Bear struggled to stand up, walked in front of Lu Yu and bowed slightly. Mr. Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu, thank you so much. Sabo, Koala and Bonnie also saluted at the same time. Everyone, get up. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. His eyes fell on Tyrant Bear. Shichibukai Bartholomew Bear, I won't keep you in suspense. I saved you because I was impressed by your abilities. What do you think? Do you want to join my army? Lu Yu stated his purpose directly. It's a great honor. Tyrant Bear nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. It was so smooth that even Lu Yu was stunned. What Lu Yu didn't know was that the completely transformed tyrant bear had lost control of his body. But his blocked consciousness can still perceive things in the outside world. Sabo and Koala once revealed to him unconsciously that there was an alliance between the Revolutionary Army and Lu Yu. If his joining could become a bridge between the Revolutionary Army and the Sea Emperor, he would be happy to do so. Also present is his daughter Bonnie. Bonnie had talked to him about many things these days. Tyrant Bear also learned about the beautiful things that happened between Bonnie and Lu Yu, as well as Bonnie's current feelings. He will join in, too. Progress of the task of subduing the 5 vice subordinates of the Emperor 3/5. The system's prompt sound woke Lu Yu from his daze. In that case, you should have a good rest from now on. Lu Yu nodded without disturbing Tyrant Bear and his 3 companions. He turned and left. Without waiting for Lu Yu to walk out of the yard. A small white hand suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Anything else? Lu Yu turned and looked at little Ellie. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Jewelry Bonnie bowed 90 degrees to express his gratitude and apology. Thank Lu Yu for saving his father. Apologize for your previous rudeness to Lu Yu. No need to thank me, I have achieved my goal, Lu Yu said calmly. Bonnie shook his head. He then took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. Lu Yu. Sir, are you free tonight? I have something else I want to say to you. Bonnie pinched the corner of her clothes and spoke with an embarrassed look on her face. 10 o'clock in the evening. Under the sakura tree in the center of the flower city. The sound of footsteps was heard, by the moonlight. The tall Bonnie came quickly. If you have anything to say, come here and say it. Lu Yu put his hands behind his head and glanced at Bonnie. Bonnie's face flushed red. I thought for a long time but still said nothing. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Lu Yu pretended to leave. Etc. Jewelry Bonnie became very anxious upon hearing this, and without caring about her reserve, she rushed forward and threw herself into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Lord Lu Yu, I want to get to know you again. It's not like last time, please accept my wholehearted love. Bonnie nodded slightly. There seems to be a pool of autumn water hidden in her beautiful eyes. Lu Yu said nothing. In this situation, the only option is to respond with all our strength. Bite. Capturing Jewelry Bonnie. Capturing Pirates Top 10 Beauties Progress 8/10. Chapter 130 Goodbye Nami. Moonlight is like flowing water, shining on the earth. The breeze blows, and the sakura flowers rustle. The picture is beautiful and magnificent. Under the 1,000-year-old sakura flower tree, Lu Yu and Bonnie embraced each other affectionately. Although it took some time, however, this arrogant, rude and big-eating girl eventually became his woman wholeheartedly. Master Lu Yu, what are you laughing at? Bonnie nodded slightly and asked suspiciously. Nothing, and sorry about last time, little Ellie. Lu Yu smiled slightly. No, that time, I was wrong first. He deserves to be punished. Bonnie waved his hands repeatedly, then frowned slightly. Lord Lu Yu, I actually have a question, Lu Yu said. Why do you call me Lil Ellie? My last name is Jewelry. Besides, I'm not a kid anymore, Bonnie corrected seriously. Ahahahaha. Lu Yu smiled but didn't explain the reason. But Bonnie himself came up with some ideas. I see, that's how it is. Bonnie nodded in understanding. Lu Yu, what do you know? That's why I guess. Bonnie nodded. Activate your time-based fruit ability. Early morning. The morning light breaks. After sending Bonnie back to the room, Lu Yu came to the hot spring pool in the general's mansion alone. Just when Lu Yu closed his eyes to rest, tattoo. There was the sound of high heels hitting the ground behind me. A girl with medium-length pink hair, a thigh-length pink dress and a pair of eye-catching long legs arrived. It was none other than Vinsmoke Reiju, Germa's only princess. You're here so early in the morning. You have the leisure to do so, little princess of Germa. Lu Yu said casually. No, Master Lu Yu. Reiju opened her red lips slightly, her expression showing nervousness. So, you're the gift judge said you'd give me? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked Reiju up and down. Yes. Reiju opened her mouth, her delicate body trembling slightly. Are you scared? Lu Yu asked calmly without looking away. Reiju shook his head. It's more like nervousness than fear. Facing the tension of the Emperor of the Sea. After all, the person in front of her now is the most terrifying Emperor of the Sea. Lord Lu Yu. Reiju took a deep breath, gathering all his courage. But before she could say anything or do anything. Ha 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 ha. A loud and unruly laugh was heard from the sky above the flower city. That unique laughter could be heard clearly from a distance of 100 or 80 miles. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, I brought you a gift. Golden Lion Shiki shouted with joy. Shiki, what the hell is he yelling about so early in the morning? Will you let me rest? Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Then, under Reiju's wide open eyes, he naturally rose from the hot spring pool. If you're not ready yet, let's talk about it next time. Lu Yu spoke casually, put on his clothes and strode out. Seeing Lu Yu leave, Reiju subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, she felt a sense of loss for no reason. Lu Yu was naturally unaware of Reiju's complex psychological changes. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care too much, just let everything take its course. Lu Yu, who was running the hot spring pool, took off directly on the wind and met the golden lion Zhengji, who fell from the sky. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, are you up so early? Golden Lion Shiki greeted with a laugh. You woke me up. Lu Yu glanced at Golden Lion. Huh? Golden Lion Shiki was dumbfounded. Sorry. Forget it this time, then what's the matter with you coming back so suddenly? Lu Yu asked. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, I brought you a big gift this time. Golden Lion Shiki smiled mysteriously and soared into the sky. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and the wings of the Dragon King spread out behind him. Soon, Lu Yu and Golden Lion Shiki arrived at an altitude of 3,000 meters above the ground. A small sky island shrouded in clouds and mist, surrounding an artificial island, appeared in Lu Yu's sight. Oh, Lu Yu's face showed a little color. I have already recognized the origin of that sky island. That's not a natural sky island like Sky Island. It is not the floating sky island created by Golden Lion Shiki using the lion fruit ability. It is an artificial sky island created using the most advanced meteorological science and technology. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, I didn't float up using any special ability. It's a miniature version of Sky Island Visalia. The island is inhabited by veteran scholars in the scientific community, all of them top authorities. If I had obtained them a few decades earlier, before Roger and I went to war, the outcome of the Battle of Advo would have been uncertain. Golden Lion Shiki is in high spirits. Visalia highly recommends the small sky island. After all, weather has always been a pain in the heart of Golden Lion. Lu Yu nodded calmly. He was naturally very familiar with this small sky island. At the same time, he already knew what the great gift that Golden Lion Shiki was talking about was. Ha 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 ha, what do you think, Captain Lu Yu? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, the real surprise is yet to come, Golden Lion Shiki shouted. We will definitely make you our partner this time. Woo woo woo. This time I'm really going to be caught by that old lion. Golden Lion Shiki looked down at Nami. He still remembered the day when he met Lu Yuchu and competed for the navigation soil Nami. The helipad at the small sky island. So when he discovered this unexpected surprise, he immediately brought Nami back and took credit for it to Lu Yu. Completion. A girl with short orange hair was carrying a lot of bags. All of us old bones will be killed in a flash. Behind the big bag, a group of old men with white hair and beards were trying hard to stop her from leaving. The situation gradually became tense. Lu Yu nodded and landed in front of the panicked Nami. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. At the same time. Ha 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 ha, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Nami. Golden Lion Shiki said this and landed on the small sky island first. The old weather experts in Visalia were desperate to hold Nami back. No, Nami pouted slightly and whimpered softly. Hey, little girl Nami, we meet again. The books you stole are secondary. The real terror is that terrifying pirate. Seeing the golden lion returning so quickly, Nami's face turned pale. Little girl, what will we do if you run away? Let me go now. The familiar and creepy laughter broke the stalemate, causing Nami and the meteorological scientists to fall to the ground. I can't let you escape alone. Do you like this gift? Lu Yu smiled kindly. She knew that this time she really had no way to escape. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, moves forward step by step with difficulty. Chapter 131 Nami's admiration and gratitude. He is the king of the sea. An existence more terrifying than the flying pirates has appeared. Everything on the news is true. That golden lion is really this guy's subordinate. Looking at Lu Yu, who suddenly fell from the sky and appeared in front of them. The old meteorological scholars, led by Harada, all widened their eyes in shock. I couldn't help but feel infinite shock and fear in my heart. Mr. Lu Yu. Looking at Lu Yu in front of him, Nami came back to his senses and his eyes suddenly lit up. Since being found by Golden Lion Shiki, and after threatening with the most terrifying words, all Nami could think about was escaping, to the extent that even the reports of major events on the top were forgotten. Forgot the relationship between Golden Lion Shiki and Lu Yu. Until now. She finally reacted. That terrifying flying pirate's Golden Lion Shiki has become Lu Yu's little brother. Now, see Lu Yu appear. Nami's panic and fear disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is only infinite excitement and joy. Before the big event, Nami only knows that Lu Yu is very powerful. Now, after the war, Nami finally realized that Lu Yu was the most powerful person in the world. If I could hold on to Lu Yu's thigh, 2 years later, the Straw Hat Pirates were reorganized. It's just a new world, it's easy to dominate. Nami, aren't you scared anymore? Lu Yu asked with a smile. With Mr. Lu Yu here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Nami jumped up with a cry and hugged Lu Yu's arm affectionately. Looking proudly at the Golden Lion Shiki not far away. Ha 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 ha, Nami, weren't you refusing to join a few days ago? Why do you change now that you see Captain Lu Yu? Golden Lion Shiki's Oyudo, because you're so ugly. Nami made a face at the Golden Lion. Hey, hearing this, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but frown in anger. Want to learn a lesson? However, looking at Nami hiding behind Lu Yu, he really had no choice. Captain Lu Yu, you can't spoil this cunning little girl. you must educate her. Golden Lion Shiki had no choice but to look at Lu Yu. Alright, enough of the fun, I like your gift very much. Let's continue the mission. Lu Yu touched Nami's little head. Ha 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 ha, alright, Captain, but what about these scholars? Golden Lion Shiki Wen Dao Ideographic period. Since they're here, why not ask them to help solve this country's climate problem? When they are done, they should leave, and when they are done, they should stay. Don't make it difficult for them. Lu Yu said. Ha 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 ha, you really are worthy of being Captain Lu Yu. Did you hear that? Old guys, hurry up and thank the captain for his kindness. Golden Lion Shiki lol. Thank you, Lord Lu Yu. We will definitely do our best. Please rest assured, sir, the old people, led by Harada, all breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. Mr. Lu Yu, thank you. Nami opened her big watery eyes and looked at Lu Yu gratefully. Let's go. Lu Yu put his arm around Nami's slender waist, jumped off the small sky island, and went straight back to the general's mansion. Woo woo woo, Lord Lu Yu has another woman in his arms that he has never seen before. Is this another affair? In the courtyard where the Empress was, Boa Hancock looked at Lu Yu flying over her head and couldn't help but whimper softly in grievance. Sister, Oni-sama should be more accustomed to this kind of thing. Sandersonia and Marigold persuaded. Woo. The other side. Lu Yu brought Nami and landed directly in Robin's courtyard. At this moment, after finishing a day and night of research and interpretation of historical texts, Robin walked out of the historical text storage room, with sleepy eyes open and ready to rest. Robin, why are you studying all night again? Are you disobedient again? Lu Yu said. Sorry, Mr. Lu Yu, I couldn't help myself for a moment. I'm going to rest now. Ha, Robin yawned loudly, leaned in Lu Yu's arms, and was about to fall asleep. Robin. Nami's surprised cry woke Robin from his half-sleep. Robin opened her beautiful eyes, and when she saw her friend Nami in the yard, her spirits instantly lifted. Nami, why are you here? See you in a few months, are you okay? Robin quickly stepped forward and took Nami's hand. Robin, I'm fine. That big bear sent me to a meteorology island. Maybe I should thank him, Nami said. Well, we do have that bear to thank for that. Robin nodded. Alright, you two, get some rest now. Nami, you two, must have been scared by Shiki these past few days. Lu Yu interrupted the two women's reminiscing. Nami nodded. After Lu Yu's reminder, her tense mind relaxed. The fatigue from days of constant fear surged into her heart, causing her eyelids to twitch. Mr. Lu Yu, I will take Nami to rest together. Please find other sisters first today. Robin blinked his eyes, then happily took Nami back to the house to rest. From morning to afternoon, after 8 hours of adequate sleep, plus the supplement of nourishing foods, Robin and Nami's spirits have both returned to their peak. But they didn't get up immediately. Haven't seen you for a few months. Naturally, these two sisters from the Straw Hat Pirates have a lot to talk about. Especially Nami. There are a lot of problems piling up in his mind, such as the war and Captain Luffy, which need to be solved urgently. The sisters' conversation continued late into the night. Listen to Robin's vivid descriptions of the incredible things that happened in the war. Nami was completely stunned from the inside out. My inner understanding of Lu Yu's strength has been refreshed to several levels. Nani, Robin, what did you say earlier? Did you really see your mother? Can Lord Lu Yu really even do this? When Nami learned from Robin that Lu Yu had allowed her to see Orovia, she suddenly stood up and could not remain calm at all. Robin nodded slightly. Lord Lu Yu's ability is beyond imagination. Nami, is there anyone you want to see too? Robin asked. Certainly, of course. I want to see Belmere, I want to see my mother. Nami's eyes were filled with tears of excitement and joy. Robin, do you know what I have to do to see you? What should I do? Nami asked anxiously. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, after a moment of contemplation. She nodded. Nami, are you really ready? You'd give anything to see your mother? Robin asked. Yes. Nami nodded firmly. Then I'll tell you a way. Robin waved and whispered in Nami's ear. Inform the price you will pay. This. Nami's pretty face turned red in an instant. He was obviously shocked by the method Robin mentioned. Is this really the only way? Nami asked weakly. She wasn't quite ready yet. Sorry, that's all I know. Robin apologized. So, Nami took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes opened and closed, and her gaze gradually became firm. I'll try my best. Chapter 132 Capturing Nami. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. After finishing his daily cultivation activities, Lu Yu came to the hot spring pool alone to relieve his fatigue. Tattoo. The familiar sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out again. But the sound is slightly different from yesterday. It's Nami. What's going on? Lu Yu raised his eyelids slightly and asked casually. Mr. Lu Yu. Nami knelt down beside the hot spring pool. She twisted her index fingers, and her beautiful fair face showed a hint of nervousness. The quiet atmosphere lasted for a long moment. Nami took a deep breath, and the expression on her pretty face gradually became firm. It seemed as if he was finally ready and determined. Crash. A figure as nimble as a swimming fish sank into the pool. A few air bubbles appeared on the water's surface. For a long time. Ahem, Nami surfaced, covering her mouth and coughing lightly. A moment later, Nami took a deep breath. She made a swallowing motion. Soothe turbulent breathing and breath. Mr. Lu Yu, I also want to see my mother Belmere, is that enough? Nami asked nervously. Lu Yu, even without mind reading, he could probably guess. The reason why Nami is here must be because of something Robin said. But now that things have come to this, what else can he say? Of course, he would satisfy the girl's small request. Mr. Lu Yu, Nami called out in a nervous whisper. Just a little bit more. Lu Yu took the initiative to attack. Woo. The undulating water surface blooms with a little brightness and then spreads out again in the blink of an eye. Successfully captured Nami. Capture the Pirates World's Top 10 Beauties Quest progress 9/10. It's almost finished without me noticing. Looking at the progress bar of the task, Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There is only one step left to complete the mission. There are ready-made targets in this country right now. One is Germa's little princess Vinsmoke Reiju. The other is Yamato, who works diligently. But compared to the strategy Reiju and Yamato, Lu Yu is more concerned about another goal at the moment. It is possible to achieve 2 or even 3 goals at the same time. Then it's decided. Mermaid Shirahoshi, next, let's go to the Fishman Island. Lu Yu nodded. Mr. Lu Yu, Nami in my arms called softly. What's wrong? Lu Yu smiled and lowered his head. Is there anything else I should do? Nami asked eagerly. If you want to see Belmere, isn't she already there? Lu Yu raised his hand and pointed not far away. Huh? Nami was stunned. Her eyes followed Lu Yu's direction and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She finally realized it. I don't know when. That familiar figure and familiar face were looking at them with a smile. Ah, the girl's cries echoed in the night sky. Belmere, this, Belmere, shock, panic, joy, excitement, and many other complex emotions surged into Nami's heart, making it difficult for her to speak clearly. Mr. Lu Yu, you bad guy, why didn't you tell me in advance? Woo woo woo. Nami lay in Lu Yu's arms, sobbing softly. Ah ha 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 ha. The rest of the time is left to you, I won't bother you anymore. Lu Yu smiled, stood up and left, until a long time after Lu Yu left. Belmere, who had materialized from Nami's memory, cried out in joy. Mother-in-law. Hearing the call from her dead mother, Nami's eyes suddenly turned red. The joy of seeing Belmere again overwhelmed all other emotions. She jumped out of the water and hugged Belmere on the shore. Woo woo woo, Belmere, wonderful, it's so great, we can finally meet again. At this moment, tears of joy filled Nami's pretty face. Just one day later, Nami has fully integrated into her new family. She got her own yard next door to Robin, 2 more days. As Lu Yu informed him that he was about to go to the Fishman Island. The entire general's mansion and harem were in an uproar and excitement. All the girls, young and old, raised their hands enthusiastically, indicating that they wanted to go with Lu Yu. If such a large family were to travel together, it would be too noisy and chaotic. In the end, Lu Yu only gave 2 places to his colleagues. The method for selecting places is simple and fair. Determined directly by drawing lots. Sorry everyone, the first spot belongs to me. European Emperor Robin smiled sweetly, attracting everyone's envious gazes. Not long. Very good, I got one too. Robin, we can go to the Fishman Island together. Nami, the newcomer who also carries the halo of the protagonist, jumped 3 feet high with joy. Woo woo woo. Lord Lu Yu. I want to go too, I also want to travel with brother Lu Yu. The girls who didn't win the lottery all looked at Lu Yu eagerly, their beautiful faces full of pitiful expressions. Sorry, it was something we agreed on. Keep up the good work next time, there will be another chance. Lu Yu laughed and comforted him. Just go. That day, under the reluctant gaze of the little girls, Lu Yu took Nami and Robin to the Fishman Island. From Wano-kuni to the Fishman Island in the 10,000-meter deep sea. The distance between them is no less than 10,000 miles. Even the fastest ship would take at least a week to reach the sea surface directly above the Fishman Island. Then you can go after 3 days of coating, but for Lu Yu, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Thousands of miles away is just a moment to him. The dazzling magical light covered Lu Yu and the other 2. The magic power in Lu Yu's body is boiling and outputting. Ultra-long distance instant movement is activated. A dazzling beam of magic light crossed the sky, carrying Lu Yu and the other 2 away and disappearing in an instant. It only took a few minutes. The dazzling magical light landed on the Sabodi Islands that Lu Yu had once marked. Robin and Nami both opened their eyes nervously. Wait until you see the familiar Sabodi Islands. The 2 women's beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the limit. This. Wait a moment, Robin and Nami cried out in unison. Let's leave the rest aside for now. The size difference is 8 times. We're back to Sabodi so quickly. The little lion ship Thousand Sunny gradually sank into the sea and headed towards the Fishman Island. Because he suddenly realized that capturing the mermaid princess Bakesing did not seem to be an easy task. Bite. Let's go. The difference in size alone. However, the legendary mermaid princess Shirahoshi is a 16-meter long mermaid. A pleasant system prompt sounded, Thousand Sunny. Get ready to go. The coded ship prepared by Shaki is already in place. Just then, this is Sabodi Islands, however. The 2-meter-tall Lu Yu is naturally more than enough to stand in front of women like Robin. Lu Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After learning that the vehicle going to the Fishmen Island this time was the Thousand Sunny, Robin and Nami exclaimed in surprise again, with surprise showing on their pretty faces. The two girls were completely stunned. At this moment, they finally understood how fast Lu Yu meant. As the coded ship just entered the sea, Lu Yu, who was originally full of expectations, seemed to have thought of something and his expression froze. Lu Yu smiled slightly and walked towards the coded little lion boat on the shore. How on earth is this done? How to play this? Lu Yu skillfully manipulated the coating to inflate, covering the entire GUZ boat. Under the effect of unique filling coating. Mr. Lu Yu. After all, this is their ship. Well done, Shiki. Occupied 10,000 islands and received Dragon Power plus 3.0, and congratulations on obtaining Sulfur Monosulfide level first form magic. Chapter 133. Collapse of the country, occupied 10,000 islands mission completed, congratulations on obtaining Sulfur Monosulfide class form magic. Dragon Power plus level 30, a total of 120 levels, meeting the requirements for opening Dragon King mode. Whether to open the new Dragon King mode, a series of mechanical prompt sounds from the system rang out, which made Lu Yu startled and he nodded subconsciously. Please choose. Iron Dragon King, White Dragon King. Iron Dragon King. Lu Yu still did not hesitate and followed the procedure. The torrent of steel instantly washed over and washed through Lu Yu's limbs and bones. The fourth Dragon King mode, Iron Dragon King, was successfully activated. Feeling the power growing stronger and stronger, a hint of joy appeared on the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Now that he has activated the Iron Dragon King mode, he can definitely crush everything in the world with one bite. Even the sword that Hawkeye Mahawk had refined for decades could not withstand for even a second. Looks like I'll just have to go find Hawkeye and play with him when I have time. He's one of my targets after all. Lu Yu grinned. At the same time, Mahawk, the hawk-eyed man who was training with Zoro on the gloomy island thousands of miles away, suddenly shuddered and felt a chill on his back. 2,000 meters deep sea. The surrounding environment was already pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Paw. Snap. The little lion ship Qianyang turned on all its lights, illuminating the dark underwater world. Yu, look over there. What the hell is that creature? On the deck, Robin and Nami, who were going to sea for the first time, were shouting and yelling like elementary school students on a spring outing. Even the calm Robin was full of anticipation and excitement for this journey. Oh, what kind of fish is that? It looks so unique, and over there. Does the Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, really have blue skies, white clouds, beaches, and sunshine? How spectacular would that be? The two girls' yearning for the Fishman Island was even stronger. This is the deep sea. Lu Yu, who was also experiencing his first time in the sea business, also had a look of anticipation and excitement on his face. The deep sea is an unknown place that has not yet been conquered by humans. Even the Pirate King, Gol Roger, only conquered the sea routes. For the pirates' world dominated by the sea is countless times larger than the area occupied by land. There are countless shipwrecked treasures hidden in the ocean, making it the world's largest treasure trove. At the same time, in the deep sea where few people go, there live unimaginable huge monsters. It seems that humans have become the masters of this world. But what if one day, these sea monsters unite to attack human islands? Then the destruction of the world will only take place overnight. From ancient times to the present, the only one who can dominate this deep sea is the king of the sea, the mermaid princess Poseidon. And this is exactly the biggest purpose of Lu Yu's trip. Want to take over the whole world in one fell swoop. In addition to solving Yimyu's problem, absolute deterrence is also needed. Poseidon's force is essential. Not long ago, Lu Yu was still worried about how to conquer the human princess Shirahoshi. I never thought that as soon as I dozed off, someone would bring me a pillow. This time I couldn't help but praise Shiki's efficiency in my heart. In just 3 months, all the original territories of the beasts were recovered. Even further expansion is possible on this basis. The Imperial Dragon flag belonging to Lu Yu was erected on a total of 10,000 islands.
The biggest surprise that the completion of this task brought to Lu Yu was not the activation of the Iron Dragon King mode.
Compared to the Iron Dragon King, Lu Yu was more surprised by the magic he obtained from this reward mission. SS level magic, one form magic. Compared to the history of S level corpses and the light ball that absolutely defends against super magic fairies, it is indeed inferior. However, this is also relative. The name of the shape magic is simple, and the volume is definitely not bad. After all, this is one of the 12 shields in the fairy tale world, the magic of Brandish, known as the one who can destroy a country. Being able to change the size and shape of any living or non-living thing is the basic ability of morphic magic. Zoom in, zoom out, deform. Anything is possible. In the fairy tale world, Brandish once easily shrunk an island to the point where it was almost invisible to the naked eye. This power is naturally terrifying. In addition, this magic can freely control a person's body shape and even the size of wounds and tumors. Lu Yu was originally worried about the size difference between him and Shirahoshi. Now it can also be solved through this magic. Whether it is to enlarge Lu Yu himself or to shrink Shirahoshi in proportion, it all depends on a thought. The Fishman Island, I'm really looking forward to it more and more. The curve of Lu Yu's mouth widened. Mr. Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu. The girl's voice called out. I don't know when. Tired of the seascape, Robin and Nami went up to the room on the second deck and even changed into some interesting clothes. Master Lu Yu, we still have some time before arriving at the Fishman Island. Let's have fun together. Nami opened her arms and giggled. Luo Yi smiled sweetly.
Then wake up. The pitch black sea where you can't see your hand in front of you.
A vigorous little lion ship slowly sank into the deep sea 10,000 meters deep. On the green grass deck, a wonderful scene is happening. This continued for 6 hours. Deep sea 9,100 meters. 9,400. 9,900 meters. The little lion boat, riding on the special ocean current, accelerates and sprints into the final seabed rift valley. A fierce collision of ocean currents.
Finally, the road ahead became clear. The sunlight tears through the darkness and illuminates the land thousands of meters deep in the sea. Against the backdrop of the 10,000-meter deep sea, it looks like a beach on the Gold Coast.
An island wrapped in a double layer of bubble wrap sparkles in the sunlight, which is extremely beautiful. We have arrived at the human island. Wow, so beautiful. Is this the Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep in the ocean? It's just as fantastical as the rumors say. Look at the beautiful scenery ahead under the illumination of the Sun Tree Eve. Robin and Nami were both amazed. Her pretty face was filled with infatuation, she was completely immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. Let's go. No words? Are you looking down on me? Sea beasts, take action? Woo woo woo, come back, all of you, do you want to rebel? Suddenly, some unusual fluctuations appeared in the seawater. Lu Yu did not respond for a long time. Hammond's expression turned cold and he immediately gave the order. At the same time, a huge dragon power spread out. It was not until then that Hammond realized that he had met a tough guy. Are these sea beasts? Lu Yu shouted loudly. Hammond, human, your ship now belongs to us, the new Fishman pirates. If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly. Nami's pretty face showed a hint of panic. Lu Yu controlled the little lion boat and slowly approached the entrance to the Fishman Island. Lu Yu uttered a light shout, and it was like a thunderclap exploding on the seabed 10,000 meters deep. It was like encountering the most terrifying existence in the world, and I couldn't help but kneel down in surrender. Why are there so many sea beasts? Why don't you get out of here? You. Yes. Robin's expression froze. However, Hammond yelled in frustration. Who are you? Just then. Bang, the more fantastic things are yet to come. The Thousand Sunny was surrounded tightly. Looking at the sea beast blocking the way ahead, Lu Yu's smiling face suddenly turned cold. Only the sea eel man Hammond was left, falling to the bottom of the sea in confusion. All the sea beasts let out a cry of fear, then turned around and ran without hesitation. Hammond screamed in horror and looked intently at Lu Yu on the deck for the first time, and then his pupils shrank suddenly with fear. Roll. The sound turned into real waves, spreading in all directions along the seawater. Under the shock of this breath, all the sea beasts opened their eyes wide in horror. Then, a large shadow loomed. Hammond, the moray eel and a new member of the pirates, rode on the head of a sea lion, looking greedily at the Thousand Sunny. Chapter 134 The Fishman Island shakes 10,000 meters deep sea, a dream place, the Fishman Island. This is one of the wonders of the pirate's world. It can be said to be a true blessing from heaven and earth. A large double-complex semicircular bubble cover surrounds the entire island. The 10,000-meter tall Sun Tree Eve is rooted on the outskirts of the Fishman Island. Transmits sunlight from the ground to the bottom of the sea without any loss. This makes the Fishman Island have the same day and night as on Earth. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that the bottom of the deep sea 10,000 meters below would have the same sunshine, beaches and white clouds as on land. At the same time, the Yangshu Eve also has the function of producing air. Provide the fish people of the Fishman Island with various basic materials needed for life. It is precisely because of this unique geographical location, as well as the cultural landscape that ranks among the best in the world, the Fishman Island has become a holiday destination that people on Earth yearn for. Every year, countless sightseeing tour boats come to the Fishman Island in the deep sea of 10,000 meters. For the beauty of Mermaid Bay, for the service of the young mermaid girls in the Mermaid Cafe, 280. It is also about the legendary mermaid princess whose beauty is comparable to the world's #1 female pirate queen Boa Hancock. The energetic coated little lion slowly sailed towards the entrance of the Fishman Island. Behind the little lion, a cloud of blood mist was floating up and down. Soon it was swallowed up and diluted by the sea, disappearing without a trace. What's wrong? Nami, are you scared? Looking at Nami's tense face, Lu Yu couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. No, how could it be? He's just a clown. I just thought about some things in the past. Nami's lips curled up into a forced smile. The sight of Hammond, the exploding sea eel, reminded her of the days when she was dominated by Arlong. Robin, who knew something about Nami's past, had a hint of worry on his face. Bang! Nami raised her slender hands and patted her pretty face. I'm totally fine now, let's start having fun. Nami's face lit up with a bright smile again. Under Lu Yu's control, the Qianyang sailed steadily towards the border entrance of the Fishmen Island. Lu Yu drove the Qianyang towards the entrance of the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen soldiers guarding the gate also became alert. The moment they saw Lu Yu on the Qianyang, they recognized the identity of the person. Immediately, the faces of the soldiers showed an expression of extreme shock that was difficult to conceal. His body began to sway involuntarily. My heart was so nervous that it was in my throat. Soldier, please help us with the immigration procedures. Lu Yu frowned and had to speak out a reminder. When the Fishmen soldiers in charge of immigration management heard Lu Yu's urging, their legs went weak and they fell to their knees involuntarily. Lu Yu was quite helpless about this. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. No matter how ordinary and kind he appears to be. In the hearts of the people, Lu Yu has always been the most terrifying person on the sea. The overlord of the sea, the only emperor above all emperors. Such a big shot actually came to the Fishmen Island and was in close contact with small people like them who were gatekeepers. Panic, fear, surprise and many other indescribable emotions are intertwined. How can they remain calm? Master Lu, Lord Lu Yu, I am truly and terribly sorry. The Murloc soldier guarding the gate screamed in panic. I didn't dare to register at all and just opened the entrance directly. Until Lu Yu drove the Qianyang far away, the group of Fishmen soldiers at the immigration office finally calmed down. Running around nervously and anxiously to report to superiors from all sides. Right Minister, this is the Border Management Office, just now. Mr. Left Minister, that gentleman just now came. Master Neptune, Mr. Lu Yu. Master Lu Yu just came to our the Fishmen Island. Boss Jinbei, please respond quickly. When the news of the arrival of Lu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea, spread. The entire Fishmen Island was shaking and boiling. In the azure sky of the Fishmen Island, a majestic palace with carved dragons is suspended. This is Dragon Palace City. The royal family of the Fishmen Island lives there, the lineage of Neptune. Adult King, Your Majesty, that man is coming. The Catfish Left Minister who is in charge of civil affairs and the Seahorse Right Minister who is in charge of military affairs. The two of them rushed into the palace of Dragon Palace City at the fastest speed almost at the same time. Left Minister, Right Minister, I already know the basic situation. I didn't expect that person to come so suddenly. The current king of the Fishmen Island, the great knight of the sea, Neptune, said solemnly. Father, perhaps that gentleman is just here for fun. The second prince Long Xing spoke. Yes, my lord father. That gentleman is a friend of Whitebeard's father, so he won't do anything to the Fishmen Island. The third prince fell down in agreement. Father King. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly showed excitement. If those news reports are true, if that lord is truly the lord of the underworld, he can summon people from another world. Maybe, we can also, can we, really see our mother again? The second prince, Long Xing, understood what his elder brother meant and murmured in shock. King Neptune took a few deep breaths, trying to suppress the excitement and hope in his heart. After knowing that there is a possibility of seeing his deceased wife again who had been dead for many years. His old eyes were brighter than ever. Regardless of anything else, it's only right that we go to greet the king of this sea. Ministers, please send out the royal gondolas. Sharkstar, Dragonstar, and Rollover Star, you all come with me and go out of the city to welcome us. Neptune waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, father. Yes, your majesty. Just as the Neptune royal family in Ryugu Castle was preparing for a grand banquet. The Fishmen Island entrance. The energetic coated little lion leaps out of the sea. Pa! The coating on the hull shattered. Lord Lu Yu, where are we going next? Nami's eyes sparkled and her pretty face was full of anticipation. Let me think about it. Let's go to Mermaid Bay first. Lu Yu said seriously. Robin curved his eyebrows and glanced at Lu Yu. But I won't have any objections. The little lion Thousand Sunny turned a corner and did not anchor at the port. Head straight towards Mermaid Bay, generally speaking. Foreign vessels are not allowed to travel freely within the Fishmen Island. However, Lu Yu, as the Emperor of the Sea, is naturally an exception. The journey was smooth. About a quarter of an hour later. We have arrived at Mermaid Bay. In addition to the magnificent coral reefs, what caught the sight of Lu Yu and the other two was the magnificent coral reefs. There are also many young and beautiful mermaid girls. This place looks like a paradise on earth. Even Robin and Nami, who are also women, were stunned for a moment. Just then, Kami, a loud cry came from a coral reef. Take a closer look. That's Patrick Star wearing a hat. That's Papagu, Nami cried out softly, next second. Accompanied by the sound of water splashing. A young woman with short green hair jumped out of the sea and clung to the railing of the Thousand Sunny with difficulty. Kami, Robin and Nami recognized the green-haired mermaid. Woo woo woo. Robin, Nami, I'm so glad you're safe. The girl Kami cried with joy. Chapter 135 Fatty Blue's Visit. The Fishmen Island in the 10,000-meter deep sea. The dreamy Mermaid Bay. The energetic little lion boat is quietly anchored. On the coral reef. Robin and Nami both touched the green-haired mermaid girl Kami's head and comforted her softly. Woo woo woo. It's all my fault, I'm so stupid. It's all because of me, Robin-kun, Nami-kun, Luffy-kun, and everyone else. The mermaid Kami choked with self-blame and burst into tears. Okay, don't cry, Kami. We're all fine, aren't we? Nami giggled. It's not just the two of us. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji Chopper, everyone is safe. Robin said. But if it weren't for me, we are friends, Kami. Helping friends is the natural thing to do. We have never regretted it. Nami said seriously. Wow, Nami, Robin, and the Straw Hat crew, you guys are so kind. Patrick Papagu also kept wiping away tears. The Saboti incident happened more than 3 months ago. Everything started with the kidnapping of the mermaid Kami. To save Kami, a mermaid who was sent to the human auction. The Straw Hat crew clashes with the Celestial Dragons, the Roseward family. This eventually led to the Straw Hat crew being targeted by Marine Admiral Kizaru and falling apart. The day the incident occurred, the mermaid Kami, Patrick Papagu and Octopus were secretly sent back to the Fishmen Island by Shocky. Not long after, when he learned from the newspaper that the Straw Hat pirates were completely wiped out in the Saboti incident. The mermaid Kami cried so hard that she fainted. With the comfort of Patrick Papagu and his mermaid friends, he managed to hold on. Then a major incident broke out. The mermaid Kami saw Straw Hat Luffy and Luo Pingon appear in the newspaper. I saw the message that Straw Hat Luffy left for his friends to see them again in 2 years. The mermaid Kami almost fainted from joy. Now, seeing that Robin and Nami appeared unharmed. Mermaid Kami's emotions, which had been pent up for months, finally erupted. This side, Robin and Nami continued to comfort the mermaid Kami and Papagu. On the other side of the coral reef, Lu Yu was completely surrounded by a large group of beautiful mermaids. The new era leader of the Summit War Suppression Naval Headquarters, the legendary Sea Emperor. Even the mermaids in the deep sea know this clearly. After dinner, the only emperor of the sea is also the talk of young mermaid girls. Now, Master Lu Yu appeared so suddenly. How could the girls in the Gulf not be shocked, excited? After getting over the initial nervousness, a young mermaid girl plucked up the courage and bravely stepped forward to greet Lu Yu, and received a kind smile from Lu Yu. There is a good beginning. The tension in the other mermaid girls disappeared. They all came to the legendary king of the sea, vying with each other to greet him. After getting acquainted with each other, several brave and beautiful women sat down directly next to Lu Yu. Some people hugged their arms, while others hugged their thighs. What's more, he even left his lip prints on Lu Yu's face. The situation was out of control for a while. In the end, it was Robin who took action and rescued Lu Yu from the pile of young mermaids. Yeah, that's really helpful, Robin, Lu Yu smiled. But I see that you are clearly enjoying it, Mr. Lu Yu. Robin pouted, with a slightly jealous expression on her pretty face. Ha. By the way, Robin, there's a similar piece of writing here on the Fishmen Island. Do you want to go take a look later? Lu Yu changed the subject. Historical text. Robin's eyes lit up when he heard the keywords, and his body reacted instinctively, nodding uncontrollably. Just then, Jinbei Boss Jinbei is here. Are you here to see that adult? The cries of young men and girls came one after another. 8 sauces. Octopus Hachi. Nami stood up. Nami, it's better than anything else that you're safe. Yu Ba stepped forward quickly, put his 6 hands together, and bowed to the heavens and the earth in gratitude. Miss, you are Luffy's navigator partner, right? Jinbei looked at Nami. Nami nodded. Shichibukai Sinai Jinbei, I saw you in the report, my stupid captain, thank you for your care. Nami thanked him. No, that's not the case. If it weren't for my brother Luffy, I would still be locked up and impelled down. I should be the one thanking Luffy brother. Jinbei waved his hands quickly. He's right, Nami, you really don't need to thank me. It's better to say that this blue fat guy needs to apologize to you. Lu Yu's calm and indifferent voice came from behind the coral reef. Lord Lu Yu. Nami cried out softly and walked forward, naturally hugging Lu Yu's arm. Mr. Lu Yu. The blue fat man Jinbei, Octopus Zauba and others stepped forward and saluted Lu Yu respectfully. During the last Summit War, thanks to Mr. Lu Yu's help. Before the blue fat man Jinbei could finish speaking, Lu Yu waved his hand to interrupt him. It's not your turn to thank you yet. You should first think about how to get my Nami's forgiveness. He has already realized something. Lu Yu looked at Nami, who was silent and lowered her head. Octopus Aid's face turned pale and he quickly knelt on the ground. So, Jinbei spoke solemnly. Lu Yu said quietly. Don't tell me you don't know, I can't forgive you on behalf of everyone else. Nami's pretty face at this moment also showed some confusion. Everything that goes wrong is my fault. He alone would bear the wrath of the Sea King. The words fell. Jinbei looked at Lu Yu, then at Nami, and was a little unresponsive for a moment. If Mr. Lu Yu and Miss Nami are unhappy, I'm here. Jinbei finally understood what Lu Yu meant at this moment. Snap. It's just that the crime Arlong committed cannot be solely blamed on you. Lu Yu said calmly. Jinbei was naturally aware of the fact that Arlong was arrested for causing trouble in East Blue more than half a year ago. The suffering endured by the people of Kikoyasi village and the surrounding villages cannot be dismissed with a simple apology. Please don't take your anger out on us, the Fishmen Island. Nami, what do you think? Who exactly sent Arlong and his gang to East Blue to wreak havoc on Nami's hometown 10 years ago? I originally wanted him to stop causing trouble on the Grand Line, but I didn't expect him to escalate so much. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, it was indeed me who sent Arlong to East Blue 10 years ago. Even if I die today, I will never let the fishmen be implicated. I just didn't expect that Nami was also one of the victims. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Same. Jinbei knelt down on his knees in front of Lu Yu and Nami. Fat Blue, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? Chapter 136 Defeat Jinbei. So, Nami strides forward with her long legs. The little pink fist that could beat Straw Hat Luffy black and blue swollenly. And punched Jinbei in the face. Now we're even. Nami smiled slightly. Is this really possible now? Jinbei looked up and looked at Nami in confusion. I'm just a weak woman. Even if I beat you with all my strength, I'll be the one who gets hurt in the end. I'm not that stupid. Nami pretended to be strong and made a face. Fat Blue, if you think that's not enough, why don't you take another punch from me? Lu Yu grinned. Lord Lu Yu. Nami nodded and raised her chin slightly, tears in her beautiful eyes, full of gratitude and appreciation. The blue fat man Jinbei on the other side, feeling Lu Yu's kind smile, Jinbei wanted to slap himself. What the hell is he talking about? Now that's great. I'm in trouble. No matter how many times Nami punches him, he won't die. But Lu Yu's fist is different. That was a punch that not even the Admiral, Hero, Marshal, or even the 5 elders could withstand. But, he is ready to atone for his sins and accept punishment. Come on, Mr. Lu Yu. Jinbei stood up, closed his eyes, and looked ready to die. Jinbei boss. Boss. Yu Zalba, Kami and the others all looked at Jinbei worriedly. Fatty Blue, do you really want to die? Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. Jinbei opened his eyes blankly. If I can survive, I would certainly like to live a few more years and see the new era. Jinbei scratched his head foolishly. In that case, why don't you use all your best defenses? Otherwise, you will really die. Lu Yu grinned and gave a kind reminder. Oh. Jinbei finally woke up from his dream and came to his senses. He crossed his left and right hands and formed a cross defense in front of him. The rich and powerful armament haki gushed out like it was free. Both of Jinbei's arms were rendered as black as ink, exuding the strongest sense of power and defense. Armament haki, plum blossom skin. Sir Lu Yu, I'm ready. Jinbei is on high alert. Haha, come on then, Lu Yu chuckled. He stepped forward calmly. Slowly clench your right hand into a fist. No fancy moves. There is no brilliant power of thunder and fire. Just punching and throwing punches. It was an ordinary punch, but its power was extraordinary. Because this is the power of Lu Yu's new Dragon King mode. Iron Dragon King's blast fist. Boom. Boom, in an instant. Shichibukai Jinbei, armed with the strongest shark plumskin defense, vomited blood and flew backwards. It looks like a kite with a broken string, or like a fired cannonball. Everywhere I go, the atmosphere seemed to be escaping. The vast coral reefs in the Mermaid Bay were smashed through by the flying Jinbei, and it spread all the way to hundreds of meters away before finally stopping. Defeat Shichibukai Sea Knight Jinbei. Defeat Shichibukai Quest Progress 5/7. Boss, Jinbei boss. Yu Zalba, Kami and Patrick immediately ran to Jinbei. The women in the bay were also very panicked at this moment. Looking at Lu Yu who knocked Jinbei away with one punch, fear unconsciously appeared in their eyes. Ahem. In the coral reef ruins, Jinbei struggled to get up and coughed up a mouthful of blood. No. I'm fine. Yes, don't be afraid. Mr. Lu Yu has no ill intentions, he was just playing around. Cough cough cough. As Jinbei spoke, he coughed up blood again. His arms were drooping and he couldn't lift them up. Jinbei boss. Just then, screams were heard from the sky. A gorgeous gondola came closer from afar. The 3 princes from Shark Star, Dragon Star and Rollover Star came first anxiously. Looking at the miserable and seriously injured Jinbei. The 3 princes all showed horror on their faces. Right now on this island, there is only one person who has the ability to beat Jinbei like this. Are they late? Did the Fishmen Island finally become enemies with the most terrifying emperor? Think of this. The 3 princes' faces turned pale. Ahem, Prince Sharkstar, don't be nervous. This is the punishment I deserve. Jinbei immediately explained the whole process in a concise manner. Listen to Jinbei's explanation of cause and effect. The 3 mermaid princes finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tense face relaxed a little. Brother, what should we do next? The 3rd prince asked anxiously. At this point, I have no choice but to go ahead. The eldest prince Sharkstar took a deep breath. The 3 adults, plus Jinbei, who was supported by Octopus Zalba and Kami. The group walked up to Lu Yu with nervousness in their hearts. Mr. Lu Yu. Seeing Lu Yu step forward again, Jinbei just thought that Lu Yu had not yet vented his anger. He closed his eyes and without any defense, he could only wait for death. However, the imagined pain did not come. What came over me instead was a comfortable and cool feeling. Jinbei opened his eyes in confusion, but the light from the sky emanating from Lu Yu's palm fell on his broken arm. His broken arm was miraculously restored. It's like the most amazing magic. Mr. Lu Yu, this. The blue fat man Jinbei opened his eyes wide, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Dorenzi, Yu Zhaoba and others were also surprised and happy. I thought this meeting with Lu Yu started off badly. I never thought. A moment later, treatment completed. Fat blue man Jinbei clenched his fists and was about to kneel down again in excitement. Stop. If you want to thank someone, thank Nami for her kindness. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Nami, who was the center of everyone's attention, giggled and quickly hid behind Lu Yu and Robin. You're really nice. Kami and Octopus Zhaoba were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears and they couldn't stop wiping them away. Just then, a loud and distinctive whale roar came from the sky. That's Lord Neptune, the god of the sea. Lord Neptune has come here in person. Mad King, even the king himself came. The residents of Mermaid Bay and the nearby Coral Hill, the Fishmen Island, screamed in fear. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the royal gondolas landed in the bay with King Neptune riding a whale. Mr. Lu Yu, I am the current king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune. Mr. Lu Yu's arrival has brought glory to the Fishmen Island. The banquet has already been prepared. I've come here specially to invite you to visit Dragon Palace City. Neptune invited sincerely. Lu Yu nodded concisely. Chapter 137 asking for Shirahoshi the gondola, symbolizing the royal family of the Fishmen Island, was launched into the sky. He walked away amid the excited cheers of the people. King Neptune's invitation naturally, Lu Yu would not refuse this. It just so happened that he came to the Fishmen Island for the Mermaid Princess in the Dragon Palace City. Leave the little lion ship Thousand Sunny in Mermaid Bay. Lu Yu took Robin and Nami on board the royal sightseeing gondola of the Fishmen Island. Let's go. Gammon, at Neptune's command, the gondola set sail. After getting Lu Yu's permission, the royal gondola did not return directly to Ryugu City. Instead, it goes from north to east and then to south, making a big circle. This move was to allow Lu Yu and the other two to fully tour the Fishmen Island from the air. Secondly, for the Fishmen Island, the king is walking with the Emperor of the Sea, which represents a great significance, enough to attract the attention of the world. The fact that they traveled together this time alone is enough to scare off many villains. This is exactly the case. When the pirates on the island saw Lu Yu on the royal gondola, they were all scared out of their wits. Just think that the Fishmen Island has reached some kind of cooperative relationship with the Sea Emperor Lu Yu. Some pirates who were preparing to capture young mermaids immediately abandoned their well-developed fishing plans. The pirates who successfully captured the mermaid are now very worried. Between life and thousands of miles, life is of course more important. There are also many pirates lingering on the island who are busy looking for craftsmen to coat their ships so that they can escape from the island as soon as possible. Since the Summit War, Whitebeard's deterrent power has dropped significantly, and the pirates have become increasingly bold. But after today, even the most daring pirates would never dare to cause trouble on the Fishmen Island again. This is the shocking power of the Sea King who single-handedly suppressed the naval headquarters and overturned the world government. Lu Yu didn't care about Neptune's little tricks and let him pull his tiger skin. Anyway, his youngest daughter, the modern mermaid princess Shirahoshi, has already been chosen by Lu Yu. The sightseeing tour lasts about an hour. A magnificent palace suspended in the air appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and others. That is Dragon Palace, located on the top floor of the Fishmen Island. This is a large and luxurious palace built with large coral reefs, shells and other building materials. A 5-clawed golden dragon is coiled on it, making it look even more majestic. Mr. Lu Yu, we've arrived in Gammon. Neptune rode on a giant whale and waved his hand, and the entrance to the Dragon Palace opened. Then, all the preparations that Neptune had ordered before leaving began. The main hall of the Dragon Palace City was suddenly brightly lit. From the main hall to the entrance of the banquet hall, all the seawater is isolated by huge bubbles. This action fully demonstrated Neptune's importance to Lu Yu. If it were someone else, they would never do this even if they were invited to Dragon Palace City. Lu Yu looked calm as he jumped off the Dragon Palace gondola with a group of girls and walked up the stairs leading to the banquet hall. Along the way, Robin and Nami's beautiful eyes were sparkling, looking around and observing every corner of Dragon Palace City with curiosity. For them, everything here is new. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu and his party came to the banquet hall of Dragon Palace City. In the spacious banquet hall, all kinds of fine wines, fruits, and meats had been prepared long ago. Following Neptune's order, dishes were served one after another. On the stage, the Fishmen Island's most famous song and dance troupe sang and danced. The huge fish carried Lu Yu and his party and wandered slowly in the banquet hall. On the adjacent flounder, Neptune accompanied the 3 princes and Jinbei. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Naturally, it's time to get down to business. Mr. Lu Yu, I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused by the haste of hospitality. Please forgive me, Mr. Jiaming. Neptune toasted Lu Yu solemnly. Lu Yu raised his glass in a distant gesture, picked up the fruit in front of him and took a bite, then began to say, Neptune, I don't like beating around the bush. Neptune paused in his drinking. In that case, Mr. Lu Yu, I will speak frankly. We want to borrow your flag to provide shelter for the Fishmen Island. After witnessing Lu Yu's deterrent power with his own eyes, this idea in Neptune's heart gradually grew stronger. He wanted to get Lu Yu's protection at all costs, so that the Fishmen Island could at least maintain peace for decades. Whitebeard's flag has protected us for 20 years, but at this point, we can no longer burden Whitebeard and his men. So, Mr. Lu Yu, please lend us your flag anyway. Prince Sharkstar, Jinbei and others said sincerely. Can. The other party spoke frankly, and Lu Yu would not beat around the bush with them, and simply nodded calmly in agreement. Really? That's great. After several seconds, Neptune and the others came to their senses. I felt a little overwhelmed by Lu Yu's ready agreement. Mr. Lu Yu, you will be the Fishmen Island's lifelong benefactor. Neptune and the others were ecstatic. Great, Doremifa, Sorashi. The second prince Long Xing said excitedly. Red rolls over, what a happy day. The third prince did a somersault. Wait, Mr. Lu Yu, can we hear your request? The eldest prince, Sharkstar, looked solemn and was not carried away by joy like his younger brothers. Lu Yu looked at Sharkstar with appreciation, and then said, I can provide you with shelter on the Fishmen Island, and even create a pure land for you to survive on the ground. But I also have something, or someone, that I want to ask for from you. Hearing this, Neptune, who was originally in excitement, suddenly changed his expression, as if he realized something. Mr. Lu Yu, please speak. Sharkstar took a deep breath and prepared himself. I have longed for your Princess Shirahoshi from the Fishmen Island. Can you please hand Shirahoshi over to me? Lu Yu said with a kind smile. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, Neptune, the three Sharkstar brothers, and Jinbei and the other five all changed their expressions. The dead silence lasted for a long moment. Neptune took a deep breath suddenly. Mr. Lu Yu, I wonder what you want my daughter to do. Neptune asked solemnly. Neptune, I won't beat around the bush. I already know the true identity of your daughter, Shirahoshi. For the upcoming war against the world government, I will need Shirahoshi's Poseidon power. Lu Yu spoke directly. When Neptune heard Lu Yu reveal Shirahoshi's identity, the panic on his face became even more intense. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of doing anything to Shirahoshi. On the contrary, I want to protect her well. After all, if someone from the world government gets hold of Poseidon's power, I'll be in big trouble. Lu Yu said calmly. I see, so that's how it is. Neptune nodded, and then a look of embarrassment appeared on his face again. But my daughter Shirahoshi is still young, and I'm afraid she will cause trouble for Mr. Lu Yu. That's not something you need to think about. Lu Yu shook his head calmly. You just have to answer yes or no, this. Neptune frowned in thought. After all, this matter concerns his own daughter, and he really can't make a decision. Yeah, I'll add another chip then. Is there anyone you want to meet? For example, your late wife, your queen mother, died 8 years ago. Lu Yu grinned confidently. The words fell. An unprecedented bright light suddenly burst out from the eyes of Neptune and the three princes. Chapter 138 Shirahoshi's Choice. Brother, is it really okay for me to leave the Hardshell Tower? The axe. Lord Vanda Deccan's axe will fly towards us. I'm going to be killed. A soft and weak girl's whimpering sound came from near the entrance of the banquet hall. Then, the joyful singing and dancing in the huge banquet hall suddenly came to a halt. What followed was a burst of surprised exclamations. That's the princess. Our Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishmen Island. It really is Princess Shirahoshi. Princess Shirahoshi hasn't appeared since that incident 8 years ago. I thought something had happened. That's great. It's so great. Princess Shirahoshi has grown up safely and is so beautiful. The young men and mermaid girls of the Fishmen Island dance troupe couldn't help but cheer and jump for joy. Princess Shirahoshi is a mermaid whose size far exceeds that of an average human woman. However, in terms of age, 14-year-old Bai Xing is the youngest sister here. More than 8 years ago, when Princess Odahime was still alive, she worked hard for the future of the Fishmen Island. Shirahoshi, who was only 6 years old at the time, and the older 3 Sharkstar sons also followed their mother, Queen Odahime. After a few visits, Shirahoshi and his 3 sons became familiar with the residents of the entire Fishmen Island. There is absolutely no so-called barrier between royal family and common people. And because of the cute appearance of young Shirahoshi, he is deeply loved by the people of the Fishmen Island and is very popular. The young men and women in the field had also played with the young Shirahoshi in the Mermaid Bay, and they loved the cute Shirahoshi very much. However, everything changed due to a major accident 8 years ago. Princess Odahime died. Princess Shirahoshi also lived in the Dragon Palace for some reason and has not appeared in the past 8 years. After 8 years, I saw the lovely Princess Shirahoshi again and saw Shirahoshi grow up healthily. These girls who treated Shirahoshi as their younger sister were naturally delighted. The mermaids were just watching the incredibly lovely human Princess Shirahoshi appear. Robin and Nami's eyes lit up as well. That's the legendary mermaid princess. It's huge everywhere, Nami exclaimed in amazement. And it's really cute. Robin held her cheeks with her slender hands, looking intoxicated. At the same time, a thought came to his mind. Even if it is Lu Yu, the size difference between him and Shirahoshi is quite big, so nothing should happen. The other side. Wah! Hearing the shouts of everyone in the banquet hall, Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes suddenly began to spin. It was the first time in 8 years that Shirahoshi, who had always been timid, saw so many people. How could he bear it? He wanted to escape immediately. Shirahoshi, the eldest prince, Sharkstar, who always stayed by his sister's side, hugged Shirahoshi's finger. Brother, no, I want to go back and rest. Shirahoshi's voice was tearful and he was about to cry. Shirahoshi, it's okay. There's no need to be afraid. Look carefully. They are all the sisters from the Mermaid Bay you met before. Sharkstar comforted. Shirahoshi took a closer look, and when he saw the outlines and shadows of the old women and the grown-up women, Shirahoshi's inner uneasiness finally subsided a little. Shirahoshi is so good, Sharkstar smiled and praised, then swam with Shirahoshi towards the large flounder in the center of the banquet hall. Not long. Father, Mr. Liu Yu, Shirahoshi is here. Sharkstar reported. Neptune nodded graciously. Shirahoshi, this is Lord Liu Yu. Neptune pointed at Liu Yu among the otter. Yes, hello, Lord Liu Yu. Shirahoshi nodded weakly in question. Liu Yu nodded. Looking at the big mermaid in front of me, I couldn't help but marvel. She is indeed a human princess who can be ranked as one of the 3 most beautiful women along with Hancock and Hiyori. Shirahoshi, actually, my brothers brought you out this time because we have something to ask you. The second prince Long Xing struggled to speak. Brother, what's the matter? Shirahoshi blinked his eyes. A moment of silence. Shirahoshi, do you want to see the Queen Mother? The third prince flipped over and spoke. Huh? Shirahoshi looked puzzled and tilted his head cutely. Mother, Shirahoshi certainly wants to see her too. He wants to see her very much. But the Queen Mother has already. At the end of the story, the crying mermaid Shirahoshi pouted and big tears accumulated in his eyes, looking like they were about to burst. Don't cry, Shirahoshi, don't cry. Sharkstar and others hurried to comfort him. Shirahoshi, if there were a chance now for you and us to see Odahime again, what would you do? Neptune asked. Really, father? Shirahoshi stopped crying. If I can really see my mother again, I will do anything. Shirahoshi said seriously. What if I ask you to leave your father and brother and come with me? Liu Yu smiled. Huh? A petite figure appeared out of nowhere. Liu Yu raised his right hand. The little mermaid princess Shirahoshi's excited cries echoed in the banquet hall. Shirahoshi tilted his head in confusion again. Even though they really wanted to see their mother again, since it concerned Shirahoshi's future, they naturally would not agree rashly. Sharkstar and others immediately told their sister Shirahoshi everything that had happened. Lord Liu Yu, I want to see my mother again no matter what. At this moment, emotions such as excitement, exhilaration, and ecstasy surged into the mermaids' hearts, occupying and dominating their entire bodies and minds. At the same time, Liu Yu agreed. Neptune, Shirahoshi, the 3 great men zipping, and all the fish in the banquet hall, all had their eyes wide open, their bodies frozen in shock. The quiet atmosphere in the banquet hall lasted for a long time. After a while, it fell with the sound of a crisp snap of fingers. The petite figure that appeared in the scene trembled her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Odahime. Mother Queen, Shirahoshi finally recovered from the great surprise of being able to see his mother. Looking at the figure that appeared in front of him again after 8 years. Haha, okay. The tears in Shirahoshi's eyes finally couldn't be held back any longer and burst out. Shirahoshi, actually. Shirahoshi took a deep breath, looked at Liu Yu with his bright eyes without blinking, and nodded heavily. To the point that I couldn't even utter a single sentence or word. Without the slightest hesitation, Neptune, Shirahoshi and the others, who were immersed in shock and ecstasy, finally came to their senses. My Queen Mother, the history of Forbidden Magic Corpse is activated. Shirahoshi spoke firmly, looking at the familiar figure that appeared before my eyes again. Everything is up to Shirahoshi to decide, just when Neptune, Sharkstar and others were feeling guilty and melancholy. Princess Z, extracted from the memories of Shirahoshi and the Neptune family, materializes and returns at this moment. Silently. Mother, Chapter 139 Reunion, Shirahoshi. You really have grown up. The returning Princess Odahime opened her gentle eyes and looked at her fully grown daughter. Mother Queen. Shirahoshi swam towards Princess Odahime like a young swallow returning to its nest. Shirahoshi. Odahime jumped up lightly, and then threw herself into Shirahoshi's arms. Compared to the 16-meter-tall Shirahoshi, the already petite Odahime looks even smaller. If Shirahoshi could be more mature, people who don't know her would really not be able to tell who is the mother and who is the daughter. Wow, mother, you're finally back. Shirahoshi missed you so much. Shirahoshi opened her big watery eyes, tears streaming down her face like they were free. I'm sorry, Shirahoshi. I wasn't able to grow up with you, I'm really sorry. Odahime apologized softly. Queen Mother, Mother Queen. Welcome back, Queen Mother. The 3 princes, Sharkstar, Dragonstar and Rollover Star, with red eyes, walked forward happily. Sharkstar, Dragonstar, Rollover Star, thank you for your hard work over the years. Odahime also gave each of her 3 sons a hug. It's okay, Red Flip. Our words don't matter at all, Do-Re-Mi. Mother, please don't say that, we. The 3 Sharkstars choked with sobs as they comforted him. Otto. Odahime, the great mermaid Neptune extended his big hand. I just felt that everything in front of me was unreal. I was afraid that Yi-Ji, who appeared, would disappear the next second. Neptune. I'm back. Odahime smiled and spoke, throwing herself directly into Neptune's arms. Yu. This moment, Neptune, the former great knight of the sea, burst into tears. Princess Odahime Jinbei was excited. Princess. Adult Queen. The ministers on both sides are in a difficult situation. Young lady, Lady Odahime has truly returned. That sir really did bring Odahime-sama back. Is this a dream? No. Lord Lu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea, is a true god. The huge banquet hall was in an unprecedented frenzy. Great. The lovely Shirahoshi got to meet her mom too. Yeah, that's really great. Nami and Robin held hands and smiled at each other. They have already met Belmir and Orovia. I can empathize with the feelings of Shirahoshi, Neptune and others at this moment. Dragon Palace Banquet Hall. The touching reunion and reunion scenes of the Neptune family continue. At the same time, an underwater volcanic area many miles away from the Fishman Island. A faint light flickered. That was the light from the giant lantern fish. Ah! The bald sea monster Mian Jinjin, who was following the light, stumbled. After being knocked down by a rock on the seabed, he immediately started to vent his anger on the lantern sea monster. Watatsumi. At this moment, a deep bass voice came from the tattered ship that the big bald sea monster was holding. The Flying Dutchman, the legendary pirate ship of the great pirates of the Caribbean. There are many legends left in every sea area. Even after death, it became a legendary ghost ship, wandering in the deep sea. And the Flying Dutchman at this time is certainly not a ghost ship. Its current owner is none other than Vanda Decken IX, a descendant of the great pirates. A fishman who ate the Paramecia target fruit. Watatsumi, no reply yet? Shirahoshi's reply. Vanda Decken X continued to ask in a low voice. Well, not yet, Captain Dagon. The bald sea monster answered foolishly. It's been 9 years, and Shirahoshi hasn't come looking for me. I'm in love. It must be that damned Neptune who's imprisoned Shirahoshi in that hard-shelled tower, preventing us two, who truly love each other, from meeting. And in a year or two, he'll use Shirahoshi as a political sacrifice and marry him off to one of those human nobles. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Shirahoshi can only belong to me. Only I am worthy of such a noble woman. So if we can't be together no matter what, then please die, Shirahoshi. Ha 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 ha. Today is still the usual rose axe, conveying my love to Shirahoshi. Vanda Decken laughed wildly. He held a double-sided axe with a rose pattern on it in both hands and threw it in the opposite direction of Ryubu Castle. However, not long after, the double-sided rose axe turned around and returned. It flew straight towards its target, the Dragon Palace where the Mermaid Princess was. This is Vanda Decken's Devil Fruit ability, the Paramecia target fruit. It can firmly lock anyone who has been touched by the palm. As long as the mark is not washed off, this lock will last a lifetime. At the same time, under the absolute hit mark of the target fruit ability, the huge banquet hall fell into dead silence. But what happened to that axe earlier? Where did it come from? Could there be an assassin in this Dragon Palace city? The double-sided rose axe thrown by Vanda Decken X spanned an unknown number of miles of sea. But before she could say the second word, it's a small matter, don't worry about it. That be asterisk D Vanda Decken. Well, let me explain next. Neptune, what's going on? King Neptune sighed. Small. Nami asked confused. The three princes, Shark Star, Dragon Star and Rollover Star, all roared in shock and anger, their eyes bulging. Shirahoshi opened his mouth, lowered his head, and twirled his index fingers in circles, feeling aggrieved and speechless. The fierce-looking rose axe was suddenly enveloped by a pitch-black shadow. My queen mother, actually, ZG, who had come to her senses, couldn't help but ask anxiously. This is really too much, thank you so much. The tragic experience of spending more than 8 years alone in a hard-shell tower was revealed. The words fell. If Lu Yu had not taken action before, Shirahoshi would have been affected by the attack, so she naturally could not remain calm. King Neptune sighed. I've done Lord Lu Yu a favor again. Including Shirahoshi, who was deprived of his freedom and suffered death threats. Well, let me explain what's going on. Nami subconsciously wanted to remind. Hateful. Mr. Lu Yu, thank you. The sudden appearance of the rose giant axe caused everyone in the hall to change their expressions drastically. Neptune and the three great princes thanked him in unison. It flew straight towards the banquet hall, or more precisely towards Shirahoshi. Immediately, all the causes and consequences were explained. Then it fell to the ground weakly, making a clanging sound. Robin glanced at Lu Yu beside him and nodded in understanding. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Chapter 140 The Truth, Rage. Shirahoshi. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm such a useless mother. Odahime hugged her beloved daughter Shirahoshi with a loving look on her face, tears streaming down her face. My lady queen mother, there is absolutely nothing wrong with what I said. Shirahoshi, who was the most tearful person, was now trying hard to hold back his tears and was strong enough not to let them fall. That pervert B***** D is so abominable, Vanda Decken, right? If I meet him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Nami gritted her teeth, filled with indignation. But, King Neptune, aren't you the royal family of the Fishman Island? Why would you allow a criminal who threatens the princess to remain out there? If they could have caught him earlier, wouldn't there have been so much trouble? Princess Shirahoshi wouldn't have to worry all the time. Robin asked. Upon hearing this, Neptune, the three princes of Shark Star, Dragon Star, and Flip Star, as well as Jinbei, could not help but smile bitterly. It's not that we don't want to catch them, it's just that we don't have the strength to do so. The third prince overturned the Star Road. Why? Nami was puzzled. The ocean is so vast. The second prince Longxing smiled bitterly. 8 years ago, when that Van der Decken first attacked Shirahoshi, we issued an island-wide warrant for his arrest. But the cunning Van Decken had already escaped from the Fishman Island long ago, and he hasn't set foot on the Fishman Island again in the past 8 years. Prince Shark spoke helplessly. It's really difficult to find someone in this vast ocean. I once joined the Poseidon army on an expedition, following a few clues. Unfortunately, we were just one step away from finding him, but he slipped away. I'm truly ashamed. Jinbei shook his head and sighed. It's okay, brothers and elders. Shirahoshi pretended to be strong and spoke, but his pitiful appearance made people feel even more pitiful. Mr. Liu Yu. Robin's beautiful eyes fell on Liu Yu. Things that others cannot solve are naturally not a problem for Liu Yu. Robin firmly believes in this. He's just a clown. Leave Van der Decken's affairs to me. Liu Yu finally stopped being silent. He came to the Fishman Island for Shirahoshi and wanted to take Shirahoshi with him. If the problem of Van der Decken is not solved, from time to time, something would fly over, and even if it wasn't a threat, it would still be troublesome. So before opening the Fishman Island, Liu Yu must solve this problem. As for how to locate Van der Decken in the vast ocean, it depends on Shirahoshi's own strength. Liu Yu has already come up with a solution, and it's just waiting to be implemented. That's great. It's really great. Lord Liu Yu will take action, and Van der Decken will be nowhere to hide. The problem that has troubled Shirahoshi for 8 years is finally going to be solved. The three princes, Shark Star, Dragon Star and Rollover Star, all shouted excitedly. Master Liu Yu, if you need us to do anything, just tell us. Jinbei patted his chest confidently and rubbed his hands ready to go. Don't worry about Van der Decken for now. Before that, there is another problem that needs to be solved. Liu Yu looked at Neptune, since the Fishman Island has been included in its territory. Then Liu Yu would naturally not allow this island to suffer any unnecessary troubles and threats. Another question? Neptune looked puzzled as he felt Liu Yu's gaze. Neptune, don't you want to know how your wife, Odahime, died? Liu Yu asked quietly. Odahime, Haim was not captured by human pirates. Neptune stopped mid-sentence, because he had noticed the strange expression on Odahime's face. Queen Mother, my lady Queen Mother, what is going on? Princess Odahime Sharkstar, Jinbei and others all looked at Yi anxiously. Neptune, everyone, the person who shot and killed me 8 years ago was not a human, but... Yi took a deep breath, and the look in her eyes gradually became firm. Hody? Is that Hody? Hody Jones? Jinbei and the others reacted one after another, their eyes gradually widening. Hody Jones. Neptune's low roar, filled with suppressed rage, echoed throughout the banquet hall. The seawater surged with his anger at this moment. Hody Jones, this is the truth. The human pirates from 8 years ago were just scapegoats. It's just Hody trying to intensify the relationship between us fishmen and humans. It's all that Hody's fault. It's unforgivable, it's truly unforgivable. Jinbei, Sharkstar and the others were also shocked and furious by this truth, and then they felt endless anger in their hearts. Smoke was already coming out from above the second prince's royal star and the third prince's overturned star. Even the usually mature and steady eldest prince, Sharkstar, had red eyes and his breathing became heavy. The anger in their hearts is uncontrollable. If there wasn't a last bit of rationality in his heart, he would have exploded long ago. Sharkstar, assemble the Poseidon army immediately and follow me to Fishman Street. I want to personally ask Hody about what happened back then. What is the truth of what happened 8 years ago? Was Odahime killed by the pirates or was she killed by him? Having found a target to vent his anger on, Neptune regained his former sharpness and gave an order while suppressing his inner rage. Yes, father. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, responded and prepared to assemble the troops with his 2 younger brothers. Fishman Street. This was originally supposed to be a shelter for orphans from the Fishman Island. But as time went by, especially after the death of the Fishman hero Fisher Tiger, evil quickly grew and twisted here. Today, this place has turned into a dark and lawless place for the fish people. Jaja, this little pill is really powerful. Just one can double a person's strength. If you take dozens or even hundreds of them at once, how powerful would you be? Wearing an ancient Eastern warrior helmet, the frog-like new Fishman Pirates leader Daruma laughed loudly. The Fishman Island's banned drug, the murderous drug, can multiply or even dozens of times a person's potential. As long as we can produce it, the Fishman Island will be reborn under our power. The shark man Geo sat on the sofa with his arms folded, looking cool, and spoke in a serious tone. Oh no, Captain Hody, something bad has happened. Neptune. The king's army is coming? Suddenly, a fishman minion with wide eyes ran in panic. I'm here now, there's nothing to panic about. Geo, who had a very high self-esteem and a very low sense of existence, said this, but no one paid any attention. Although I was very angry inside, I had to pretend nothing happened on the surface. The leader is King Neptune himself, and with him are the 3 princes of Sharkstar, Dragonstar, and Rollover Star. Even Boss Jinbei is here. They didn't just come and go today, they must be planning something. The Murloc pirates said in horror. Roar, Hody Jones, who had always remained calm, had a strange smile on his face. He casually grabbed a few deadly pills from the jar beside him, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them. Hody curled up and growled in pain. After a moment, everything returned to normal. At the same time, the muscles in his forearms suddenly bulged, and his originally dark pupils turned scarlet at this moment. Young men, go out and greet the guests. Hody Jones's mouth curled into a cruel arc. Chapter 141 Odahime's Resurrection. Sniff sniff. A peculiar vibration was heard from the deep sea. That was caused by a group of aquatic creatures quickly paddling through the sea. King Neptune and the three princes, what brings you here today? And Mr. Jinbei, I've already quit the Poseidon army. You're not planning on asking me to come back, are you? The leader, a strong fishman and former Poseidon soldier, Hody Jones, grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Crack, crack, what do the bones of Poseidon's army taste like when you chew them? At the bottom of the sea, a frog-like cigar-shaped sharkman emerged from the hard seabed and laughed. He, Damo, the boss's order hasn't come down yet, so you should just stay quiet for now. Said Ikaros, the giant squid man holding 8 red Sakura guns. Neptune's knuckles turned slightly white as he gripped the trident in his hand, forcing himself to suppress the rage in his heart. D Hody, you should be the most aware of the crime you committed. Jinbei yelled. Boss Jinbei, your words are really hurtful. What bad things can I do? I'm also curious about what you guys are doing in my little place. You can't be here to deliver any gifts of comfort, can you? Hody Jones scoffed. Hody Neptune's eyes widened in anger, staring intently at Hody Jones, and he shouted in a deep voice. 8 years ago, who fired the shot in Goron Code Square? Was it you? Answer me, Hody. As soon as the words fell, the dark deep sea fell silent. A moment later, Hody Jones suddenly laughed. Looks like it's been exposed, but I'm really curious, who told you this news? I wonder if you could tell me a little so I can chop him into pieces. Hody Jones snapped the buttons with a smile, but his smile was filled with a biting chill as cold as winter. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Neptune's eyes were red and he was furious to the extreme. Ha 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 ha, Odahime is just an idiot who longs for peace and beauty. She actually wants to coexist peacefully with humans? That's hilarious. Women like her are traitors to our fishmen. That's how traitors should be dealt with. Hottie Jones's wild, maniacal laughter echoed through the deep sea. Just then, please don't make the same mistake over and over again, Hody. A slender figure passed Neptune and came to the center of the field. Appeared in the sight of Hody Jones and the new Fishman pirates. I won't hold you responsible for what happened 8 years ago. But at least here, please don't make any more mistakes. Odahime spoke pleadingly, with a compassionate expression on her face. Looking at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Listening to that familiar preaching voice, Hody Jones was dumbfounded. Everyone in the new Murloc Pirates group was dumbfounded. Their eyes suddenly widened to the limit and their mouths opened wide. Every face was filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen the most incredible person in the world. It's like, hell, yes, it's just a ghost, Odahime. Princess. One of the pirates screamed in horror, breaking the absolute silence in the field. What on earth is going on? Didn't Odahime die 8 years ago? Why would the princess who had been dead for 8 years appear alive? Could it be that Odahime has crawled out of her grave? Is she here to avenge Captain Hody? All the Fishman pirates, including the officers, screamed. Shut up everyone. Hody Jones's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot and his breathing became heavier. Looking at Yi not far in front of him, he was also shocked. The whole person was shocked and terrified to the extreme, and even his body was shaking. Hody, put down your weapons and end this, Odahime persuaded with red eyes. Shut up, shut up, shut up, what I hate most is your hypocritical face, Odahime. Hody Jones roared and roared, I don't know how you came back. A mouthful of sharp teeth gleams in the deep sea. Even if you are an undead, I will kill you again. After saying that, Hody Jones didn't hesitate at all and stepped forward decisively. The 2 rows of sharp shark teeth bit towards Yiji's neck. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Hody's fangs were blocked by the golden trident of the second pole. The 3 shark stars, who had been prepared, quickly protected Yiji and retreated. Hody Jones, I will kill you, not as a king, but as a husband, to avenge Odahime. Neptune held the golden trident, and the muscles and veins in his arms bulged. Ha 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 ha, try it if you can, Neptune. My fellow men, what if Odahime comes back? Get ready for battle. Hody Jones threw his head back and laughed. Caw, it looks like a battle is going to break out today. The Daruma Fishman showed a cruel smile. Captain Hody, go ahead and show them the power of our new Murloc pirates. Hammerhead Shark Toss threw a bag of red capsule medicine to Hody. Hody reached out to take it, and stuffed all the red capsules together with the bag outside into his mouth, chewing them with big mouthfuls. Boom! There seemed to be a dull sound like the beating of a war drum coming from within Hody Jones's body. In just a blink of an eye, Hody Jones's body size expanded by more than a circle. The muscles on his arms and thighs were layered like a dragon. Every move he made exuded terrifying power, full of strength. That medicine is murderous. The right minister of Kaiba suddenly screamed and recognized what the red capsule that Hody had eaten was. That is their national treasure, murderous medicine, passed down from generation to generation and sealed in a jade box. Taking this deadly drug will increase your power several times or even dozens of times in a short period of time. But the price is equally high, as it consumes the vitality of the user. This kind of deadly medicine should not be used unless the survival of the Fishman Island is truly at stake. However, several years ago, a theft occurred in Ryugu Castle, and the stolen item was the murderous drug in the jade box. Sure enough, that was you who did it, Huod. You even stole the murder medicine from the handbox. Do you know what you are doing? The catfish left minister scolded angrily. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of old bastards from the kingdom. What do you know? You have such a good thing but you don't even use it. If all our warriors were given this drug, what would humanity have to fear? How could the Marine Admiral or the Sea Emperor be our rival? Hody Jones laughed triumphantly. Hee hee. A sneer echoed in the deep sea, colder than the water 10,000 meters deep and colder than the December wind, as if it could freeze people's hearts. A summer shrimp can talk about ice, but a well frog cannot talk about the sea. How dare a frog in a well like you criticize the Emperor of the Sea? Just save it. Chapter 142 Summer insects cannot talk about ice. 10,000 meters deep sea. A little shark wearing a red sweater swung its body and came to the field. It immediately attracted everyone's attention, the Little Mermaid. Hody Jones's blood-red eyes immediately locked onto the 16-meter class mermaid Shirahoshi. Then he shook his head violently again. The extremely sarcastic words she had used on him earlier were not something a mere mermaid princess could say. Hody Jones's eyes darted wildly. He saw the man sitting on the head of the little shark Mikaro. That man. How is it possible? Why would this monster appear here? Hody Jones' pupils suddenly contracted and he screamed in shock. The image of the person I see in front of me coincides with the image in the newspaper news. It aroused the deepest fear in Hody Jones' heart. Arrogance is one of his characteristics. Because of his arrogance, he dared to mention the mere words Admiral and 4 emperors. However, even someone as arrogant as Hody Jones was just talking. When facing a figure of the Sea Emperor level, all that was left in Hody Jones' heart was fear. This was the case when Whitebeard stopped by the Fishman Island for coding 3 months ago. It is still the same now, even worse than the Whitebeard incident. After all, the one who appeared before him this time was the Emperor who surpassed the Emperor of the Sea. It's not just Hody Jones, by the little light of deep-sea bioluminescent creatures. The other Fishman pirates also saw and recognized Lu Yu. That person. That human being is. Could it be the person in the newspaper? There's no mistake. It's really that monster, right? Why did he appear? It's over. We're finished. The world's strongest monster. Why would such a being appear here? If we become enemies with such a being, we will be doomed. He is the king of the sea, above the emperor of the sea. At this moment, the entire new Murloc Pirates group screamed in horror. The emotion called terror instantly dominated their bodies and minds, making them feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar of 10,000 years. The false morale originally gained from the stimulation of the murderous drug disappeared completely. They were all dejected, with cold hands and feet, and no longer had any desire to fight. The dead silence and despair were broken by a teeth-grinding clicking sound. Beneath the solid seabed, mole-like creatures are constantly moving around. Looking at the underground passage on the seabed that was getting closer and closer, the shark Mei Luo twisted his body restlessly, instinctively sensing that a crisis was approaching. Kaka! The dark seafloor cracked and broke. A terrifying frog with its iron jaws opened wide, biting towards Shirahoshi on Mikaro's back like a cannonball. The blood-red eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. Don't want. Run! The Fishman officers, including the Wabagong and Giant Squid, screamed in horror. Why? Daruma, who had been sneaking into the underground to plan the attack, was puzzled the moment he saw Shirahoshi. But there was no time for him to think about it now. The tender and delicate mermaid princess is right in front of you, how can you let her go? Mr. Frog, please don't. Shirahoshi flinched and closed his eyes, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Gaga, that's enough, the mermaid princess. Just when the frog, Fishman Daruma thought he had succeeded. Suddenly, a big hand reached out from the side and grabbed his neck squarely. Yoo-hoo! The figure of the frog, Dharma, which was lunging forward, suddenly froze. Damn it! Who are you? Let me go! Damo struggled violently. However, the sudden big hand was like the strongest iron clamp in the world, and it did not move at all. Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? I'll bite your hand off. The Fishman Dharma roared angrily, lowered his head suddenly, opened his sharp teeth, and bit hard at the hand as strong as an iron clamp. Crack! The teeth that Bodhidharma was proud of, which could bite through anything, were now broken. This unexpected situation calmed down Damo, who had gone crazy under the effect of the deadly drug, a little. You are, the frog Daruma suddenly widened his eyes. He finally remembered the identity of the man who had made him unconsciously terrified. However, before he could scream, Lu Yu slightly increased the strength in his hand. Only a crisp sound of click was heard. The frog's eyes were unfocused and his neck was completely broken. It fell powerlessly like a rag into the ruins of Fishman Street, stirring up a dull splash of water. The whole place fell into dead silence again. I don't know how much time has passed. Kaka, the teeth-grinding crunching sound of chewing began again. Derived from Hody Jones, Captain Hody. Looking at Hody Jones, who was swallowing the deadly medicine in big gulps again. Everyone in the new Murloc Pirates group looked horrified and retreated one after another. Hody Jones was the only one left there, still consuming the deadly drug in big gulps that cost him his life. I want more, it's not enough, I want to be stronger and stronger. Hody Jones muttered incoherently, as if he had lost his mind. He firmly believed that he was the strongest fishman in the water, but at this moment, facing Lu Yu, all he felt was darkness and the deep abyss of despair. He is not willing to give up, Hody raised his head and roared like a beast, and his whole body swelled up again. After a long time, Hody's mouth widened, and he felt the power surging in his body, and his self-confidence soared. Ha 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 ha, I am invincible now, Hody Jones shouted arrogantly. While the deadly drug strengthened his body, it also strengthened his ego. The strongest of mankind, it couldn't be better. The sea is our home turf, even if you are a dragon, you have to stay here. Hody Jones laughed arrogantly. Destroying you here today will be the first step for our new Murloc pirates to dominate the world. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curled up slightly in a sarcastic arc. The others, including Jinbei, Neptune, Prince Sharkstar, and even the members of the new Murloc pirates, all had ridiculous expressions on their faces. The look in his eyes when he looked at Hody Jones was like that of a clown performing a one-man show on stage. Hody Jones, your opponent is me. The great knight of the sea, Neptune, swung his golden trident and attacked fiercely. Shua, a waterway appeared in the dark seawater. That was a phenomenon caused by Hody moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Neptune's golden trident collides with Hody Jones. With the sound of metal clashing, the disappeared Hody Jones appeared and took a step back. On the other hand, Neptune retreated dozens or even hundreds of meters under the impact of the explosive power generated by Hody Jones's deadly drug. Ha 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 ha, what a great knight of the sea, he's so vulnerable. Hody Jones laughed proudly. Hody, you are truly hopeless. At this point, I won't try to persuade you any further. Jinbei suppressed his anger and shouted in a deep voice. He took a step forward with his right foot, lowered his waist, and got ready for battle. Oh, it's Jinbei's turn next. Everyone says you're the best at the Fishman Island, but that's because they're too ignorant. They have no idea how powerful the murder medicine is. Now I am the real #1 in the Murloc tribe. Even you will definitely win. 5 Seconds Chapter 143 Capturing the Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. Even if it's Jinbei, you will definitely win. Before Hody Jones could finish his words, he was slapped in the face at the speed of light. Fishman Karate, 10,000 tiles fist, Jinbei growled. A terrifying spiral impact burst out from his fist. Before Hody Jones even realized it, he was knocked flying. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened wide, and blood spurted out. Relying on external things to gain strength is completely hypocritical. Have you forgotten all the secrets of Fishman Karate, Hody? Jinbei looked at him coldly. Ahem, Hody Jones crawled out of the underwater ruins and coughed up some blood in pain. There's no such thing as fake or real strength. I can be hurt by you, but I'm just not strong enough. I want stronger, more deadly medicine. Hody Jones seemed to be in a state of madness. He kept swallowing large amounts of deadly drugs under the horrified gazes of his fishmen. With Hody Jones as the center, the sea suddenly rippled. His originally short black hair grew to his waist in an instant, and then quickly turned gray, like an old man in his twilight years. His figure doubled in height in an instant, and his muscles all over his body throbbed and bulged like those of a living creature. Go to hell. Shueishin group of mermaids. Under the stimulation of the murderous drug, Hody Jones was in an extremely excited state and waved his hands violently. In an instant, countless ferocious sharks made of seawater attacked indiscriminately in all directions. The Poseidon army is the largest, and even the new Fishman pirates are within his attack range. He had completely lost his mind and turned into a killing beast. Lord Lu Yu, please let Huodi go free. In Shirahoshi's palm, Odahime closed her eyes in pain and pleaded softly. Lu Yu nodded calmly. A dark shadow deeper than the 10,000-meter deep sea extended from under Lu Yu. It was easy to restrain the mad Hody Jones, immediately following. A divine light illuminates the dark shadows. There were clusters of sacred fire. Even in the endless sea, it still burns and shines brightly. Ah, hateful, break it for me, Hody Jones roared angrily. However, it was his own body that was finally broken. The sacred fire shines in the deep sea, destroying all darkness and evil. Hody Jones, who represented the source of the greatest evil on the Fishman Island, was shattered into pieces. The sacred fire burned all of his blood and bones, and he ceased to exist. This scene is extremely terrifying. All the fish people present looked at Lu Yu in awe. From beginning to end, Lu Yu didn't even move a finger. Hody Jones, who was strengthened to the ultimate level by the deadly drug and was able to compete with Jinbei, died. The gap in strength is so huge that it can be called an insurmountable gap. An unbridgeable gap. At this moment, in their perception, Lu Yu was no longer a human being, but a god, a true god. No one has the courage to act wildly before God. Everything is settled. All members of the new Murloc pirates were captured. Whether it is execution or life imprisonment afterwards has nothing to do with Lu Yu. The first thing Neptune did upon returning home was to announce the return of Princess Odahime to the entire nation. The second is the revelation of the truth about Odahime's murder 8 years ago and the destruction of the new Fishman pirates. For a while, the entire Fishman Island was bustling with activity. The grandest celebration begins. Robin and Nami went on a shopping spree led by Mermaid Kami and Patrick Papagu. Lu Yu, who had been shopping with Robin and Nami for most of the day, decided to get distracted. Finally, we quietly arrived at the famous Mermaid Cafe located in Coral Hill. Learn about the arrival of the Sea Emperor. The cafe owner shyly did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He immediately ordered the business to be closed and recalled all the mermaid girls to serve Lu Yu only. During the night, Mrs. Shirley sent all the girls away. He invited Lu Yu to his room to apologize. Shirley apologized because he heard what happened during the day. He learned that his half-brother Arlong had hurt the girl around Lu Yu. Although she and Arlong have a bad relationship, as a sister, Shirley believes that she cannot escape blame. While apologizing, he expressed his willingness to do anything. A heartfelt apology to Mrs. Shiley. Lu Yu naturally had no choice but to accept it. Just right. He also had some questions about the mermaid's body structure. After a night of studying, time came to the next morning. Under the reluctant gaze of Neptune, the three great princes Jinbei, the left and right ministers, and the tearful mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Princess Odahime, who had returned from history, smiled and turned into a rain of light. After the carnival, what follows is the sadness of parting again. Shirahoshi's feeling of loss was instantly swept away after communicating with Robin and Nami. Because she knew that as long as she stayed with Lu Yu, she would have the chance to see her mother again in the future. Another day passed. After learning enough knowledge from Mrs. Shiley, Lu Yu set out alone with Shirahoshi and headed for the deep sea. There are two major cancers on the human island. Hody Jones has been addressed. All that remains is Van der Decken Ix. The ocean is indeed vast, and it is very difficult to find a hidden old silver coin. Even if all 5 million people on the Fishman Island were sent out, they might not be able to find it. However, the majority of people in this ocean never fish for humans, but the sea kings who rule the deep sea. To find the Bai of Van der Decken, one must rely on Shirahoshi's Poseidon power. Lord Lu Yu, what should I do? I've clearly done what Master Lu Yu said, but it doesn't seem to be working at all. I must be so stupid. Shirahoshi lowered his head, about to cry. Don't cry, Shirahoshi, it's okay to take your time. Lu Yu smiled comfortingly, but it didn't have much effect. The crying mermaid princess Shirahoshi always cries when she says she will. Feeling the fragrant tears falling, Shu couldn't help but grin. SS level form magic is activated. Lu Yu's figure suddenly soared into the wind. Seeing this strange scene, Shirahoshi really stopped crying. Lord Lu Yu has grown bigger. Master Lu Yu, how on earth did you do it? Shirahoshi asked, blinking his eyes curiously. This is the power of magic. Lu Yu, who had transformed into a 17-meter giant, raised his hand and touched Shirahoshi's little head. Hey, Shirahoshi, who was being patted on the head for the first time in many years, immediately squinted his eyes in happiness and comfort. Lu Yu touched Shirahoshi's head thoughtfully. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Shirahoshi, let me help you awaken from now on. Lu Yu raised his hand and placed it on Shirahoshi's smooth forehead. He thought about what if Shirahoshi was really the reincarnation of the mermaid princess from 800 years ago. Then deep in her mind, there must be residual memories or even consciousness about 800 years ago. All Shirahoshi lacked was the ability to awaken that memory. Lu Yu, who possesses the dual powers of mind reading and historical insight, will definitely be able to discover it. In the deep sea, the two giants sat facing each other and closed their eyes. Not even close, Lu Yu frowned, and a long time passed. Still a little bit off, a few hours later. Sorry, Shirahoshi, we have to be one body and soul. Dazzling golden light spread out from Lu Yu's body and turned into a shining fairy ball, isolating everything from the outside world and enveloping Lu Yu and Shirahoshi. In the fairy's ball of light, a wonderful scene is happening. Bite, successfully captured the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Chapter 144 The Fairy's Law, successfully captured the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Captured the 3 most powerful women in the pirates' world, 3/3 completed. Captured the pirates' world's top 10 most beautiful women, 10/10 completed. Combined rewards for the 3 major tasks. Shadow Dragon Slayer magic level plus 40, total level 100, perfect. New Dragon Slayer power unlocked. Poison Dragon Slayer magic is activated. Dragon power plus 80, awakening level 100, meeting the requirements for opening Dragon King mode. Please confirm whether to open the new Dragon King mode. Yes. Please choose White Dragon King, Shadow Dragon King. White Dragon King. Confirm White Dragon King mode activated. Congratulations on obtaining the extraordinary judgment magic, Fairy Law. Host. Lu Yu, Fire Dragon Slayer magic level 100 right pointing arrow Flame Dragon King mode. Sky Dragon Slayer magic level 100 right pointing arrow Sky Dragon King mode. Iron Dragon Slayer magic level 100 right pointing arrow Iron Dragon King mode. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic level 100 right pointing arrow Thunder Dragon King mode. White Dragon Slayer magic level 100 right pointing arrow White Dragon King mode. Shadow Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100. Mastery, Poison Dragon Slayer Magic Level 0. Dragon Power Level 0. Skills. Mind Talk Magic, Instant Teleportation, SSS Level Corpse History, SS Level Divine Hull, SS Level Form Magic. Super Magic. Absolute Fairy Defense Ball, Super Magic Fairy Judgment Law. Task. The bright fairy ball illuminates the dark 10,000-meter deep sea. In the Golden Sphere. In giant form, Lu Yu holds the sleeping mermaid princess Shirahoshi in his arms. While checking the system panel, the expression on his face gradually became happy. This trip to the Fishmen Island was really worthwhile. Not only did he activate the Dragon King mode of the Iron Dragon and the White Dragon one after another. At the same time, he gained powerful magical skills. Possessing form magic and new super magic with the power to destroy a country. The legendary super magic belonging to Fairy Tail, the law of the fairies, to defeat darkness with holy light, and to mentally defeat everything that the caster considers to be an enemy. As long as it is conscious, it can even destroy the entire world. Woo! The protagonist Shirahoshi sobbed softly and slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Looking at Lu Yu, who was so close, or even at a negative distance, Shirahoshi's fair face turned red instantly. Woo woo woo, Lord Lu Yu is really too much, my queen mother once said. Shirahoshi's mouth pursed. Sorry, it's just that my Shirahoshi is just too cute. Lu Yu smiled. Originally, he was planning to slowly develop feelings with Shirahoshi. But time waits for no one. While digging into Shirahoshi's memories, Lu Yu felt a strong obstacle. That was a rejection from Shirahoshi's subconscious memory. Some unconventional means are needed to solve the problem. Shirahoshi, I like you, do you like me? Lu Yu asked directly. Of course I also like Lord Lu Yu, but... Shirahoshi spoke shyly in a broken voice, no buts. Lu Yu smiled slightly. After the verdict, Lu Yu successfully slept with Shirahoshi. The golden fairy light ball faded. Lu Yu and Shirahoshi, dressed neatly, appeared together. Lord Lu Yu, it seems like something is coming. Shirahoshi spoke uncertainly. Just as Shirahoshi finished speaking, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the deep sea. Visible ripples in the seawater quickly swept past from far away, bringing with them a turbulent current, but they could not shake Lu Yu and Shirahoshi at all. Bilala, the sea is surging. A white dragon, of unknown length passed by Lu Yu and Shirahoshi. 10,000 meters deep in the sea, there's dead silence. The white dragon turned a corner and finally revealed its true form. This is a white sea snake with a body length of about 5,000 meters. Following the white sea snake, two 5,000-meter class super-large sea kings gathered from all directions. After the super-large one, countless Poseidons ranging from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters converged into a torrent. If someone could see this scene, they would definitely faint from fright. After all, this is a combat force that is truly enough to destroy the world. Even a pirate group at the level of the Sea Emperor would be doomed to destruction in front of such a huge sea kings. Lord Lu Yu, what on earth is going on? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Surrounded by sea kings, Shirahoshi hugged Lu Yu and weakly opened the door. Don't be afraid, Shirahoshi, you're the one who called all of this. Lu Yu smiled and touched Shirahoshi's little head. Under Lu Yu's stimulation and exploration, the power of Poseidon inherited by Shirahoshi has been awakened unconsciously. Did I call you? Shirahoshi's pretty face had a confused expression. She did have a feeling. Even the words of the Sea Kings can be heard. That's the princess, our human princess, we finally meet. By the way, who is that human next to the princess? Could it be that B****** D Joey boy? The super-large Sea Kings spoke one after another. Well, whatever happens to that human is fine. Everyone, come and say hello to the princess. The 5,000-meter class Black Snake called out, I've been waiting for a long time. The oversized Sea Kings, their bodies covered in black and white stripes like Madara horses, responded. I can't wait. The 5,000-level deep-sea frog rubbed his palms. Is dinner ready? The silly and stupid purple-haired penguin walked forward foolishly. Then there's a unique creature with fangs 100 meters long and scales all over its body like peacock feathers, and a giant eyefish 1,000 meters in diameter. Dozens of super-large Sea Kings moved together, in an instant. The sea seemed to be boiling. Princess, human princess. Finally, I see you again, princess, it's been 800 years. We have always kept our promise to you. The Sea Kings opened their huge mouths of the abyss to express their joy. Huh? Shirahoshi tilted his head in a daze, his face full of cuteness and confusion. Come, Shirahoshi, greet your people. Lu Yu smiled and extended his right hand to Shirahoshi in invitation. Although I don't quite understand the current situation, since it is an invitation from Lord Lu Yu, there is no reason to refuse. Shirahoshi nodded steadily and placed her fair and slender hand on Lu Yu's big hand. Let's go. Lu Yu smiled slightly and floated up with Shirahoshi. Like a fairy couple riding the wind, they walked step by step to the center of the Sea Kings. The waves of the sea fell silent, the next moment. All the giant Sea Kings bowed their heads, submitting to their king and queen. Chapter 145 I already have someone I like. A volcanic area thousands of meters deep in the sea where you can't see your hand in front of you. A light flickered on. It was a large lanternfish, swimming aimlessly. Following behind the lanternfish was a tattered old sailboat. A bald sea monster with a silly face was staggering about 100 meters away, driving the lanternfish that was pulling the boat. Hee, a new day has begun. At a certain moment, on the tattered sailboat, an ugly four-legged fishman woke up from his sleep, raised his arms high, and laughed wildly. Captain Van de Dyken, where are we going today? The big sea monster me and Jinjin asked with a silly look on his face. Well, anyway, we can't go to the Fishman Island. I didn't expect that the human overlord would actually come to the Fishman Island. That guy Hody has really bad luck, right? Van de Dyken laughed. He also learned through some channels about the unexpected changes that had happened on the Fishman Island in the past few days. Is the king of the sea really that scary? The bald sea monster Watatsumi asked. That's a real monster. It's even scarier than you can imagine. Van de Dyken smiled, but his expression suddenly turned gloomy. From the intelligence he received, he also learned some bad news for him. That is the human overlord who came to the Fishman Island this time, for the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. To take the human princess Shirahoshi away and bring her to land. How can such a thing be allowed? You know, he had already identified Shirahoshi as his future wife 8 years ago. I won't give the power that resides in Shirahoshi to anyone else. Only I am worthy enough to wield Shirahoshi's power. If I can't get it, then I'll just destroy it. Van de Dyken laughed wildly and crazily. He took out a double-sided rose axe from the box beside him. Shirahoshi, today is the customary axe of love. Bring my love to Shirahoshi. Van de Dyken laughed and threw his giant axe towards the Fishman Island again with the mark of the target fruit. Do all this. Without waiting for Van de Dyken to turn around, he returned to the cabin to rest. Crash! Suddenly, there was an unusual fluctuation in the seawater. Van de Dyken's body suddenly stiffened, and he broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. It seems like being stared at by something terrible. Captain Dyken, I suddenly have a bad feeling. Well, it seems like something is coming. The bald sea monster Watatsumi spoke uneasily. Crash. The unusual surge of the seawater became more and more violent. Under the wide open, horrified gazes of Van de Dyken and the bald sea monster. A huge black shadow flew over from afar. It only took a few breaths. A huge mountain appeared in front of them. A cold light bloomed. It was the mountain's opened eyes. One of its eyes alone is much larger than that of the bald-headed sea monster. Hi. Sea kings, Van de Dyken screamed in horror upon recognizing the incoming creature. Run. Without any hesitation, Van de Dyken gave the order to run away. However, under the threat of super-large sea kings, both the bald sea monster and the lanternfish driver were so scared that they couldn't move. Next second, the movement in the seawater became more and more intense. The second one, the third one, dozens or even hundreds of sea kings of all sizes fill the entire underwater volcanic area. The shabby sailboat and Van de Dyken and his group were surrounded. Is there really something weird going on today? This must be a dream. I must be having a nightmare. Why are there so many sea kings suddenly here? Van de Dyken screamed with a pale face. The emotions of horror and fear had already dominated his entire body and mind. The sound of rapid water breaking came from behind him. Van de Dyken, his body almost stiff, dodged to the side with difficulty. Only then did he manage to dodge the spinning giant axe. Van de Dyken's pupils shrank suddenly when he recognized that it was the rose axe he had thrown earlier. The next moment, the scene that made him feel more and more like a ghost happened. An extremely large sea snake of unknown length stood out from the crowd. Standing on the huge head was the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, whom he had been thinking about, and another giant. Shirahoshi. Is it really you, Shirahoshi? Have you finally figured it out? Have you finally decided to spend your life with me? Under the control of extreme fear, Van de Dyken unconsciously began to fantasize. I'm sorry, Lord Van de Dyken, I came here to tell you. You are not my type, please stop pestering me. Also, I already have someone I like. Shirahoshi spoke weakly. The slender white hands tightly held Lu Yu's arm beside her. This scene completely stimulated Van de Dyken's mind. His eyes were red with envy and jealousy. Under the strong jealousy, he was no longer able to judge the current situation. All he could think about was getting Shirahoshi into his hands. Shirahoshi, you belong to me. Your power is mine alone. Van de Dyken's marked right hand quietly reached behind him and took out 3 small knives. However, before he could make any move, a terrifying explosion sounded. Blood splashed in the sea. Hey! Van de Dyken's expression froze. He turned his head blankly and looked at his broken right arm. It took him a long while to finally realize what was happening. His arm was severed at the root by his own rose axe. Van de Dyken, that's you. My Shirahoshi has suffered so much for so many years. Lu Yu jumped off the Sea King's head, gradually returned to normal body shape. Ah! A shrill scream burst out from Van de Dyken's mouth. Part of it was the pain of a broken arm. The other half was because he finally recognized who the giant next to Shirahoshi was. He who not long ago was mocking Hody Jones, but I never thought that I would follow in Hody's footsteps. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and don't covet things that you shouldn't have. Lu Yu spoke indifferently, 1 foot down. Boom. Boom. Van de Dekken's screams suddenly stopped. His body, along with the tattered Flying Dutchman, exploded under Lu Yu's feet. Lord Lu Yu. Shirahoshi, with a look of gratitude, pressed Lu Yu, who had returned to his normal size, between the gaps in front of him. Big tears fell again. These were tears of joy that an 8-year nightmare was over. Okay, it's okay now, let's go back next. Lu Yu comforted softly. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, 10,000 meters deep sea, the Fishman Island. The week-long trip to the Fishman Island ends, next it was time to leave. Chapter 146 Farewell. Return. The Fishman Island is near the sea forest. The little lion ship, the Thousand Sunny, has been recoded and is ready to depart. The harbor shore. The kingdom's high-ranking officials, led by King Neptune, gathered together. Say goodbye to the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, who is about to go on a long journey. Shirahoshi, after you go out, you must listen to Master Lu Yu obediently. We must not cause trouble for Lord Lu Yu. Neptune held his daughter's fingers with a reluctant look on his face and gave instructions. Yes, Father Ren-sama, Shirahoshi will definitely be good. Shirahoshi nodded reluctantly as well. Shirahoshi, if you come back in the future, you must tell your story to the brothers, more Mifa. What exactly is the world above ground in the forest like? I'm waiting for you to tell me. Shirahoshi, please enjoy your adventure. The 3 mermaid princes, Dragonstar, Rollover Star and Sharkstar, cheered for their sister. Yes, brothers and elders. Shirahoshi will definitely prepare many stories. I'll tell my brothers and elders about this later. Shirahoshi nodded heavily. Shirahoshi, let's get ready to go. Robin and Nami waved hello from the deck of the little lion boat. Yes, after saying goodbye to the shark Makaro, Shirahoshi floated to the port on a resin bubble. Looking at the Thousand Sunny, which was not much bigger than himself, Shirahoshi blinked his eyes. Suddenly I realized that my body was really too big, and I could occupy most of the deck by myself. Sorry, I'm too big. Shirahoshi lowered his head and twisted his index fingers. It's okay. Don't worry, Robin and Nami hurried to comfort her. Lord Lu Yu, please use our boat if you don't mind. Neptune waved. The coated gondola, used exclusively by the royal family, slowly floated over. No need to bother Nami. Lu Yu waved his hand. Clap your hands. SS level 4 magic is activated. A mysterious magical light blooms. A large magic circle formed at Shirahoshi's head, and then slowly fell towards Shirahoshi. Brilliant light enveloped Shirahoshi's body, shrinking as the magic circle descended. Wait until the light fades away. The mermaid princess that appeared in people's sight was already a small mermaid princess of the same size as an ordinary person. Lie. Looking at his miniature self, Shirahoshi was the first to cry out in surprise. Whoa, Shirahoshi shrunk. Robin and Nami also widened their beautiful eyes in surprise, and their mouths opened into an O shape. Shirahoshi. Our sister has become smaller. The 3 princes of Sharkstar, Dragonstar and Rollover Star and the people who came to see them off at the port all opened their eyes wide. Shirahoshi. Neptune rushed forward and hugged his daughter. Because of her special bloodline, Shirahoshi was born larger than ordinary mermaids. When Shirahoshi grows up a little, even Neptune can only hug Shirahoshi's arms. But now, as Shirahoshi's size shrank tenfold, even the smallest Rollover Star can easily hold Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi. Lifted up high, this is truly amazing. Sharkstar, Dragonstar, and Rollover Star took turns to give their sister Shirahoshi a lift up high after a long time. Another 5 minutes later, Shirahoshi boarded the deck of the Thousand Sunny under the reluctant gaze of Neptune, Sharkstar and others. Gone. Lu Yu waved his hand. The energetic little lion set sail, slowly heading towards the sky and out of the Fishman Island. Just as it came, it broke through the sea and floated towards the new world. Lord Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu. Shinmei Daimyo. Neptune watched Lu Yu and his party leave and shouted goodbye to them. All the merman residents in the world knelt down devoutly as they watched the little lion ship gradually rising into the sky. As the sea surged, the Thousand Sunny gradually sank into the deep sea. 10 minutes later, the light from the Fishman Island disappeared completely. Lord Lu Yu, what exactly is this other means of transportation you mentioned? Nami couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. You'll know soon enough. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The words fell. In the dark deep sea, waves suddenly emerged. As that sea king's, Robin was shocked when he saw the huge monster in the light of the Thousand Sunny. Noob. On the deck, the shrunken human figure Shirahoshi showed a look of joy and waved towards the oversized white sea snake. Princess, following the princess's orders, I have been waiting here. The kilometer-long super-large white sea snake spoke with joy. Speak the language of the sea kings, which only a chosen few can understand. Shirahoshi, who was bearing the power of Poseidon, could naturally hear it clearly and nodded happily. Xiaobai, then it's just like what Lord Lu Yu said. I'll trouble you to take us for a walk, Shirahoshi rode. What are you talking about, princess? It's my pleasure. The white sea snake spoke righteously. With a curl of its massive body, it protected the coated Thousand Sunny as it steadily ascended to the surface of the new world. Watching this wonderful scene, Robin and Nami on the deck were already dumbfounded. Half of it was scary, and the other half was shocked. Lord Lu Yu, what What is going on? Nami knelt beside Lu Yu, who was sitting on the recliner, and asked anxiously. Yeah, it's just as you see it. Lu Yu smiled. Shirahoshi, were you talking to that Sea Kings earlier? Robin also came back to his senses. Yeah, Shirahoshi smiled and nodded. Wait a moment, Shirahoshi, how can you be with the Sea Kings? Without waiting for Nami to finish. I see, Robin cried out in sudden realization. So the ancient weapon Poseidon written under the golden bell of Sky Island refers to the legendary human princess, Shirahoshi. Robin murmured, shaking his head in shock. Nani? Is Shirahoshi the legendary Poseidon? Amidst the exclamations of Nami and Robin. The giant white sea snake carried the thousand sunny out of the sea and returned to the new world. Next is Wano-kuni, that way. Please, Xiaobai. Shirahoshi points in a direction. Yes, princess. The white sea snake happily responded and continued to carry everyone on the wind and waves, rushing all the way to Wano-kuni. Just half a day later, Wano-kuni arrived. Lord Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu, my husband is an adult. With the return of Lu Yu and his party, the Wazidu general's mansion, which had been deserted for many days, regained its vitality. Kazuki Hiyori, Empress Hancock Bekabani and other girls, big and small, all rushed forward. Surrounding Lu Yu, who had not been seen for many days, each of their pretty faces was filled with expectation and hope. Lord Lu Yu, please be sure to come to my place tonight. Rihei has something important to discuss with you. Kazuki Hiyori blinked his eyes. The so-called important matters are naturally not really important matters. Sister Hiyori is so cunning, I want to join her too. Rebecca, who was relatively young, pouted. Chapter 147 Great Gift. Mr. Lu Yu, tonight I will let you witness my age manipulation ability more. Bonnie smiled brightly. I won't compete with you guys for tonight. But from now until tonight, Master Lu Yu belongs to me. Empress Hancock spoke domineeringly. Hockey is revealed between his words and actions. If it were in the past, Hiyori, Rebecca and others who were just ordinary girls naturally did not dare to compete with her. But now we are all family and have known each other for a long time. In addition, there is the question of Lu Yu's whereabouts. The girls naturally refused to give in to each other. Even if Empress Hancock displayed her majesty as a hegemon, it was completely useless and had no deterrent effect at all. The competition among the girls on the field became more and more intense. Ah, Mr. Lu Yu is really popular. Everyone likes Mr. Lu Yu so much. Koala said with emotion under the shade of a tree not far away. Immediately her eyes fell on the long-legged girl next to her. Ms. Reiju, aren't you going? Koala asked. I forget it. Reiju quickly and nervously waved his hands. After all, strictly speaking, she was just a gift from her father judge to Lu Yu. To Lu Yu, it was just an item that could be discarded at will. How could he be qualified to compete for favor with the genuine ladies? Ms. Reiju is so beautiful, Mr. Lu Yu will like her too. Go ahead and confess your feelings. Koala assisted with a smile. Miss Koala, you're still talking about me, what about yourself? Reiju glanced at Koala. Ahaha, I'm just a guest. Oh, look over there, Mr. Lu Yu has brought a lovely mermaid this time. Koala finally noticed Shirahoshi returning with Lu Yu, and quickly used this opportunity to change the subject. At the same time, the girls who were originally fighting for the ownership of Lu Yu tonight were also awakened by the crying of the mermaid girl. It's a mermaid. What a lovely mermaid. Is that the mermaid from the Fishman Island that Kawamatsu mentioned? So beautiful. Looking at the cute little mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, Rebecca Bonnie, Hiyori and others all had their eyes brightened. Shirahoshi, come here. Lu Yu smiled and waved. Shirahoshi came forward accompanied by Robin and Nami, looking at Lu Yu with tearful eyes. What's wrong? Shirahoshi. Lu Yu raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of Shirahoshi's eyes. Because Lord Lu Yu has so many sisters besides Sister Robin and Sister Nami. Shirahoshi is no match for these sisters and will definitely be forgotten by Lord Lu Yu in the future. Shirahoshi sobbed softly. Ha ha ha, how could that be? My little Shirahoshi is so cute, I won't be willing to forget you. Lu Yu touched Shirahoshi's little head and spoke seriously. Real? Shirahoshi stopped crying, certainly. Lu Yu nodded. Hearing this, Shirahoshi immediately smiled again. Hiyori, Hancock and the others looked at each other, then all burst into laughter, ending this farce of fighting. The master of the country has returned, bringing new partners with him. Naturally, a grand celebration banquet is needed. Except Lu Yu and the concubines, Shaki, Kawamatsu, Denjiro, Yamato, Maria and other executives were also at the banquet. During the banquet, everyone was toasting each other and having a great time. Captain Lu Yu, is that child really a mermaid princess? Legend has it that the mermaid princess was already bigger than she is now when she was born 14 years ago. Shaki asked suspiciously, this one? Lu Yu snapped his fingers nonchalantly. Next second, the form magic that Lu Yu attached to Shirahoshi was lifted. Shirahoshi, who was originally only 1.6 meters tall, instantly recovered to the size of a 16-meter class mermaid. This sudden scene made everyone at the banquet except Nami and Robin scream in surprise. Kacha 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 kacha, my dear princess from the Fishman Island, although I have been away from the island for many years, please accept my greetings. Kawamatsu, who was from the Fishman Island, knelt on one knee and bowed to Shirahoshi. No, get up quickly. Shirahoshi waved his hands repeatedly. Wow, so this is Shirahoshi's true form, it's really big, so beautiful. Shirahoshi is so cute, Hiyori, Becca and the others were all amazed. It's not only big, but also very soft, sleeping on Shirahoshi is simply the best experience. Nami spoke with an intoxicated and nostalgic look on her face. It attracted the attention of all the young girls, big and small. I can't help but think that if I could be with Lu Yu. Tisk tisk tisk, the legendary mermaid princess. That's right, it's just as Lao Lei described, I just didn't expect the Lord of the Sea Kings to be such a cute little girl. Shaki couldn't help but sigh in admiration, this sea is under my control. Lu Yu slowly clenched his right hand and grinned confidently. Has Shirahoshi been able to master Poseidon's power? Shaki raised an eyebrow in shock, almost, Lu Yu nodded. By the way, Shaki, how's the contact with Big Mom going? Hasn't the historical document in her possession been delivered yet? Lu Yu asked. Hi. Shaki shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. Lin is still the same as always, he won't cry until he sees the coffin. Oh, they don't plan to surrender? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Lin said she could send the sign over, but she needs rubbings of the 2 signposts we already have. Lin is planning to hold a tea party in a week, and the invitations have already been sent. Shaki took out a gold-stamped invitation from her small bag. Big Mom's tea party. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the curve of his mouth gradually widened. What should we do, Captain Lu Yu, do you want to go? Shaki smiled and asked knowingly, of course I'll go. Lu Yu grinned. I'm not the only one going, I'm also going to bring some old friends this time, and also prepare a big gift, so that her tea party can be lively. Totoland. This is the home base of 4 emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The center is the Cake Island where Big Mom is. There are 34 islands scattered around, each governed by 34 ministers. The goal of Totoland, or Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's goal, is to create a utopia where all races and species can live in harmony. Among the tens of thousands of people today, more than 98% of the world's races are gathered. Humans, fishmen, mermen, fur tribes, snakehead tribes, long-arm tribes, long-leg tribes, dwarf tribes, three-eyed tribes, and the newly joined Firefeather tribe. With Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the Emperor of the Sea, ruling over the world has always been peaceful and tranquil. As long as people living in this country pay their life expectancy on time, they will never have to worry about being invaded by war. Chapter 148 Coming to all nations. However, this peace that lasted for more than 10 years was broken in recent days. Totoland is no longer peaceful and people are in panic. All because of the floating sky islands floating above Totoland. Totoland Islands. From Katakuri and Rakuka to generals with bounties exceeding 1 billion. Even the ordinary residents felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts. The island floating high in the sky is like the sword of Damocles. It may fall at any time and bring disaster to the country. Right now. Cake Island, Central Courtyard. Well, Shiki, try the cake specially made by our head chef, Chef Long Bakery, it's delicious. 4 Emperors Big Mom laughed heartily and pushed out a small piece of cake that was not even the size of her finger. Ha, Linlin, you're just as stingy as ever. Golden Lion Shiki lol. He glanced around, passing Snag and Cracker by the wall. Finally, he paused on Katakuri, revealing a hint of appreciation. The little brat from back then now has a bit of the courage of a king. I'm deeply impressed by your big mouth. Ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed. The words hit the nail on the head and touched Katakuri's bottom line. The big mouth full of fangs under the scarf is one of Katakuri's taboos and must never be mentioned. The veins on Katakuri's forehead suddenly bulged, his eyes were terrifying, and cracks appeared on the ground under his feet. Golden Lion Shiki, what exactly do you want to do? If you want to fight, I can stand by you with my old bones. The short-head chef, Long Bread, spoke with a gloomy expression. He was one of the original members of the Big Mom Pirates. I once witnessed the horrific scenes that took place in the Lamb's House 60 years ago. I've been with Charlotte Linlin in the Lu Yu Pirates group. He is one of Big Mom's most trusted people. He is also the only senior cadre of the Big Mom Pirates who is not related by blood. Ha, don't make such a scary expression, Long Bread. After all, we were once companions on the same ship. Can't I come over and take a look at you? Golden Lion Shiki asked back. He ate the cake that Big Mom gave him in one bite, nodded and praised. Well, you're a toothless old lion. Now you can only rely on the power of others. Why haven't you come to sit with me in the past 20 years? Charlotte Linlin responded bluntly. Ha, whether it's you or that Kaido kid, you're both getting stronger and stronger. I have to be on guard against you guys. Shiki said without changing his expression. Forget it, Shiki, I have nothing to say to you. Since you're here, that man should be here soon. Big Mom asked directly, which made Long Bread, Cracker and others feel nervous. This is also the invitation you sent yourself. Golden Lion Shiki grinned. I'm really looking forward to it. Your new captain should bring what I want. You guys really made a killing by trading 2 pages for a valuable road sign. Charlotte Linlin laughed. There will be surprises. Golden Lion Shiki smiled subtly. Well, tomorrow's tea party is really exciting. A day passes in a flash. Time came to the day of Big Mom's tea party. Cake Island is bustling with activity today. The entire island was shrouded in a joyful yet solemn atmosphere. The reason for the fun is that today is the day when 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin is holding a tea party. The leaders of all the major forces in the New World were invited to participate and celebrate together, and the atmosphere was joyful. All over Cake Island, under the power of 4 Emperors Big Mom's soul fruit, the homies who were infused with souls were singing loudly and were extremely happy. All over the main city, members of the Big Mom Pirates were busy coming in and out, preparing everything for the tea party. In the harbor of Cake Island, luxurious ships dock one after another. One after another, dark businessmen from the New World underground world came to Cake Island, ready to attend Big Mom's tea party. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy, World Economic News President Morgans, Shipping King Mumit, Hidden Master Gibson. Looking at the guests arriving one after another, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin seemed very happy. What made her even happier was the specially made 2-story cake. Compared to Big Mom's happy mood, the dark businessmen who came to Cake Island to attend the tea party this time did not have the big boss smiles of the past. Everyone's face was filled with varying degrees of solemnity. If there is a choice, they will definitely not come to today's tea party. Everyone present knew it well. This tea party specially initiated by 4 Emperors Big Mom will feature some extraordinary characters. No one can predict what terrible thing will happen next. If there were ever a conflict between the king and the emperor of this sea, they would undoubtedly be drawn into it. Regardless of which camp they choose, if they are not careful, the aftermath of the conflict alone could cost them their lives. Ha 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 ha, it's so lively. In the sky, a lion-like figure flew by, causing the guests at the tea party to look up at the same time, and the gloom in their hearts became even worse. Golden Lion Shiki has arrived. Can Emperor Lu Yu be far behind? Right now, not only the guests at the tea party were terrified, but the marine side was the same. On the sea surface off the coast of Toto Land, 2 war-class marine warships were bobbing with the waves. As the justice of the world, they naturally did not come to attend the tea party initiated by the pirates, but to monitor and gather intelligence. Lu Yu is about to meet 4 Emperors Big Mom. This is no secret in New World. The meeting between these two people will inevitably have a huge impact on the current situation at sea. Of course, the marine side has to keep an eye on it. The person sent by Marine Marshal Aokiji Kuzan to spy, this time is also a heavyweight in the Marines. Alternate Admiral Momosagi of the Naval Headquarters Gion. If there is no unexpected world conscription, in time, Gion will surely ascend to the position of Marine Admiral, and his strength is evident. As time went on, more and more ships came to Cake Island. However, there was no sign of Lu Yu. On the deck of one of the war-class warships, the extremely beautiful Momosagi Gion was looking up at the sky. The worry between his brows grew more intense. Here it comes. At a certain moment, Ziyuan suddenly shouted in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on the giant blue dragon that was approaching with thunder, wind and rain in the distant sky, and he felt as if his breathing was about to stop. Boom! The terrifying sound of thunder resounded throughout the nations. Everyone on the island looked up at the same time. Pairs of eyes, some nervous, some fearful, some expectant, watched the wind and rain approaching from afar without blinking. This moment, everyone knows. The King of the Sea is coming. Chapter 149 Pirates Gathering. There was thunder in the distance, resounding through the sky. A blue light filled with murderous aura came with wind and rain, and the speed was beyond imagination. Almost in the next second that people noticed, the wind and rain had already arrived above Cake Island. Boom! The thunder in the sky became increasingly deafening. The clear sky suddenly darkened. The clouds pressed down on the city, and it seems to be collapsing. A strong wind howled between heaven and earth. The hornets on Cake Island were all staggering because of the wind. Countless people squinted their eyes unconsciously and couldn't even look up. Thick thunderclouds piled up like Uzumaki, blocking out the sky and the sun. The once sunny Cake Island entered into night, hold head high. It seemed as if a giant dragon from ancient legend was roaring and screaming in the thick dark clouds. The fierce aura spread out, causing everyone at the tea party to unconsciously feel palpitations and fear. Next second, the dragon really appeared. A crack appeared in the center of the cloud that was spinning like an Uzumaki. A blue, ferocious dragon head broke through the clouds and appeared in people's sight. Ah! Dragon, dragon! Some people were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground and screamed. No, that's not right, that's 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, was so excited that he screamed. Guy, Kaido, didn't 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts die in the Summit War? How could it be possible? Wait a minute, even the Sea Overlord Liu Yusi and the Pirates King Roger, who have been dead for decades, can come back. 4 Emperors Kaido is indeed the work of that emperor. Amidst the shock and screams of people at the tea party, the ferocious dragon head pierced through the clouds and jumped out completely. Lu Yu and his group, riding on the dragon heads of beasts, also appeared. Gudong, gudong, for a moment, at the tea party venue, the sound of people swallowing hard came one after another. It's finally here. Kotaku also looked solemn. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his mind to start observation hockey. He wants to see the more distant future and see the results of today. That's the strongest in the world. What a powerful force. Smoothie, the female star of the Big Mom Pirates, was horrified and muttered to herself. Lord Lu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea, is truly a more perfect man than Brother Katakuri. Charlotte's most popular sister, Franpy, looks like a crazy fan. What kind of existence is this? Just standing in front of him takes all our strength. How on earth are we ever going to defeat him? Parasparrow, Snag, Owen, Daifuku, Opera, Monder and other Big Mom leaders couldn't stop shaking. Although they also participated in the last Naval Headquarters Summit War, they did not actually come face to face with Lu Yu. Until now. When the Emperor of the Sea truly appeared before them. They finally clearly felt the terrifying oppressive force coming from the four emperors. The core cadres of the anti-group were all silent, with their heads lowered like quails. The feeling of fear is spreading. Kaido, Sensei. Flame Disaster Jin, the former second in command of the Beast Pirates with flaming black wings on his back and now one of the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates, kept his mouth tightly pursed under his mask. Looking at the giant dragon that appeared again, he couldn't help but have a complicated expression. The huge tea party hall fell into deathly silence because of Lu Yu's arrival. For a long time, ha 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 ha, the Golden Lion's joyful laughter broke the silence. Captain Lu Yu, you are finally here. Golden Lion walked forward with a big laugh and stood in the air beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu nodded calmly. Captain Lu Yu, this is the legendary mermaid princess. She truly deserves to be called a princess. Golden Lion greets Shirahoshi. Hello, Mr. Roosterhead. Shirahoshi sat upright and responded respectfully to Golden Lion Shiki. It was not until Golden Lion mentioned it that the people at the tea party noticed that there was a mermaid as big as a square foot accompanying Lu Yu this time. Immediately, there were bursts of exclamations. Many people, the moment they saw Shirahoshi, felt an uncontrollable surge of greed and possessiveness in their hearts. Then he lowered his head in panic, afraid that Lu Yu would notice him. Finally, the little giant in the center of the venue, Four Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, burst into laughter. Her eyes did not look at Lu Yu, but instead fell on the green dragon first. Kaido, I haven't seen you for a while, why are you so tired? I've actually fallen to the point of becoming someone else's mount. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin sneered. Ahaha, idiot Linlin, it's my honor to be used by Lord Lu Yu. You, on the other hand, are so courageous. My previous experience is clearly a warning to you, yet you still don't bow down to me. Kaido of the Beasts responded without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, Kaido is right. Linlin, have you forgotten? What you said to Captain Rox and Captain Lu Yu during the Summit War. Golden Lion Shiki spoke with a threatening look on his face. The words fell. Parasparrow, Dafu, Owen and the others were all extremely nervous. Even Katakuri, who is known as Superman and is always the calmest, had a slightly gloomy expression. Summit War on that day. Kaido of the Beasts was severely wounded by Admiral Akainu, and was subsequently killed by the returning warrior Odin. Charlotte Linlin was also completely frightened by this scene. Under the dual pressure of Lu Yu and former Captain Rox, he chose to surrender. However, Katakuri and other Big Mom Pirates leaders knew that it was just a temporary solution. What pirates say is never true. The so-called surrender is just to get out of the situation. After returning to Wangguo, Big Mom became confident again. Forget everything you said. Rather than submitting to Lu Yu, he would rather cooperate with Lu Yu on an equal footing. That is why the request was made to exchange the original text of the signpost for the rubbing. She always thinks of herself as a collaborator, only. For ordinary weak people, going back on their words is naturally not a problem at all. However, in front of the most powerful emperor of this sea, this will undoubtedly lead to. Ha 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 ha, Linlin, you couldn't have really forgotten. Golden Lion Shiki asked again, his voice gradually becoming colder. Shiki, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin deliberately plays dumb. Whole Linlin, if you forget what you said, let me help you. Without waiting for Shiki to finish, Lu Yu calmly waved his hand to interrupt. Today is a happy tea party day, so let's have the tea party first. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Well, your new captain is still sensible. Today is my important tea party. If you disturb it, I won't forgive you, Shiki. Charlotte Linlin laughed triumphantly. She just thought that Lu Yu was giving her face. However, the ominous premonition in the hearts of Katakuri and others was even stronger. As expected, next second, something strange happened suddenly. Hey, who are you guys? This is an important tea party cake, no one is allowed to touch it. Put down the cakes in your hands, the guards of the Big Mom Pirates shouted loudly. The next moment, the terrifying pressure from the Overlord radiated outward, bringing silence to the noisy venue. What a noise! The crazy sea Overlord Rox twisted his neck. Ha 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 ha, Linlin, your cake is great, Big Pirates Captain John laughed. It's been so long, it's nice to have a sweet tooth once in a while. Linlin, we won't be polite about your cake. The burly Silver Axe, the long-bearded Ochaku, and the Rox pirate officers all laughed heartily. Chapter 150 Horror Rox. He is Rox, the Overlord of the Sea from 36 years ago. Lufield, the lone Shark King and one of the 4 Uranus in the Dark World, screamed in horror. There's no mistake. That's the former overlord of the sea who appeared at the summit war. Why is Rox, the overlord of the sea, here too? Why does this horrible devil appear here? The big tycoons of the dark world, such as the hidden master Gibberson, the organ dealer Gigula, etc., also screamed in unison. Not just Rox, the overlord of the sea, and that big pirate's John. Silver Axe, Ochaku, each of them is a famous pirate from the last era. According to the reports from the top events, they are all members of Rox Pirate. Has the Rox Pirates ship regrouped? Again? The huge tea party venue was plunged into unprecedented noise. Panic and horror are spreading, whether they were foreign guests or cadres and ministers of the host Big Mom Pirates group. Each and every one of their faces was filled with extreme shock, horror and disbelief. Following Summit War, the Rox Pirate, who disappeared into history, reappears and reunites. These are the most terrifying criminals in history, bringing disaster wherever they go. It's enough to make people terrified. What shocked Parasparrow, Owen, Dafu and others was the actions of Rox and his group who suddenly appeared. They were actually enjoying the tea party cake without any scruples. That was the cake their mother Big Mom had been looking forward to for many days. But now, it has been destroyed. Before Charlotte Linlin could enjoy it, it was taken away by others. What terrible things will happen after this? Parasparrow and others who knew their mother's character well could already imagine something. It must be stopped. We can't let the situation get any worse. Parasparrow and others thought. However, the body was motionless or unable to move. In the end, what they faced was the most terrifying undead group in this sea. Anyone is fine, come and stop those people, the paddling star Smoothie screamed in horror. The other core members of the Big Moms group acted as if they were oblivious to Smoothie's cunning act of calling out to others. Joke. You are a star general, you just sit there and do nothing, and ask us to die? However, the pirates group has grown, and there will definitely be a lot of obedient people. Hey, you bastards, what the hell are you doing? This is Mom's favorite cake, put it down quickly. The first one to respond to Smoothie was Camus, the silly little lion from the Malbo tribe. When everyone was retreating, the little lion, who was committed to upholding justice and benevolence, stood up bravely. Facing the Sea Overlord Rox group, he shouted loudly. What followed was a fully armed army of biscuits. As a powerful Admiral Star who can form an army by himself and has both offensive and defensive capabilities. In the last battle of Marineford, Li Jia did not participate, but was responsible for guarding Wangguo. That's why, because I haven't actually witnessed the horror of the Rox. Ignorance is bliss. That's why General Cracker got involved so foolishly. If you are also guests, please follow the tea party rules. Stop ruining Mom's tea party any further. Cracker, who was hiding in the center of the biscuit army, spoke in a fierce and restrained manner. Ha 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 ha, Captain Rox, what should we do? Big pirates John laughed heartily. He's just Linlin's son, how arrogant, he stroked his waist-length beard. Ha, Rox's mouth was almost stretched to the side. A gloomy ghostly aura emanated from the corners of his mouth. He looked like a devil returning from hell. Everyone at the tea party opened their eyes wide in fear and fell silent. Idiot, Beckmas, run! Baron Dandon, the silly little lion's partner, shouted in alarm to warn him. In fact, without the need for Baron Dandon to remind him, the little lion Beckmas's hair stood on end, realizing that danger was approaching. Without the slightest hesitation, Beckmas unleashes his zone turtle fruit ability. The whole person was retracted into the most solid tortoise shell defense. At the same time, he tried his best to release the armed color to strengthen Turtle Brother. In this state, Beckmas's defense is already top-notch. What a pity. He was facing the terrifying Sea Overlord Rox. Click. Beckmas's pitch-black shell made a crackling sound under Rox' ghost claws. Cracks crisscrossed the surface of the mirror. The 5 fingers of Rox's right hand sunk into the shell. Assume a bowling pose. All I heard was a loud bang. Atmospheric explosion. The flying Beckmas thrown by Rox pierced the atmosphere and penetrated the rows of biscuit soldiers. Accurately locked onto the location of Cracker's real body and knocked Cracker out from among the biscuit soldiers. Just one hit. Beckmas, who had maxed out his defense, rolled his eyes and fell unconscious. Cracker, who was hit by Beckmas, vomited blood from his mouth and fell to the ground seriously injured. This moment, the whole place fell into deathly silence again. Smoothie, Parasparrow, and the others looked at Rox with increasing horror and fear. Even Katakuri, who was known as a Superman, clenched his fists and then loosened them. Don't dare to act rashly. For him, who had experienced the Rox era, he knew better than anyone how terrifying his mother's original captain, the Sea Overlord Rox, was. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki's rebellious laughter broke the dead silence of the tea party. Captain Rox, this is so nostalgic. It reminds me of the banquet we had in the past. Golden Lion laughed. Ha ha ha, Shiki is right, it's been so long. Our Rox Pirates gathering. Kaido Boy and Lord Lu Yu, come and eat together. This cake from Linlin's is really good. John, Silver Axe, G and others greeted one after another. Lord Lu Yu, Kaido, in his dragon form, asked for instructions. Lu Yu nodded calmly. The dragon Kaido transformed back into human form and joined the ranks of those who wanted to share the cake. Lu Yu raised his hand and took off the top layer of cake that was not contaminated. I gave it to Shirahoshi and Yamato who came along with me. Thank you, Lord Liu Yu. Shirahoshi's eyes lit up and he ate without hesitation. Mr. Liu Yu, thank you. Yamato also nodded in thanks. In the huge tea party venue, only the dead souls who were enjoying the delicious cakes were laughing wildly. All the ministers and cadres of the Big Mom pirates were angry but dared not speak out. As for 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin herself, she was completely stupid at this moment. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, who was stunned by excessive shock and anger. Golden Lion Shiki rolled his eyes and gave a cunning chuckle. Hey, Linlin, Baguette, this cake is delicious. Come over and eat with us. This is a tea party, have fun. Don't be polite, just treat it like your own home. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed teasingly. As soon as these words were spoken, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin's eyes, which had been dazed for a long time, gradually regained focus. Her mouth gradually opened to its limit. Ah, chapter 151 package sold. Ha 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 ha, this cake is delicious. Linlin, don't be polite, just treat it like your own home. Golden Lion Shiki laughed and spoke, as soon as this letter came out. The whole audience fell silent. Parasparrow, Smoothie, Snaggle and even Katakuri subconsciously clenched their fists. I was so angry that my face turned red and I couldn't help but swear. Do you think this is human language? What does it mean to treat it like your own home? This was originally their home. That cake also belonged to their mother. However, that golden lion actually said such words so shamelessly. This is a naked provocation, it's simply unbearable. But, so what if I can't bear it anymore? Not to mention the emperor who is above the emperor of the sea. Those undead alone are enough to destroy their Big Mom pirates. Just when the cadres of the anti-group were secretly unwilling to give in. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of foreboding emanated from the scene, attracting everyone's attention. Mother, it's not good, Mom, this is not good. This time it's really bad. Smoothie, Owen, Dafu and others, who had already anticipated what was going to happen next, all widened their eyes in horror. Linlin, calm down, it's just a cake. I'll make you a new one right away. The head chef, Long Bread, was at a loss and screamed in panic. However, the terrifying aura in the dark became more and more violent and fierce. It's coming, Katakuri shouted sharply, the words fell. Ah! A shrill scream burst out from Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's gaping bloody mouth. The long-awaited cake was destroyed in front of him. Plus the successive stimulation from Rocks, Golden Lion and others. 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's emotions finally erupted uncontrollably. A strange sound burst out mixed with Conqueror's Hockey's talent. The terrifying purple sound waves spread in all directions like ripples in the sea. Ah! What's that noise? It hurts so much. My head is going to explode. Mom's weird voice broke out, retreat quickly. Under the attack of the terrifying and strange noise, everyone in the tea party couldn't help but scream. Anyone? Someone come and stop Mom. The long-legged paddling star Smoothie covered his ears tightly and screamed in pain. Sister Smoothie, do you have any other lines? Snag, who is also a general, couldn't help but complain. The sound didn't get far before it was drowned out by Big Mom's strange sound waves. Everyone, cover your ears with this. Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom pirates, took action immediately. He raised his hand and created a large number of rice cake earplugs, which were scattered everywhere to block out Big Mom's strange sound. The other side. Big cake location. Shirahoshi blinked his eyes, looking at the people fleeing in pain, and tilted his head in confusion. Protected by Liu Yu's aura, she would not be affected by Big Mom's strange voice. The place where Liu Yu is now standing is a pure land away from the world. What's wrong with everyone? Is this some kind of special banquet? Shirahoshi, whose face and body were covered with cream, asked with a silly look on his face. Haha, maybe. Yamato smiled and shook his head. The complex reasons were not explained to Shirahoshi in detail. Ah, Linlin, you be *****. Shut up, after not seeing you for decades, Linlin's weird voice is still as annoying as ever. It's just a piece of your cake, how stingy. The Rocks pirates undead covered their ears and yelled in dissatisfaction. Except for Rocks, Kaido, Golden Lion and other Emperor-level strongmen. Even John, Silver Axe, G and others who have the strength of a royal deputy are not completely immune to Big Mom's Conqueror's strange sound attack. But even Rocks and others who can ignore the strange noises. Listening to that harsh sound at this moment, it is inevitable to feel annoyed. It's really annoying. Linlin, the Sea Overlord Rocks, whose good mood was disturbed, spoke softly. Ha 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 ha, this guy Linlin has completely lost his mind. It's still as easy to understand as before. Golden Lion Shiki laughed teasingly. Captain Rocks, leave it to me to shut Linlin up. Kaido of the Beasts casually removed a pillar of the pavilion, picked it up in his hand to try it out, and then strode towards Big Mom who released the strange sound. Mother, whole Kaido, what are you trying to do to our mother? Don't forget, we were the ones who took in your beasts. Are you going to repay kindness with enmity? Baron Eggman, Parasparrow, and other Big Mom pirates officers and ministers all cried out in horror. Ahaha. This is pirates, boys from the Linlin family, come here if you want to die. It just so happens that I have a score to settle with you guys. Kaido of the Beasts spoke coldly. Damn it, who? Someone come and stop that Kaido, Smoothie, the paddling star, yelled. Katakuri. There is no time to hesitate now. As the second in command of the Big Mom group, he could no longer remain silent. Crash. The ground at the tea party venue suddenly rippled like the sea. That was the awakening of Katakuri's special Paramisha Mochi Mochi fruit ability. Cut the rice cake. There was not a trace of temptation or holding back. Facing the terrifying former four emperors Kaido of the Beasts, Katakuri directly uses his most powerful move. Countless thorny armed colored rice cake fists shot up into the sky and covered Kaido. Facing Katakuri, this is enough to defeat the fourth gear Luffy's fierce attack. Kaido of the Beasts did not dodge or evade. He let the terrifying rain of armed color rice cake fists fall on him. He continued to move forward steadily. Ahaha. The second child of the Linlin family, you are indeed a good seedling. But it's still a long way from being the Emperor of the Sea. Kaido of the Beasts laughed confidently. The stone pillar with Conqueror's Haki attached to it exploded in the air. Not contacted yet. The terrifying impact radiating from Conqueror's Haki has already defeated Katakuri's offensive. At the same time, the long bread that tried to block it was bounced away. Boom. Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts swung their thunderous aid trigrams at the defenseless Charlotte Linlin with all their might. The terrifying impact caused Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon to ripple. The terrifying strange sound also stopped abruptly under the impact. Linlin, you be *****D. You actually sold Lousy's body to the Pirates King. What a courage. Kaido of the Beast's angry roar exploded in the sky. Boom. Rumble. The power of the thunderous aid trigrams exploded completely in this attack. Ah! With a loud scream, four Emperors Charlotte Linlin flew backwards. Snap. Horrifying purple lightning exploded in the tea party venue. That is the Conqueror's Haki of the former four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, entwined and released. Chapter 152 Rock's attack under Kaido's furious full-strength thunderous aid trigrams. Even with the strongest steel balloon body and the natural Conqueror's protection, four Emperors Charlotte Linlin could not completely resist it. The huge figure flew backwards like a cannonball. In an instant, it flew hundreds of meters, smashed through the cake castle, and fell straight towards the confusing forest in the west. Mom was beaten. Oh no, it's not good to fall from this height. The aunt's group cadres couldn't help but scream again. Hurry up and save Mom. It seemed to be a response to Smoothie's call for help. A white cloud appeared out of thin air beside Big Mom. Then it swelled up against the wind, supporting Big Mom's huge body. Safe. I'll protect Mom, Thundercloud Zeus spoke with a certain complacency. Carrying the coughing four Emperor's aunt back to the tea party venue. Seeing this scene, Smoothie and others breathed a sigh of relief, their worries finally at ease. Boom. The huge cake castle trembled slightly under Big Mom's step. The returning four Emperors Charlotte Linlin no longer makes strange noises. I didn't have food cravings as usual. Or perhaps her food cravings were abruptly broken and awakened by Kaido's previous blow. However, the aura around him became increasingly gloomy and terrifying. Click, 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 that was the sound coming from Charlotte Linlin's palms and fingers. Kaido. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki exploded. Charlotte Linlin raised her hand. The bicorn hat on his head turned into a stream of light. It had turned into a big knife in her hand. A deep purple light flickered on the blade. Widewo. Regarding Kaido's thunderous aid trigrams before this. Big Mom retaliated without mercy. The third world descends to lead Naraku. Knowing that the ant's move was powerful, Kaido did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Fight with all the strength that historical memory can muster. Boom. It's like the heartbeat of the earth. The four Emperors clashed fiercely. Horrifying purple lightning splashed everywhere. Ultimate's powerful impact spread out, causing all the strong men in the venue to stagger and lose their balance. Kaido, you actually attacked me. You should have realized it by now. Charlotte Linlin spoke coldly. Ahaha. That should be my line, Linlin. I'll ask you again, what have you done to my body? Kaido of the Beast's eyes widened and he shouted fiercely. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's expression froze slightly and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Summit War ended more than 3 months ago. Lu Yu led the undead to attack Marijoy tentatively. Big Mom activated her face ability and took Kaido's body from Whitebeard. He said he wanted to bury him, however, in reality, there is another purpose. After all, this is the complete body of a 4th level sniff level expert. Even a corpse has great value. Soon after returning to Wong with Kaido's body, Big Mom dissected Kaido's body and sold it in packages. Most of the others were traded with Marine. To be more precise, it was sold privately to the talented marine scientist Vegapunk. As early as several decades ago, Vegapunk is very interested in Kaido's bloodline. Of course I won't miss it now. Charlotte Linlin believes that she did this in a very secretive way. However, it still couldn't be hidden from Shaki's intelligence network. If Shaki knew it, Lu Yu would also know it. Naturally, Kaido, who materialized from history, also knew about it. When he learned that his body would not rest in peace after death and would be studied by the damn Vegapunk. How can Kaido not be angry? How can I not settle the score with Big Mom? Ahaha, idiot Linlin, even if you don't say it, Lousy knows it. It would be fine if you keep it for your own research. But you should never, ever sell Lousy's body to that Vegapunk. Kaido shouted angrily. So what if I sell it? Death is like the extinguishing of a light. Kaido, you are already dead. Why are you still thinking about that corpse? You can't go back, you can only be a ghost used by others. Charlotte Linlin is determined to go all out and give it her all without any concealment. Ha 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 ha, Kaido boy, if it were lousy, he would never tolerate this. It's a great shame that corpses are being studied after death. Go on, go on. John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and others who love to watch the fun all joined in the noise. Ha 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 ha, oh right, John, Ochaku, and Silver Axe, I think I've heard of them before. After you three died, your graves were dug up by a tomb robber, and even your bodies were not spared. It seems like it was made into a zombie. Golden Lion Shiki spoke teasingly. What did you say? Who on earth is it? How dare you? Who is that B******* D who turned Lousy's body into a zombie? John, Silver Axe, and Ochaku were furious. They had just laughed at Kaido's corpse being studied. The result is the next second. Retribution has come. Their bodies looked even more miserable after they died. They are directly made into zombies and driven by humans. Ha 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 ha, it's that brat Moria's ability. That guy should still be alive. The Golden Lion grinned. Wah, John and others were still very angry. On the other side, the all-out war between Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts has begun. Under the powerful country where Charlotte Linlin goes all out. However, Kaido, who was the embodiment of an incomplete historical body, was naturally no match for him and was beaten back step by step. The hand-planted stone pillars were cut off and smashed by the ant's big knife. You're so weak, Kaido. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin laughed triumphantly. Damn idiot Linlin. Don't get too carried away. Kaido roars in anger, yet anger did not strengthen him. Without peak combat power, he can beat Katakuri, but he is still far behind in beating Big Mom. You are not strong enough for me to fight now, I see. I understand. An undead like you simply cannot possess the full strength of his life. In that case, Captain Rock's over there, please come over here. The confidence gained by beating up Kaido. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin boldly challenges the Sea Overlord Rocks who has been watching from the sidelines. Ha 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 ha. A loud laughter filled with madness and defiance exploded in the sky. You're so brave, Linlin. Do you really want to die? Haki, as powerful as a ghost, condensed into a devilish figure around Rocks. Boom. The Sea Overlord Rocks attacks. The sky cracked. Boom. Boom. The sky broke and healed. The earth trembled violently. The huge cake castle is crumbling. Large cracks crisscrossing each other can be seen everywhere. It is on the verge of collapse. This is the battle of the Emperor of the Sea. The aftermath alone was enough to raze an island to the ground. Chapter 153. Conquering the Big Mom Group. The battlefield between Rocks, the Ocean Overlord of the previous era, and Charlotte Linlin, the Ocean Emperor of this era, has shifted. From the tea party at the top of the Cake Castle page, go to the Enchanted Forest in the west. But this does not mean that the people at the tea party are safe. Boom. Accompanied by another violent collision that affected the entire island. Click, 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 the entire Cake Island cracked under the weight and then broke into pieces. Seawater poured in from the crack. Without waiting for Perospero, people were horrified. The Cake Castle, which was hundreds of meters high, suddenly shook violently. The aftermath, still powerful even across hundreds of meters, became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the castle. The large Cake Castle collapsed. I'm dying, I'm dying. I knew this would be the result. I shouldn't have come here. Screams could be heard one after another, from both the invited guests and the officers of the Bigman Pirates. After all, not everyone can fly like Morgause and Stussy. Not everyone is as powerful as Katakuri. If the Cake Castle really came to fruition, most of them would be crippled if not dead. Katakuri brother. Young girls such as Pudding, Brûlée, and Flamp screamed in fear and asked for help from their powerful brother Katakuri. Sniff sniff, several sticky rice cakes shot out and caught Brûlée, Pudding, Flamp and others one after another. The castle is really about to collapse. Anyone is fine, come and stop it. Smoothie, the paddling star, yelled, long bread. If we don't do something, it's going to be really bad. Perospero also shouted. In his imagination, the only thing that could resolve this crisis was Chef Longbread's ability to eat the fruit. Turn everything into food to achieve a soft landing. It is not a fantasy that the Cake Castle can actually turn into a cake. Just trying to complete such a huge project would put a heavy burden on Longbread's body. Even death from exhaustion is not impossible. Longbread took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming firm. He dedicated his life to this huge family and the Bigman Pirates. Even though he has no blood relationship with this family, he had already prepared to sacrifice for it. Ha 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 ha. However, just when the short long bread was about to break through its limit and activate its own ability of the eat fruit, a familiar laugh suddenly rang in his ears. The person who came was naturally Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha ha, long bread, Captain Lu Yu is not here to destroy you today, just watch with peace of mind. Golden Lion Shiki laughed, reaching for the Cake Castle with his right hand. Lion fruit ability activated. For Shiki, who could lift dozens of islands, building a castle was a piece of cake. Under the effect of Lion fruit's ability, the tilted Cake Castle stopped collapsing and just floated in the air. Everyone at the tea party on the rooftop breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, their faces filled with relief at having survived the disaster. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, then it's almost time for us to get started. Golden Lion Shiki Wen Dao, Lu Yu took the handkerchief handed to him by Yamato, wiped the cake from the corner of his mouth, and nodded calmly. Shiki, and what else do you want to do? The short, long bread in front asked nervously. Ha 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 ha, don't be nervous, this is an unprecedented good thing for you. Golden Lion Shiki laughed. You ruined our tea party without permission, what good can you possibly do? Parasparrow mustered up the courage to speak, however, he shrank back the next second under the glare of Golden Lion Shiki. Compared to the flying pirates with a bounty of nearly 4 billion, his 700 million is really not enough. Lin boys, who's the boss here now? Golden Lion Shiki shouted. After a moment of silence, Charlotte Kataku calmly stepped out. Ha 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 ha, Katakuri, you do have the qualifications. Golden Lion Shiki nodded. Golden Lion Shiki, what do you want to say? Katakuri asked in a deep voice. The curve of Golden Lion Shiki's mouth gradually widened. Kataku Kuri, now take all of you Big Mom pirates and swear allegiance to us, to Captain Lu Yu. What did you say? You want us to swear allegiance? Stop joking. We are the Big Mom pirates. Hearing Golden Lion Shiki's excessive request, the cadres and ministers of the ant group were all furious. I couldn't help but yell, but the next second, as John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and other Rocks gang members all approached, Parasparrow and the others immediately became calm and the noise became much quieter. What a bunch of ignorant brats. It is your honor to have the opportunity to submit to Lord Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu is the man who will become the future king of the world. This is an unprecedented opportunity for you. Why don't you kneel down and surrender immediately? A group of undead pirates shouted angrily one after another. The sound was deafening. The aunts were so shocked that their heads were buzzing. Some of those who had weaker endurance had already fallen to their knees. See Emperor Lu Yu, Golden Lion Shiki, I'm sorry I can't answer your request. Everything in this country is decided by my mother, I can't make decisions on my own. Katakuri took a deep breath and said calmly, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Golden Lion Shiki shook his head and raised his right hand slightly, wanting to shake the castle to scare it. However, at this moment, Lu Yu waved his hand, leave it to me from now on. Lu Yu spoke calmly, turning his gaze to Shirahoshi who was enjoying the cake with relish. Shirahoshi. Lu Yu spoke. Shirahoshi, immersed in the delicious cake, didn't notice. Ahem, Shirahoshi. Lu Yu called again. This time, after Yamato's reminder, Shirahoshi finally reacted. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Master Lu Yu. Shirahoshi said in a panic, it doesn't matter, now call your friends out. Lu Yu nodded calmly. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Shirahoshi wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth carelessly. Her red lips parted slightly but no sound came out. In other words, it is a wave frequency beyond the frequency that human ears can hear. Silent waves spread across the sky and the sea. So the huge monsters that had been waiting under the sea for a long time surfaced one after another. Those were a total of 36 super large deep-sea sea kings over 5,000 meters deep. Huol. That's the ocean boiling, under the command of the legendary mermaid princess Poseidon Shirahoshi. The huge monsters that were lurking in the depths of the sea surfaced at this moment. Toto Land, including Cake Island, has a total of 35 islands. At this moment, terrible earthquakes and tsunamis occurred. Chapter 154. Unprecedented Spectacular Cocoa Island is a chocolate-themed island, and a huge hill suddenly rises from the sea surface near the island. A huge amount of seawater poured down, causing huge waves to hit the island. However, what really scares the people on the island is what will happen after the seawater recedes. The giant sea kings with dinosaur heads still hovering on the sea surface. Outside Candy Island. A giant flatfish with bulging eyes, fish-eyed. Small Island. An unknown black and white sea king was resting its huge front paws on the edge of the island, quietly waiting. Cookie Island. A penguin with a tuft of purple hair on its head blinked its innocent eyes and looked curiously at the fragrant island. A waterfall flowed from its mouth, and it was unclear whether it was seawater or its saliva. Dushima. A creature with 100-meter-long fangs, lifeless eyes, and scales like peacock feathers appeared. Quack. The croaking of frogs is as deafening as thunder. The Marines responsible for keeping an eye on Wanguo all covered their ears in pain. Momo. Momosagi Vice Admiral, Sea Kings, those are supersized Sea Kings. A Marine Rear Admiral screamed in fear, his whole body shaking. The moment he finished speaking, suddenly, a shadow spanning thousands of meters passed across the sky, blocking out the sun. A sea frog several thousand meters long flew over the warship. In front of Sea Kings of this level, even a Marine-class warship is just a toy that will be swallowed in one gulp. What happened to Wanguo? Momosagi stood on the observation deck, her brows furrowed and her thumb bitten with her teeth. Even a strong person like her couldn't help but feel nervous under this sudden change. Stand high and see far, so she knew there were other creatures besides the sea frogs that passed by them. The base camp of the Four Emperors' Big Mom has now become the nest of the Sea Kings. What is going on? Who has the ability to summon the super large Sea Kings from the deep sea? When questions arise, Momosagi couldn't help but think in his mind, what if these sea kings were not attacking Wonguo? If it's their marine base. This kind of… Momosagi Gion's tall body shuddered suddenly. The chill in my heart grew even greater. With the emergence of the super-large sea kings lurking in the deep sea, the entire world suddenly fell into unprecedented chaos. The peaceful life on the island is gone. Countless screams of terror could be heard on every island. What is going on? Why'd I have a palpitation feeling? What are those little black dots in the distance? The center of the world, Cake Island. On the floating Cake Castle, the ministers and cadres of the Big Mom pirates were all panicked, staring wide-eyed, trying desperately to identify the true identity of the tiny dot from so far away. Blur blur. Blah blah blah. The sounds of Den Den Mushi continued one after another. Katakuri, Smoothie, Parasparrow and other island leaders were all contacted immediately. Without exception, screams of fear were heard from the other side of the Den Den Mushi. Lord Katakuri, help, Sea Kings, it's Sea Kings. Lord Smoothie, the giant Sea Kings have appeared, and they want to swallow our island in one gulp. Lord Parasparrow, Candy Island has been targeted by Sea Kings. I've never seen Sea Kings this big. The entire tea party hall fell silent as the reports from the Den Den Mushi of the Charlotte family's ministers were heard. At this moment, people finally knew the identities of those little dots. The real reason why they can still be seen even though they are separated by who knows how many miles of sea is naturally because their bodies are big enough. Those are one after another of the super-large deep-sea Sea Kings. Just when everyone was afraid of it, the sea surface near the coast of Cake Island to the east and west is high. One white and one black. Two super-large sea snakes emerged from the sea. Standing high up, overlooking the entire Cake Island. My lady princess, that human, and all 35 brothers and sisters are already in place. The oversized white sea serpent opened its mouth, uttering the language used by the Sea Kings to communicate. The sudden appearance of one black and one white giant sea snake pushed the atmosphere of fear on the cake to its peak. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yu stood on top of the white sea snake with Shirahoshi, who looked innocent and cute. So, people finally knew. Whether it is the two super-large sea snakes here or the Sea Kings on the islands of various countries. They all came here to obey the orders of Lu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea. Right now, the lives and deaths of the entire Big Mom Pirates group, no, millions of people in the entire world are all in Lu Yu's hands. As long as Lu Yu gives the order, all 35 islands of Wonguo will disappear from the map. The powerful 4 Emperor's Big Mom Pirates will also become a thing of the past, vanishing without a trace. The captain is the captain. I can't help but accept this kind of tactics. Golden Lion Shiki was also shocked by Lu Yu's move. Previously, he just wanted to scare the Big Mom Pirates by shaking the castle. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu directly threw a royal bomb. The super-large Sea Kings that dominate the deep sea. The life and death of all nations are in your hands. This method is simply unheard of. Above the white sea snake's head, Lu Yu had his hands behind his back. Looking down at the people on the Cake Castle, he always had a kind smile on his face. Although he didn't say a word, his meaning was very clear. Everything depends on the decision of the Big Mom Pirates. When, "Pa!" that was the sound of Katakuri's Sachiya Samatari and Chef Longbread's short curved knife hitting the ground. Snaggle, Owen, Dafu and others all wanted to go. Even Katakuri and Longbread have laid down their weapons. What else can they do? Even if Mom is here alone, I'm afraid he wouldn't joke about the survival of the entire world. Lu Yu, Captain. The first one is Katacha. Hundreds of aunties and ministers gathered at the tea party venue, bowed their heads, submitted, and pledged allegiance. The 4 Emperor's Big Mom Pirates group came under the banner of the Emperor's Dragon. Captain. At the tea party venue, Lu Yu displayed a power that was enough to easily destroy everything. All 184 Big Mom Pirates generals, ministers, and cadres, led by Katakuri, bowed their heads. Swear allegiance and submission to the Emperor of this sea, Lu Yu. The 4 Emperor's Big Mom Pirates have since been under the Emperor's Dragon banner. Ha 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 ha, a big event, a truly incredible big event has happened again. The 4 Emperor's Big Mom Pirates have now become part of the Emperor's empire. They truly are the strongest in the world. Another piece of world-shaking news has been revealed. This is an exclusive report from the World Economic News. Moore couldn't help laughing secretly and took pictures of Katakuri and others kneeling in submission. Chapter 155, Conquering the Dark World. However, next second, the smile and laughter on Moore's face suddenly stopped. The whole body is standing on end. The bird's eyes widened to the limit. Unprecedented fear flooded his body like a tide, all because of that one sight. The Emperor of the Sea's gaze fell on him. This is also natural. On such a solemn occasion, everyone kept silent tacitly. Only the birdman Morgause was there, laughing strangely. If not you, who are you looking at? Ha 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 ha, that little birdman over there, lousy hasn't even started yet, but you've already started. Golden Lion Shiki looked at Morgans with a bad expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shiki, what are you talking about? I'm just happy for you and for Emperor Lu Yu. Morgans said with a flattering smile. He flapped his wings and landed in front of Lu Yu. Then he knelt on the ground respectfully. Lord Lu Yu, please be sure to let me, the World Economic News, join your army. I, the News King Morgause, will follow Lord Lu Yu's orders. Morgause spoke righteously and surrendered voluntarily. Because he knew he had to express his opinion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pass this level today. In addition, for him, joining Lu Yu's team is also an opportunity. If one day Lu Yu really reaches the top and becomes the king of the world. By then, as the chief press officer under Lu Yu, he can also be famous in the history of journalism. It has become a legend and model for future journalists. For Morgause, who has almost reached the pinnacle of journalism, this is a new challenge and goal. The only question now is whether Lu Yu is willing to accept him under his command. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. A drop of nervous cold sweat oozed from Morgan's forehead. His head drooped more and more reverently. Finally. News King Morgause, let's come together, Lu Yu grinned. How can I not accept a subordinate who comes to me? In addition, in the upcoming battle for the world with the government, winning the hearts and minds of the people is also an important part.
Lu Yu does not want to suppress it with violence, so news media is necessary.
It would certainly be very useful to have the most authoritative world economic newspaper under the control of the ocean. Ha 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 ha, little birdman, why are you still standing there? Golden Lion Shiki reminded with a laugh. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Captain Lu Yu. Morgause nodded repeatedly, finally coming back to his senses from the great surprise of being accepted by Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu, I and Happy Street are also willing to be your helpers. A delicate voice sounded. The naturally charming queen of the Pleasure District Stussy walked forward with a graceful step and bowed to Lu Yu. New World Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy, ha 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 ha, she's just as beautiful as the rumors say. Golden Lion Shiki praised. Mr. Shiki, you're too kind. I am just a little girl. Stussy responded with a smile, his every frown and smile charming. But soon, the smile on her face froze, just like Morgause's before. Under Lu Yu's half-smile gaze, Stussy felt that everything about him was seen through. In front of Lu Yu, she had no secrets at all. This is also natural. Even without mind reading. Lu Yu also knew that this woman was a spy for world government CP0. But there is no reason not to eat the meat that is served to your door. Since Stussy was willing to demonstrate, Lu Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this to wipe out the dark underground world. The Uranus in the dark world, such as Lufeld and Umit, are not very strong, but they are all very fat. It's just right to help them lose weight and slim down. As expected. When Stussy and Happy Street were also successfully incorporated into Lu Yu's command. The other bigwigs from the dark world at the tea party were all unable to stand. Just think of it as if you want to leave safely today, you must pay protection fee. Immediately, everyone rushed forward. Lu Yu just dealt with a few of them casually. Then the matter was handed over to Golden Lion Shiki. He walked leisurely, came to a corner of the tea party venue. Raging, the flames rising around Yan Jin, who was waiting for an opportunity to escape, represented his inner tension. Flame Ember, make your choice, Lu Yu spoke calmly. Yan Jin opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing. He just knelt on one knee in front of Lu Yu to show his submission. First it was Beast's Pirates, then Big Mom, and finally Lu Yu. Changed hands many times. A slave of 3 surnames. It's not a big deal for him, nothing can compare to the weight of life. That's quite sensible. Lu Yu nodded. Bite the system's mechanical prompt sounded immediately. Subdue 5 of the Emperor's deputy subordinates. 5/5. Reward. Poison Dragon Slayer magic level +10, Dragon Power +20. The newly captured Flame Disaster Jin and Katakuri. Plus the original Tyrant Bear, Empress Hancock and Yamato. The 5 Imperial deputies were all in place, but that's not enough. Even if there are no system tasks, the recruitment of powerful subordinates must continue. Especially for strong people at the Emperor and Admiral level, the more the better. Fujitora Ichisho and Green Bull of the world recruitment. There are also the powerful people of the previous era who sneaked out from Impel down eternal hell in the previous summit battle. The 4 Emperor's Big Mom Pirates group is just the first step. The real fun is just beginning. The 36 Daishima-class Sea Kings surrounding Wangguo returned to their respective lairs under Shirahoshi's instructions. After agreeing to pay protection fees to Golden Lion, the dark businessmen from all over the world who were invited to attend the tea party hurried back to their homes. They were unwilling to stay even for a second in this place that had left a deep psychological shadow on them. Boom! Under the exquisite control of Golden Lion Shiki, the collapsed and broken Cake Castle was reconnected. The members of the Big Mom Pirates team used their abilities to stabilize the crumbling Cake City. Today can be said to be a dark day for the 4 Big Mom Pirates groups. The Sea Emperor group, which had roamed the sea for more than 20 years, became a subsidiary group of others overnight. Naturally, many people in the Big Mom Pirates group could not accept this result. No matter how unwilling you are, you will be unwilling. At this moment, no one in the entire Big Mom Pirates group dared to stand up and say no. The biggest reason is naturally the terrifying power that Lu Yu demonstrated, which is enough to destroy all nations in the blink of an eye. Single Sea Kings are naturally not a problem for the strong ones. But when the number is large, Sea Kings are large in size. That's another story. The super large Sea Kings, which are large enough to swallow islands in one gulp, are comparable to natural disasters. Compete and resist. Boom boom boom. the tea party at Cake Castle gradually calmed down, but the shaking in the confusing forest of Cake Island continued. Chapter 156 Major Incident. It represents the ongoing fierce battle between 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and the Overlord of the Sea, Rox. However, this is no longer a big problem for the current Big Mom Pirates group. Bai Jing is under the assignment of the new captain. Katakuri obtained Lu Yu's authorization and became the agent of the Big Mom Pirates, responsible for handling all major and minor events in Toto Land. As for their original Captain Mother, even if we can survive the level of Rox, the Overlord of the Sea, what we have to face next is the even more terrifying Sea Emperor. I am no longer able to revolving heaven. Captain Lu Yu, this is my mother's treasure room. Both the regular historical text and the red road sign historical text are inside. General Smoothie said stiffly. Ha ha ha, Lil One, don't be so nervous. We are all in this together now. Golden Lion Shiki laughed, and then was glared at by Lu Yu. Sorry, we are grasshoppers and Captain Lu Yu is a dragon. Golden Lion Shiki corrected himself. In short, Captain Lu Yu is a good man, don't be afraid. Golden Lion Shiki flattered appropriately. Hearing this, Smoothie forced a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. How could a good person be the one who single-handedly broke through the naval headquarters and overturned the holy land of Marijoy in the Battle of Marineford? Not long ago, they were threatened with the lives of millions of people in the entire world. The preconceived impression made Smoothie unable to accept Lu Yu's current elegant and easygoing personality. Shiki, move these 3 pieces of historical text back to Wano Kuni first. Lu Yu said. Okay, what about the rest? Shiki nodded in agreement, his eyes sweeping over the various rare treasures in the treasure room, and he couldn't help but admire them repeatedly. As for the rest, we'll move them slowly later, Lu Yu said. Smoothie, Pudding. Robber, where is the captain who promised to be very good to his subordinates? Pudding, who suffers from schizophrenia, has a dark side and keeps complaining in his heart. Suddenly, Pudding cried out softly, and a strong hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a broad embrace. Looking at Lu Yu who was so close to him, Pudding was so scared that his 3 eyes widened. He thought that his inner voice had been seen through by Lu Yu and that he would be held accountable. Even breathing seemed to stop. Lu Yu grabbed Pudding's waist with one hand and lifted Pudding's hair that was covering her forehead with the other hand, revealing the 3rd eye hidden underneath. 3 eyes, could this little girl be from the extinct 3-eyed clan? Golden Lion Shiki Jing Dao, Lu Yu did not answer, but stared at the 3rd watery eye on Pudding's forehead without blinking. Now, on this sea, the people who can interpret the historical text are Robin, the only surviving historian of Ohara, and the Kazuki family who created the historical text of Wano Kuni. In addition, there is the ability of the 3rd eye of the 3-eyed people. In this world, the 3-eyed clan is even more mysterious than the D clan, especially the 3rd eye on the forehead of this clan. This is also something that Lu Yu is very interested in. But even though he has the magic of reading minds and peeking into history, at this moment, it seems that it is impossible to see what is so special about Pudding's 3rd eye. If you want to know everything, you may have to wait for Robin to completely restore the blank 100 years of history. Thump, 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 on the other side, I could feel the masculine scent coming towards me. Pudding's little heart suddenly began to beat violently like a deer. A few red clouds appeared on the fair little face, and even her breathing became a little faster. His delicate body trembled slightly, out of fear and other reasons. What is he going to do? Is this scary man going to kiss me? What should I do? If he really wants to do something to me, should I obey him or not? Pudding's innocent personality couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. There was complete silence in the treasure room. Captain, why are you still hesitating? Wouldn't it be better to just take action directly? Or is it because of my presence? Shiki thought to himself, trying to back out calmly. Remember to take this little girl along with the historical text. Finally, Lu Yu spoke, breaking the silence in the treasure room. After leaving the powerless Pudding to Smoothie's care, Lu Yu looked around and after making sure that there was nothing new that interested him, he walked away. Cake City Atrium Garden. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, paced nervously, having been waiting for a long time. Little Birdman, what do you want from me? Lu Yu's voice rang out in the courtyard without warning, startling Morgans. Lord Lu Yu. Morgans shuddered, looked at Lu Yu in the flowers, and mustered up the courage to take out a piece of paper full of words from his arms. Your Excellency knows that I work in the news industry, so I wanted to confirm with you before reporting on these major events that happened in Wanguo today. Morgause said respectfully. In the past, Morgause, who was always keen on making big news, would have publicized it without caring about anything. Even the world government cannot threaten him, but now, Morgans naturally has to be extremely cautious. Lu Yu took the paper handed to him by Morgans, looked at the events on it, and raised his hand to cross out the last words that Shirahoshi surrounded the Sea Kings. That's it. Lu Yu said. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, your fame will spread throughout the world once again. Morgause bowed respectfully and spoke excitedly. The next day, after a night of suppressed silence, the newsbirds of the World Economic News Agency were everywhere, carrying reports of the great event of the Imperial Group's surrender, flying to every corner of the world. As a result, the whole world was naturally shaken once again. The big event that happened in 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin's base camp, Wanguo Toto Land fermented overnight. The next morning, it spread all over the world. Be known to the world. Rock's pirate reunion at the tea party. After the beasts, the Big Mom pirates also fell. The 4 emperors' Big Mom pirates all surrendered and became subordinates of the Sea Emperor. The Uranus who control the dark world of the underground have joined one after another. When the major events that took place at the tea party were published in newspapers one after another, they spread all over the world through newsbirds and became known to people on the sea.
The whole world is naturally noisy and boiling over it.
Oh my god. How could this happen? The 4 emperors' pirates actually became someone else's subordinate. Although this result was not unexpected, it is still hard to accept when it actually happened. What should we do? What will the world become like next? That man's power is growing stronger and stronger. If he's not contained, something terrible will happen. 4 emperors have fallen. Who's next? Whitebeard or Redhead? No, no, no. After the events at the top, the Whitebeard pirates are already bound to that emperor. The only ones left are the 4 emperors' red-haired pirates, if even that red-haired one. This time, the world is really going to be turned upside down. Chapter 157, Poseidon. The 4 directions of the east, south, west, north and sea, plus the front and back half of the Grand Line. Countless people were panicking at this moment, worrying about the future. Godfather, big news, big news. Negotiation expert Weird Gunwid screamed with his tongue hanging out. I've already seen it. Capone Beige, captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, had his hands in his pockets in a serious expression. Boys, get ready to go. Target Wanokuni, Captain Hawkins. No need to say it, I already know it. Magician Hawkins nodded calmly. At this point, the pirate's throne is no longer the top priority. What's about to happen is a world-class clash, no one can stay out of it. We must also make a decision early. A loud scream echoed along the island coast. Captain Kidd, are you okay? Killer Warrior Kira and the others all shouted in worry. They were all dejected, no longer as arrogant, confident and domineering as before. Just a few days ago, led by Kidd, they challenged one of the emperors of this sea, the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. The result is what we have now, although the red-haired man did not kill them. However, the terror of the red-hair pirates caused them unimaginable psychological trauma. Also included is Captain Kidd's arm. In the battle a few days ago, 4 emperors' red-haired sword Griffin easily cut off one of his arms. The remaining wounds are still bleeding. Kidd, are we really going to continue? There is no hope in this sea anymore, the killer warrior Kira spoke quietly. At the same time, another island not far from where Kidd and his group settled. The lively celebration banquet came to a halt because of the arrival of the newsbird. Boss, what should we do next? Is this person, Mr. Liu Yu, going to come find us? The little fat boy Lakilu spoke with a little uneasiness. Ahahaha, being found is probably inevitable, after all. Red-haired Shanks shook his head. Beckman, pass on my orders. Send the one we took from the Fishmen Island 4 years ago to Wanokuni. New World Sphinx. A smiling whaleboat is quietly anchored on the coast. This is the home of 4 emperors Whitebeard. Marco, Mr. Liu Yu has done something incredible again. I really don't know how he did it. I'm afraid that group of aunts has really surrendered this time. You are truly worthy of being Mr. Liu Yu. Captains such as Joe's, Vista, Ace and others sighed one after another. Yes, that's the godlike Lord Liu Yu. Marco forced a smile and responded with a drink. His brows were furrowed. Although on weekdays Whitebeard is still the same as before, acting as if nothing has happened. But as the ship's doctor, he knew Whitebeard's physical condition best. After the Battle of Marineford, my father's health condition has become extremely bad. Bulu bulu bulu, the sound of Den Den Mushi brought Marco back to his senses. What? Has the pirates under your command been attacked again? It's that weeble again who calls himself Daddy's son. Damn it, unforgivable, this is really too much. The captains of the White Group who received the report of the attack were all furious. Soon, the pursuit team led by Ace and Vista gathered and attacked. Former Marine G1 base, now Naval Headquarters, as early as yesterday. Marine learned about this major event from Momosagi's report. In Marshal Aokiji's office, the lazy Aokiji sat in the marshal's seat. He clutched his hair with both hands and had a constipated look on his face. Kaz, crack. The sounds of crispy senbei and crunchy rice cake slices alternated, making it annoying. Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Garp, can you please be serious? This is a matter of life and death for Marine. Aokiji raised his head and looked at the 2 disabled old men who were still wearing bandages and plaster casts. Life or death? It's not that serious, right? Bang. Sengoku said with a relaxed look on his face. Ha 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 ha, Kuzan, it's useless even if you pull out all your hair. There's no one in the Marine who can stop that man anymore, Kaz. Garp laughed. And more importantly, the Sea Kings. Humans have always believed they're the masters of this world, but in reality, the monsters living beneath the ocean are the true rulers. I don't know how that monstrous man did it, but being able to command the Sea Kings means the fate of this world is essentially in his hands. Sengoku added. After being hit so hard by Sengoku and Garp, the new Marshal Kuzan was speechless and choked with tears. Being a Marine Marshal is so difficult for him. Mr. Sengoku, how about I return the position of Marshal to you? Marshal Aokiji discussed this in a friendly manner. Sengoku. That's nice to think about. I finally unloaded the burden and felt relieved. Slip away, slip away. Sengoku waved. He and Garp, his fellow sufferer, supported each other and limped away. The ruined holy place, Marijoy. The only thing that is well preserved is the flowers. The tall and thin figure in a long robe and cloak twirled the sharp dagger in his hand. At a certain moment, the dagger suddenly shot out and hit a photo nailed to the wall. The next second, Shirahoshi's photo shattered. What can a mere Poseidon do to me? The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army exists in an unknown part of the world. The island of vomiting, Baldigo, dragon, my fellow man. A low voice rang out from the white sandstorm. The strong wind blew the hood, revealing a strange and large face. What are your plans for Wano-kuni, the Sea Emperor? The King Ivankov asked solemnly, after a long silence. The green-hooded man on the balcony, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, looked up at the sky. Although I would like more time to observe that man's behavior. But it's almost time to make a decision. The leader you spoke. Ivankov, inform everyone. Once your respective actions have concluded, let the cadres assemble. New World, an ordinary small town. An elegant old man holding an umbrella sits gracefully. Looking at the news report in his hand, an inexplicable expression appeared on his old face. Ryder, come and try it, this anko dumpling is delicious. Beside the old man named Ryder, a tanuki fur that was about the same size as Chopper shouted happily. All for you, the old man spoke without raising his head. Really, that's not good, while Padong, the civet cat with fur, said that it was not good, he honestly started to eat it with relish. Chapter 158 Red Earl. The old man still didn't care at all about this. If someone from the previous era were here and saw this old man, they would be shocked and horrified beyond words. Because this elegant old man is the legendary Lone Ranger of the last era. Just one person is a hero as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, Red Earl Redfield. When the Summit War broke out, Luffy and Blackbeard's fight with the Straw Hat. The Red Earl, who had been imprisoned in Impel Down for more than 20 years, also took the opportunity to escape successfully. For a long time, the Red Earl put down his newspaper.
Turn and take out another report. Sleeping Ancient Town.
Legendary Devil Fruit abilities. A mythical vampire with the power of rejuvenation. This is exactly the ability I've always dreamed of. Red Earl Redfield's gaze grew increasingly intense. Hiccup, Ryder, what's wrong with you? The raccoon cat Padong asked. Nothing. By the way, Padong, lend me your transfiguration leaf. I promise to just take a look. The first half of the Grand Line, the theme park. A huge island ship suddenly emerged from the sea. Like the gaping maw of a prehistoric beast, it devoured 3 celestial dragons frigates belonging to the world government. A huge island ship named Gulo Siadi. 30 years ago, a huge wave was set off on the ocean. He even hunted down more than 1 celestial dragon, a world noble. It was the most popular at that time, and the one who rules this island is none other than the once famous madman on the sea. Paramecia, the user of the Momo fruit known as World Destroyer, Burndy World. 30 years have passed. Burndy World also escaped from the 30-year Impel Down ice, the sea. Baralololo. What 4 emperors? What sea emperor? No matter who stands in my way, I will destroy, destroy, destroy. World Destroyer Burndy Waddle laughed wildly and confidently. New World, a pirate's island. The once bustling pirate's town was now dead silent. The ground was covered with blood. Countless pirate corpses piled up into a mountain of corpses. Amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a tall, strong, blood-soaked man stood alone. Like the killer gods and evil spirits of hell, bang. At some point, in the quiet dead town, footsteps and applause were heard. As expected of a man who inherited the power of the devil. Douglas Bullet, are you interested in working with me? Let's throw the biggest party in pirates' history. Buenefesta, the one-legged old man, grinned. I'm not interested. If you don't want to die, get out of here, Douglas Bullet shouted coldly. The purple conqueror's aura burst out, shocking the entire area. Captain Roger, I never thought that one day I would have the chance to see you again. Douglas Bullet's face, as chiseled as a knife or an axe, showed extreme ecstasy and excitement. Captain Roger, I will never lose again this time. And after I've defeated you, it's the man's turn to dominate you. After defeating everyone, I will truly be the strongest in the world. New World, Dressrosa, Luo and Peggy Wan, the 2 major cadres who were ordered by Lu Yu to guard the country, both had extremely serious expressions on their faces at this moment. Captain, looking at the blind old man in purple kimono on the street not far away, White Bear Beppo twisted his body uneasily. That blind man, things don't look good. Sha-Chi and Pei-Jin also looked horrified. Just by looking at it, they felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. Who on earth is that old guy? Peggy Wan clenched her teeth and also felt tremendous pressure. Everyone, don't act rashly. That person is Admiral. Trafalgar Law took a deep breath and gave a solemn warning. He had already recognized the identity of the blind old man. Just when Luo, Peggy Wan and others were secretly panicking. The blind old man suddenly stopped. Roar, roar, roar. Don't be nervous, I just came to take a look. Marine, Quasi-Admiral, the terrifying Paramecia Juju fruit user smiled slightly. You must be joking. You are obviously blind. Peggy Wan scolded in an emotionally manner. Roar. I have definitely seen that this country no longer needs any correction. Yi Xiao waved to Luo and the others with his back and left. It seems the intelligence is slightly different from what the government said. The entire ocean was shaken by the Big Mom pirates' surrender. At the same time, the tremors in Toto Land and Yongcake Island that had lasted for nearly a day and a night finally subsided. The battle between Rox, the Overlord of the Sea, and Charlotte Linlin, the Emperor of the Sea, has finally ended. But the final result was quite strange, Lord Lu Yu. Linlin seems to have been beaten stupid by me. This is what Rox, the Overlord of the Sea, said. Bang. A dull collision sound was heard from the central castle of Cake Island. The 8.8-meter tall four Emperors Charlotte Linlin fell like a cannonball, causing the earth to tremble. Mother, Mom, what's wrong with you? Has our mother been defeated? The screams of the Big Mom members on duty inside and outside the castle rang out one after another. Very quickly, the ministers and cadres of the Big Mom pirates inside and outside the castle were all alarmed. I hurried over to the sound as soon as possible. When they saw Charlotte Linlin lying unconscious on the ground like a dead pig, the faces of the ministers of the ant group could not help but show surprise and panic. Even my mother, the Sea Overlord Rox, is truly terrifying. It's obviously not in peak condition, it's just an undead. However, it still has such terrifying strength. Compared to Rox, the scariest thing is the man who can summon the undead. During the discussion, Lu Yu came to the cake square accompanied by Katakuri. Ha 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 ha. The Sea Overlord Rox came forward to greet him with a big laugh. It's over? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. I guess so, but what? Lord Lu Yu, I seem to have accidentally knocked Linlin silly. Rox spoke tentatively. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Katakuri and others, without waiting for detailed investigation. Charlotte Linlin, who was lying unconscious like a dead pig in the cake square, trembled. He then slowly opened his eyes at the call of his children. Mother, Mom is awake. Our mother is still alive. Smoothie and the others all shouted with joy. Charlotte Linlin shook her head irritably at her children's shouting. The square suddenly fell silent. All the aunts were silent, with terrified looks on their faces. Chapter 159. Linlin is stupid? Next second, the imagined wrath of thunder did not come. Charlotte Linlin's face was full of confusion and puzzlement when she woke up. Where is this place? Who I am? Where do I come from and where am I going? Charlotte Linlin asked three philosophical questions that stunned the children of the cadres present. Looking at their mother's confused expression that didn't seem fake, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that my mother has lost her memory? Mom, it's us. I'm Parasparrow, your son. I am your daughter Smoothie, Mom. And me, Parasparrow, and others tried their best to explain. However, the confusion on Charlotte Linlin's face was even more pronounced. I don't know you, sister. Everyone, where's Sister Carmelite? Charlotte Linlin screamed anxiously. Then, the people in the field were finally convinced. Their mother did have amnesia. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Linlin to become such a fool after being soaked in seawater. It's hilarious. The Sea Overlord Rox laughed and spoke, explaining the reason why Big Mom lost her memory. A recent battle. Charlotte Linlin accidentally became a fallen woman. After going into the sea, I soaked in the seawater for a long time, and after being pulled out by Rox, I became what I am now. Sometimes conscious, sometimes unconscious. The memory in my mind is also completely disordered. The time it takes to speak. Charlotte Linlin, who had just woken up, rolled her eyes and fell to the ground again, falling into a coma. His mental state is extremely unstable. Mom really doesn't recognize us anymore? General Snag had a dazed look on his face. What should I do? Someone help my mother regain her memory. The paddling star Smoothie said anxiously. Wait, speaking of memory. Clerk Maunder seemed to have thought of something. Where's Pudding? Where's Pudding? Yes, if it's Pudding's ability, it will definitely be able to restore Mom. With Pudding's memory fruit ability, Mom will definitely recover her memory. All the ministers shouted and yelled in surprise.
Shut up, everyone. The eldest son Parasparrow suddenly shouted with a gloomy face.
Brother Paros, what's wrong? Some people are puzzled. Do you really think it's a good thing to let Mom recover her memory? Parasparrow asked quietly. Isn't this a matter of course? Why are you asking? Bree asked. Parasparrow sneered twice. If you want to die, just let Mom restore her memory. None of us will be able to escape then, yes. Charlotte Dafu also finally reacted. Perhaps it would be best to let Mom lose her memory like this. Otherwise, when Mom wakes up, she will definitely settle accounts with us. Either we are being liquidated or my mother will be liquidated by the captain. Let's just maintain the status quo. More and more ministers have figured out the key points. If Big Mom regains her memory, knowing that all of them have already joined Lu Yu, the consequences will be disastrous. After all, they have already betrayed the Big Mom pirates in disguise. In the end, there are only two outcomes. Either Charlotte Linlin would refuse to obey and be killed by Lu Yu. Either Big Mom obeys and then settles accounts with them. In comparison, leaving Charlotte Linlin in a state of amnesia is simply the best outcome. After an intense discussion, The cadres of the aunts group hit it off immediately. It was unanimously decided that Charlotte Linlin would continue to have amnesia. What a group of filial sons and daughters, Captain Lu Yu, brother Katakuri. This is a decision made by everyone. I don't know if it will be possible. Smoothie stepped forward and asked. Katakuri's eyelids twitched, he said nothing, just looked at Lu Yu. If you think it's okay, then let's do it. Naturally, Lu Yu would have no objection. But, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel curious about Charlotte Linlin's condition. Whether it is now or the Wano-kuni incident in the original plot. It is extremely unusual for the Sea Emperor to lose his memory after being soaked in seawater. There must be some deeper reason behind this. Perhaps it is related to the nun who has the ability of the soul fruit. Just do it if you want to. Under the nervous gaze of Katakuri and others, Lu Yu walked straight forward and stood in front of Linlin's headroom. His right hand landed directly on Charlotte Linlin's forehead. The magic of hard talk and the power of historical glimpse are activated together. Lu Yu easily broke through Charlotte Linlin's mental defenses. Finally saw the truth. Shiki, what happened to Linlin? What else does that gentleman want to do to Linlin? The head chef came over and saw Lu Yu walking towards the unconscious aunt, his heart tensed with nervousness. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, long bread. Captain Lu Yu won't do anything to Linlin. He just wants to see her past. Golden Lion Shiki laughed. Linlin. Go there? Longbread's pupils suddenly contracted. Ha 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 ha, judging by your expression you really do know something, Longbread. Regarding Linlin's childhood, where did the nun in the photo she treasured end up? How did Linlin obtain the soul fruit ability that originally belonged to the nun? Golden Lion Shiki asked repeatedly. Hey, Longbread, I've been with you since we were little, you know? I've always been curious about what bizarre thing happened to Linlin over 60 years ago. Golden Lion Shiki smiled and looked at the loaf of bread. That year, hearing Golden Lion Shiki talk about the past. Longbread's forehead was instantly covered with sweat. Then, it happened on that island. The horrible incident of the birthday party in the Lamb's house. He was the only eyewitness. Even after so many years, he still shudders every time he thinks of that scene. Then let me take a look. Just as Longbread turned pale, still immersed in some terrible memories of the past. On the other side, Lu Yu's palm covered Charlotte Linlin's forehead. The dual magic of reading minds and peeking into history is activated. About 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin's life flashed before Lu Yu's eyes like a lantern. Lu Yu had an idea and chose to skip the eye-catching and bloody grudges between Charlotte Linlin and her dozens of husbands. The memory is frozen on his 6th birthday. Blood covered Lu Yu's sight. Devil, whispered in Lu Yu's ear. Retrieving memory takes only a moment. Next second, Lu Yu withdrew his right hand. One of the mysteries in his heart was revealed. He had seen everything. Lu Yu opened his mouth slightly and exhaled a long breath of foul air. Chapter 160. Road signs gathered. A drop of cold sweat slid down his face. A powerful person like him who stands at the top of the world. No matter how horrible the things he faced, they could not shake his state of mind. But now, even someone like Lu Yu felt a little horrified after seeing such a scene with his own eyes. Paramecia soul fruit. The devil fruit's ability, which involves the most mysterious soul level of the human body, is indeed extraordinary. Even such a thing can be done. Rebirth through seizure. Abandoning one's aging body, leaving only the soul, one invades and controls another body with unlimited potential. The plot that I originally thought would only happen in fantasy stories actually appears in this world. Even Lu Yu was shocked by this operation. However, what Sister Carmelo did not anticipate was that Charlotte Linlin was so talented. Even as a child, his soul strength far exceeded that of others. She was actually in a weak position and was almost wiped out. In the end, they had no choice but to choose the path of coexistence. Use your spirit to influence and manipulate Charlotte Linlin's innocent thoughts. But sometimes, Charlotte Linlin's own consciousness will also overshadow Sister Carmel's soul. It's like when you have an attack of bulimia, or after you've been seriously injured and fallen into the sea. Also, there are also problems with the 3 ace homies created by Charlotte Linlin with her own soul. Thundercloud Zeus represents the idiotic old lady who was originally naive and greedy. The little sun Prometheus and the bicorn hat and broadsword Napoleon clearly have the characteristics of a nun. In this way, all the truth is completely clear. The reason why Lu Yu was unable to materialize Sister Carmela from Charlotte Linlin's historical memory has become clear. Simply because the Carmelite nuns have not completely died out. She and Charlotte Linlin are now in a symbiotic relationship. Ha 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 ha, Captain Lu Yu, what's going on? Golden Lion Shiki stepped forward with a laugh. It's roughly clear now. Lu Yu waved his hand. Katakuri and others immediately took the unconscious Big Mom away. Lu Yu was simply curious about the secrets in Charlotte Linlin's body. Even though I knew it was that human trafficker nun who was behind it. He won't do anything either. Of course, if the human trafficker nun regains consciousness in the future and wants to do something. At that time, Lu Yu will naturally not sit idly by. Lu Yu, who had no means of soul attack, really had no way to deal with the consciousness of the human trafficker nun and could not directly erase her consciousness. However, directly eliminating Charlotte Linlin is not a difficult task for Lu Yu now. If you don't listen, just scatter your host's ashes. The world is still shaken by the surrender and submission of a powerful Sea Emperor group. Right now, Big Mom Pirates headquarters, Toto Land, has gradually returned to peace. Charlotte Linlin is obviously much easier to deal with when she has lost her memory than when she is awake. Just all you can eat desserts and cakes for 6 meals a day. No need to worry about anything else. Such a relaxed state also made Perisparrow and other filial sons of the ant group secretly feel fortunate and happy, and they no longer had to worry. I pray in my heart that the ant will suffer from amnesia for the rest of her life. 3 days after the tea party, Yamato left first, carrying Kaido's head, which was treasured by Charlotte Linlin. Prepare to find a feng shui treasure land for burial. Lu Yu and Golden Lion Shiki began the second step of their plan for the ant group. Now that we have brought the Big Mom Pirates under our command, we naturally cannot let them continue to act as usual. They also have to be put to use. To do this, we must first break up the powerful Big Mom group. To this, Lu Yu's approach remains simple and crude. After summoning the cadres and ministers of the group, Lu Yu unilaterally split the Big Mom Pirates into 2 factions headed by Big Mom and Katakuri. At the same time, the 35 island forces of the 10,000 kingdoms were divided. Only 5 islands remain. The 30 islands were taken away by Golden Lion Shiki using his lion fruit ability. Place half of them around Dressrosa and Wano-kuni. As soon as this decision was made, this naturally caused a strong backlash within the ant group. But even if they are unwilling, it is useless. Lu Yu raised his hand to forcefully suppress all objections. Same day, accompanied by a series of loud booms, thousands of waves rolled up on the sea. Coco Island slowly rose into the air under the full power of Golden Lion Shiki's lion fruit. The first shot of the Universal Demolition Plan was fired, shocking the world once again. The massive demolition operation of Wangguo Toto Land is still in progress. Under the active leadership of Golden Lion Shiki, the most professional demolition expert in the pirates' world. One food-themed island after another has sprung up, no longer belonging to any nation. For the cadres who still have their hearts set on Big Mom Pirates, it is inevitable that they feel distressed at this moment. After all, this is the territory they have worked hard to manage for decades. Now it's gone just like that, how can I not feel sad? On the other hand, for the people on the selected islands, it was the greatest luck that we could leave Wangguo after the demolition. Backed by the strongest emperor in this sea, even if they leave Wangguo, they don't have to worry about safety. The most important thing is that they finally no longer have to hand over their souls and lifespans to Big Mom as protection money. There is no need to worry about Big Mom having a food craving and destroying the entire island. This is the top priority. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Preparations for the demolition of 30 islands in the country have been successfully completed and have come to a temporary end. Following Lu Yu's order, Golden Lion Shiki waved his hand. Dozens of islands rose into the air simultaneously. He left with the main force of the Big Mom Pirates, including Katakuri. The only thing left is the last signpost, Central Island. Lu Yu touched the red road sign in front of him and nodded calmly. Plus the historical text plundered from the Big Mom Pirates. Now Lu Yu has 3 red road signs in his hand. There is only one piece left to complete the collection task. Lu Yu, who had been to the Fishmen Island, had learned from Neptune the whereabouts of the signpost that once belonged to the Fishmen Island. Just when Lu Yu was wondering when to go find the red hair pirates to play, suddenly, without warning, bite a soft sound. The system's mechanical prompt sound suddenly sounded. Collect 4 historical texts, 4 quarters, of the road sign to receive Poison Dragon Slayer magic plus 10 levels, Dragon Power plus 20 levels. Collect 20 pieces of history article progress 16/20ths. What is going on? Rao is Lu Yu. I couldn't help but feel a little confused for a moment. Brew brew brew. The sound of Den Den Mushi rang out, coming from Shaki. Lu Yu answered the call immediately. Captain Lu Yu, just now, the Red Hair Pirates sent the Red Road sign and other historical documents they possessed to Wano-kuni. Shaki didn't keep anyone in suspense and spoke directly. I already know. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. He was just thinking about when to go and play with the Red Hair Pirates. As a result, he didn't even come to ask for it. Red-haired Shanks was the one who brought it upon himself. How much do you not want him to come to you? Lu Yu rubbed his chin. I thought I should go over to say thank you, Captain Lu Yu. I have another matter to report regarding this contact. Shaki said calmly. What's up? Lu Yu asked. Regarding the sleeping ancient town you asked me to look for and investigate, I have already found it. Besides, just as the captain expected, that old fellow Reed is indeed looking for that legendary fruit. Shaki immediately informed him of all the information he had gathered about Red Earl Redfield's whereabouts during this period. A full quarter of an hour later, the report is over. I know. Good job, Shaki. Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. It's okay. Then it's up to you, Captain. By the way, I've also sent the skeletons of Little Monkey and his gang nearby. Shaki gave his final report. The call ended. Lu Yu put away the Den Den Mushi. The corners of his mouth gradually raised into an arc of interest. In the past era, a single person was a dominant figure on par with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. The lone Red, Balori Clydefield, an interesting opponent indeed. Red Earl Redfield, let me see your methods, Lu Yu grinned. Without the slightest delay, After receiving Shaki's report, Lu Yu changed his itinerary directly, after handing over the task of relocating the island and Katakuri and others to Golden Lion Shiki. He took Shirahoshi away from Sky Island. Take the Sea Kings to the island reported by Shaki. 3 days later, Lu Yu took Shirahoshi to meet up with a sailboat flying the Emperor Dragon flag. Yo hoo hoo, Mr. Lu Yu, no, dear Emperor of the Sea, it is an honor to meet you again. Brook, who was dead and only a bag of bones was left, jumped lightly from the watchtower. He took off his hat and bowed like a gentleman. Wah. The girl let out a frightened cry, derived from Shirahoshi. Master Lu Yu, the monster. No, the skeleton is speaking. Hee. Is he a ghost? Shirahoshi, who had shrunk to the size of a normal human, hid weakly behind Lu Yu. Looking at Brook, who spoke and acted like a human, Shirahoshi was on the verge of crying. Yo hoo hoo, this must be the mermaid princess. I saw her in the newspaper, but what a beauty. She's 10 times more beautiful in person than in the photo. My heart is about to stop, even though I'm just a skeleton without a heart. Yo-ho spit. Brook, who was dead and only a bag of bones was left, told the usual joke about bones. Mr. Skeleton, please don't stare at me like that. I'm scared. Shirahoshi was frightened by Brook's empty eyes and hid behind Lu Yu. Yo hoo hoo, this is really rude. Brook once again made his signature gentlemanly gesture and quietly took a few steps back. Even Brook, the pirate's fourth yellow, didn't dare to make dirty jokes about Shirahoshi in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu touched Shirahoshi's little head and comforted him a few times. At the command, the Emperor's dragon flag sailboat sailed straight towards its designated destination. 3 days later, Lu Yu and his party arrived at the island that Shaki mentioned. Yo hoo hoo, Lord Lu Yu, may I ask you a question? Who on earth do you want to meet this time, my lord, by bringing this skeleton of mine with you? Brook confided the problems that had been pent up in his heart for a long time. Balori Clydefield, Brook asked, and Lu Yu would not hide anything and spoke directly. The Saboti incident 4 months ago. The Straw Hat crew was scattered by Tyrant Bear's meatball fruit ability. Brook was sent to a backward and poor country. Later, it was exhibited everywhere as a treasure by human traffickers from the Long Hand tribe. For intelligence expert Shaki, finding Brook was naturally not a difficult task. Brook can also be of some use in his contact with the Red Earl. The mirror was in those distant decades ago. Brook once had an encounter with the Red Earl when he was young. As for how deep this intersection and bond is, it depends on what happens next. Ryder. Field? Brook's empty eyes flashed with confusion and reminiscence. In a daze, he only felt that the name was mysteriously familiar. It should be someone he knows or has known before. Could it be that Ryder? Chapter 161 Brook and the Red Earl? An ordinary island. An ordinary small town. An extraordinary group of people arrived. Balori Clydefield, listening to the name coming out of Lu Yu's mouth. A hint of confusion and bewilderment flashed in Brook's empty eye sockets. Brook had certainly heard of the Red Earl, a legendary great pirate who could be ranked alongside Whitebeard and Golden Lion Roger. All these years wandering in the Devil's Triangle. From time to time, he would find some discarded newspapers from other ghost ships and learn about some important events on the sea. Brook had also seen reports about the Red Earl several times. However, what really confused Brook was the legend with the title of Lone Red. It gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Yes, that's right, exactly the same boy that the Rumba pirates met in a village on a small island more than 50 years ago. Lord Lu Yu, could it be that? The confused look on Brook's face faded into shock. I had seen reports about Redfield several times in the newspapers before. Brook just couldn't believe that that was the boy who once wanted to join their Rumba pirates. But now, here, he thought of Lu Yu specifically assigning him to follow. How could Brook not guess the reason? It turns out that the boy from that small village in West Blue has really grown to a level that he needs to look up to. Lord Lu Yu, is Reed, the aloof Red Earl, in this town now? Brook couldn't help but feel nervous. No, he just left 2 days ago. Lu Yu said calmly. It seemed to be to confirm the authenticity of Lu Yu's words. The 2 warships that were originally anchored in the port of the small island set sail under the orders of the 2 vice admirals. Mr. Lu Yu, what are we doing here? Brook asked confused. You'll find out in a moment. Lu Yu didn't explain much and took Brook to a secluded dark alley. Then, Lu Yu took out the steaming hot Anko dumplings he had bought on the street, put them on a plate and placed them next to the garbage dump in the alley. According to Shaki's information, it was a raccoon cat who loved Anko dumplings the most. If you want to capture it, of course you need to prescribe the right medicine. Lu Yuda. A good few moments passed before Brook couldn't help but want to speak. Lu Yu waved his hand, signaling Brook to be quiet. Shua shua shua. The next second, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind in the alley. A shadow was moving quickly in the darkness. Wow, there's a plate of my favorite Anko dumplings here. I'm so lucky today. It must be something no one wants next to the garbage dump. It's definitely not a trap. A raccoon cat about the size of a chopper, wearing a green turban and dressed like a thief, rubbed his hands and squatted in front of the Anko dumpling. I'm going to start eating. Ah, so delicious. The little cat stuffed a big mouthful of dumpling into its mouth, with a happy expression on its face. Squeak. At this moment, a sound of electricity came from the air above the little civet cat. Immediately afterwards, a golden lightning net fell from the sky, covering the little civet cat. Capture successful. Damn it, it's a trap. I knew it. There's no way in the world there's going to be free Anko dumplings. The little civet cat spoke with an indignant look on his face. He stretched out his claws, ready to forcibly break through the lightning net. Little cat, it's better not to touch it or you'll die. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. Hearing this, the little civet cat Padang quickly and decisively retracted his claws. Damn human, what do you want to do with me? I'm telling you in advance, I'm a natural-born monster that everyone fears. Catching me will bring bad luck. The little civet cat Padang said viciously. Really? Then I'm even more interested. Lu Yu smiled. It's not Chopper, it really scared me. A talking raccoon cat. I thought it was Jaoba. Brook went over to Lu Yu before him, patted the skeleton and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly he was startled again. Wait, a talking tanuki? A monster? A talking skeleton? A monster. The next second, Brook and Padang, a raccoon cat from the Malbo tribe, screamed in fear at the same time. Dong dong. There were two muffled sounds in succession. Brook fell to the ground with a big bump on his head. Padang, who was trapped in the elemental net, held his head with his little paws, tears of pain welling up in his eyes. Who the hell are you? The raccoon cat Padang looked up. Through a ray of light, I saw Lu Yu's appearance for the first time. So call. The next second, his entire body froze, as if he were a wooden chicken. Even though he was just a naive, weak and gluttonous raccoon cat, he knew who was in charge of the sea now. Before the Emperor of the Sea. Even the legendary pirate's rider who had cheated him out of the transformation leaf a few days ago was a head shorter than him. Oh my god, what sin have I committed to keep running into legendary figures? Padang covered his face with his hands, looking resigned to his fate. Lu Yu stretched out his right hand, grabbed Padang Fate by the scruff of his neck, and lifted him up. Little cat, are you full? Lu Yu asked kindly. Eat. No, I'm not full. Padang quickly changed his words. He had already decided that even if he died, he would die well fed. Then come back with me and eat slowly. Lu Yu smiled. Then, he returned to the coast with Padang and Brook, who was pretending to be dead, one in each hand. Good morning, Lord Lu Yu. Shirahoshi, who had played interesting games with Lu Yu all night last night, rubbed her beautiful eyes and yawned.
Lu Yu nodded. Then, as if by magic, a large number of Anko dumplings emitting sweet and hot steam were taken out.
Wow, delicious dumplings. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes lit up. The cute little civet cat Padang also had his eyes light up. Mermaid princess. Anko dango. Human princess. Anko dango. The shocked little raccoon cat Padang switched his gaze back and forth between the human princess and Anko dumpling, and finally decisively chose the food. On the contrary, Shirahoshi is obviously more interested in the cute little raccoon cat that can speak human language than Anko. A chat. The relationship between the cute Shirahoshi and the cute raccoon cat Padang is also closer. So delicious, King of the Sea, Mr. Lu Yu, you are unexpectedly a good man, much better than the stinky old man who cheated my baby a few days ago. That's for sure. Lord Lu Yu is the best and most wonderful man in the world. Shirahoshi echoed. Yeah, unlike that old man Reed, who clearly said we'd just take a look. He was trustworthy the first 2 times, but the last time he just ran away with my transformation leaf. Padang complained incoherently, little civet cat. Then I'll take you to find that old man who doesn't keep his promise. Lu Yu grinned. Chapter 162 Joining Forces. The Ups and Downs of the New World. A large sea king emerged with half of its head exposed. The sailboat with the Imperial Dragon flag flying overhead sails against the wind and waves. This rare scene is truly amazing, right now. The cabin of a sailboat flying the Imperial Dragon flag. Lord Lu Yu, please stop bullying Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi spoke weakly, his voice trembling with a hint of pleading. Her fair and beautiful face turned red. The strange feeling coming from deep inside her body made her tremble with uneasiness. All this was just because of Lu Yu's unconscious action when he was distracted by thinking. Listening to Shirahoshi's crying voice, only then did Lu Yu finally come to his senses. Sorry, I was a little distracted, Lu Yu grinned. Wow, Lord Lu Yu is too much, he only knows how to bully Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi buried his little head in Lu Yu's arms, sobbing softly. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu touched Shirahoshi's little head. My thoughts drifted away again. The biggest feature of the pirate's world is naturally the devil fruit ability of the 5-flowered 8 gate. The rarest, most special, and most powerful of them all is not the Logia devil fruit. But it is the zone mythical beast species that carries the power of legendary creatures. Zone mythical beast species are special fruits that are even rarer and more precious than Logia. Their abilities are extraordinary, such as Marco's Phoenix, Sengoku's Big Buddha, Kaido's Blue Dragon. But compared to the little raccoon cat Padang's dog fruit's mythical beast form of a raccoon, other mythical beasts have to step aside. The Zone Jutsu fruit's mythical beast form transforms into a raccoon, possessing the power to transform anything.
Anything that the person with the ability knows can be transformed into a physical entity.
Even the strong ones on the sea are the same. The 3 marine admirals, the 4 emperors, the Shichibukai, the supernovas, the various pirates and even Lu Yu. This is naturally an extremely heaven-defying fruit ability. It's like an alternative reincarnation of the pirate's world. Once upon a time, when I obtained the forbidden magic of the history of corpses, Lu Yu drew inferences from this and thought of Padang's ability to transform into a raccoon. Compared to the history of corpses, the entity transformed by Huali is far inferior to the original in terms of strength. But the advantage is that there are no restrictions. As long as it exists within the scope of cognition, it can be realized and generated. For Lu Yu, the practicality of this ability is even broader. After all, Lu Yu saw more than just the pirate's world. If done properly, perhaps it would be possible to recreate the powerful beings from other worlds in this world. Thinking of this, even Lu Yu couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly. As long as he gets back the transfiguration leaf that Redfield had cheated him of, he can officially try out these amazing ideas. No matter whether it succeeds or not, you have to give it a try. Come on, Ryder. I'm waiting for you to bring the stuff back. Lu Yu whispered to himself. Right now. A stormy sea somewhere in New World. 2 marine warships, led by Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admirals Huashaoshan and Doberman, sandwiched a pirate ship on the left and right. The pirate ship, flying a tattered pirate flag, was filled with a thick smell of blood. There seemed to be a faint blood-colored mist lingering in the air. On the top of the mast of the pirate's ship stood a fashionable and stylish old man. The old man was tall and thin, with white hair braided into 2 braids hanging on his shoulders. He was wearing a plum-red shirt and blood-red trousers, even his eyebrows were blood-red, and on his feet he was wearing leather shoes with colored edges. He was wearing a wide blood-red cloak and a blue rose on his left chest. In his hand he held a long, thin bat umbrella. The whole person exudes a weird and evil aura. Vice Admiral of Huashao Mountain, the other party's identity has been confirmed. That old man is none other than Lonely Red. Red Earl Barrower Clydefield escaped from the 6th underground level of Impel Down. A Marine lookout reported nervously with a look of fear on his face. Pass the order down, keep your distance, fire long-range artillery, and destroy the pirate's ship. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider gave the order with a ferocious look on his face. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, the sound of artillery fire came one after another. A dense rain of artillery rain fell from the sky, covering the pirate's ship captured by Redfield in all directions. On the top of the pirate's ship, Red Earl Lightfield sneered and unsheathed the bat umbrella sword in his hand at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Shua shua shua, between heaven and earth, sword energy crisscrossed. The dense rain of artillery fire froze completely. All the shells were split in 2 and then exploded. Thick red smoke covered the sea area within a radius of 100 meters. Now let me show you something interesting. Redfield smiled evilly. He took out a palm-sized gold leaf from his pocket, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Bo, a soft sound. A tall, thin, and wooden figure as thin as a bamboo pole appeared out of nowhere next to Redfield. Go, as Redfield's mind moved. A thin figure in a blue and white suit soared into the sky on moonwalk. Vice Admiral Doberman, show up, someone has emerged from that cloud of smoke. The lookout Marine reported, prepare for bombardment. Ghost Spider ordered. Wait, Vice Admiral, that is. When the Marines in charge of surveillance saw the appearance of the person flying out of the thick smoke, their faces were suddenly filled with shock and disbelief. Marshal Kuzan. Shocking shouts from the Marines rang out simultaneously from both warships. Click, 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 the sea surface on both sides of the pirate's ship froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. How so? Why is Marshal Kuzan here? No, 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 how could this happen? Marshal, what are you doing? Marshal Kuzan, why are you freezing our warships? Our enemy is the Red Earl. The Marines screamed in disbelief. Even the 2 Vice Admirals, Doberman and Huashaoshan, were in a state of extreme shock and confusion for a moment. The next moment, under the shocked gaze of the Marines, Marine Marshal Aokiji, who had frozen the sea surface, vanished into a puff of smoke with a thud. Immediately afterwards, the black smoke from the shells suddenly began to spin violently. A crazy aura that dominated the heaven and earth surged out. Wait, Marshal Kuzan disappeared. The new guy who appeared is. How is it possible? How could that person appear here? No, that's impossible. Why would the King of the Sea be with the Red Earl? That is the Sea Emperor Lu Yu. Boom! Amid the Marines' screams of fear, Lu Yu swung his fist, and the Marine warship collapsed. Ha 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 ha. At the top of the pirate's mast, Red Earl Redfield walked away laughing. Sleeping in the ancient town. The town lives up to its name. This is a sleepy old town. Most of the buildings on the island are medieval castles. After years of wind and rain, many castle buildings have already shown signs of weathering. A light pinch of the hand will give you a handful of lime powder. The town's true name and its former ownership are now unknown. The whole town was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. It is even better than Mahawk's base or Moria's thriller bark. The island is shrouded in ominous fog all year round, preventing sunlight from entering, so some people call it the town of eternal night. There are many strange legends about this sleeping ancient town. For example, this is an island with life. For example, there exists an ancient vampire clan called 013 on the island, who specialize in sucking human blood for a living. This is a cursed island. Anyone who has been to this island will die strangely and mysteriously in the near future. Hundreds of years. The original indigenous inhabitants of this island and this town have long disappeared. Outsiders stay away from this town because of the strange legends one after another. Over time, this place became a dead city. There is no one else except the lowest class of people who have truly lost hope in life. However, it is precisely because of this that the ancient ruins with a long history on the island have been well preserved, waiting for people who can understand history to discover them. Yo-ho-ho-ho, this is our destination, Shuigu Town. It's a gloomy place. It reminds me of the time in the Devil's Triangle. I don't know where it is. Are there really creatures like vampires here? Brooks, gloomy, opening. Combined with his skeleton body, the eerie atmosphere here is directly raised to a higher level. Mr. Brook, please don't say such horrible things. Shirahoshi crossed his arms. Goosebumps appeared on his fair arms. That's right. The little civet cat Padang nodded repeatedly like pounding garlic. When Brook suddenly spoke earlier, he almost peed his pants out of fright. Although we all knew each other and had been together for several days. But Padang still felt scared about such a strange creature as the talking skeleton. Feel sorry, Brook lowered his head in disappointment. Whoosh, just then, a sharp sound of breaking wind was heard. A gray shadow flashed between the gloomy and dilapidated castle buildings at incredible speed. Chapter 163 inviting Ryder to join. Brook, who was walking alone at the end, didn't even have time to react. A short humanoid creature lay on his back, its sharp mouthparts piercing his clothes and falling on his bony body. So, the next second, both Brook and the blood-sucking humanoid were stunned. The former was due to a sudden attack. The latter was because the expected blood-sucking attack did not achieve the desired effect. I'm sorry, Mr. Vampire, but I'm just a skeleton and I don't have any blood for you to suck. Brook tilted his head slightly and spoke in a sinister tone. Chirp, chirp. When he saw Brook's skeletal face, the short humanoid's eyes suddenly widened. With a human-like look of fear on his face, he was trying to escape from this terrifying bone creature. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. They have always been the ones scaring and harming people, but who would have thought that today they would run into such a ruthless person? The short, humanoid, blood-sucking creature turned and tried to leave. No song 3 ding, arrowtail cut. Without waiting for it to run far, Brook spoke softly, and slowly sheathed the umbrella sword in his hand. Click, dark green blood spurted out. Then, what the hell is that? Padang pointed at the dead blood-sucking creature and was shaking with fear.
Shirahoshi, who was also frightened, hung on Luyu as usual, screaming and crying in fear.
Little raccoon cat, don't be afraid. This must be the true form of the vampire creature on the island. That really scared me. Luckily, I didn't give them any blood to suck. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook smiled nonchalantly, however, next second. Suddenly, there was a series of rustling sounds between the surrounding ancient castle buildings, and there was anger in the sound. In the dim light, one could see the castle buildings were densely covered with the humanoid, blood-sucking creatures that had once been there. Lulu. Lord Luyu, I have no choice. Brook stammered. Luyu shook his head. He hadn't counted on Brook in the first place. Boom. Just raise your hand. The dark sky above the ancient town of Shui was roaring. Chirp chirp. The humanoid blood-sucking creatures unique to this island couldn't help but scream in fear. Even though the thunder of punishment had not yet fallen, their dark bodies had already instinctively felt fear. Want to escape, but it was too late. Luyu waved his big hand casually. In a short while, countless golden thunderbolts poured down like a rainstorm. There is no all-round indiscriminate attack, but it is a precise attack on each individual. A golden lightning corresponds to a blood-sucking creature. Hundreds of thunders fell. Just a moment. The hundreds of blood-sucking creatures that surrounded them were all turned into ashes, drifting away with the wind and no longer existing. Oh. The raccoon cat Padang screamed in shock and fear. Lord Luyu is so awesome. Shirahoshi still hugged Luyu tightly, and just by hugging him, he felt an endless sense of security in his heart. Yo-hoo-hoo, you are truly worthy of being the Emperor of the Sea. You are truly worthy of being Lord Luyu. Brook was still gasping for breath with a palpitating heart. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, the sound of footsteps resurfaced on the dark street.
A group of black-robed men came rushing from the end of the street.
Without waiting for Brook to do anything, the team of black-robed men suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Luyu. Lord Luyu. The hood is lifted. The black-robed and hooded young man at the head was none other than the Supernova X Drake who joined Luyu's team a month ago. Drake, how's the ruins exploration going? Luyu nodded. We have found that thing, living up to Lord Luyu's high expectations. Drake waved. A subordinate came forward and respectfully presented an old box. Open. A special fruit that was completely purple and covered with patterns on the surface appeared in everyone's sight. Zone bat fruit mythical beast type, vampire form fruit. The remains of a long and narrow underground tunnel. Luyu and Shirahoshi are in front. Brook, Padang and Drake's group stayed behind. By the light of torches, you can see ancient murals on the walls of the corridor. It records the past of a powerful country that disappeared 800 years ago. About 10 minutes later, the group reached the end of the corridor. The road ahead suddenly becomes clear. A huge dome-shaped temple appeared in front of everyone. Captain Lu Yu, this is where we found the devil fruit, which represents bad luck. Drake stepped forward and pointed to a mechanism storage space at the end of the ruins. Scandal? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Captain, look here. Drake came to the left side of the ruins hall with a torch. The bright firelight illuminated the dark walls, same as the corridor outside. There are still many ancient murals preserved here. It has been damaged by the passage of time, but is still faintly visible. Captain, according to the records on the ruins, the mythical beast species of this bad fruit, vampires, represent bad luck. Drake spoke solemnly and seriously. Shirahoshi, Padang and Brook all got goosebumps all over their bodies. Lu Yu stroked his chin with his right hand. He was somewhat intrigued by Drake's words. Raise your hand. A dazzling ball of light emerged from Lu Yu's palm. Like a sun without temperature, it makes the dark underground ruins as bright as day. So the murals hidden in the darkness were now visible. A quarter of an hour later, I see. After seeing all the murals, Lu Yu nodded in understanding. The Zone Bad Fruit's mythical beast vampire form was originally an ability passed down from generation to generation in this kingdom. Used to protect the country, just like the jackal fruit and falcon fruit of Alabasta's patron saint. But 850 years ago, the guardian knight of the kingdom of Canros underwent strange changes in his body after consuming the power of this devil fruit. In 1 year, there were more than 300 disappearances in the kingdom of Canros. In the end, the king finally realized that all the missing people died because the guardian knight sucked their blood. After a year of nourishment from human blood, the guardian knight had completely lost his human form and turned into a demon that only knew how to suck blood, just like a demon with wings on its back on the wall of the temple. Later, after paying a huge price, the kingdom finally killed the demon, who had completely turned into a vampire. After the vampire fruit was reborn nearby, the king listed it as a taboo and kept it strictly sealed from then on. Until Lu Yu and his party arrived, this precious magical beast ability finally saw the light of day again. Lord Lu Yu, sir, is there really a devil in the devil fruit? Brook asked nervously. Oh no, I ate the devil fruit too. I won't turn into a raccoon cat monster in the future, will I? Padang said with a green face. Padang, you are a raccoon cat. Although Shirahoshi was afraid, he still gave a weak reminder. Yeah, that seems to be true. Padang nodded dazedly. If demons really exist, even a strong man like Drake couldn't help but shudder. I am very fascinated by the ancient legends of this kingdom. What are you panicking about? Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. Is there a devil in devil fruit? Is there a wife in the wife cake? Does braised lion's head contain lion's head? Is there fish in fish-flavored shredded pork? It's just a rumor spread by those who are behind the ancients. Lu Yu said calmly. As a time traveler, he knew the abilities of this mythical vampire very well. I'm afraid that the kingdom's guardian knight back then discovered that he could regain his youth by drinking human blood. He is just trying to gain immortality through this ability. Take a step back, even if there really is a devil in the devil fruit. It has nothing to do with Lu Yu. After all, he is not a person with special abilities. Lu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea, guarantees it. The anxiety of people with special abilities such as Brook, Padang, and Drake has subsided. All that's left is to restore the place and wait for customers to come. Late at night 2 days later, a blood-stained pirate ship washed ashore on the island coast where the ancient town of Shuigu was located. Wow, a blood-red figure streaked across the sky, startling a flock of crows and bats. The Red Earl, Barwa Clydefield, stood alone on the top of the castle. Climb to a high place and look out over this sleepy ancient town. According to the information I received, the fruit that can restore youth is in the underground ruins of this town. Redfield's old face was filled with excitement. His skinny hands trembled as he took out the map he had accidentally found in his arms. After confirming the location, Redfield didn't hesitate. He rushed straight to the ruins marked on the map. He couldn't wait to obtain the legendary Zone Bat Fruit mythical beast species and return to his peak. Raging, Reed lit the eternal lamp in the ruins of the dilapidated underground temple with a torch. Redfield walked leisurely. Those sharp eyes looked around and stopped at the skull with an afro and several arrows stuck in it on the steps. A hint of suspicion and reminiscence appeared on his old face. How is that possible? Redfield shook his head, his gaze fixed on the temple throne. That should be the place where the power of the mythical beast fruit is sealed. However, just as Redfield was about to start looking, the skeleton on the steps moved. Who? Get out! Redfield's observation color radiated out in an instant. Ouch! With a cry of pain, a little raccoon cat rolled out from the skeleton's afro. Padang, looking at the familiar furry little civet cat. Even a big shot like Redfield was shocked. I never expected to meet this naive friend here. It's just. Hell, yes, it's me, Ryder. I misjudged you. Give me back my transfiguration leaf. Padang spoke in a condescending tone. Wrong? Reed's expression was solemn, as if he realized something, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the corridor on the other side. Redfield, nice to meet you. Are you interested in joining my team? Lu Yu took Shirahoshi's arm and appeared with a smile. Chapter 164 Legendary Lineup. Ouch. A cute little raccoon cat rolled out from the skeleton's afro. Ryder, we agreed to have a free meal together, but you ran away secretly. You also took my transformation leaf. Give it back to me. Padang put his hands on his hips and spoke in a condescending tone. Padang, why are you here? Looking at the little cat on the steps, even a legendary pirate like Redfield would be dumbfounded and confused. He never thought that after running all the way here, he would actually meet this innocent raccoon cat friend. Wrong. The next second, Redfield, who was in a daze, suddenly turned his head. Who is it? Get out here now, Redfield shouted. As the legendary pirates of the last era. A monster that can be ranked alongside monsters like Whitebeard and Roger. Red Earl Redfield is certainly not a fool. After seeing Padang's accident here, Reed finally reacted. Whether it is the information obtained from the underground black market about the location of the vampire form of the bat fruit. Or maybe all the coincidences along the way are because someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. Unbeknownst to him, there was a big hand controlling everything behind the scenes, leading him to this place step by step. Thinking of this, the expression on Redfield's face became more solemn. No matter who it was who played tricks on him, as the aloof Red, he would make the other party pay a heavy price. Tattoo, footsteps were heard from the corridor. Red Earl Redfield, don't be angry, it was just a little joke. Lu Yu took Shirahoshi's arm and walked slowly out from the corridor on the other side, speaking with a smile. 5th Emperor Lu Yu. After seeing Lu Yu, Redfield's pupils suddenly contracted. It's you? Red Earl Reed was facing a formidable enemy, staring at Lu Yu without blinking. Don't be so nervous. This is why you came here, right? I've already found it for you. I'll give it to you if you agree to join my faction. How's that? That's a good deal, isn't it? Lu Yu smiled. HMPH, I am the solitary Red. I have always been alone, never keeping company with anyone, and will not join any faction. Redfield said firmly. People always change. After being locked up and impelled down for over 20 years, it's time for you to change too. Lu Yu said. I don't need to make compromises, whatever I want will eventually come to me. Red Earl Ryder spoke confidently. Ooh. So how do you plan to take this fruit from me? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. Just defeat you, Reed said as a matter of course. What a big tone, Ryder. Something that even the Marine Admiral, the hero, and the Marshal haven't been able to do. What makes you think you can do it? If you are just a fool who cannot recognize your own strength, then honestly, I am very disappointed with this trip. Lu Yu shook his head in disappointment, listening to Lu Yu's extremely contemptuous words. The coldness on Red Earl Ryder's face became even greater. As a former legend of the sea, he had never suffered such contempt. However, he really didn't have any temper at the moment. Even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, I only saw reports about the war on the news. The scriptures are enough for Reed to refresh his understanding of the world's strongest. The man in front of him now is the true strongest in the world. As he is old, he will definitely be defeated in just a few moves. Even when he was in his prime, he could only hold on for a few more moves at most. Oh, you talk tough, but you're honest in your heart? Now that you know, why don't you give up struggling? Lu Yu folded his arms and spoke in a dignified tone. He had already read Reed's mind with his telepathy. You also have the ability to read minds. Reed's expression suddenly changed. A little bit of understanding, so what are you going to do next? Lu Yu smiled. It's true that my strength is far from comparable to yours, but the outcome is still uncertain. Redfield said in a deep voice. Oh, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows and made a gesture of invitation. Snort. Redfield snorted coldly and took out a gold leaf from his pocket. Transfiguration leaf, that's mine, it's mine. The little raccoon cat Padang jumped up and hit Ryder's knee. Redfield ignored Padang, holding the transfiguration leaf. He channeled his rage into strength, focusing all his energy to combine the power of the transfiguration leaf with his imagination. Bobo, there were 2 slight sounds, and 2 puffs of green smoke exploded out of thin air on the left and right sides of Redfield. 2 tall figures wearing cloaks of justice appeared on the left and right. That's Marine's hero Garp and former Marshal Sengoku. Drake's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Why are the heroes Garp and Marine Marshal here? Drake's subordinates also screamed in unison. Ryder, these 2 imposters alone are far from enough. Lu Yu spoke calmly, not at all surprised by this. Of course I know that, it's just the beginning. Red Earl Redfield's mind was further concentrated. A moment later, there were 2 more soft sounds. This time, the ones who appeared in front of Lu Yu and others were the Sea Overlord Rox D. Zebek and the Pirates King Gold D. Roger, who had appeared on the battlefield at the top. This time it's Roger, the King of Rocks and Pirates. This, Drake was so shocked that he was speechless. Interesting, keep going. Lu Yu made a gesture of invitation. Snort. Reed closed his eyes in defiance. 10 minutes later, many powerful figures including the former Marine Marshal Kong, the current Marshal Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, etc. appeared one after another. Next up are 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Captain John, Silver Axe. The powerful men of the previous era appeared one after another. If this scene were reported, it would surely shock the world. Now there is an army of undead manifested by the power of Ryder and Transfiguration Leaf. It is also comparable to the army that Lu Yu built with corpses on the battlefield. In terms of lineup, it is even better than this. After all, there is no limit to the powerful beings that the transformation leaf can transform into. It can be manifested regardless of life or death. Stop, Reed, don't go on. You're not a true Esper. If you overdraw on this power, your body won't be able to bear it. Padang persuaded anxiously. Redfield opened his bloodshot eyes and gasped for breath. So many powerful fighters appeared at once. His mind and physical strength have reached their limits. But he still had no intention of stopping. Bo, accompanied by a final soft sound. A 2-meter-tall young man appeared in response. Oh. Two Lords Lu Yu. Shirahoshi couldn't help but cry out. Chapter 165. All members of Roger's group. The second Lord Lu Yu. What's going on? Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes opened wide, and her pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief. Looking at Lu Yu, not far away, and then looking at the elegant and easygoing Lu Yu beside him, Shirahoshi was completely confused. Even Lord Lu Yu. What kind of ability is this? Marine Hero Garp, Pirates King Roger, Marshal Sengoku, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Could it be that besides Captain Lu Yu, the Red Earl also has the power to communicate with the underworld and summon the dead? No, that's not right. There are still many living people among them. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. Everyone, including Drake, couldn't help but scream in shock. I was horrified beyond words by what I saw. After all, now in this small underground ruins, all the legendary strongmen from several eras have gathered together. If this gets out, it will definitely scare people to death. Compared to the fuss made by Drake and others, at this moment, the expression on Lu Yu's face remained calm as usual. Others don't know. Lu Yu, Padang and Red Earl Redfield knew the real reason why these legends appeared. The powerful men of the previous era who appeared here now were just puppets created by the transformation leaf ability of the zone mythical beast species, the raccoon dog. The difference in strength between him and the original one is unknown. The strength of these conjured puppet thugs is also limited by the power of the person who conjured them. The more people there are, the more dispersed the power becomes. It is a far cry from the historical body that is the embodiment of history in corpses. It's okay to use it to scare people. If a real fight breaks out, it will be a matter of one punch each. Lu Yu doesn't even need to turn on Dragon King mode. Lord Lu Yu. Look at those famous figures. Shirahoshi's face turned slightly pale, and his face was full of worry. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of fakes. Lu Yu touched Shirahoshi's little head. Then just watch my performance. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he walked straight forward. Boom. The materialized chi and momentum were released from Lu Yu's body. Kill. Redfield looked grim. At the command, the strong man of the last era suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Lu Yu. White Shadow Dragon Mode. Lu Yu opened his lips slightly. The words fell. Dazzling white light and deep dark shadows burst out from all around him. Light and shadow are intertwined and blend perfectly. Following Lu Yu's instructions, the power of light and shadow exploded. Dozens or even hundreds of black and white rays shot out with a wave of his hand, piercing through the powerful men who were coming at him with great momentum. Sea Overlord Rox, former 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. All members of Rox Pirate were pierced by the spear of light and shadow. Either nailed to the ground or rushed straight to the dome of the temple. Silently, Rox Pirate's transmogrification is comprehensive. It turned into countless points of light and disappeared. The huge temple legend lineup was suddenly half empty. It's not over yet. Red Earl Rider covered his bleeding mouth. His right hand swung down fiercely. The Roger group, led by the Pirates King Roger, attacked. The dull Pirates King Roger, who was rushing in the front, was surrounded by red light. That's Roger's signature move. God avoids. Wanshu Huiliu, your transformation leaf is really too rough. Let me show you how. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. A thought came to my mind. The history of corpses is launched. Silently, a tall figure appeared in front of Lu Yu out of thin air. Isn't this me? The historical Roger exclaimed in surprise. He subconsciously swung his hand down. With one punch, he pierced through his own phantom body. I kill myself? Roger let out a weird cry, and Rayleigh, Odin, Mulien, bullet. Ha 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 ha, it's really lively here today, Roger laughed happily. The movements of the hands showed no mercy. He punched his comrades, one by one, piercing through them all. Because he already knows the current situation, knowing that these companions are not real. It's just an illusion of a certain devil fruit's ability. In this way, there will be no psychological burden when fighting. Ah ha 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 ha. It won't take long. Roger eliminated all the members of the Roger Pirates group. He clapped his hands. His eyes fell on Red Earl Rider, who was coughing up blood not far away. Hey, Rider, it's been a long time, Roger greeted warmly. Ahem. Red Earl Rider coughed up a lot of blood again. The pupils of both eyes trembled constantly, although I have already known from the news that Lu Yu has the power to summon the undead. But only after actually seeing this ability did he finally realize just how heaven-defying it was. The puppet he created with Badong's transformation leaf was not comparable to it at all. Rider, as an old friend, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Roger said earnestly. Shut up, Roger, are you teaching me how to do things? Red Earl Rider shouted sharply. The words fell. The remaining Marine hero Garp, Marshal Sengoku, and successive admirals all attacked together. Under the Red Earl's reckless consumption of vitality, Marine's powerful transmogrified bodies became more and more solid. Garp Iron Fist is like a meteor, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the three of them have Logia light blooming, Marshal Sengoku. Yeah, I've already defeated even my own body against these opponents. Just transforming into a puppet is really boring, Ryder. Lu Yu shook his head in boredom. He didn't let Roger take action again. Lu Yu took a step forward. The pure white dragon wings spread out in the underground ruins. Crash, crash. A strong wind blew in the underground ruins. That was the wings of the Dragon King flapping. An incomparable and terrifying gale raged in the temple. Rumble. The huge underground temple ruins trembled at this moment, on the verge of collapse. The counterfeit Garp, Sengoku, the three admirals, and other marine warriors were sent flying backwards under the wings of the celestial Dragon King. The power of the flapping wings alone is enough to make them fall apart and cease to exist. Ah! Red Earl Redfield also screamed and flew backwards under the raging wind. Wait until the sea is calm. The ruins of the underground temple are in a mess and are crumbling. There was only one person left from the army of powerful men that the Red Earl had transformed with the transformation leaf. It's really me. Looking at himself, who remained as still as a mountain, Lu Yu grinned. Wave. The last phantom form, Lu Yu, also disappeared. Defeat Red Earl Redfield and receive Poison Dragon Slayer magic plus 10 levels, Dragon Power plus 20 levels. The ruined stairs of the underground temple. Red Earl Redfield lay on his back, his face extremely pale. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 166. The Red Earl joins the gang. Hey, Ryder, how are you? Are you still holding on? The little civet cat Padong scratched Redfield's shoulders with his little claws, his little face full of panic and fear. Padong was indeed very angry about Ryder cheating him out of the transfiguration leaf. But he never thought of letting Reed die. Since leaving Zhou, Ko-chang, Padong has been hunted down by people. Ryder was the first person willing to take him in. This is back to you. I'm sorry. Redfield opened his palm, revealing the transfiguration leaf. At the same time, for the first time in his life, he apologized to a person and a raccoon cat. Now is not the time to talk about this, Ryder, you must not die. You are the first friend I met in this ocean, Padong said anxiously. Thanks. Redfield forced a smile. Born with the ability to read people's minds, Redfield is accustomed to seeing the ugly hearts of those around him. As a result, he developed a strong aversion to others and developed an introverted personality. Padong is the first and only kind-hearted person he has ever met in his life. Even if they are regarded as ominous demons by others and are ostracized and beaten. He has always maintained a pure heart. Even though he was deceived by himself and lost the most important transformation leaf, Padong was still worried about him. Although we were only together for less than 2 months. But the aloof Reed had unknowingly regarded this little civet cat as a true friend. Yo ho ho, bring Binks's wine. The melodious pirate song and Binks's fine wine rang out in the temple ruins along with the beautiful sound of the violin. After more than 50 years, he heard the beautiful music that had haunted his dreams again. Redfield's body suddenly froze, and then he opened his eyes with difficulty, his gaze falling on the white skeleton. Memories of the past gradually surfaced. The Red Earl Barrower Clydefield, the world only knows him as one of the 4 overlords of the sea in the last era, on par with Roger, Whitebeard and Golden Lion. He is a loner with a proud personality and never forms alliances with anyone. No matter how dangerous the battle is, he faces it alone. Even his opponents such as Roger and Garp recognize and respect his arrogance. However, no one knew that the dignified Red Earl, one of the 4 overlords of the sea, was once just a down-and-out teenager in an ordinary small town who had lost hope in life. It was Brooks' Rumba Pirates and their singing that saved him from the abyss of humanity. That night, the Rumba Pirates and the nasal song Brook used their singing to make people who had suffered so much regain hope for the future. At the same time, it also planted a seed in the heart of the young Reed. However, several years later, when Ryder finally mustered up the courage to go out to sea to track down the Rumba Pirates and the figure of Brook, the Rumba Pirates had already ceased to exist. The young man at that time resolutely stood up, became famous in the world with his own efforts, and rose to become a great tyrant of the time. However, there is always a shadow of optimism in his heart. The one who saved him from despair with her singing. When the song ended, Brook put away his violin and still didn't speak. Everything he wanted to say was poured into the music. What a beautiful singing voice, Redfield said softly with a satisfied look on his face. This song is so nice. It reminds me of everyone on Elephant Island. I wonder how everyone is doing now. Who is helping Carrot eat all the carrots she can't finish? Padong was also intoxicated and suddenly came to his senses after sighing. PFF'd, is this the time to listen to music? Hey, Ryder, you better hold on. Don't die so easily. Padong said. Don't worry, this old vampire won't die so easily. Lu Yu grinned. Raise your hand and wave. He unilaterally exchanged the transformation leaf in Reed's hand for the mythical beast vampire ability of the bat fruit. This, looking at the coveted fruit in his hand, the Red Earl was stunned. One thing for another, very fair, Lu Yu said, but that's Padong's. The Red Earl pursed his lips. It's okay, this kind of thing is totally fine. Padang waved his little paws repeatedly. Haha, Ryder, if you want the transfiguration leaf back, then you can work for me and pay off your debt. How about that? Lu Yu grinned. A moment of silence. Red Earl Ryder took a deep breath and raised a wry smile. Yes, Captain. Leave time for Red Earl Ryder, Brooke and Padang. Lu Yu left with Shirahoshi, Drake and his gang, as well as the historical Roger. Not long. The central square of Shui ancient town. After sufficient imagination, Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the divine light surged. At the same time, the golden deformed leaf in his right hand also shone brightly. Come out, motor, and hash hot mom. Sleeping ancient town, central square. Shi Jing stood calmly with his eyes closed. The most important prop for the ability of the raccoon fruit is held between the index finger and the middle finger. Zone dog fruit's mythical beast form transforms into a raccoon dog. The key to the realism of the illusion lies in imagination. For example, Red Earl Redfield. What he was familiar with were naturally the powerful men of the previous era with whom he had dealt head-on. And now, what Lu Yu wants to conjure up are the characters from other worlds that exist in his memory. In terms of difficulty, it is naturally necessary to go to a higher level. After all, even Lu Yu had never really met those people face to face. I just observed their lives from a god's perspective as a bystander. It's not enough. The most important thing is the details. Remember all the details. Lu Yu frowned slightly. From the general outline to the body shape, and then to the personality, hobbies, and life experience, it gradually comes to life. At some point, Lu Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. Come out, motor, hash hot mom. It fell with Lu Yu's loud shout. Only two soft, pop, sounds were heard. Two clouds of hazy smoke exploded out of thin air on Lu Yu's left and right. A gentle breeze blew by. The smoke cleared, revealing two figures with strange clothes that did not fit in with this world. Madara and Hash Mom. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The first thing Lu Yu imagined was the two legends from the neighboring Hokage world. Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, and Uchiha Madara, known as the Shira of the ninja world. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Look at Senju Hashirama standing still on the right. Then look at Uchiha Madara on the left. The first attempt at imaginative deformation and transformation was quite successful. At least the appearance of these two legendary ninjas is almost identical to the original. Chapter 167 Fire Dragon King. Next is the test of strength. At this moment, Lord Lu Yu, Roger, who was watching the excitement in the square, came running over in a hurry. Who are these two people? I've never seen it before. Roger asked curiously. They are Madara and Hashirama. Lu Yu gave a concise introduction. Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama? Ninja? I've never heard of it, but it doesn't matter. Since he's a very strong guy, we have to fight him. Roger grinned. It's a rare opportunity to go out and wander around the world. Of course he couldn't miss it or waste it. Being able to fight against unknown strong men is also a great pleasure. Then let's get started. Lu Yu retreated to Shirahoshi's side. This leaves the square to Roger Madara, Hashirama and the other two. As Lu Yu's mind moved, the eyes of the two legendary ninjas, who originally looked like clay sculptures or wooden carvings, now flashed with a slight light. With Lu Yu's power injection, they gained the ability to move. The battle immediately began. A dazzling physical battle unfolds. Drake and his group in the audience couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. However, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. The strong man transformed by the transformation leaf of the mythical beast Wadden can borrow the power and means of the original body. Just like the powerful men that Red Earl Reed had transformed into before. The three admirals Aokiji, Kizaru, and Jutsu can all trigger the deity's Logia abilities. However, Hashirama and Madara showed no signs of using their signature ninjutsu. Even if Lu Yu consciously gave orders and wanted to control it. Madara-sama's Sharingan is still dim. Not to mention the strongest Susanoo, even ordinary pupil techniques cannot trigger it. As for Hashirama on the other side, its own strange power remains. However, the wood-style sage art that we are proud of cannot be triggered. Is it because of the unfamiliar climate? Lu Yu couldn't help but frown in thought. Or maybe it's because this world has not been imprinted with their power. In this way, the effect of the colorful leaves on Lu Yu was reduced by more than half. After all, even if he transformed into various super powerful characters such as Saitama who can punch anyone, Kakarot from Dragon Ball, or even the Omni King, it would not be of much use. It still doesn't work. Even though he had expected this, Lu Yu still shook his head with regret. Just when Lu Yu was feeling regretful, battle mutations on the square. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and puffed up his mouth. Between blowing, the raging fire burned the sky and pressed down on Roger. This is fire-style fire extinguishing. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Hashirama's wood style cannot be triggered. Madara's fire style can be used. The reason? Lu Yu soon understood. I'm afraid this is the same power he possesses. It was his own Fire Dragon Slayer magic that gave Madara-sama his current fire style. In that case, Lu Yu has made up his mind, with a wave of the hand. Madara-sama and Hashirama disappeared from the square. Lord Lu Yu. A sword cut through the flames in the sky, and Roger, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly looked back in confusion. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, you'll have your turn today. Lu Yu grinned. While closing his eyes, his mind began to imagine again. Since the source of his power is the dragon from the fairy tale world, the only people who can bring his power to its limit are undoubtedly those from the fairy tale world. A few minutes later, Lu Yu opened his eyes. Only 7 soft sounds were heard in succession. 7 puffs of smoke exploded out of nowhere in the square. Wait until the fog dissipates. What appeared in people's sight were 6 young men and a cute airport girl. Fire Dragon Natsu, Sky Dragon Wendy, Iron Dragon Gajeel, Thunder Dragon Laxus, White Dragon Stinger, Shadow Dragon Rogue and Poison Dragon Cobra. It just corresponds to the 7 kinds of dragon-slaying magic that Lu Yu awakened. Ahahahahaha, another interesting person has appeared. Lord Lu Yu, who are these people? Roger asked again. Don't ask so many questions, just fight. And Drake over there, if you want to try it, come on stage too. Lu Yu noticed Drake, who was eager to try, and greeted him casually. Yes, Captain Lu Yu. Drake obeyed. Without hesitation, he transformed into an Allosaurus and stepped onto the square ring. On the square, the battle between the 7 dragons of fairy tale and the powerful native warriors of the pirates' world begins. After a 3-hour test battle, Lu Yu became more and more adept at using the transformative power of the shape leaf. At the same time, he has also found the correct way to use the shape leaf. Long Naz and others, the transformation of man is only the initial stage. With a wave of the hand, the figures of Natsu and the other 7 disappeared in the wind. Without waiting for Roger to say anything, next second, all I heard was a loud bang from the sky. The already dark sky became even darker at this moment. Thick dark clouds covered the sky and the earth. Come out. This is the Dragon King's feast. Lu Yu grabbed the deformed leaf with his right hand and swung it down fiercely. Hold head high. The loud and clear dragon roar exploded in the sky. A Dragon King from ancient legends descended with a roar. That's the Fire Dragon King, Igneel. The red flames burned the sky. The dark sky brightened up. The Dragon King's wings spread out in the sky, blocking out the sun. The dragon's might, spreading from ancient legends, was overwhelming. This moment, the people living near the Shui ancient town square were all shocked and terrified to the extreme. An emotion called shock instantly overwhelmed Drake and the others. That's a dragon. Is that the legendary fire dragon? The fire dragon appeared. Everyone in Drake's group screamed in horror unconsciously. As expected, the captain's ability is also Zone, the mythical beast of the dragon fruit. Drake clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and his body was shaking. In front of the giant dragon soaring in the sky, every cell in this little dinosaur's body seemed to be trembling, fearing, and surrendering. Ahahaha, is the next opponent a dragon? Interesting, I'm on fire. Roger grinned widely, full of fighting spirit. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The transforming leaf, which possessed the power to transform everything, fell again. Hold head high. The second loud dragon roar came from the thick clouds. Brilliant golden light of lightning burst out from between the thunderclouds. Just a streak of lightning blasted a hole with a radius of more than 10 meters on the island. Crash. Another pair of dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun stretched out from the thick dark clouds. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, a giant lightning dragon appeared, its body surrounded by golden thunder. That's the Thunder Dragon King. Fire and thunder each occupied half of the sky. That's not all. The third tone, the fourth tone. Loud and resounding dragon roars rang out one after another. An iron dragon with a silver-white metallic glow all over its body was running across the island. Above the high sky, a dragon with white wings split the sky. The sacred white dragon, brighter than the sun, broke through the dark clouds that had shrouded the ancient town for hundreds of years. It contrasts with the lacquer shadow dragon in the other direction. Roar. The purple poisonous dragon roared towards the sky, and purple-black poisonous mist rose. The 7 dragons roared. The heaven and earth seemed to be overturned. Chapter 168 Roaring Sky. What kind of monster is that? Dragons. So many dragons. The little civet cat Padong widened his eyes and murmured in unconscious shock and horror. Then his body stiffened and he fainted from fright. Yo hoo hoo, this really feels like a dream. How could there be so many dragons here? It must be an illusion caused by being too tired. I'll take a nap first. Brook spoke to himself, his body falling straight onto the ground. Call. After eating the mythical vampire fruit, Reed took deep breaths to calm the shock and throbbing in his heart. Yeah, in the end, Ryder just smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could feel the power of the transfiguration leaf in the dragons that looked down upon the world. These giant dragons should have been transformed by Lu Yu with the help of the transformation leaves. However, compared to this, the powerful sea warrior he transformed into was far inferior in level. Any dragon on the opposite side has the terrifying power to easily destroy him. This is also natural. After all, what flows in the bodies of these 7 dragons is Lu Yu's own dragon power. Dragon King Iganelu carries the power of the Fire Dragon King. Tianlong Grandine is the power of Tianlong King, and so on. By using the transformation leaf of the mythical beast raccoon in the pirate's world, we can only borrow part of the power of the strong in this world. However, it is impossible to borrow strength from the strong people in other worlds with different systems. Even Madara's previous fire style was actually borrowed from Lu Yu's own Fire Dragon Slayer magic. The transformation of the local strongmen in the pirate's world no longer has much meaning to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, who has a history of forbidden magic corpses, can shake people anytime and anywhere from other people's memories. The person shaken out is much stronger than the one created by the transformed leaf. For Lu Yu, the correct way to use Iroha is to summon a being that is closely related to the power within him. After all, he now possesses 7 kinds of dragon-slaying power. In battle, at most 1 or a fusion of 2 will be used. The rest of the dragon power is in space, if we can find the most suitable output carrier for these idle forces. Lu Yu, who was originally alone, will now exert the terrifying power of 7 people. In single Dragon King mode, Lu Yu already has the top strength of the Sea Emperor. Each of the 7 dragons that were infused with power through his hands possessed the strength of 4 emperors. The 7 dragons working together are powerful enough to crush anyone except I Am with a single blow. Even if he was besieged by more than 10 admiral-level warriors at the same time, Lu Yu could handle it easily. Ahahahaha, Lord Lu Yu, the number is a little too much. Roger forced a smile. He was full of fighting spirit not long ago, but after seeing the terrifying dragons appear one after another, he couldn't help but lose his composure. I'm not planning on having them attack me. It's okay to come one by one. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Continue to use the Pirate's King Roger as a combat experiment. The first dragon transmogrification still has many shortcomings that need to be adjusted and improved. In a blink of an eye, a day passed, after Roger's ghost returned to the underworld. Lu Yu's practice of transformation came to a temporary end. After instructing Drake, Red Earl and others to rest on the spot, Lu Yu brought Shirahoshi to the ancient castle that Drake had cleaned and tidied up early. Lord Lu Yu, hurry up, 2 hours later. Lu Yu put one hand behind his head, thinking calmly. In his arms, the little mermaid girl Shirahoshi was curled up like a cat and sleeping soundly. Just looking at the sleeping posture makes people feel pity. However, Lu Yu didn't want to disturb Shirahoshi who had just fallen asleep. That's right. Cemetery, Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something. Raise your hand and move. Colorful leaves fall on its fingertips. Lu Yu closed his eyes. Start imagining and sketching it in your mind. Not long. Only a soft pop sound was heard. A girl with blonde hair and twin tails wearing a suit with the word gambling on it appeared. Then, out of the rising smoke emerged a girl with outstanding figure and white eyes. Then there are Lucy, Mi Ligen, and Urza from Fairy Tail. There are also Kurumi, Asuna, Shiyu Senpei, Nai, human-shaped spider girl, Altria, Tornado, and Fubuki. A large number of realistic 2-dimensional wives appeared. The picture is pleasing to the eye. Transformation leaf, it's really useful. Lu Yu nodded with a sigh. 3 days later, Lu Yu's training on the transformation leaf came to a temporary end. After 3 days of continuous research and practice, Lu Yu's control over the power of transformation became more and more perfect. The conjured characters are becoming more and more realistic. There is no difference at all compared to the original one. The only fly in the ointment is, the transformed characters have the ability to act independently. But he can't speak, lacks enthusiasm, and is like a puppet. It felt a bit fresh at the beginning. It becomes boring over time, after staying and resting in Shuigu town for nearly a week. It's time to leave. Brook, Padong and Red Earl traveled with Drake and his gang. Lu Yu and Shirahoshi returned to Wano-kuni for the ride they called Sea King's Rental. The other side. Lu Yu and Shirahoshi rode on the white dragon and flew into the sky. With the colorful leaves in his hand, Lu Yu can ride a dragon anytime and anywhere in his daily travels. When it comes to coolness, no one in the world can match it. Woohoo, this is the sky. Thank you, Master Lu Yu, for letting me experience so many new and wonderful things. Shirahoshi, who had returned to his normal 16-meter stature, sat atop Tianlong, embracing the sky with his arms outstretched. For her, who has lived in the deep sea 10,000 meters since she was a child, embracing the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters is like a dream. Looking at the smile on Shirahoshi's cute face, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile knowingly. The fastest way to return to Wano-kuni is naturally long-distance teleportation. But being able to see the smile on Shirahoshi's pretty face was enough. Lord Lu Yu, just when Lu Yu was distracted, a big white hand suddenly picked him up. What's wrong, Shirahoshi? Lu Yu asked with a smile. For giving Shirahoshi so many new experiences, Lord Lu Yu, Shirahoshi wants to repay him. Shirahoshi's pretty face flushed slightly, and her eyes avoided slightly. Although she and Lu Yu have long been inseparable. However, this is the first time she has brought it up on her own initiative, like today. A reasonable request for adorable little Shirahoshi. Lu Yu would naturally not refuse. One day later, a large land hundreds of meters above sea level appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and Shirahoshi. Wano-kuni, we're here. Lu Yu's mind moved. The Tianlong under him gradually lowered his altitude. Then the small black spots on the sea surface gradually became clearer. There are unique food islands one after another. It reaches its peak of prosperity at this moment. Countless boats carried Wano Kuni residents who were going out to sea for the first time to travel, visit and tour the various new and unique islands. I believe it won't take long. Wano Kuni, which has been isolated from the outside world for 800 years, will soon be integrated into the world. Chapter 169 Arrogant Thunder God. The demolition operation at Toto Land was a great success. 15 of these islands, including Coco Island, have been relocated within and outside Wano Kuni. The remaining 15 islands are located near Dressrosa. After all, Dressrosa, like Wano Kuni, is a country directly controlled by Liu Yu. You can't lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. When rain and dew were evenly distributed, at the same time. New island near Wano Kuni. When the dragon soaring in the sky comes. The people on the island naturally would not fail to notice. Immediately, there was deafening noise and uproar on all the islands. Look, it's a dragon. On the chocolate-themed island of Coco Island, the cute and lovely girl, Uncle Lei Bei, cried out in shock and fear. What a beautiful dragon. No, now is not the time to talk about this. That dragon's aura isn't good, but it also feels familiar. The stubborn little dragon girl Wu Ludi's face was sometimes fearful and sometimes suspicious. It's Mr. Liu Yu. There's no mistake, that's Mr. Liu Yu's unique aura. The tall Yamato spoke with confidence. Really? It's really Lord Liu Yu. Empress Hancock cried out with an intoxicated look on her face. Lord Liu Yu. And that's Shirahoshi. Robin and Nami both waved towards the giant dragon in the sky. Lord Liu Yu, Mr. Liu Yu, Hiyori and Jewelry Bonnie embraced each other. The body instinctively produces a stress response. Everyone's Mr. Liu Yu is back. Koala forced a smile. I just felt that I was somewhat out of place among them. This made Koala start thinking, should I try to fit in as well? But given her identity, and her past experiences. No, Koala shook her head violently. How can someone like me be worthy of Mr. Liu Yu? No more dreaming. Koala patted her pretty face and forced herself to suppress the random thoughts in her mind. Not long. A strong wind was blowing on Coco Island. Amid the shocked and surprised shouts of people inside and outside the island. Amid the cries of beautiful girls, the celestial dragon Grandine landed on Coco Island. Liu Yu took Shirahoshi, who had returned to normal size, and jumped down from the top of Tianlong. The fragrant breeze coming towards him instantly overwhelmed Liu Yu. After all, this time since I went to Wangguo, Liu Yu drove it for nearly a month. Goodbye to my beloved Liu Yu after a long time. Hiyori and the others no longer cared about their original plans to travel to the islands. I just want to have fun with Liu Yu, feeling the extraordinary enthusiasm of the girls, big and small. Liu Yu grinned, not knowing who to comfort first. When it comes to national issues, we must treat everyone equally. Same reason. This is the way it should be now. At the request of Nami, Hancock, and others, including Koala, all the girls, young and old, climbed onto Tianlong's back. The white dragon wings fluttered. It soared into the sky carrying the girls with curious expressions. After enjoying the dragon riding experience enough, Tianlong Grantine returned directly to the general's mansion in the Flower City. At the same time, Shoki's sister, I seem to have heard that Mr. Liu Yu was back? Is it true? Sabo came over after hearing the news. Shoki nodded. It just so happens that I was just about to report what our Mr. Long said to Mr. Liu Yu. Sabo rode. Little Sabo, you should take it easy for now. Shoki shook his head calmly but firmly, not to mention Sabo. She also has a lot of things to report. For example, a terrifying person with special abilities who calls himself the God of Thunder has been active in the sea and sky of the New World recently. World Destroyer burned the world's trends, the actions of the new Marine, led by former Marine Admiral Zephyr. But now is obviously not a good time. It's great to be young. Shoki spoke with a look of emotion. I'd better wait for now and investigate further to get some more accurate information. The vast blue sea. 3 large warships flying the world government flag moved in an arrowhead formation. In the middle of the 2 escort warships is a special luxury ship with a yellow golden lion head shape. This is the exclusive ship of the Celestial Dragons, a world noble. On this sea, everyone knows, once you take action against the world's noble Celestial Dragons, the consequences are very serious. The prisoners will be hunted down ruthlessly by the Admiral of Headquarters. Under normal circumstances, even the 4 emperors wouldn't provoke Celestial Dragons for no reason. See the sea. There are only a few who can kill Celestial Dragons without restraint. Liu Yu is one of them. The Madman World Destroyer Brandy World can also be counted. There are also some silly guys like Straw Hat Luffy. Or like the arrogant man with long earlobes who is now boarding the Celestial Dragon's ship. Yeah ha 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 ha, weak mortals, ants, surrender and tremble before the might of the gods. My name is Enel, the god of thunder. Above the vast sky, a young man carrying 4 large jade thunder drums on his back laughed wantonly. High above, overlooking the world, every word and action he took was filled with extreme arrogance. Boom. With his appearance, the sky roared, endless dark thunderclouds gathered. Such a sudden change in the weather. The Marines and government guards on the warships naturally couldn't fail to notice it. Immediately, The shocked and horrified shouts of the people on the warship came one after another. The sirens echoed in the sky. What is going on? What happened? Why are you making so much noise all of a sudden? Do you want to die? Celestial dragons, wearing a bubble mask, slammed the door in anger and rushed onto the deck, shouting and questioning. His rare good mood was disturbed, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Saint Soldays, I'm very sorry, but that. A member of the CP in a black suit pointed at the dark sky in horror. Oh, another celestial dragon came from the cabin upon hearing the noise. Looking up at the sky, his eyes suddenly lit up. Is that a ship made of gold? A golden ship that can fly in the sky. Celestial Dragons number 2 shouted in surprise, with an expression of infinite greed on his face. Golden ship. There are such good things in this world. If I could return to Marijoy in a golden airship, I would be more impressive than any slave. Celestial Dragon Soldays was also rubbing his hands excitedly. Elder brother, younger brother, the two Celestial Dragons brothers looked at each other. I want that golden ship, the Dragon brothers said in unison. What did you say? Again in unison. Tensions between the greedy Celestial Dragons brothers suddenly became tense. For this normality, the Celestial Dragons guards on the warship were all nervous and at a loss as to what to do. They really wanted to remind everyone that the focus now was not on the golden ship, but on the man who was like the god of thunder. But they also know, at this juncture, whoever intervenes in the Celestial Dragons' quarrel will die. The fierce quarrel came to a temporary end with a thunder that roared from the sky to the sea. Under the deafening thunder, even the powerful guards couldn't help but cover their ears in pain. As for the two Celestial Dragons, they were rolling and roaring in pain on the deck. Tisk tisk. Deep blue electric light flashed. It all happened in a blink of an eye. On the bow of the Golden Lion, countless blue electric lights gathered from all directions into a human shape. Yeah ha 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 ha. Which of you are Celestial Dragons? Sky Island's Thunder God Enel, who had returned from outer space, looked down at the people on the deck from above. Damn it, who the hell are you? A government guard in a suit and tie shouted. The words haven't finished yet, only two hissing sounds were heard. A deep blue electric light shot out from Enel's fingertips. Falling on the government guard, the terrifying high temperature and high pressure instantly turned it into coke. Witness this horrifying scene with your own eyes. Everyone on the warship opened their eyes wide in shock. I was shivering with cold from head to toe. You mortal ants only need to answer questions from me, a god. I don't like to hear unnecessary words, Enel spoke proudly. In terms of attitude, they are even more arrogant than the Celestial Dragons who have all the privileges. This time, no one on the deck of the warship spoke again. They were already frightened by Enel's horrific methods. I heard that the world's noble Celestial Dragons have taken over the largest piece of bath in the world. If I can capture the Celestial Dragons, the red line will be mine. Is it right? Enel asked. Chapter 170, Fooling Enel. The guards on the warship nodded first, then shook their heads violently. Squeak. Two more fierce flashes of lightning flashed, brushing past the two Celestial Dragons and turning the two guards into charcoal, which fell to the ground motionless. Ah! Finally, after a series of close encounters with Shinigami. The Celestial Dragons, who were already as timid and incompetent as pigs, finally couldn't help but scream. What on earth are you doing? Why don't you quickly protect me and capture that dangerous mortal ant? Celestial Dragons Aldis cursed angrily. Mortals? Ants? Yeah ha 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 ha. Hearing the name Celestial Dragons, Nilu laughed out loud. You're the first to call me, the god of heavenly punishment, an ant. I have to say you are very courageous, but also very stupid. Enel sneered. Shut up, mortal ant, what kind of god are you? We, the nobles of this world, are the rulers of this world. We are the creators and the descendants of God. The Celestial Dragons, who have always been arrogant and domineering, are still arrogant even though they are afraid. Constantly testing and touching Enel's bottom line. Yeah ha 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 ha. The veins on Enel's forehead bulge. It means that he is already filled with anger, before the powerful guards of the world government take any action. Enel's figure flashed like lightning and soared into the sky. Just raise your hand. There was a loud thunder in the sky and earth. He looked like the god of thunder. Celestial Dragons? Descendants of the gods? I have never had descendants as ugly as you, Enel spoke proudly. The raised right hand slowly swung down, then the thunderclouds in the sky came to a standstill. Take it. This is the price you pay for blasphemy. God's rule. Boom. Thunder roared between heaven and earth. 10,000 feet of lightning exploded at this moment. Boom. Thunder roared. My ears are about to go deaf. A terrifying column of lightning descended from the sky to the earth, completely covering the 3 world government warships on the sea. In an instant, thunder roared between heaven and earth, and endless lightning exploded. The sea is rolling up thousands of waves. Nothing is visible. I don't know how much time has passed, when the terrifying lightning that enveloped the sky and the earth converged. Peace returned to the world. The thunderclouds that covered the sky and the earth dissipated. The wind and waves in the sea gradually subsided. The endless blue sea. I can no longer see anything. The 3 government warships that had existed in this sea area long ago and all the people on board the warships disappeared without a trace. It was reduced to ashes under God's punishment and ceased to exist. Yeah ha 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 ha. What world noble Celestial Dragons? They are so vulnerable. How can we allow idiots like you to occupy the largest bath on this planet? Enel laughed wildly. A flash of lightning, he returned to the Golden Arc proverbs. Lord Enel, thank you for your hard work. A robot soldier wearing a green helmet salutes Enel. Enel ignored it. The subordinates he accidentally found on the moon were much weaker than the priests of Sky Island. Originally, Enel planned to destroy them all. However, considering that they were relatively obedient and capable, Enel kept them on the ship to do odd jobs. Responsible for the daily maintenance of Arc proverbs. Flutter. There was a sound of a big bird flapping its wings in the air. A birdman wearing a suit and tie, who looked like a human, landed on the deck of the Golden Ark. The diligent robot soldier hurried forward to stop them. Spency Lieutenant Junior Grade, it's me, Morgause. News King Moore greeted him warmly. Get out of the way. On the golden throne, Enel waved while eating an apple. The group of mechanical soldiers then retreated. Ha 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 ha. The birdman Morgause rubbed his hands together and came close to Enel. Bow respectfully. As expected of Master Enel, your previous heroic performance was truly remarkable. Morgans complimented with a fawning look on his face. Yeah ha 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 ha. It's okay. Enel was clearly pleased with Morgans's flattery. A week ago, Enel returned to this planet from the moon, searching for the existence that provoked him in the past like a headless fly. Everywhere I go, Enel crushed many well-known pirates of the New World with his powerful Logia Thunderfruit ability. This naturally attracted the attention of many forces in the ocean. Relying on Shoki's intelligence network and his own channels, Morgans was the first to approach Enel. He successfully gained Enel's trust through his eloquence and superb rhetoric. Enel describes the situation of this sea, the reason why Enel attacked celestial dragons previously. It was precisely because of Morgans' instigation that he was deceived. Morgans, it is exactly as you said. Those so-called celestial dragons are a bunch of idiots, not even worthy of controlling the world's largest base. Enel spoke calmly. Yeah, how can those pig-headed celestial dragons be compared to the god Enel? Morganus flattered him without hesitation. Enel was so proud of what he said. Well, that's a good point. Then let's go to the red line you mentioned. It's time to take over from those useless ants. Enel said confidently. Wait a moment. Morgans waved his hands nervously. Enel narrowed his eyes slightly, looking unfriendly. Don't misunderstand me, Master Enel, it's just not the best time yet. Moore hastened to explain. I started cursing in my heart. He had never met anyone as arrogant and conceited as Enel. He actually overestimated his own capabilities and wanted to attack Marie-Joy. You know, that place is a tough nut that even Lu Yu couldn't overcome. Morgause naturally had no special feelings for Enel. I don't mind him going to Marie-Joy to die, but after all, Wano-kuni had given the order first. Let him calm the man down and wait for Lu Yu's instructions. He naturally has to do his job conscientiously and continue to fool people. Birdman, what do you mean? Do you underestimate me? Enel asked loudly. No, Lord Enel, it's just that you also know. The celestial dragons are certainly useless, but the world government they control is extraordinary. If we want to truly win, we still need a lot of preparation. Morganus wiped the sweat from his forehead. So what else do you need to prepare? Enel raised an eyebrow. First, as I said, Master Enel, you need to make a name for yourself in this ocean. I can help with this. If we spread the footage of you slaying the celestial dragons, I'm sure everyone in the world will know how powerful you are. Morgause rode. Not bad, keep going. Enel nodded with satisfaction. The next step is recruiting soldiers. To fight against the world government, a large amount of manpower is required. Lord Enel can't do everything himself, Morganus laughed. That makes sense. So how do we gather manpower? Enel asked. If you want others to submit, you need reputation, and secondly, money, lots of gold and treasures. Moore pointed to the Golden Ark. Enel frowned. This proverb is God's ship. Ha, Master Enel, you misunderstood again. In fact, I have already found a series of targets for you. Morgause took out from his pocket a list of people who had recently provoked the Sea Emperor. Naturally, he would take such a convenient free thug for a good walk. Yeah ha. Then let's go, as you said. Enel, completely unaware that he had been fooled, laughed out loud, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 171 Why is this kid here? New World, formerly the Marine G1 base, is now the naval headquarters. Seagull Justice Building Operations Conference Room. The Marine executives, led by Marshal Kuzan, gathered together. Everyone had a frown on their face. In front of them were freshly printed newspapers. Exclusive news printed in France by the World Economic News Agency. The Logia Thunder Fruit ability user appears, and the death of Celestial Dragon Soldes brothers. The silence lasted for a long time. Does anyone have anything to say? Marshal Kuzan asked tentatively. Oh my, the real Logia Thunder Fruit user. He calls himself the god of heavenly punishment. It's really scary. Admiral Kizaru, pouting obscenely, was the first to express his opinion. There was another period of unspeakable silence. Damn it, who on earth is this Thunder Bee *****D? Attacking the celestial dragons for no reason, doesn't he know the consequences? Or maybe this Thunder Bee *****D is also that man's subordinate? That must be it. That Birdman, Morganus, has already joined that man, and this B******** D Shanglei must be no exception. The Marine Vice Admirals in the operations conference room broke their silence and began to speak one after another. Everyone's face looked extremely ugly, since the summit war. The sea is already chaotic enough. The prestige of their marines and the government is already low enough. At this critical juncture, accidents happened one after another. Before, World Destroyer burned the world intercepted and killed celestial dragons. Now there is a Logia Thunder Fruit user who calls himself a god. That's not necessarily the case. I think this Thunder Fruit user might not be that man's subordinate. Or not yet. Marine Vice Admiral he folded his hands and rested his chin on them before speaking calmly. Sister he, what do you mean? Admiral candidate Momosagi Gion was puzzled. It's a very simple truth. If he was truly that man's subordinate, he wouldn't call himself a god. I will never openly declare war on the government in the newspapers again. Vice Admiral Hedao, the truth is revealed in one word. The senior Marines present all nodded in understanding. On this sea, there is only one person who is qualified to be called God.
As expected of Sister he, now things are simple.
Marshal Kuzan smiled easily. Marshal Kuzan, what are we going to do? Vice Admiral Maynard asked. Are we going to do anything? Marshal Kuzan asked back. Marshal Kuzan, have you forgotten? The celestial dragons are under attack, and our marines are sending out admirals to capture them. Vice Admiral Bastiu reminded. Let's just forget it. It's not uncommon for celestial dragons to be killed these days. We're already too busy with internal marine affairs. Marshal Kuzan waved his hand, always concerned about celestial dragons. Kuzan, you're going to be interviewed by the higher-ups if you do this. Admiral Kizaru reminded. You're right, Borsellino. Why don't you go there? Marshal Kuzan looked at Kizaru. Gah, Admiral Kizaru, who was diligently trimming his nails, froze. He was just saying it casually. Borsellino, you're the only admiral in our marine right now. The other two haven't taken their positions yet. Besides, the difference in power between your flash and the opponent's thunder is not too great, so you are the most suitable person to go. Marshal Kuzan looked at Kizaru expectantly. All the vice admirals in the field also looked at Admiral Kizaru. It is exactly as Marshal Kuzan said. The best person among them to deal with the Thunder Fruit ability user is Kizaru, who has the ability of Flash. Others, even elite vice admirals like Huashaoshan and Doberman. If one is not careful, he will be killed instantly by the opponent. Beijing Lightning has always been the most terrifying force in the world. Admiral Chadon Kaji, who had a defense that was not inferior to that of an admiral, was electrocuted by Liu Yu in the Summit War more than 3 months ago and is now lying dead in the hospital. Okay. Tell me when you find him. Admiral Kizaru had no choice but to agree. Mr. Kuzan, I will then investigate the movements of Mr. Zephyr and the others. Admiral Alternate Momosagi Gion Michi. I'll leave Zephyr Sensei to you, Gion. Then, adjourn the meeting, at the same time. New World, Wano-kuni, it's been 3 days since I returned to Wano-kuni. These 3 days, Liu Yu, however, could hardly stop for a moment. After all, it is not an easy thing for girls who want to sleep with their wives for a long time. Early morning. Quiet courtyard. Liu Yu stretched his body, and his muscles and bones crackled as he stretched. Suddenly, Liu Yu felt someone was watching him from behind. Between turning heads, the little face that was looking out from the courtyard entrance quickly retracted. What's wrong, Koala? We've known each other for so long, are you still shy? Liu Yu said jokingly. No, it's not. Koala's face flushed slightly, and she pinched the corner of her clothes nervously. The plump thighs wrapped in delicate hiss were rubbed restlessly. If you have any troubles, just tell me. Liu Yu stepped forward, looking at Koala with a kind face, and at the same time raised his big hand and placed it on her hair. Feeling Liu Yu's touch, Koala immediately ran away like a frightened rabbit. That, Master Liu Yu, it's Shaw, Sister Shocky who wants to see you about something. Koala reported awkwardly. Shocky, okay, I'm leaving now. Chi waved to Koala with his back turned and left, until I watched Liu Yu's back disappear around the corner. Koala finally let out a long sigh. She raised her fair and slender hands towards the scorching sun in the sky. Open your 5 fingers, under the sunshine, reflecting the crystal drops. That was her inner emotional release. At the same time, the meeting hall of the general's mansion. Yo, Shocky, my good slave is missing. I heard Koala say you were looking for me? Liu Yu greeted warmly. Yes, our captain is a very busy man. It's been 3 days since I came back, and I haven't seen a single person. Shocky rolled his eyes. Ahahaha, sorry, so what's going on lately? Liu Yu asked. Shocky pushed the news in front of him directly in front of Liu Yu. This is, until I saw the familiar and showy figure on the front page of the newspaper. Liu Yu's slightly narrowed eyes gradually opened wide. Enel, why is this kid here? The strongest Logia Thunder Fruit ability user appears. The Thunder God Enel judges the world's noble celestial dragons. God's punishment. Looking at the reports one by one on the newspaper headlines. Even Liu Yu was stunned for a moment. In his impression, Thunder Fruit user Enel lost his protagonist Halo to Straw Hat Luffy. Feeling disheartened, he boarded the Golden Ark and went directly to the moon. The kingdom was rebuilt in the ancient ruins of the Moon People. A few months ago, after leaving Leopard Island, Lu Yu learned that the timeline had passed Sky Island. I can't help feeling a little regretful for Lu Yu, who has mastered the magic of dragon slaying. Thunder Fruit ability user Enel is simply the best power bank. Except Enel went to the moon. Even Lu Yu couldn't do anything about it. Never thought, but the reality gave him a big surprise. Enel, who should have stayed on the moon, went crazy for some reason and returned to the sea. Although I don't know why, however, it would be unreasonable for Lu Yu not to seize such a great opportunity. This large power bank from Enel is definitely not to be missed. Now that you're here, don't leave. Captain Lu Yu, do you know this Thunder Fruit ability user, Enel? Shocky raised his brows slightly. Some clues were revealed from the changing expression on Lu Yu's face. Regarding this Thunder God Enel who appeared in front of the world for the first time. Lu Yu actually recognized him. I guess I know it for now. Robin and Nami, we've met before. Please give a concise explanation in one sentence. I see. Sky Island Gold Country. This Thunder God is actually the powerful enemy that Monkey and his friends encountered before. Shocky nodded in understanding, accepted Lu Yu's statement. So, Shocky, how did that Morgause guy get close to Enel? Lu Yu pointed to the World Economic Report on the table. I arranged this, because I think this thundering ability could be useful to you, Captain, so let him keep an eye on it first. Shocky smiled. Ha ha ha, you're really Shocky, Lu Yu praised. The business capabilities of intelligence communication company Shocky are indeed impeccable. Captain, thank you for your compliment, however, if you want to take action, you'd better do it as soon as possible. Shocky rode. This guy who calls himself the God of Thunder is even more arrogant than the celestial dragons. After being tricked by Morgans, they have already decided to attack the world government. Shocky laughed and shook his head. He immediately reported to Lu Yu the summary of the intelligence and routes he had obtained from Morgans in the past few days. Haha, this is quite interesting. That Birdman Mornets is quite good at playing. Lu Yu rubbed his chin. According to Morgan's report, it's as expected. Their next target is the Golden City, Shocky Road. Haha, the Golden City. Lu Yu chuckled, with a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth. Then let's go. Golden City, Chapter 172 Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. After the verdict, the inner courtyard of the General's mansion. Ah, is Lord Lu Yu going out again? How's it going? We've prepared a ton of games. After learning that Lu Yu was about to go out again and head to the Golden City, Guangming Rihei, Rebecca and other girls, both young and old, could not help but look disappointed. Lord Lu Yu, please let me go with you this time. Empress Hancock stepped forward and looked at Lu Yu eagerly. Lord Lu Yu, this time it's Raiha's turn. In all these years, Hiyori hasn't even once visited the outside world. Please. Rihei also looked at Lu Yu with a pitiful expression. Lord Lu Yu, and me, feeling the eager gazes of the girls, big and small. Lu Yu nodded slightly and made a decision in his heart. Then let's all go together this time, Lu Yu grinned. Let's just treat this as a group honeymoon trip. The huge room was silent at first. Immediately afterwards, the girls' excited and happy cheers came one after another, forming a continuous sound. Really? Really? Can we really all come together this time? That's great. It's really great, all the girls screamed with excitement. Golden City, that's a great place. The carefree jewelry Bonnie ate pizza and whispered with anticipation. Nami's eyes on the side had turned into the shape of money. Bonnie, what exactly is the Golden City? Is it a city made of gold? Nami asked curiously. Well, you could say that. Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, the master of the Golden City, is said to possess wealth at the 20th level of the world. And his ability is that he's the user of the Paramisha gold fruit. Bonnie informed everyone of what he knew. This caused all the girls, young and old, to exclaim in surprise. Especially the little money-loving Nami. At this moment, Nami's little heart was beating non-stop. Hey, Master Lu Yu, are we going to take over the Golden City this time? Nami rubbed her hands hopefully. That's not right, Nami. Mr. Lu Yu went to Golden City this time because of Enel. Right? Robin looked at Lu Yu with a smile. Lu Yu remained silent. Only children make choices.
Whether it's an Enel power bank or the world's top 20 wealth, he wants it all.
Enel, Nami was stunned. She felt that the name was very familiar. After the addition, when I saw the newspaper Robin handed over, Nami's eyes suddenly opened wide. Enel, why did this person appear again? Nami's delicate body trembled subconsciously. The shadow cast by the ultimate terrifying Sky Island Thunder God has not completely dissipated yet. Don't be afraid, Nami, we have Mr. Lu Yu with us this time. Robin took Nami's cold little hand and spoke with a smile. Nami took a deep breath, looking at Lu Yu who was so close. An unprecedented sense of security came over me. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Whether it's Thor or something else, just come at me. The Golden City, Big Tesoro. This is a ship so huge that it is comparable to a small island. Pulled by 4 giant seafaring turtles, it slowly sails across the vast ocean. This is the largest entertainment city in the world. This huge ship itself is equivalent to a moving island, city, and country. There are many towns on the island ship that covers 10 kilometers. Hotels, shopping streets, amusement parks, aquariums, swimming pools, theaters and even golf courses. But the largest and most luxurious one is the casino. Because this ship itself is supported by the casino industry. This city is recognized by the world government as a no man's land. Even the Marines cannot arrest people here at will because of their superior status. The reason why this place can be isolated from the world. The fundamental reason is the owner of this golden city. One of the richest men in the world, Guild Tesoro. He earned his transcendent status by paying a huge amount of heavenly gold to the world government and celestial dragons every year. Such a chaotic yet peaceful neutral entertainment city. Nature is the best place in the world for rich people to have fun. The world's upper-class nobles, pirates on the sea, powerful bounty hunters. There are countless powerful people gathered in this city, especially in recent days. As a rumor spread across the sea, pirates from all over the New World poured into the Golden City like sharks smelling blood. The city remained calm on the surface, however, there were already undercurrents behind the scenes. Right now, the largest central casino in Golden City. Two scenes that can be described as metaphysical are being played out. Almost all the guests in the casino were gathered around two gambling tables. Adrenaline surged in people's bodies, and thunderous cheers broke out from time to time. Hey, white-haired uncle, what's wrong? Yeah, hurry up and press it, everyone is waiting. The others at the gambling table also looked at the masked, white-haired old man in slippers and shorts with hope, waiting for him to place his bet. Then they could go down to the opposite side. This trick has helped them win dozens of games in a row. Stop talking nonsense and shut up. What does it have to do with me if you suppress yourselves? Rayleigh, whose face was hidden by a mask, shouted harshly, his old face flushed red. Because you are the man cursed by the god of gamblers. No matter what you bet on, you never hit the target. It's like a jinx reincarnated. Gas cylinder. All the gamblers started to jeer, which made Rayleigh so angry that he was about to explode. These guys took advantage of his luck to win money and then ridiculed him. It's really unbearable. Crunch. Rayleigh's teeth were grinding. Ha, sorry, thank you for your hard work. These are our gifts to you, old man. Please play with us for a few more rounds. It seemed that Rayleigh was showing signs of leaving. The gamblers who were counting on Rayleigh to make money quickly changed their expressions. Everyone contributed a few chips and piled them up into a small hill as a reward for Rayleigh. That's more like it. Rayleigh curled his lips and reluctantly didn't bother with these little guys for the sake of money. At the same time, another gambling table opposite the unlucky Rayleigh. The situation and style are completely different. A group of old gamblers excitedly surrounded a blind old man. White. The old man shouted and pushed all the chips in front of him to the white area. Behind him, the crowd cheered, and then everyone put their chips on white. When the final result was announced, the whole audience burst into excited cheers. Because I won again. Old man, you are awesome. Follow this old man and you'll have meat to eat. Old man, keep going. The gamblers looked at the blind old man with shining eyes. Like Rayleigh, this old man is also the wealth code of today's casinos. Rayleigh is going to press in the opposite direction. The blind old man just needs to follow the bet without thinking. Today, in this small casino, at the same time, two great talents, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, appeared. For gamblers, it is just like the Huxia New Year. Relative. For the casino manager, the gambling game with Rayleigh and the blind old man was like a year. In the past, they could make hundreds of millions of dollars in profit a day by relying on various means. However, not long after today, hundreds of millions have been lost. Especially Rayleigh's side, it's simply a weapon of causality. Even if they were secretly trying to make Rayleigh win. In the end, they all fail for some inexplicable reasons. Rayleigh is like a man cursed by the god of gamblers. Even more disturbing to the casino manager is this. The situation here was reported early on, however, there was no response from above. Right now, the top of the huge tower in the center of the Golden City. A middle-aged man with a green slicked back hair was lying in the bathtub, holding a high-heeled glass in his hand. The bloody red wine was shaking. Two girls in swimsuits with eye-catching figures were sitting on both sides of the bathtub serving, looking very comfortable. However, the middle-aged man's expression did not show any joy at all. The expression on his face was still extremely gloomy. Even the pursuit and revenge by Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family could not shake him in the slightest. In the end, it was Doflamingo who wanted to cooperate with him. Many years of operation, Tesoro, who earned the title of Golden Emperor, is also a prominent figure in this ocean. He is good at both black and white. Even the Marines, the government, and the four emperors' leaders had to give him face. In this ocean, his face is second only to the person with the ability of the face fruit. However, this time, the situation is already heading towards the brink of getting out of control. Chapter 173 Reunion with Enel. Too many powerful sea warriors have gathered in his city. The legendary pirates in the casino, the quasi-admiral of the Marine World Recruitment, the captain of the four emperors' Whitebeard pirates, the new Shichibukai Edward Weeble, the problem newcomer Straw Hat Luffy, the supernova Hakuba Cavendish from a year ago. In addition, there are blood-sucking worms in the Dark World and so on. That damn Thunderbee ****** D. Where on earth did he come from? How dare he try to seize my golden city? And that Birdman, Morganus. This incident has escalated to this point because of that Birdman. Behind that Birdman. Thinking of this, Golden Emperor Tesoro couldn't help but shudder. As the richest man in the world, it is impossible for him to obtain his wealth through ability alone. He must have gone through countless intrigues and deceptions. In terms of scheming and ambition, he is definitely not inferior to Doflamingo. But Guild Tesoro knew better than anyone that he faced that overwhelming absolute strength. Any conspiracy or trick is a joke and will be ruthlessly defeated. Boom! Thunder exploded in the clear sky. A storm has come that is powerful enough to overturn everything. Straw Hat Kid's shouts filled with deep emotion resounded in the bustling streets of the Golden City. Whoosh! What followed was a sharp sound of breaking air. The dazzling sword light flashed, scaring the pedestrians on both sides of the street so much that they screamed and jumped. Oh! The young man in the straw hat screamed and twisted around. He tried his best to dodge the sword light that was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. What's going on with this golden cabbage roll of yours? I just accidentally ate a piece of your meat, Straw Hat Luffy yelled in dissatisfaction. I've said this many times, my name is not Cabbage Roll. I'm last year's supernova, nicknamed Pirates Prince Cavendish. McCavendish flirtatiously lifted his beautiful golden curly hair. In the bizarre world of pirates, Cavendish is indeed one of the few handsome pretty boys. Just when Cavendish was still intoxicated by his own handsomeness. But Straw Hat Luffy had no intention of listening to his self-introduction. While he was speaking, Straw Hat Luffy turned and ran, bringing up a dust dragon. Wait until Cavendish noticed it. Straw Hat Luffy had already run hundreds of meters. Luffy never fights meaningless fights, especially he didn't want to deal with a troublesome person like Cavendish. Don't even think about running, Straw Hat. Cavendish screamed. The whistle dropped. The sound of rapid horse hooves could be heard. A group of cleanly groomed white horses were galloping. Cavendish jumped up lightly, mounted his white horse and chased after Luffy. As the most popular and eye-catching supernova last year, Cavendish really enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. However, this year 10 supernovas emerged. To be more precise, it was after the Battle of the Summit. He was once the focus of world attention and reported by many people, but he was ignored overnight. Like a concubine who has fallen out of favor in the harem. No matter how much he stands out, he can't spark any big discussion. Cavendish hated the person who stole his limelight. He didn't dare to provoke the Emperor of this sea. But he wouldn't be afraid of a small character like Straw Hat Luffy. Now that you have met him, you must not let him go. You golden cabbage, you're so clingy, in that case, I won't be polite. Straw Hat Luffy gritted his teeth as Cavendish caught up with him again. As the body bounced off the ground, scorching steam rose from all over. Enter, second gear, armament hockey, hardening. Rubber pistol. Straw Hat Luffy attacks. Showing the results of the practice of following Pluten Rayleigh for more than 3 months. Are you finally not running away, Straw Hat Boy? Then, beautiful sword, Bluebird, Cavendish tapped his toes on the white horse's back. While tracking Luffy's trajectory with observation hockey, he drew his sword. The famous sword Durandal cut through the air, making a sharp scream. Tisk tisk. Bang, a brief stalemate. Straw Hat Luffy and Cavendish each flew backwards. What the worst generation, it's nothing more than that. Cavendish smiled proudly, he casually shook a sword flower. Shake off the drops of blood on the tip of the sword. Even after being hardened with armament hockey, Straw Hat Road was still injured from the previous clash of swords with Cavendish. A deep puncture wound appeared on his fist. You cabbage B********, D. That's so inexplicable. Straw Hat Luffy grinned. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Straw Hat Boy, are you scared? Now you know how powerful I, the noble son of pirates, am. As long as I defeat you, my reputation will surely return to its peak. Cavendish thought with an intoxicated look on his face. Since you insist on fighting, I won't be polite. Straw Hat Luffy took a deep breath and bit his right wrist. Enter, Luffy, without waiting for Straw Hat Luffy to enter third gear. An enthusiastic shout came from not far behind him. Listening to that familiar voice, Straw Hat Luffy was stunned and turned his head subconsciously. There are flaws. Cavendish took advantage of the situation and struck without mercy. Beautiful sword, blue. Cavendish leapt high. The famous sword in his hand stabbed at Straw Hat Luffy without mercy. It was about to be pierced through, just then. All that could be heard was the sound of metal clashing. An armed black sword suddenly appeared in front of Straw Hat Luffy and blocked the attack for him. Rommel's sickle-tailed weasel, White Horse Cavendish. Sneak attacks are not a good habit. If you still want to fight, I'll play with you from now on. Flower Sword Vista, the captain of the White Group's 4th Division, wearing a gentleman's top hat, spoke with a smile. The double sword technique exploded, forcing Cavendish back far away. The other side. Straw Hat Luffy, oblivious to Cavendish's sneak attack, leapt forward and embraced the flame that was rushing towards him. Ace, why are you here? Straw Hat Luffy asked in surprise. Beasta and I heard that an enemy was here, so we came here. But you, Luffy, aren't you training with Uncle Rayleigh? Why are you here? Ace asked. Uncle Rayleigh said he would bring me here to relax. The food here is really delicious. Let's go eat together, Ace. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes sparkled. Ha ha ha, okay. Ace patted Luffy's little head. Luffy, I have a big surprise. No. Ace quickly shook his head again mid-sentence. The big surprise about their brother Sabo being alive would be better left until they have a chance to meet in the future. Ace, what surprise are you talking about? Straw Hat Luffy tilted his head. Nothing. You'll know later. For now, let's focus on the opponent in front of us. Ace took a few steps and faced Cavendish. Cavendish of the White Horse, I wonder how my brother has offended you. Ace looked at Cavendish with a bad look. Snort. You two brothers have offended me the most by stealing my limelight. Cavendish said as a matter of course. Ace, Luffy. Beasta et al. Is this guy an idiot? What an idiot. A-hole. Feeling the caring gazes from Ace and the others, Cavendish couldn't help but feel angry. Just about to attack again, but then I heard a loud thunder exploding in the sky. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds without any warning. Thick dark clouds descended with a destructive aura. A glittering golden spaceship descended upon the Golden City from afar. Yeah ha 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 ha. On the Golden Bow, the man carrying 3 Megatama thunder drums laughed wildly and unruly. This Golden City will belong to God from now on. Enel made a unilateral announcement. That guy is Enel. Chapter 174. Fight again boom. What resounded through the clear sky was the roar of Thunder God. Yeah ha 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 ha. The arrogant and proud laughter resounded like thunder over the Golden City. This caused everyone in the city to look up at the sky at the same time. Looking at the yellow boat shining with golden light. Greedy expressions appeared on everyone's faces, however, when he saw the Enel with its golden bow. The greed on many people's faces disappeared, replaced by various emotions such as horror, fear, anticipation, excitement, etc. Nearly a week. The strongest Logia Thunder Fruit user who has become famous in the Sea of New World has finally arrived. Just as Morgans predicted in the news. A man calling himself the God of Thunder is coming to take over the Golden City. Using this as a foundation, recruit people and attack the world government. Regarding Enel's arrogant behavior, anyone with a brain on the sea would not believe it and would scoff at it. After all, the world government is a behemoth that even the Emperor of the Sea couldn't swallow in one go. Even Lu Yu needs time to gather strength to fight against a government with 800 years of history. Granted, the Logia Thunder Fruit is one of the strongest abilities, but it's too arrogant for just one person to do that. Of course, sneers are sneers. This time, in response to Enel's call, quite a number of powerful sea warriors gathered in the Golden City. But they obviously didn't really want to respond to Enel and foolishly attack the world government together. Their main purpose in coming here is to see if they can find any bargains. After all, the lord of this Golden City, the Golden Emperor, controls the vast wealth of the world's 20th level. This city, covered with gold, has long been coveted by the powerful men on the sea. It's just a pity that I never had the chance. After all, Tesoro's own strength is not weak. Plus the protection of both the black and white worlds. Not many fools are willing to mess with him, now. The opportunity finally came. Many powerful people in this city are eagerly waiting and looking forward to it. Wait until Enel and Tesoro are both defeated. This is when they take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and plunder wealth. That person is Enel. On the main road of Golden City, looking at the familiar yellow boat and the familiar long-eared man, Straw Hat Luffy couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Even someone as thick-skinned as Luffy, we also cannot forget our former powerful enemy Enel. After all, Enel is arguably the scariest person he's ever met. Even more dangerous than Crocodile and Rob Lucci. Enough to be on par with the Marine Admirals. If it weren't for his rubber body being naturally resistant to lightning, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Even so, he had won the battle on Sky Island by sheer luck. But now that I have acquired armament hockey, things are bound to be different. Luffy, do you know that Thunder User? Ace asked in surprise. Luffy nodded. He briefly told Ace and the others about their adventure on Sky Island. God of Sky Island. Possesses the power to destroy an island with a single blow. If we only talk about attack power, isn't this at the level of the Admiral 4 Emperors? I see. So that's how it is. No wonder this terrifying thunder-powered person has never been heard of before. So he's been staying at Sky Island all this time. Ace, Vista and other captains of the White Group all nodded in understanding. Regarding the recent big news in the ocean, people have always been curious about the origins of Enel. Now the answer is revealed. That guy named Enel is really not good. The captain of the White Group's 7th Division, Rikuyo, was tense. Indeed, controlling the power of thunder and lightning like Mr. Lu Yu is simply a foul. Beasta gritted his teeth. If we get hit by this by accident, even we would be in trouble. Captain of the 10th Squad, Coolio, shuddered unconsciously. My mind couldn't help but echo what happened between Clouded Leopard Island and Lu Yu more than 4 months ago. At that time, he was knocked unconscious by the terrifying lightning. Luffy, this place is still. Ace was just about to warn his younger brother Luffy to wait and see and not to act impulsively. The next second, he saw his brother stretch out his arms, and his body suddenly shot out like lightning and landed on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Hey, Enel, do you remember me? Straw Hat Luffy yelled at the top of his lungs. Yeah haha, in the sky. The smile on Enel's face froze as he was being looked at with awe from all directions. The heart network radiates out in coordination with the radio waves. He immediately locked onto and recognized the Straw Hat Boy on the rooftop who had once caused him so much trouble. Immediately, the veins on Enel's forehead bulged. His face was extremely gloomy. Tisk tisk. Under the watchful eyes of the public, there was a flash of lightning on the golden spaceship and it disappeared. Enel's figure disappeared and reappeared above the main road of Golden City. Damn Straw Hat Boy. Enel's angry roar exploded over the street. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I will definitely avenge my previous shame this time. Let's settle Sky Island's account today. Enel spoke coldly. Just what I want, Straw Hat Luffy responded with fighting spirit. I practiced with Rayleigh for several months. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds compared to before. He desperately wanted an opponent to test the results of his training over the past few months. A powerful enemy that Logia had fought before, so he was naturally the perfect opponent. Yahahaha, damn Straw Hat Boy. I will never give you the chance to hit me again this time. Enel spoke in a cold voice, his meaning gradually becoming clearer. Armament hockey, hardening, rubber pistol, rubber. Straw Hat Luffy clenched his right fist and swung it back suddenly. The pitch black armament hockey attached. Yahahaha. Enel laughed confidently and calmly. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Your attack has no effect on a god like me, Enel's confident words came to an abrupt end before he could even finish them. Straw Hat Luffy's rubber pistol punched Enel in the stomach. Under Armament Hockey's physical capture, Enel's elementalization becomes ineffective. The powerful punch of Armament Hockey sent Enel flying dozens of meters, and he landed heavily on the street. That guy is an idiot. Yeah, this Thunder user is powerful, but he's a fool. Does he think Logia users are invincible? Doesn't he know there's Armament Hockey? The recent news reports are a bit exaggerated. If it was Captain Vista's slashing attack, he would have been finished with just one strike. The captain and members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to comment one after another. A Thunder Fruit user. That's not a bad stepping stone either. It will definitely make me famous. Pirates nobleman Wendy's nodded firmly and clenched the famous sword Durandal. Ahem. A slight cough was heard amidst the flying dust. Chapter 175. Fighting Enel again. Lightning flashed, dispersing the dust in the sky and revealing Enel's true form. Enel couldn't help but feel furious at the comments made by Ace and the others. He thinks his Logia Thunder Fruit ability is invincible? That was indeed the case before. Even though he was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy once, he still thought so when he went to the moon. However, this time he returned to the sea and came to the New World, after fighting a series of battles. His thinking has changed. The continuous battles with the powerful warriors of the New World over the past week have made Enel realize the power of Thunderfruit in himself. At the same time, he also learned that there are ways to restrain Logia's elementalization in this world. That is Armament Hockey. After personally experiencing the beatings from Armament Hockey and nearly capsizing, Enel has also learned its lesson. In the past few days of fighting, almost all the encounters with opponents ended with long-range attacks. The reason why I was infected this time, it was purely because he was arrogant and underestimated his enemy again. He would never have thought of it even if you were beaten to death. It took less than half a year. This Straw Hat Boy has actually learned the tricky technique of Armament Hockey. Originally, he thought that as long as he remained absolutely calm and maintained his elemental state at all times, he would be able to do so. Straw Hat Luffy's fists couldn't have any effect on him. However, the Straw Hat's Armament Hockey gave him a surprise. If he had known that Straw Hat Luffy also mastered Armament Hockey, he would never underestimate the enemy again. Ahem. Yahahaha. I haven't seen you for half a year. I didn't expect that you, Straw Hat Boy, also mastered this kind of power. Enel spoke coldly. It was just good luck before, I won't. Before Enel could finish his words, his pupils shrank again. Because Straw Hat Luffy's martial arts, Black Fist, strikes again. But this time, Enel, who was constantly observing Luffy's movements with his mind network, did not stand there and take the beating. A flash of lightning. His figure has come behind Straw Hat Luffy. The golden cudgel, in his hand mercilessly swung down towards the back of Straw Hat Luffy. At Enel's lightning speed, Luffy's half-baked observation hockey was unable to react in time. All I heard was a muffled bang. This time it was Straw Hat Luffy's turn to fly backwards and land heavily on the street. The deep blue lightning flashed again. Enel came from behind but got there first. He stepped on Straw Hat Luffy and looked down at the opponent who had once humiliated him. Still as annoying as ever. Hasn't anyone ever taught you not to interrupt when God is speaking? Enel shouted coldly. Endless and terrifying lightning exploded, completely enveloping Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy, Ace's younger brother. Ace, Vista and others shouted anxiously. Bang! A figure emerged intact from the terrifying lightning. Don't worry, Ace, I'm a rubber man, lightning has no effect on me. Straw Hat Luffy smiled brightly. Indeed, Luffy is rubber, naturally immune to lightning. Everyone nodded, and their hearts finally relaxed a little. Yeah, ha, so what if you're not afraid of my thunder and lightning? Can you keep up with me? This time is different from before, I won't show mercy anymore. Enel grinned. As soon as the words fell, he had already come behind Straw Hat Luffy. The golden stick in his hand was swung down again. This time, the Straw Hat concentrated all his energy and used his observation hockey to detect Enel's movement and crossed his hands to defend himself. Although he still flew backwards for dozens of meters, it was much better than the previous headfirst fall. Yeah ha 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 ha, I will torture you slowly. Enel dodged again. Straw Hat Luffy was once again blown into the sky without any resistance. Immediately following, a one-sided, beating, scene appeared. People only saw the fleeting deep blue lightning. And there was Straw Hat Luffy who was constantly floating in the air because of the beating. Ace, Captain Ace, your brother seems to be in bad condition. The members of the second team said anxiously, etc. Luffy is using that Esper to train. Ace waved his hand. Ace's brother has a rubber body and is naturally immune to attacks and lightning. It may seem like a one-sided fight now, but in reality the Straw Hats are using this powerful opponent to sharpen their haki. Vista also saw the clue. Is that so? As expected of Captain Ace's younger brother. All the team members nodded blankly. What a lunatic. Cavendish gritted his teeth secretly. Previously he thought Enel was an idiot, but after seeing the current battle, he knows. If I were to face an Enel at full power, I'm afraid I'd be in trouble and wouldn't be able to withstand many hits. Only Luffy, the rubber man who is immune to lightning, can play like this. On the main road of Golden City, the battle continues. Over time, unconsciously, the number of onlookers gradually increased. A corner of the rooftop in the north. Hey, Mom, how long are we going to watch here? The landlord's silly son, Weeble, asked naively with his big snot hanging down his nose. My son, wait a little longer, this is a rare opportunity to make a fortune. If I can capture this Golden City, I won't care about your father Whitebeard's fortune. The short old woman Miss Bajan spoke with a greedy look on her face. South of the main road, that Luffy guy is really surprising. But that thunder ability user is indeed the best opponent for training. Let's observe for a while. Rayleigh took off his mask, sat down on the rooftop, and looked to the right unintentionally. Not far over there, a stone floated in the air out of thin air. An old man was sitting on the platform, staring at the fierce battle in the distance with his blind eyes, only the whites of his eyes visible, without blinking. The tallest building in the center of Golden City. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The hearty laughter of the Golden Emperor Tesoro echoed in the Yellow Palace for a long time. Thank you so much, Straw Hat Luffy. Give me as much energy as possible from that arrogant B********. D. The Golden City of Grand Tesoro, a city of transcendent status, has now turned into a battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of powerful people from all sides. Enel's unilateral retaliation against Straw Hat Luffy continues. After being hit by Enel's lightning flash 56 times in a row, Straw Hat Luffy, who always breaks through life or death situations, awakens. His observation haki increased significantly due to Enel's continuous stimulation. Even Enel's lightning speed can be clearly perceived. The counterattack from Straw Hat Luffy begins, when Straw Hat Luffy's fist and armament haki smashed into Enel's golden club weapon. The powerful attack caused Enel's hands holding the club to tremble slightly, and his body flashed. Chapter 176, Terrifying Thunder. Ha 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 ha, it looks like there has been some progress. Ace smiled happily, as expected of Ace's younger brother. The grandson of the Garp family, his fighting talent is truly remarkable. Vista and other captains of the white team also nodded in the affirmative. Damn bastards, listen to the comments of the crowd. The veins on Enel's forehead bulged with anger. Who do you think I am? I am the thunder god of heavenly punishment, sir. Enel roared angrily. Feeling the contempt from everyone, he was already extremely angry. Keep going. Enel, Straw Hat Luffy said calmly, I just played with you for a while. Don't get too carried away, Straw Hat, Enel roared. He decided not to hold back any longer. The battle must be resolved in the shortest possible time. Swish. The deep blue lightning flashed again. Straw Hat Luffy used observation haki to capture Enel's attack trajectory. Raise your hand to block the golden stick, but the next second, something unexpected happened. Thunder metallurgy. Enel smiled cruelly. The golden stick suddenly heated up and melted. It's so hot. The rubber man who can mindlessly withstand the high temperature of lightning is not immune to the high temperature of the medium. The burning heat from the molten yellow stick made Straw Hat Luffy scream. Next second, all I heard was a soft, puff, sound. The sleek golden club transformed into a spear and pierced the Straw Hat's body. Luffy, Straw Hat Kid looking at this sudden scene, Ace and others finally couldn't remain calm anymore. Rayleigh, who was watching the game from a distance, also had a changed expression. I'm fine. Straw Hat Luffy struggled to free himself from the golden spear. That moment before, he sensed the danger with his observation haki and avoided the vital points in time. With his strong physique, he wouldn't be seriously hurt even if he was stabbed once or twice. Damn Thunder B*******. D. It seems we underestimated him. Ace and the others all glared at Enel. Yeah ha 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 ha, just a bunch of weak mortals. Don't get carried away, Lousy is the god of thunder. Enel raised his right hand high, he has decided to bring divine punishment upon everyone here. It's coming. Everyone be careful. Vista and others shouted loudly and were ready for battle. However, in the face of the most violent and terrifying power of thunder and lightning, how can the physical constitution of an ordinary person withstand it? Tisk tisk. Deep blue arcs of electricity flickered continuously between the buildings mixed with gold, piercing the atmosphere. The area within a radius of several hundred meters is Enel's lightning domain. 30, 40, 54, 88. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Accept the punishment from God, thunder. Enel laughed loudly and swung down his raised right hand. Boom. Thunder and lightning raged in the dark clouds. Hundreds of dazzling dark blue lightning bolts fell from the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. All the people in the white group in the field and the strong men who were lurking around were included in the attack range. He was actually going to fight against all the strong men on this ship by himself. Under the bombardment of the strongest and most powerful force of thunder and lightning. Even the mighty warriors of the New World were defeated in one blow. Many members of the white group fell to the ground without a sound, their bodies turning black and smoking. But fortunately, they are still alive. After all, Enel's thunder is different from Lu Yu's, and it really can't kill people with electricity. Those who are powerful, such as Rayleigh and Yishao, who are admiral-level masters, cannot be touched by lightning at all. On the other side, the landlord's silly son, Weeble, directly used his body to resist the bombardment of thunder. Not only is it okay, it's even comfortable and enjoyable. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Enel's 10,000 thunders have many targets, which disperses the power. Similarly, not everyone has a monstrous physique like Weeble. Damn Thunder B**********. D. We underestimated him. Flower Sword Vista used her rose double swords to block the thunder that fell from the sky. The politeness on my head has exploded. His neatly groomed black hair was completely frizzy, turning into a big afro. Your next opponent is me, Ace, who also has the Yang attribute Logia, held up a raging fire for his companions and blocked the thunder in the sky. Yeah, ha 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 ha, a mere flame dares to compete with thunder and lightning. The next blow will end you. Enel stood above the 9 heavens, his arms folded in arrogance. Boom! Loud rumbling thunder was heard from the thick clouds. A huge thunderball with a diameter of more than 100 meters revealed the tip of the iceberg. That is Enel's most powerful move, Thunderbolt. Looking at the huge ball of lightning floating in the sky, everyone in the Golden City was dumbfounded and fell into the abyss of despair. Even the powerful white group members standing at the forefront of the sea were no exception. What the hell is that thing? If this falls down, the entire Golden City will be blown away. Damn it, this Thunder B******** D really does have the power of the 4 emperors. Vista and other captains of the white team all screamed in shock. This method is simply a foul. Ace's eyes widened. Compared to Enel's Lei Ying, his Mara Fruit's ultimate move, the Great Flame Ring, feels like a small witch compared to a big witch. If Blackbeard had faced Lei Ying on Bonero Island, I'm afraid even his ashes will be scattered by Enel. This is a natural disaster that is truly at the level of destroying an island. Mom, what is that ball? It looks so fun. Wilbur, the silly son of the landlord, bit his fingers. My stupid son, run. That Thunder B******* D is a lunatic. Run. Miss Bajan screamed continuously, if thunder falls. The silly son Weeble can handle it. Her old bones couldn't bear it no matter what. It will definitely evaporate in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. It seems I can't continue watching this. On the floating platform, the blind swordsman smiled and unsheathed his staff sword half an inch. A purple halo of heavy movement appeared. How on earth did Luffy manage to defeat such exaggerated opponents in the past? Even if he's the son of prophecy, even if he's the reincarnation of Joyboy, this is too exaggerated. Rayleigh looked odd. At this moment, I am not thinking about the threat from Lei Ying. But it was the abnormal aura on Straw Hat Luffy. Even though Enel is a fool who has never seen the world. But the terrifying power of Thunder Fruit is real. Damn that Thunder B******* D, he wants to blow away my hard work and my Golden City. I will never allow such a thing. The Golden Emperor Tesoro in the Golden Building couldn't remain calm and roared in frustration. Yeah ha 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 ha. See? Mortals, ants, this is the power of God. Tremble before the power of Thor. Enel, who captured the people's horrified expressions with his telepathic waves, was satisfied. Chapter 177 The disappearance of Lei Ying. After being depressed for so long, Enel finally stood up. Not good, not good, not good. On the Golden Ark, Morganus paced anxiously. It was according to his plan. This time, Enel is here to have a fierce battle with the Golden Emperor Tesoro. In the end, both sides suffered losses, then he would reap the spoils. Present the Golden City and Enel as gifts to Lu Yu. However, the situation was beyond his control. Accidents happened one after another. He didn't expect Straw Hat Luffy to be here too, and there was an old grudge between him and Enel. What was even more unexpected was that Enel actually had the terrifying power to blow away an entire city with one strike. He knew this from Shocky's contact. Lu Yu is currently preparing to take the girls to Golden City for vacation. If the Golden City is gone, how else can he explain it? We must not let that huge ball of lightning fall. Morgans gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. He flapped his wings and flew towards Enel. Lord Enel, wait a minute. Morgans spoke with courage. Birdman, do you want to stop me? Enel spoke indifferently. Even though I can't get along with Morgans these days. This subordinate is also very capable. However, if Morgans doesn't explain the reason at this point, his only fate will be death. All the feathers on Morganus's body stood up. Enel adult. Don't forget our original purpose. We came here for the gold and treasure, and to recruit subordinates. These people are quite capable, but I believe they will behave themselves after witnessing the terror of the adults. Moore kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Yeah, ha 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 ha. What you said does make some sense. Besides, such a huge amount of gold is enough to build an arc fleet. Enel waved. Lei Ying, who had not yet reached his strongest power, disappeared into the clouds again. The heart network waves spread out. Enel locked onto Tesoro in the central yellow building in the distance in just 1 second. Swish. A flash of light. Enel ignored the defeated Straw Hat Boy. Amidst the roar of lightning, the golden building shook violently. Are you the owner of this golden city? From now on, everything in this city, including you, belongs to me. Feel honored to be able to submit to the throne of God. Enel folded his arms and looked down at Tesoro with a haughty look. Damn Thunder B********, D. What are you talking about? Don't underestimate me. Golden Emperor Tesoro's eyes were red. He knew that he would have to overcome today's crisis by himself. If you can make it through, then his position in this ocean will undoubtedly be more stable and transcendent in the future. Boom. Rumble. The central golden building, along with the nearby golden buildings and the entire city, shook violently at this moment. Facing the terrifyingly powerful user of thunder ability, Tesoro used his strongest method without hesitation. Paramecia's gold fruit ability awakens. Everything around it is assimilated into gold. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Is this the golden fruit that the Birdman Morgause mentioned? It's really interesting. As a god, I really am becoming more and more fond of you. Enel laughed. Ehole, how far do you want to underestimate me? Tesoro shouted sharply. The big hand slammed to the ground. The golden earth rumbled. A golden giant Gundam, over 100 meters in size, slowly rose from the ground. Rumble. The big golden Gundam rises from the ground. Tesoro's expression was grim. He stood at the center of the golden Gundam's eyebrows, his body slowly sinking and merging into the control room at the center of the golden giant's eyebrows. As he entered, the golden Gundam's eyes lit up with astonishing light. When the two fists collided, a strong sense of power was emitted. Golden Karma Fire. Golden Gundam formed Tesoro attacks. The golden armored fist caused the air to explode and dissipate. A scorching golden flame rose from Two's golden fist, as if it could burn everything in the universe. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Playing with fire in front of the god of thunder, you are courting death. Enel didn't dodge or evade. Terrifying lightning burst out from his body. Condensed into a set of thunder and lightning armor. Enel suddenly dived down. Rumble, a violent roar sounded. By means of the terrifying high temperature of lightning and the special thunder metallurgy technology, Enel's body easily pierced through the golden Gundam's fist. Start from the palm, move all the way through the shoulder. Boom. The entire right arm of the golden giant Gundam came crashing down. Countless pieces of gold flew everywhere, while shocking countless people in the golden city. Extreme greed also appeared on the faces of many people. After all, those are real gold treasures. You can become rich by picking up any piece of debris. Damn Thunder B*******, D. It's not over yet. Arriving at the control room, Golden Emperor Tesoro operated the joystick. Countless golden chains suddenly emanated from the broken arm of the golden giant. Golden binding. Countless golden chains continue to extend as if they have life. Go towards Enel to capture and bind him. Boom, the drums sounded. That was the sound of the 3 Megatama thunder drum carried by Enel behind him. Squeak, 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 violent lightning flashed out from the drum behind him. 30 million volts. Thunderbird, accompanied by a sharp bird cry, a huge lightning bird made entirely of thunder and lightning took shape. Diving towards the golden giant Gundam at a very high speed. Knock knock. The drums started beating again. Enel plays the right drum. 30 million volts. Thunderbeast, a huge thunderwolf, also made entirely of lightning, appeared. The 4 hooves moved and galloped towards the lower body of the golden Gundam. There are terrifying thunderbirds in the sky. On the ground was a galloping thunderbeast. The terrifying thunder raged, leaving the earth devastated. The golden chain extending from the broken arm of the golden Gundam broke and melted under the high temperature of the thunderbird. The thunder beast on the ground almost bit off the golden giant's right leg. They're just 2 wild beasts. Tesoro's eyes were red. He grabbed the lightning bird with his left hand and slammed it hard on the thunder beast. It caused the 2 lightning creatures to explode. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Knock knock. Enel laughed and struck Vice Admiral's 2 Tomo thunder drums. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The lifelike Thunder Dragon roared and pierced through the golden Gundam's abdomen. Almost cut it in half. Aren't you going to surrender yet? Now that you've witnessed the power of God, do you still want to resist? Enel crossed his arms, looking relaxed and confident. Shut up, lousy as the Golden Emperor. Tesoro struggled to stand up. Yeah, ha 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 ha. In that case, there's nothing we can do. Your abilities are indeed very interesting, but I can only send you on your way. Enel grinned cruelly. Chapter 178. Enel is confused. Boom boom boom. 4 thunder drums sounded in succession. Endless and terrifying lightning suddenly emerged from Enel's body. Layer upon layer, intertwined and wrapped around his body. Boom. Just a little bit of stray lightning was enough to create a deep pit between the cities. Yeah ha 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 ha. 200 million volts. Thor, Enel's thunderous laughter echoed throughout the world. The next moment, a giant made entirely of lightning and with a ferocious look appeared. It is filled with a violent and destructive aura, which is the most powerful force of divine punishment in the world. At this moment, Enel seemed to have transformed into the true god of thunder and lightning who was in charge of divine punishment. You are just some weak mortals, and I am a god, you foolish mortals. Now get ready to accept God's punishment, ha 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 ha. Enel, transformed into the thunder god, was laughing wildly. He does have reason to be proud of, under that terrifying posture of Thor, let alone Ace and others. Even admirals like Rayleigh and Yishao felt powerless in the face of this terrifying force that was comparable to a natural disaster. Ah! Golden divine punishment. Golden Emperor Tezuro uses all his strength to launch the final move of the awakened gold fruit. One golden pillar after another shot towards Enel in the form of Thor-like cluster missiles. At the same time, Thor's giant palm came down with the power of a world-destroying natural disaster. Boom! Boom! A dazzling light brighter than the sun burst forth. The entire golden city shook violently at this moment. The sea is full of waves, as if it would collapse at any time. I don't know how much time has passed. The roar that exploded in the sky receded. The dazzling golden lightning converged. There is only one remaining of the two Gundams, Thunder God and Gold. Golden Emperor Tezuro. Oh, gulp, gulp, hiss. All over the Golden City, the sound of people gasping for air could be heard. At the same time, about 3,000 meters above the ground, a snow-white and elegant dragon swiftly flew across the bend of the sky. Robin, look over there, that, could it be? Looking at the huge electric ball in the thick thunderclouds below, Nami was so shocked that he was speechless. What the hell is that thing? Thunder, what a terrifying lightning ball. Girls like Reika, Baby 5, and Hiyori all turned pale with fright. Could it be that Thunder God Enel? Koala cried out. There's no other than him, that's Enel's Lei Ying. A move that nearly destroyed the entire Sky Island. Robin took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Hey, look, that lightning ball seems to be shrinking. Yamato seemed to have discovered something and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Where is Lord Lu Yu? Empress Hancock looked around with her beautiful eyes, but couldn't find Lu Yu. Oh, that lightning ball has completely disappeared. And, that's Lord Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu ate that ridiculously large lightning ball. The main road of Golden City. Hey, Luffy, are you serious? Do you really want to fight that ridiculously large Thor? Ace asked in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Ace's brother, don't be impulsive. Straw Hat Boy, no matter what, that Thunder God is indeed too terrifying. If we want to deal with that giant Thunder God, we can only rely on long-range attacks. Beasta and others also gave their advice. However, Straw Hat Luffy just shook his head firmly. At the same time, he kept tying gold fragments to his hands. Don't worry, Ace, lightning has no effect on me. Besides, I already beat him once using this method last time on Sky Island. Straw Hat Luffy spoke confidently and firmly. He would never allow Enel to do whatever it wanted. Enel's thunder must not be allowed to fall. After all, there are other people besides pirates in this Golden City. There are also a large number of ordinary civilians struggling to make a living. It must not be left alone. Yeah ha 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 ha. Just as Straw Hat Luffy was preparing for battle. Thunderous laughter exploded in the sky. After defeating the Golden Gundam, the Thunder God returns to the sky above the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking down at everyone from a high position, the face of the Thunder God is awe-inspiring even without anger. Straw Hat Boy, I know what you want to do, but the same moves won't work on me. Enel spoke confidently and arrogantly. This time he wouldn't give Straw Hat Luffy a chance to get close. Yeah ha 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 ha. Mortals below, there are only two paths before you now. One is to swear obedience to me as a god, and the other is to die. Come on, make your choice. Enel, in his Thunder God form, shouted coldly. Who do you think you are? You want us to surrender? That's wishful thinking. Yeah, we're the Whitebeard Pirates. A fellow like you who relies on powerful abilities can never be compared with the top beings of this ocean. If you have the guts, don't use your abilities. Let's practice one-on-one. The Whitebeard Pirates and other pirates who came to pick up the spoils all shouted in response. We're just a bunch of mortal ants, you are talking too much. Enel's face grew increasingly cold. He decided to make these ordinary people who were ignorant of the immensity of the world feel despair once again. If you mortals insist on resisting, then let it be reduced to ashes along with this city. Enel waved calmly. The huge ball of lightning hidden in the clouds is about to descend again. However, next second, Enel frowned slightly on the forehead of the great Thunder God. He realized something was wrong. The Thunder Welcome ball that was supposed to continue to grow and develop in the clouds seemed to have lost contact with him? What is going on? For a moment, Enel was a little confused. He waved again. At the same time, activate the lightning control of your own Thunder Fruit ability. However, the dark clouds still did not react at all. Not to mention the thunderbolt with a diameter of over 100 meters. Not even a sound could be heard, there wasn't even a trace of arc. This strange phenomenon completely confused Enel. The people on the ground looked at Enel who was suddenly stunned, and they couldn't help but show confusion on their faces. A hole, Straw Hat Boy, what did you do again? After realizing that his Lei Ying had really disappeared suddenly, Enel became angry. The first thing to do is point the finger at Straw Hat Luffy. Huh? Did I do anything? Straw Hat Luffy tilted his head in confusion. He is still in the preparation stage and hasn't had time to do anything? Damn Straw Hat Boy, where did you take my Thunder God? No, it's impossible for such a huge lightning ball to disappear suddenly. Enel used the arms of the God of Thunder to measure the size of Lei Ying. The expression on his face became increasingly gloomy and at the same time more and more incredible. Listen to Enel's whispers. The people on the ground finally realized what was happening in the sky. The huge ball of lightning that was like the sword of Damocles floating above the Golden City and was enough to destroy the city disappeared. This is simply a great thing. Ha 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 ha, could it be that it was left there for too long and dissipated on its own? Anyway, this is really great. Anyway, I can rest assured for now. People from all over the Golden City breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, over there, did you do something? Rayleigh shouted to Yishao, who was standing on the platform not far away. Without waiting for a smile to reply, Rayleigh quickly shook his head violently again. No, could it be that? Rayleigh seemed to realize something. A pair of old eyes suddenly opened wide. In this world, there is only one person who can deal with that huge ball of lightning silently. I'm afraid there is no one else except one person. It's not just Rayleigh. Beasta and others from the Whitebeard Pirates also thought of a possible reason. Immediately, everyone's face showed extreme excitement. They stared at the thick clouds without blinking, waiting for the answer to be revealed. Hateful. In that case, since Lei Ying is gone, I will just create another one. Enel, baffled, decided to recreate the devastating lightning ball. Thor's hands condensed in front of him. 10 large and small lightning balls took shape and fell into the clouds as Thor raised his hand. Only a soft popping sound was heard. Something that made Enel dumbfounded happened again. His lightning ball lost contact just as it entered the clouds. Like a drop in the ocean, there was no sound and it disappeared without a trace. Next second, something even more terrifying happened to Enel. The 200 million volts of lightning that constituted his body as the God of Thunder was now surging uncontrollably into the clouds. He was shrinking in size. Wrong. Who was hiding in my clouds and making trouble? Even if Enel was slow to react, it finally realized the problem. Thor's palms suddenly opened to both sides, like a scroll being torn apart. The clouds parted and the blue sky appeared. The thick clouds that had been covering the Golden City dissipated. The sky brightened again. Walking towards the dazzling sun was a figure that was equally as thunderous and lightning. Yo, Shock Boy. Thank you for the treat, your thunderbolt tastes delicious. Chapter 179. Is he also a god? The clouds parted and the blue sky appeared. When the heavy clouds dispersed, the bright sky light then shone brightly. Under the glaring sunlight, everyone subconsciously narrowed their eyes. Through the corner of my eye, a tall, blurry figure could be vaguely seen walking towards them. Crash! A strong wind was blowing across the sky. Huge flying creatures flew across the sky, blocking out the sun. The sun's obstruction lasts only a brief moment, however, it was enough for many people in the city to see the person coming from heaven. So call. Next second, the Golden City, which was originally bustling with noise, suddenly became quiet and fell into absolute silence. People's eyes opened wide at the same time. The emotion called shock quickly crept onto their faces and throughout their bodies. Well, hee, I'm not seeing things. Is that really the one? The king of this sea? The emperor is coming. All over the Golden City, people's screams filled with shock and awe came one after another. Ha 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 ha, Lord Lu Yu, you are finally here. The Birdman Morgause laughed wildly. The stone in my heart finally fell with Lu Yu's arrival. He knew that it was finally time to close the net. It's Lu Yu indeed. Rayleigh grinned. The legendary king of the sea, let me see him for myself. The gravity swordsman smiled and placed his right hand on the hilt of the long sword. Oh, it's Mr. Lu Yu, Straw Hat Luffy screamed like a monkey. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what happened. In this world, the only person who can do this is Mr. Lu Yu. Yeah. It seems this Thunderbee *****D can only be so arrogant. Ace, Vista and other white pirates smiled at each other. Mom, there's so much gold, I can't pick it all up. Weeble, the silly son of the landlord, held a large piece of golden Gundam debris and laughed foolishly. My stupid son, stop dawdling, hurry up and take the gold. Missy Bajan screamed in horror. The thin body trembled uncontrollably due to fear. The New World pirates who were picking up bargains in other directions did not dare to stay for a moment and dispersed decisively. Fleeing towards the exit of the Golden City. At this moment, Enel no longer cares about the escape of the mortals. His gaze simply remained unblinking, locked firmly on the figure towering over him. He knows. Made everything weird. The person who made his devastating Thunder Yang ultimate move disappear without a trace must be Lu Yu. Only, how is this done? Who are you? What did you do? Enel couldn't help but shout, thank you for the treat. As expected, your thunder and lightning is also very delicious. Lu Yu grinned and answered the question irrelevantly. However, a lot of information has been revealed. Enel's brain almost crashed, looking at the golden thunder and lightning behind Lu Yu. Enel's pupils couldn't help but shrink. An absurd and bold idea involuntarily came to my mind. Is there another person with thunder fruit ability in this world? And there's a second one. Thor? Yeah, ha 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 ha. Enel's facial expression was stiff and he forced a smile. What if Rolling was Thor, then what kind of god is he? Enel couldn't help but doubt his life, but the jumping golden lightning is real. No, hold on, Enel seemed to have thought of something. He remembered the real reason why he came back to this planet this time. The trigger that prompted him to come back from the moon was the roar of thunder and lightning that pierced the starry sky. These days, I have been fooled by Morgans. Enel has almost forgotten the original reason. He single-mindedly regards the conquest of the Red Line as his primary goal. Until now, when Lu Yu appeared with raging thunder. After appearing in front of him, Enel finally remembered its original intention. It's you, finally I found it, a-hole, Enel's gnashing teeth. Oh, do you know me? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. This should have been his line. Before that, Lu Yu believes that he has no connection with Enel. This time he also took the initiative to grab the power bank. However, look at Enel's gnashing teeth. It seems like there is some old grudge between you and him. This guy is here to scam people. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Okay, I finally found you. After gritting his teeth, Enel couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's getting more and more confusing. Lu Yu decisively used telepathy to peek into Enel's heart. A moment later, everything is clear. Lu Yu learned the cause and effect of everything from Enel's memory and heart. A big doubt in my heart was resolved. It seems that Enel deviated from the plot. The real reason for coming down to Earth and returning to the sea was the roar he made in the form of the complete Thunder Dragon King on Thunder God Island a few months ago. Even Lu Yu himself didn't expect this. The roar that absorbed the endless thunder and lightning of Thunder God Island actually penetrated the planet and even reached the distant moon. If this falls on the red line, it will collapse in one breath. Maybe next time I can try giving Yimu a shot and see how it works. Lu Yu stroked his chin and thought to himself, seeing Lu Yu distracted. Enel's anger suddenly grew even stronger. No more nonsense. Enel, in the form of Thor, suddenly leapt up, and his giant palm fell towards Lu Yu mercilessly. Stop it, I'm thinking about something. Lu Yu casually stretched out his right hand. A lightning Uzumaki emerged from his palm. It released a terrifying suction force, greedily devouring the thunder in all directions. He felt his power draining away rapidly. Enel wasn't fazed. Ever since gaining the ability to thunder, he had already met the Straw Hat Boy who was not afraid of electricity. I thought not being afraid of electricity was exaggerated enough. Unexpectedly, a more exaggerated monster appeared. This guy who looks more like Thor than him can actually absorb his lightning. Realize this. Enel is completely dumbfounded, above the Golden City. A strange and terrifying scene is happening. Deep blue and bright golden lightning each occupied half of the sky. The giant thunder god's palm, formed by the 200 million volts of electricity released from Enel's body, came down and crushed down. Before it touched Lu Yu's body, it suddenly rippled and melted like water waves. Endless deep blue thunder poured into the Uzumaki in Lu Yu's palm. As the power of thunder and lightning is lost, the majestic giant thunder god, who was originally 100 meters tall, was like a deflated ball. Shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, it only took a few breaths. Enel's Thor Gundam is shrunk by half in size. It was at this time. Enel finally woke up from the shock of the lightning being absorbed and came to his senses. He didn't care about being shocked by the ability Lu Yu possessed. Enel withdrew decisively and retreated. Create distance between you and Lu Yu. Only then could he maintain the form of Thor. Waves of emptiness came over me. Enel felt as if his entire being was almost hollowed out. This feeling is not good. It's 10 times worse than facing Straw Hat Luffy, who is not afraid of electricity. It would be fine if the enemy in front of me is not afraid of electricity. It can even absorb his lightning methods. What the hell is this? Damn B***********. D. What kind of monster are you? Enel gritted his teeth. His strongest weapon was restrained. Enel couldn't help but feel a little panicked. He found that this time's descent to the earth might have been a bit hasty. Electric Boy, if you want to overthrow the world government, then join my army. Lu Yu grinned. He extended an inviting hand to Enel. Huh? An exaggerated expression appeared on Enel's face. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? I am the god who controls the thunder and punishment of heaven and earth. It's only right that a mortal like you should become my subordinate. Even though he knew that Lu Yu was not an ordinary person, Enel, who had been arrogant all his life, still did not learn his lesson. Presumptuous. Enel, who do you think is standing in front of you? This is Lord Lu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea. Moore flapped his wings, seized the opportunity to shout and show himself. Birdman. Moore goes. Looking at Morgans, who was respectfully serving Lu Yu, Enel's face suddenly turned cold. Although he is arrogant, he is not an idiot. Chapter 180 Enel Collapse. Enel, you don't really believe that you can become the king of the world with just the power of a thunder fruit. No way. Your level is only the second tier in the ocean. World government is not something a cocky, arrogant, and foolish idiot like you can win. The only one who can become the king of the world is Lord Lu Yu. Morganus poured out all the resentment he had been holding back on Enel, the arrogance he felt towards him. Morgans has been feeling very frustrated these days as he has been following Enel around and enduring his bad habits humbly. Now, with Lu Yu's arrival, he finally didn't have to continue acting. I see, Birdman Morgause, you are a traitor. Enel looked at Morgause with a colder look than ever before. Traitor? Stop joking. I never pledged allegiance to you in the first place. It's just that you were too stupid and were easily fooled by me. You've been working so hard these days helping us and Lord Lu Yu get rid of those annoying flies. With Lu Yu's support, Morgans felt more confident than ever before. Even when facing the moody Enel, he can still challenge without fear. Birdman, do you know the price of fooling the gods? Even though he was ridiculed and mocked by Morgause, Enel did not lose his temper as usual. However, this also shows that he is already beyond anger in his heart. The center of the Thunder God's eyebrows, Enel hooked his finger. There wasn't the slightest sign. A deep blue lightning fell from the sky. In an instant, they were above Morgause. If it hits. Even if Morganus doesn't die, he will be badly injured. Facing Enel's lightning-fast sudden attack, Morganus naturally had no power to resist. In fact, he didn't even think about using his own strength to resist. After all, he now has the greatest support of the ocean behind him. As expected, Morgause was not robbed. The terrifying thunder suddenly turned and fell into Lu Yu's hand when it was still an inch away from Morgan's head. Okay, Morgans, please step back. Lu Yu waved his hand. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Morganus stepped back. Electric Shockboy, I'm giving you two options now. Article 1. Submit to me and swear allegiance. The second one is worse than death. Lu Yu smiled kindly. Hateful, there wasn't the slightest sign. A deep blue lightning fell from the sky. In an instant, they were above Morgause. If it hits. Even if Morganus doesn't die, he will be badly injured. Enel's lightning-fast attack. Morgans, who was of average strength, naturally had no power to resist at all. In fact, he didn't even think about using his own strength to resist. After all, he now has the greatest support of the sea. As expected, Morgause, who was lying flat on his back and being struck, was not harmed. The terrifying thunder suddenly turned when it was still an inch away from Morgan's head and fell into Lu Yu's hand. Okay, Morgans, you can leave first. Lu Yu waved his hand. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Morganus responded enthusiastically and stepped back. Electric Shockboy, now I give you two options. The first is to submit to me and swear allegiance. The second one is worse than death. Lu Yu smiled kindly. Hateful. The veins on Enel's forehead bulge. Don't act like you've already won. I am Enel, the god of thunder. Enel roared. The little giant Thor retreated instead of advancing and fell on the battlefield of Golden City. Crash. Enel waved his hand. The fragments of Tezuro's Huang Heoda that he had previously defeated flew up on their own under the attraction of electromagnetic force. It is attached to the body of the little giant Thor like armor, with tight seams, locking the store from leaking out. Susano with the Thunder God said. At this moment, Enel felt that he was okay again. Yeah ha 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 ha. The mighty golden Thunder God stands on the land of the Golden City. Looking at the thunder metal armor covering the body of the Thunder God, Enel couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. I want to give myself a thumbs up for my wit. There is this layer of golden armor. He no longer has to worry about his own electricity being absorbed by Lu Yu's strange ability. You can give it a try. This moment, Enel's inner tension and anxiety disappeared. He felt himself again. Yeah ha 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 ha, I don't care who you are. There will always be a price to pay for challenging God's majesty. Enel said confidently and arrogantly. Lu Yu. Enel is really an idiot. After reading Enel's inner thoughts, Lu Yu subconsciously came up with this idea. And gave Enel a caring and retarded look. Enel's attempt to use the golden armor to lock the loss of electricity and break his absorption ability is meaningless in itself. Gold has a low resistivity. It is more efficient and faster in conducting electric current than media such as iron. How could armor made of gold possibly prevent the loss of lightning? If you really want to lock the power, the best material is naturally the earth or rubber. Just like that, the strongest lightning attack was useless. The final conclusion is that it is useless. In front of Lu Yu who possesses the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Enel's Thunder Fruit ability is just to lie down and get bombed. Any effort will be in vain. It's a pity that Enel, blinded by anger, has not yet realized this. He is still immersed in the beautiful fantasy and vision of defeating Lu Yu and becoming the only Thunder God in the world. Come on, monster, let the world witness it today. Who is the real Thor? Enel, the middle school boy, yelled. Yeah, what a clueless, pretentious, and immature kid. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Enel. This boring farce should end as soon as possible. Shang nodded and made up his mind. Yeah, ha 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 ha, what's wrong? Seeing my attitude. Enel's arrogant words have not yet fallen. Next second. His pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Yu, who had been fixed on his sight, disappeared. Enel deployed his special wide-area observation hockey without hesitation. Here, he raised the Golden Thunder God's fist and smashed it forward. Boom. A muffled sound. Lu Yu reappeared, facing Enel's heavy blow. He simply raised his palm and pressed it on the golden armor. Between understatement, Enel's powerful punch was blocked and could not advance at all. Enel's eyelids twitched suddenly, and he felt uneasy. Next second, even more terrifying things happened. How could that be? You already have armor. Why can you still absorb my power? Enel was so frightened that he couldn't help but scream. Idiot shock kid. Gold can't hold an electric current, don't you even know this common sense? Lu Yu shook his head. The words were like a huge hammer hitting Enel's head, making it buzz. Without waiting for him to react, the lightning absorption power from Lu Yu suddenly increased to the limit. When I was stunned, the 50-meter-tall Thunder God giant shrank further. The golden armor that originally tightly covered his body fell to the ground. No. Impossible. I'm the god of thunder, how can it be like this? Enel's final struggles have not yet subsided. A big foot dropped from the sky, crushed the last layer of lightning covering its body. Bang. Amidst a loud bang, Enel's body fell on the ground of the Golden City. Cough cough. A weak cough was heard from the center of the smoke and dust. Enel coughed up blood continuously. His face was pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. Compared to the damage done to the body, what made Enel even more unbearable was the endless emptiness coming from deep within his body. After all, people with special abilities are still human beings, not real natural disasters. The release of natural elements by the Logia fruit user consumes the user's physical strength. Previously, it was done to show the giant posture of the Thunder God standing tall and upright. Enel has already overdrawn all the strength in his body. However, the Thunder God he gained by overdrawing his body was eventually absorbed by Lu Yu. With his physical strength exhausted and without enough lightning power, he was already at the end of his rope and couldn't even transform into an element. This was the first time Enel had experienced this state of near exhaustion since obtaining the invincible Thunder Fruit. At this moment, he finally realized the huge gap in strength between himself and Lu Yu. Lu Yu treated him just like he treated ordinary people, completely crushing him. How many years? The emotion called fear once again continued to grow in Enel's heart, becoming more and more intense. The pupils of his eyes trembled. His body couldn't stop shaking with fear, especially when he saw Lu Yu stepping on the void and walking towards him. Enel's inner fear finally reached its peak. Ah! Enel, the once high and mighty god who saw all living beings as ants, screamed in fear and emotional collapse. There is no trace of his former arrogance. No, don't come over here. 6 Deci-seconds Chapter 181 Feed Easter Egg. No, don't come over here. Enel screamed in horror. Just like Bu Jingyun roared at Nifeng while holding Kong Si in the wind and clouds. The arrogant god of thunder. At this moment, he was already deeply trapped in the abyss of fear and despair. He used all his strength to turn around and escape. But there is no escape. Electric shock kid, how dare you call yourself a god? Lu Yu's big hand gripped Enel's neck like a vice. Ah, I need to cough. No, I don't dare anymore. Enel struggled violently, tears streaming down his face. The shadow of death hung over his heart like a haze, clearer than ever before. It was 100 times clearer than the near-death experience he had as a child in his hometown of Burka. Don't worry, Shockboy, I told you before. The second option is a life worse than death. So you won't die. Lu Yu smiled kindly. However, the kinder Lu Yu's smile was, the more uneasy and frightened Enel felt. His intuition told him, something more terrifying than death will soon befall him. But before that, I still need to let you endure the beatings from society. It will also be good for you, so thank me. Lu Yu grinned. Boom, there was a loud bang. Enel was thrown down by Lu Yu's earth throw, and fell heavily among the cities. A huge crater covering hundreds of meters was created on the ground. Countless fine cracks like spider webs spread out. The vibrations of the Golden City have not yet stopped. The next moment, Lu Yu appeared beside Enel, whose eyes bulged out and whose expression was hideous and painful, and raised his hand to grab his raised calf. Pa 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 pa. What followed was a series of slapping sounds as faces hit the ground. Lu Yu imitated the famous scene in Marvel's Avengers where Hulk educates Loki. He followed suit and gave Enel a series of upward, downward, left and right swings. After dozens or hundreds of violent collisions, Enel was covered in blood and his body was almost unrecognizable. The whole person collapsed in the pit in the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Only the mosquito-like humming sound meant that he was still alive. Weak god. Lu Yu casually threw Enel, who was like a dead dog, and the Golden Emperor Tesoro together. Clap your hands. He walked towards the port on the main road of Golden City. At the same time, when you witness the tragic defeat of the cool and awesome Thor. All over the Golden City, people's shouts of shock, ecstasy, and excitement rose and fell one after another. You are truly worthy of being the Emperor of the Sea. That lord is already invincible. Even if he's a Logia Thunder Fruit user, so what? He's still crushed. You deserve it. You be ******* Di Shanglei. You deserve to be intimidated by us earlier. That's good. I can finally rest easy. Besides, there is such a huge amount of treasure. My friends, the time has come to make a fortune. You are truly worthy of being Mr. Lu Yu. This power is simply invincible, Ace. You can relax a little now that Thunder B******* D is sharing the burden. Beasta and other white team leaders spoke and joked one after another. Please spare me. Ace smiled wryly and waved his hand. Enel's previous exhausted state was exactly the same as his during the Summit War. These are powerful Logia users. In the era when Lu Yu exists, he has become a power bank. Its biggest function is to provide Lu Yu with energy such as fire and lightning when he is consuming energy. However, Ace did not have the slightest resistance to this. Because he knows. Lu Yu's kindness to him and the Whitebeard pirates is as great as a mountain and as deep as the sea. This is a favor that cannot be repaid even with his life. In addition, his reunion with his brother Sabo was also thanks to Lu Yu. Otherwise, the brothers don't know when they will see each other again. Mr. Lu Yu is here. Mr. Lu Yu, ha ha ha, that seems to be called laughter over there. If you're so interested in that guy, why don't you go meet him together? Rayleigh laughed and greeted with a smile. Ha ha ha, let's just forget about it now. I have decided to accept Marine's invitation. The blind swordsman smiled and declined. It's up to you then, but joining the Marines in this era is very hard. It's better to change your thinking and take a different path. Practicing justice is the same no matter where you are. Rayleigh reminded kindly. I will consider it, he smiled calmly. About 5,000 meters above the Golden City. In the heavy clouds. Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit and with a wretched appearance, was no exception this time and was still watching in a wretched manner. Gao Rong was high in the sky, watching the drama unfolding in the Golden City. That Thunderboy has been defeated. Now, even if I don't take action, I can still report back. It's really cause for celebration. Admiral Kizaru clapped his hands happily. For Kizaru, who has always been the most fond of sneaking and playing tricks. Being able to do nothing but sit and watch the show. Nature is the most enjoyable thing. Then I have nothing to do with the affairs of the Golden City. I'll go back and report first. Admiral Kizaru nodded. Now that Lu Yu has appeared in Golden City, he would never come to us on his own initiative even if you kill him. Since the Summit War, he has made up his mind. I will never compete with Lu Yu on the same stage again. Kizaru prepares to run away. Just then, he seemed to have noticed something. The steps taken are retracted. The elemental flashes around him also converge. Today's drama isn't over yet. There's still an Easter egg? That is, the main road of Golden City. Ace, Vista and other people who were still able to move stood up together. Bo and greet Lu Yu who arrived. Hey, Luffy, come here quickly. Ace greeted. Yu. Straw Hat Luffy, who seemed to be oblivious to Ace's calls, suddenly let out a strange cry. With his head tilted back, he stared at the sky without blinking. To be precise, it was the giant dragon that descended from the sky. Following the guidance of Straw Hat Luffy's gaze. The other people in the room also looked up. Wait until you see the white dragon circling and descending in the sky. That is, dragon? So big, it's a real dragon? Immediately, people shouted in shock and astonishment one after another. Crash. The giant white dragon representing the sky brought about a raging storm and officially descended upon the Golden City. Wow wow wow. It's a dragon. So handsome. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in amazement. Luffy. Haven't seen you for a long time. Nami and Robin were the first to jump off Tianlong's back. Robin and Nami are here too. Chapter 182 Requiem. Straw Hat Luffy was not surprised by Robin's appearance. Because he had known for a long time that Robin had always been following Lu Yu. However, Nami's appearance was beyond his expectations. Nami, why are you here too? Straw Hat Luffy put aside his curiosity about the dragon for the moment and trotted over to Nami. I just happened to meet Mr. Lu Yu, so I'm staying here for the time being. Nami smiled brightly. So that's how it is, that's really great. Straw Hat Luffy chuckled. But what exactly is this dragon? Luffy's attention returned to Tianlong. He rubbed his hands together, looking as if he couldn't wait to try sitting on it. This is the Tianlong Grandine, and of course it is also the vehicle of Lord Lu Yu. Nami introduced. This is really unexpected. After not seeing you for a while, even a real dragon showed up. Rayleigh walked over slowly, marveling at the situation. It's just a little trick. Lu Yu spoke calmly. He raised his hand and waved. A whirlwind brought more than 10 girls, both young and old, on the dragon's back to the ground safely. This trip to the Golden City, in addition to the 9 girls who have already been taken into Lu Yu's harem. Yamato, Koala, and Pudding, 4 harem reserve members, also accompanied them. In addition, there is a little green-haired loli who is now hiding weakly behind the weapon girl Baby 5. She is the former Don Quixote family's special ability cadre, Sugar. The ability of the toy fruit is a bug among bugs. After the downfall of Don Quixote, in addition to Baby 5, who was conquered early on, Lu Yu specifically asked to keep the legal little loli Sugar. Next, the education of Golden Emperor Tezzuro and the middle school student Enel will require the power of sucrose. But before that, Lu Yu jumped and landed on top of Tianlong's head. The dragon flapped its wings and carried Lu Yu into the sky. Looking down at the city destroyed by the battle. Since he has taken over this city, it belongs to his territory. Then Lu Yu naturally could not tolerate anyone fleecing him on his own territory. From this moment on, all the gold in the city belongs to him. This should be clearly known to everyone, gentlemen of the Golden City. Lu Yu spoke. The sound was like thunder, and everyone in the city could hear it clearly. So everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. As you can see, my city is now severely damaged and needs comprehensive renovation and repair. Here, I sincerely hope that all guests who have money will donate money, and those who have ability will contribute their labor. The future Golden City looks forward to your visit again. Lu Yu smiled slightly. A bright smile, however, it made many people in the city shudder. Although Lu Yu's declaration was brief, it was enough for them to hear a lot of information. The first thing is the ownership of the city, after Lu Yu declared his ownership of the Golden City. Everything here belongs to him. Any act of looting will be regarded as a provocation to the Emperor of the Sea. Realize this. The pirates who were looting gold and treasures and making a fortune all looked changed. Some of them hurriedly threw aside the treasures they had looted. Another group of greedy pirates gritted their teeth. He made a gesture and prepared to slip away in the chaos. In addition to this information, the upper-class people from all over the world in the Golden City also couldn't help but change their expressions at this moment. Lu Yu's words clearly meant to blackmail them. To put it nicely, it's called donating repair costs. In essence, it is still paying protection money. If you want to live, you have to pay for your life. Regarding Lu Yu's blatant blackmail, even though the upper-class nobles in the Golden City were dissatisfied, they had no way to deal with it. After all, everyone is under the same roof. Now that Lu Yu has taken over the Golden City, all the previous rules are equivalent to being invalid. Nami, I'll leave the collection of the repair fee to you. Lu Yu flashed and appeared beside Nami and asked with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me, Lord Lu Yu. I've learned a lot from Sister Sha these days. I guarantee that those rich guys will be squeezed dry. The little money-loving Nami patted the cute Su Shang, and her little face looked particularly excited. Nami has always been at the forefront when it comes to matters concerning gold and treasure. Ha ha, then the job of guarding order will be left to you. Lu Yu looked at Ace and others. Okay, no problem at all. Just leave it to us. Everyone in the white group accepted the order without hesitation. So what's next? Lu Yu was just about to take the enthusiastic girls to sail down first. Suddenly, Lu Yu, Rayleigh and the others all felt the same emotion and looked towards the port hundreds of meters away. Pung 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 pung. The sound of gunfire was deafening. At the same time, there were the pirates' screams of terror. And a song full of desolation and tragedy. The sea is watching the beginning of this world. The sea also knows where this world ends, so the direction it guides is the way forward. So it leads to the right world. Pain and suffering are all embraced by me. Broad, gentle, tolerant for me. The sea is watching the beginning of this world. The sea also knows the end of this world. What if I disappear from this world? The all-knowing sea will also guide. I won't be afraid because I have you. Don't be timid, my friends are waiting for you. This is guidance from the sea. This is a guide for the fallen marine heroes. This is a glorious song for the Navy and the Army. Teacher Zephyr. Above the sky, Admiral Kizaru screamed in surprise. Pung 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 pung. The sea is watching the beginning of this world. Boom 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 boom. The sea also knows the end of this world. The sound of continuous artillery fire accompanied by desolate and tragic singing came from the front entrance of the Golden City. Under the cover of terrifying artillery fire, the Golden City trembled. The sea is rolling up thousands of waves, then the shouts and screams of people were heard. A brutal war is going on. What the hell are you guys doing? Lousy was so close to leaving this damn place. This is so confusing. Which bastards are you from? If you want to die, don't drag us along. Marine, I recognize that woman. She is the Admiral candidate Momosagi Gion of the Naval Headquarters. And that old man on the submarine, he is the former Marine Admiral. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Golden City, the pirates who looted a large amount of gold and treasures and intended to escape, now all shouted in anger. Not long ago, just when they thought they could escape from the city and make a fortune in silence, the sea surface at the entrance of the Golden City suddenly rose. What appeared before them was a fleet of dark steel submarines. And then, under the fierce attack of the submarine battleship group, all the pirates, including Edward Wable, were forced to rewind. No one was able to escape successfully. Why is Marine here too? Damn it, if I don't hurry up, I'm really going to. A golden blade light fell, and the pirates' anxious shouts turned into screams. Immediately afterwards, golden sword energy fell like rain from the sky. The land of the Golden City port was riddled with holes. Double-layered feathers. Colonel Marine, a beautiful lady with long pink hair and a burgundy suit, waved lightly with her bare hands. The vast black fence turned into a cage to capture and restrain the pirates. Hina, I'll leave this to you as well. In midair, Gion stepped on moonwalk. The species name is Kijin Kunluo, which stretches in all directions and is extremely powerful. This time, Gion and Hina's mission is to persuade the former Marine Admiral and Marine Chief Instructor. Their teacher, Zephyr, looked back, after finding Zephyr. They stayed on Zephyr's submarine battleship. After that, he continued to follow Zephyr in the pirates' crackdown. Today is no exception. But they didn't expect that Zephyr's target today would be the Golden City. This is a place protected by the government, and even the Marines cannot mess around. But now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. Only, Sister Guion, I feel like there's something wrong with the atmosphere of this golden city. Marine Colonel Hina, who had long, smooth pink hair, frowned. As they had been traveling underwater in submarines, they naturally could not see the Great Battle of Thunder over this sea area not long ago. However, they also discovered some unusual phenomena underwater. Chapter 183 The Battle of Black and White. Along the way, they discovered that there were an unusually large number of sea kings just below this sea area. It's like a gathering place for sea kings, and the roar of the pirates as they hurried to escape. This also made Hina very concerned. Something must have happened in this golden city. Hina, I know what you're worried about, but it's the only thing we can do. If we want to change Mr. Zephyr's mind, we have to get rid of those two guys. Guillaume's cold gaze was fixed on the mother and child who had come ashore in a panic not far away, with a huge difference in size. Edward Weeble and Miss Barkin. They're exactly Zephyr's biggest target on this trip to the Golden City. 7 years ago, Zephyr served as the chief instructor and led a ship full of young lives and beloved students. Except for Ian and Binns, everyone else died at the hands of that foolish pirates who called himself Whitebeard too. This is no secret among Marines. Marine also issued a high reward of 400 million for Edward Weeble. However, now that the Summit War is over, the world government actually invited this murderer to become a Shichibukai. How ironic. He learned that the murderer who had killed his student and cut off his arm had become his teammate. How could Zephyr still bear it? The resentment that had been accumulating in my heart for so many years burst out in one breath. He resolutely resigned from his position as Marine Chief Instructor. He entered the new world with the pirates' guerrillas he had built over the years and launched a series of ruthless pirate massacres. Kill all the pirates you encounter, leaving no one alive. And the first on Zephyr's list of must-kill pirates is Shichibukai Edward Weeble. Guion and Hina firmly believe that as long as they can get rid of Weeble, then Zephyr will definitely come back. This battle cannot be lost. Hina, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to kill Weeble. Guion took a deep breath, and her pretty face gradually became determined. Guion's sister. Be careful. Hina nodded heavily and did not stop him. Swish. Guion's toes lightly touched the ground. His figure shot out as light as lightning. At the same time. Damn it, damn it, damn it, why'd I have to suffer like this? What's going on with these Marine guys? We Weeble or Shichibukai? The short old woman Bacon, who failed to escape, screamed angrily. Swish. A golden sword light came towards him. This made Miss Bacon subconsciously break out in a cold sweat. Weeble falling loudly. The landlord's silly son, Weeble, moved his body uncontrollably, blocking the stunning knife light. Whitebeard too, Edward Weeble, and Miss Barkin. No matter what's said above, I have never acknowledged your Shichibukai status. Just surrender yourself honestly. Guillaume's majestic shout. Hey, my son, guess what I heard earlier? Miss Bacon, a short old woman in leopard print clothes, tapped the stupid white two on the head with the cane in her hand. It hurts, Mom, but what did you hear? Weeble, the silly son of the landlord, asked foolishly. Mom heard it. That female Marine up ahead is trying to catch you, overestimating her own abilities. Miss Bajin laughed and spoke. Why did she arrest me? What should I do, Mom? Weeble, the landlord's stupid son, said anxiously. Of course, use the strongest power you inherited from your father to defeat her. This arrogant female Marine is quite perfect for my precious son to marry. Miss Bacon looked at Guion provocatively. Wife? My wife? Okay. Weber suddenly became as happy as an 800-pound child. Guion's expression did not change at all in response to Miss Bacon's low-level provocation. Swish, the big and sharp sword Jin Kunluo was unsheathed. At the same time, it also brought out a brilliant sword light that was brighter than the sun in the sky. Clang. The collision of metal and iron, the dazzling golden sword light flashed. The sword energy was like rain, cutting one gully after another on the land of the port. It hurts so much, the landlord's stupid son, Weeble, screamed and took several steps back, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Mom, this woman is so fierce. I don't want her to be my wife anymore, no more. Edward Weeble said with a look of grievance. His body was stained with dark brown blood. That was the wound left on him by the big sharp sword Kinra in Guion's hand. However, the strange thing is that Edward Weeble's aura has not weakened at all. He said he was in pain, but the expression on his face was still as stupid as ever, as if he felt nothing at all. This is incredible. That strange body didn't look like a human at all. Like a real monster, and there's that equally weird devil fruit ability. Even if the opponent is a monster that claims to have the power of young Whitebeard. Now, here, she will never back down. Call. Guion took a deep breath to calm the surging blood and energy in his body. She prepared to attack again. Just then, swish. A green vine rose up in front of him, lush and flourish. Binns, the user of the lush fruit, swayed and twisted like seaweed. Guion's sister, please watch from now on. Admiral Ain, a new marine girl with waist-length aqua blue hair, raised her hand to stop Guion. Guion was stunned. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at the submarine that had docked. I don't know when. The desolate and tragic singing of the sea guide has stopped. At the same time, the purple-haired old man sitting on the submarine deck, former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, stood up. Boom. Zephyr leapt up from the deck. The shape fell heavily on the ground of the port. The huge mechanical arm of the hand began to operate as the muscles of his arm bulged, emitting large clouds of hot gas. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, who was it? Isn't this the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, who was beaten to tears by my son 7 years ago? The short old lady Miss Bacon was stunned at first, and then laughed and sneered. What's wrong? Zephyr Admiral of Black Arm, haven't you suffered enough 7 years ago? You're rushing here to die today. Don't you want your other arm anymore? The short old woman Miss Bacon shouted arrogantly. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. We have important matters to attend to here. The shouting and ridicule of the short old lady Miss Bacon. Zephyr seemed oblivious, but the aura emanating from him became more and more terrifying. The air around it seemed to freeze. A blood feud 7 years ago. Today will bring an end. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly exploded on the ground of Madara. No extra words. No more words are needed. The pain, regret, and rage that had been suppressed in Zephyr's heart for 7 years exploded at this moment. At this moment, the ground beneath his feet cracked into countless spiderweb-like cracks. The parts of the crusher on the right arm started to run at a high speed. A blinding light ignited from the palm of the crusher, releasing the ultimate light and heat. Mom, that person is so scary. Feeling the murderous intent coming towards him, the landlord's stupid son Wilbur shouted in fear. Don't be afraid, my foolish son. This man is someone you've defeated before. There's no need to be afraid. Just defeat him like last time. The short old woman Miss Bacon spoke with a cruel look on her face. Then he quickly jumped off Wable's shoulder and ran away. Come on, my beloved son, defeat him just like last time. Miss Bacon yelled. Under the instigation of Miss Bacon, the fool Wable nodded confidently. Since Mom said so, then it must be true. I'm better than you, wow. White 2 Weeble held the scallion knife high in his left hand and chopped it straight down in front of him. Clang clang clang, Weeble's scallion knife collides with Zephyr's iron arm crusher. Dazzling sparks flew out. The powerful shock wave spread out, causing the earth to crack and sink. Smash blaster. Following Zephyr's loud shout, the light in the crusher's palm instantly became extremely dazzling. Boom! The powerful pulverizing robot arm created by the genius scientist Vegapunk exploded. Dazzling and blinding explosion flames spewed out. It enveloped Wable's entire body. Boom! Under the impact of the shattering explosion, Weeble's head suddenly tilted back. His slender legs unconsciously retreated repeatedly, leaving deep footprints on the ground. It's so hot, Mommy, it's so hot, Edward Weeble shouted. Chapter 184. This is my city. When the black smoke covering his head dissipated, a completely charred face was revealed. The crescent-shaped whitebeard above his lips was also burned and no longer existed. Damn it, Zephyr, you're still hiding this trick. How despicable. The short old woman Miss Bacon spoke righteously. Then he quickly looked at his silly son Weeble. My dear son, don't be afraid. This level of injury won't hurt your body at all. It won't hurt at all. Miss Bacon comforted. It doesn't hurt at all. Oh, really, it doesn't hurt at all. That makes me feel relieved. With his charred body, his silly son Weeble grinned. 2 lines of white teeth and bloody red gums were exposed, forming a sharp contrast with his charred face at the moment, as if he was a ghost crawling out of hell. The white-ending battle between Black Arm Zephyr and White 2 Edward Weeble is just beginning. The sea is watching the beginning of this world. The sea also knows where this world ends. The desolate and tragic pirate song once again floated out from the mouth of the purple-haired old man. It's like a hellish requiem for the pirates, it's so noisy. Listening to Zephyr's singing, Edward Weeble showed his own upset expression for the first time. The machete in his left hand was raised high. A strange light suddenly appeared on the blade. Click, 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 Edward Weeble's scimitar fell suddenly. A fierce hurricane blew up between heaven and earth. He once used this knife to blow away an entire town. Now, this domineering sword appears again. Pain and suffering are all embraced by me. Broadness and tenderness are all embraced by me. Zephyr's tragic song paused at this point. Smash the tornado. The huge iron arm crusher fell heavily to the ground as Zephyr moved. Boom boom, the earth crumbled under his blows. It is distributed in a disorderly manner with highs and lows. Weeble's domineering sword touched and collided with the terrifying impact caused by Zephyr, bursting into a dazzling brilliance. Finally, it turned into a tangible tornado that swept across. The huge port of Golden City was almost destroyed. Smash the bunt. Zephyr's angry roar pierced through the dust. At the moment when the silly son Wilbur was still at a loss, Zephyr's huge mechanical crusher dispersed the smoke and dust, tightly grasping his charred head. Boom boom boom. Amidst a series of explosions, fireworks exploded one after another above Edward Weeble's head. Damn Zephyr, you actually did this to my beloved son. My son, use your power to kill him. The short old woman Miss Bacon finally couldn't help but let out an anxious cry. Okay, Mom, you damn guy, just die, Weeble shouted. Clang, accompanied by a slight sound, a huge iron arm suddenly shot up into the sky. That's the giant crusher in Zephyr's right arm. He was knocked away by Weeble's strange ability. Ha 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 ha, well done, my son, Zephyr B*******. I wonder what you can do to compete with my finest work. Prepare to die. The little old woman, Miss Bacon, laughed triumphantly. Teacher Zephyr, Guillaume, Aine and others who were watching the battle on the sidelines were all very anxious. No one come over here, this is my battle, Zephyr roared. His expression showed no change at all due to the falling of the crusher. Black arm. The pitch-black armament hockey gradually covered Zephyr's arms like a god's armor. That is the strongest top-level weapon. It was also Zephyr's strongest support as the Admiral, the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. Black arm Zephyr. Boom, the atmosphere rippled beneath Zephyr's black arm. A sharp explosion sounded. Zephyr's black arm, which had been brewing to the ultimate level, struck down heavily on the handle of the pheasant blade that Weeble had blocked. Kaka, the blade of Weeble's sword, which was as sharp as a large sword, shattered with a sound. It exploded completely the next second. Zephyr's black arm hit him directly in the face. Knocked Weeble down hard. Boom 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 boom. The heroic sound like the beating of war drums continued to echo between heaven and earth. That was the sound of Zephyr Ultimate's black arm colliding with Weeville's monster body. Under the desperate outburst of Black Arm Admiral, burning all his strength. Even Weevil, who was known as a monster, was being beaten back at this moment. Fist marks appeared on the body one after another. Damn it Zephyr, don't get too carried away, you're just a dying old man. I want to see how long you can hold on. The little old woman, Bacon, gnashed her teeth. My beloved son. Hold on, Weeble. This stinky old man's power can't last long. Then it will be your victory. This time, you must definitely chop off his head. Miss Bacon cheers for her silly son Weeble. I know, Mom. This guy's punches don't hurt at all. Weeble spoke in a muffled voice. Time passes by little, just as Guillaume worried and as Miss Bacon said. The former Black Arm Admiral Zephyr is now old after all. One look at Whitebeard and he's injured. Regardless of everything, the burst of burning life cannot last long. But just a few minutes. Zephyr's black arm's color fades slightly. At some point, Zephyr's breath hitched. The onset of old age asthma caused a momentary stagnation in Zephyr's continuous offensive. A showdown between the strong. Even a moment's mistake can have dire consequences. White 2 Weeble may be stupid, but he is very adept at fighting. He caught the gap. Throw a punch. It brought up a fierce gust of wind, knocking Zephyr back heavily. Well done, my beloved son. Hurry up and seize the opportunity to find out about that old man. Miss Ba Jin looked very happy. Okay, Mom. The silly son Wilbur had a fierce look in his eyes. He strode towards Zephyr, who was kneeling on one knee. Teacher Zephyr, Guillaume could no longer stand by and watch. Aine wouldn't stop him, however, just before Guillaume and the new Marine took action. Suddenly, a burning line of fire rushed out from the main road in Golden City. Fire fist. Boom. A huge flaming fist flew across the sky, knocking the unprepared Edward Weeble back. Before people could be shocked, next second, the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly rose. Flames more terrifying than the fire fists lit up the sky. A path was cut open in the raging flames. Lu Yu stepped on the void and walked out against the backdrop of flames in the sky. This is my city fire, you guys are having such a good time. Fire fist. The young man's loud and clear roar came from far away. A huge flaming fist fell from the sky, pushing Edward II, the White King, back violently. It's so hot, Mom, it's so hot. Edward Weeble's body was charred by the flames and he rolled on the ground. Not hot, not hot, not hot at all, my son, Miss Ba Jin comforted her. Oh, it seems to be true, it's not hot at all. The silly son Weeble cheered up. Even though his flesh and blood were charred, he did not scream anymore. Because he has no human perception. HMPH, Fire Fist Ace. As a pirate, why are you here to cause trouble? It has nothing to do with you. Miss Bacon glared at Ace fiercely. Old woman and that idiot over there, your feud with Marine really has nothing to do with me. Flower Sword Beasta arrived shortly afterwards, but you've been constantly attacking our Whitebeard pirates' territory these past few months. We came here just to settle this account. Wake up, old woman. The white pirates who came along all roared in unison. They received intelligence that Weeble and Miss Bacon would appear here. That's why they came to the Golden City, with the purpose of settling accounts with the mother and son. The B*********D Whitebeard pirates. You are nothing but outsiders. My Weeble is Whitebeard's biological son. Miss Bacon shouted angrily. Stop joking. Our father doesn't have a stupid son like that. If you want to be daddy's son, you shouldn't do things like that. Beasta and others scolded him one after another. They had already heard some information from Whitebeard. Although there was indeed a strange look on my father's face when he talked about Miss Bacon. The details are not clear, but there is one thing they can be sure of. That is, the silly Weeble is definitely not Whitebeard's biological son. It has nothing to do with their dad. After confirming this, naturally, they will not show any mercy anymore. We will never allow anyone to do evil under the banner of Whitebeard. Chapter 185. Do you want to see your wife and children? Feeling the murderous intent of Ace and others, Miss Bajan's face looked extremely ugly. Whitebeard boys, we'll settle our grudges later. Now is the time to break up with Marine. Miss Bajan snorted coldly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't agree to this request. Ace smiled and shook his head. For now, we are also the order managers of this city. Whether you or the Marines, willfully starting a war here to undermine this, we absolutely cannot tolerate it. Ace, Vista and other white pirates strongmen looked around the port. Ha 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 ha. Black Arm Zephyr, under Ace's gaze, finally caught his breath. He stood up with a loud laugh, a powerful aura surging around him. How dare you say that, Kwanzi? How dare you, the heir of the Pirate King Roger's blood, appear before me? Don't leave today. Zephyr spoke coldly. With a wave of the hand, the new Marine members, led by Ayn and Bins, spread out. Surround everyone. Zephyr, Ace, and Wable. The three parties are facing each other. Don't deal with anyone. Just when the situation was about to turn into a three-way melee. Raging. In the distant sky, raging flames rose again. Covering and burning half the sky, under the shocked and horrified gaze of the people. The fierce flames that were enough to burn down the void opened a path. A slender figure then appeared. The terrifying dragon power was overwhelming and pressed in all directions. The people in the chaotic port all showed extreme horror on their faces. That's the King of the Sea. Why is that man here? Why is the King of the Sea in the Golden City? The members of New Marine were all speechless with shock. Damn it. I told you guys a long time ago that there was a terrible disaster here, but you just refused to believe me. It's all your fault, otherwise, Lousy would have run away long ago. That's it. No one can leave. The pirates at the port laughed in annoyance. It's him again. Guion widened her beautiful eyes. Looking at the figure standing in the sky, even my breathing stopped. Guion's sister, Hina, came to Guion on Rokushiki Shave. Maybe it's too late to say it now. Hina immediately informed Guion of the changes in the Golden City that she had learned from the captured pirates. I don't know whether to say our luck is good or bad. I actually encountered a rare event where the Golden City changed hands twice in one day. Hina smiled bitterly and shook her head. Let's wait and see what happens. If that thunder user is here, then Mr. Borsellino is probably hiding somewhere too. Guion nodded slightly and looked up at the sky, at the same time. Guion girl, don't look at me. Go. Admiral Kizaru shrank his head and waved his hand in dissatisfaction. The Emperor of the Sea, Lu Yu. You've come at the perfect time. These Marines are so arrogant. They don't even take a big shot like you seriously, and even threaten to crush you. Miss Bacon is talking nonsense in an attempt to divert hatred. A flash of lightning. The flaming clouds in the sky dissipated. Lu Yu's figure also disappeared. When he appeared again, he was above the head of his silly son Weeble. You want? Miss Bacon Presbyopia Daimyo, without waiting to speak. All I heard was a loud thunder. A huge lightning bolt Fang Tianhua Ji fell from the sky and struck Weeble on the head. No one had anticipated this sudden scene. Wait until people react. The towering figure of Edward Weeble, the second Whitebeard, who was said to possess the power of a young Whitebeard, was cut off. Split in two from the middle. Mom. Weeble had a confused look on his face, his mouth opening and closing, wanting to speak. However, nothing could be said. Bang, a soft sound. Weeble fell to the ground, split in half. All life in the body is extinguished. Kill Shichibukai Edward Weeble. Defeat Shichibukai Quest Progress 6/7. Boom. The golden thunder painted halberd, with its terrifying power that could split a mountain, swept past Weeble, the landlord's stupid son. Wilbur's deformed tall body froze, start from the area between his eyebrows. A small scar continued to extend. Phew, blood as thick as asphalt flowed out of Weeble's body. The left and right sides of his body fell off to the ground. The incision is as smooth as a mirror, looking at this sudden scene. Everyone in the field was dumbfounded, then they all took a deep breath at the same time. The Shichibukai White 2 Weevil, who was said to have the power of Whitebeard in his youth, died just like that. Killed with one blow. Only the Sea Emperor, whose power surpasses that of the 4 emperors and admirals, can do this. This moment, the pirates on the field were in awe of Lu Yu. Ah! A sharp scream broke the dead silence in the field. Derived from the short old woman Miss Bacon. Hole, what the hell did you do? You killed my precious son, how dare you? Miss Bacon's short body trembled constantly. Before he could finish his harsh words, he suddenly stopped. An invisible wind blade spun across Miss Bacon's neck, lifting up a hideous and ugly head. You're causing a scene in my city, and now you're still making such a fuss. It's so noisy. Lu Yu spoke indifferently. The words fell. The pirates and new Marines who had participated in the recent battle were all startled. I felt all the hairs on my body stand on end. As for making a big fuss, they were the same before. After Weeble and Miss Bacon, it was their turn to be liquidated next. In front of the terrifying Sea Emperor, they would certainly not be able to fight back at all. I'm going to die. Even the most brutal pirate captain couldn't help shaking his body at this moment. Everyone, don't be too nervous. As long as you return the things you shouldn't have taken and work here honestly for another 10 years. I won't pursue this matter today, Shang said with a kind smile. Hearing Lu Yu's request, the pirates in the field all looked at each other in confusion. On one side is death, on the other side are 10 years of freedom. How to choose? The answer is already clear. For most pirates, life is always worth more than gold and freedom. Moreover, if I could settle down and work here, it is equivalent to joining the camp of the Sea Emperor in disguise. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dear Emperor of the Sea, I am willing to work here for 10 years. I do, too. Please allow me to contribute to the reconstruction of the Golden City. The pirates who knew the situation rushed to kneel down and surrender. In response, Lu Yu just waved his hand. Ace, Vista and other members of the Golden City's temporary security team led the pirates to register. Not long. Only Lu Yu and the new Marines led by Zephyr were left in the ruined Golden City port. Clang. Marine Admiral candidate Momosagi Gion unsheathed the famous sword Kinra from his waist. The blade pointed directly at Lu Yu. She pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Even if you know you can't win, knowing that you might die. Still didn't back down. Lu Yu seemed unaware of Momosagi Gion's provocation. He randomly found a clean platform to sit down, his eyes fixed on Zephyr, the former admiral and chief instructor who was suffering from severe asthma. Former Marine Chief Instructor Black Arm Zephyr, let's discuss the claims. You destroyed my city, how are you going to compensate me? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. This Golden City is clearly the territory of Golden Emperor Tesoro. When did it become yours? Ain, the aqua-haired girl, retorted. When? Just now, that kid Tesoro gave this city to me. Lu Yu said as a matter of course. If you can't figure out how to compensate me, why not let me decide for you? Black Arm Zephyr, how about you bring your men and join my army? Lu Yu invited with a smile. Ain's face flushed red. Stand back, Ain. Zephyr shouted. He took a deep breath, calming the surging blood. His eyes were fixed coldly on Lu Yu. I have nothing to say to you pirates. You think I should submit to a mere pirates like you? That's wishful thinking? If you want to fight, then fight. Come on. Zephyr's eyes were wide open, and he looked very imposing. That's exactly what happened. In that case, I can only reluctantly kill all your beloved subordinates without leaving a single one alive. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. Chapter 186 Ain's Prayer. The words fell. Golden lightning flashes. The girl's panicked cry was then heard. Lu Yu has already come behind the girl with long aqua blue hair. The weight of the body was on Ain. The unprecedented terrifying pressure made Ain almost unable to breathe. His thighs were shaking and his long legs were trembling. So shall we start with this cute little girl? Lu Yu smiled. You. Let go of Ain quickly, Momosagi Gion Daikyu. Zephyr also clenched his fists, ready to attack violently at any time. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lu Yu laughed heartily. He raised his hand and pinched Ain's pale little face. Don't be so scared, after all, I'm not some demon. Lu Yu put his right hand around the girl Yin's slender waist and returned to the original place to sit down. Black Arm Zephyr, in your dreams at midnight, is there anyone you want to see? Lu Yu asked quietly. What do you mean? Zephyr asked in a deep voice. Then let me put it another way, do you want to see your wife and son? Lu Yu grinned. Zephyr, do you want to see your wife and children? Lu Yu grinned and spoke softly. The words fell. The ruined port of Golden City fell into deathly silence again. Gion Hina and 2 girls, Bins and other new Marine members. There is also the cute girl Ain who was held in Lu Yu's arms and played with at will. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zephyr, after the Summit War. Everyone knows this world. In addition to being the strongest sea emperor in history, Lu Yu is also. He is also the master of another legendary world. The master of the underworld. As the lord of the underworld, he can freely summon the souls separated by the yin and yang back to the world of the living. In a sense, this method is even more frightening than the power Lu Yu himself possesses. As long as they are living in this world, he has had people in his life who have had a significant influence on him. Some are people they fear, some are people they love deeply. Lu Yu's ability to peer into minds and summon the dead is simply the strongest means of attacking the mind. As expected, his face was full of resentment just a second ago. Zephyr had an expression that showed he would never compromise no matter what. At this moment, his old face was full of hesitation and confusion. Plus there's excitement. His hands, his mouth, every cell in his body was trembling with some unspeakable emotion at this moment. My wife and son, can we really still see it? At this moment, Zephyr's memories of his wife and son became clearer and clearer. 30 years ago, his beloved wife and infant son were on their way to Sabaody Disneyland. He was ruthlessly killed by the pirates he had once spared. So far, the former admiral who never killed anyone began to hate the pirates. Hate myself as a Marine. Feeling disheartened, he finally agreed to become the Marine Chief Instructor after being persuaded by his old friend Sengoku and others. We regard it as our responsibility to train and supply qualified Marine personnel to the Marine. He poured all the love he had for his late wife and son into his students. But 7 years ago, Zephyr suffered a second defeat when White 2 Weeble attacked. Also since that incident, Zephyr's hatred for the pirates grew immensely. It finally erupted after the government invited its former enemy, Weeble, to become Shichibukai. Zephyr resolutely left the Marine with his guerrillas. Engage in pirate strike operations more and more frantically. He has even begun to plan a shocking plan that could destroy the entire New World Ocean. By blowing up the 3 lava node islands in New World. This caused the New World submarine volcano to erupt. But now, as Lu Yu finished speaking, none of this matters anymore. A few months ago, after learning about the big and small things about Summit War, it is learned that Lu Yu has the power to communicate with and summon the dead in the underworld. And many Marines in that war finally got to see their former relatives and friends. Zephyr couldn't help but wish that he could see his former wife and son again. Could you please personally apologize for not being able to protect them? But this is just a thought after all. How could he, who hated pirates the most, ask for help from the biggest villain in the ocean? Until now, when I heard Lu Yu mention it himself, Zephyr suddenly felt an immense urge in his heart. He wanted to pray to the pirates he hated most. He would do anything as long as he could see his wife and children again. What's going on, Zephyr? If you don't want to see me, forget it. But there's only one chance. Lu Yu grinned. Zephyr's mouth trembled and fell open. I tried several times but still couldn't say a complete sentence. The old face was pale with anxiety. Woo woo woo. The girl's pitiful whimpering sounded in Lu Yu's arms. Ain, the girl with long aqua blue hair, opened her eyes with tears in them. Part of it was because he was bullied by Lu Yu's big hands. The other half is because he feels sorry for his most respected mentor Zephyr. She didn't want to see Zephyr in so much pain, to this end. She would do it no matter what the cost. Mr. Lu Yu, please, let teacher Zephyr meet his wife and the others. I can do anything, Ain begged. Roar, can you really do anything? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. I'm already prepared enough. Ain nodded seriously. It's just a few minutes anyway. Except for the last step, all her defenses had been lost. If I can help my teacher, this last step won't matter. You're such a good kid, thinking about your teacher so much. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Bang, snapping fingers lightly. The history of forbidden magic corpses is activated. A young woman appeared beside Lu Yu, holding a swaddled baby in her arms. Looking at that familiar face and familiar figure. This moment, the suppressed emotions of former Marine Admiral and Chief Instructor Black Arm Zephyr finally broke down. On the other side, the young woman who understood everything had an excited look on her face. Then Lu Yu bowed and expressed his gratitude. She walked quickly forward, coming to the man she once admired, to the man she loved. Zephyr brother, speak softly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm the worst man for not being able to protect you. Zephyr held her head in one hand and cried bitterly. Very good, teacher Zephyr and his wife finally. Really, that's great, Ain, the girl with long aqua blue hair, raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Next second, Ain's expression suddenly tightened. Mr. Lu Yu, please don't. Ain nodded and raised her chin slightly, her pretty face flushed as she begged desperately. Hey, who said before that anything can be done? Lu Yu asked back, but at least please don't be here. Ain lowered her head and said weakly, all right. It's just a little joke. Lu Yu withdrew his right hand. The fingertips gently touched the corner of Ain's mouth. In an instant, the redness on Ain's face became even more intense. Ha. Lu Yu, who had enjoyed teasing the cool little girl enough, stood up and laughed. He ignored the Zephyr family who were crying and hugging each other. Lu Yu walked straight towards Gion and Hina on the other side. Right now. That's really great, teacher Zephyr can still see that sister again. Seeing the Zephyr family reunited, Admiral candidate Momoshagi Gion was also genuinely happy. Growing up in the naval headquarters, she had also been cared for by Zephyr's wife before. Gion's sister, on the side, Hina's delicate body trembled for no reason. She widened her eyes in panic and quickly tugged at the corner of Gion's clothes. At Hina's reminder, only then did Gion finally notice the approach of the most terrifying man in the sea. My body suddenly tensed up. Ladies of the Marine, don't be nervous. Lu Yu spread his hands. You evil, what do you want to do? Gion spoke solemnly. I don't want to do anything. The damage to this port must have been caused by the Marine ladies as well. Lu Yu asked with a smile. So what? Gion was not willing to be outdone. Just admit you have a part. Your teacher Zephyr mortgaged the entire team to me. So, ladies of Marine, how are you going to compensate us? The smile on Lu Yu's face became even brighter. Chapter 187 Rock Paper Scissors. Of course, if you don't know how to compensate, why not just stay and work like your teacher? When I pay off my debt, I can go back to Marine. Lu Yu added. Stop talking nonsense. I will never be manipulated by you. Gion said firmly. What a woman of character. I don't hate it. Lu Yu grinned. I hate people like you the most. Gion showed no mercy. How dare you say that? Lu Yu smiled. The more stubborn and principled a woman is, the feeling of conquest becomes more and more refreshing. Momoshagi Gion, this is the Golden City. Then let's gamble according to the rules here. Lu Yu already had an idea in his mind. You win. I won't hold you responsible for what happened today. If I lose. Lu Yu looked at Gion, then at Hina, and nodded to himself. How do you want to bet? Gion raised his eyebrows slightly. Wait, Sister Gion, don't be impulsive. Hina tried to dissuade him anxiously and hurriedly. Don't worry, little Hina, just listen to his request for now. Gion shook the slender hand of his little sister Hina and gave her a firm look. She is not a stubborn fool. Whether you participate in the gambling or not, you must listen to the rules. Calculate the winning rate before deciding. Two choices. First, we have a fight. Lu Yu stretched out a finger. Let's choose the second one. Hina spoke decisively. Joke. Fight with Lu Yu? Is this still free? Lu Yu and Gion both turned their heads to look at Hina, who answered the question quickly. But he didn't say much. Then the second one is fine. Since you don't want to fight, let's play rock paper scissors. Lu Yu said casually. Guess, fist. Gion and Hina were stunned again. They looked at each other, seemingly unable to react for a moment. What's wrong? Don't understand, Lu Yu asked back. No, we still know the rules of rock paper scissors. Just, are you serious? Hina's beautiful eyes widened. I never expected that Lu Yu would propose such a frivolous competition. I've always been serious, Lu Yu said, since we can't fight. He was too lazy to think of any complicated games. Let's just decide the winner by rock paper scissors. Call. Ziyuan took a deep breath, and the expression on her pretty face gradually became firm. Alright, I'll take this fight, Gion nodded heavily. Based on their Marine's analysis of Lu Yu's strength. Lu Yu's strength so far lies in his absolute power and speed. The power of armament hockey and observation hockey has never been displayed. As a Marine Admiral candidate, Gion naturally has a deep understanding of the field of observation and hearing. This is her advantage. With her observation hockey perception, she can judge Lu Yu's moves by his subtle movements. In this match, Sister Gion has a great chance of winning. Gion and Hina both thought confidently. What a driven girl. Lu Yu, who read Gion's inner thoughts, couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he doesn't have the ability to sense movement. But Lu Yu also has the ability to read minds. Let's get started if you're ready. Gion urged. He couldn't wait to defeat Lu Yu. Let's get started. Lu Yu nodded. The first round of rock paper scissors then began. Cut the kerchief. Lu Yu shung. How come? Gion's delicate body trembled slightly and her beautiful eyes opened wide. She had clearly already pushed the power of her observation hockey to its limit. My cloth should obviously win, however, well, this is indeed a little boring. Shall I give you another chance? Lu Yu said. Okay, best of 3. Gion's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. Second round. Bang. Bu eats the punch. Best of 5. Gion gritted his teeth. Chapter 4. In the 5th round, Hina comes on stage. The 10th will be replaced by Gion. Round 15. How so? Gion and Hina, who had lost 15 rounds in a row, were completely dumbfounded. Come again. Gion's eyes were red, like a completely addicted gambler. It has reached the point where it cannot be stopped. Ha ha ha, forget it. You no longer have the capital to gamble with me. Lu Yu laughed and waved. There is another hidden condition in this game of rock paper scissors. At the end of a round, the loser loses one piece of clothing. Gion and Hina both had swords, head ornaments, stockings and other miscellaneous items. Altogether, there are 15 items. They have lost everything and are no longer eligible to continue the game. What on earth do you mean by that? Looking at the subtle smile on Lu Yu's face. Hina couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Nothing. You'll know later. Lu Yu grinned. Then his gaze fell to the high sky. Crash. Strong winds swept across the sky. Blow away the white clouds in the sky. Yellow monkey, now that you're here, why don't you come down and sit for a while? Lu Yu invited with a smile. The ruined port of Golden City. The family of former Marine Admiral Blackarm reunited after 30 years. This scene moved all the new Marines who were willing to give their hearts for their teacher's effort to tears. I was moved. Many people were also attracted by Lu Yu's actions. When I saw Lu Yu walking towards Gion and Hina, many new Marines, especially the male members, felt nervous. When I was still in Marine. Whether it is Gion or Hina, they're the goddess of their dreams. Now, even though it's no longer a Marine. Even if the positions are different. Watching the former goddess of my dreams being targeted by the most terrifying emperor in this sea. They couldn't help but feel worried. Worry is worry. They were asked to muster up the courage to step forward, but they didn't dare. I can only silently worry for the goddesses. However, what unfolded afterwards could not help but confuse everyone. Because they saw Lu Yu negotiating with Gion and Hina not far away. The two sides seemed to have reached some agreement. Then it starts. Rock paper scissors. What the hell is this? The rock paper scissors game in which the Sea Emperor Lu Yu participated immediately stunned everyone. Hey, Admiral Ain, do you know what Vice Admiral Gion and the others are doing? Why is that gentleman playing rock paper scissors with Gion Vice Admiral and the others? A female team member trotted over to Ain, who had regained her freedom, and asked curiously. After all, Ain has been with Lu Yu since a long time ago. Maybe I can know something. Questions for partners. Ain seemed unaware at first. The red little face just kept lowering, not daring to raise it. The touch from Lu Yu's fingertips still remains in her body and in her mind. Team Director Ain. The team members looked at Ain. The look of suspicion on his face became even more intense. Finally, Ain came to her senses. Sorry, I'm fine. Ain shook her head awkwardly. I'm glad you're okay. You're truly worthy of being the Admiral San. If I had been held hostage by that man, I would have fainted from fear. The female team members sighed inwardly. Ain, what should we do next? Bins. The user of the flourishing fruit, dressed in fancy clothes, stepped forward and asked. Ain led the leader and raised it lightly. He glanced at Zephyr, who was still immersed in the bliss of family reunion. She shook her head silently. Now I can only stay here temporarily. Ain spoke. If possible, she certainly wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. But things have come to this. Neither Zephyr nor she could escape from Lu Yu's grasp. Of course you have to fulfill what you promised. Ain took a deep breath. I have already realized it in my heart, if you can't escape it anyway. It is better to die early and be reborn early. Fulfill the promise I made tonight. Just when Ain mustered up the courage and made up her mind. Not far away, the game between Lu Yu, Gion and Hina also came to an end. Having won the base of the two marine goddesses, Lu Yu turned his gaze to the sky. There was a strong wind between heaven and earth. The people at the port followed Lu Yu's gaze. The expressions on their faces couldn't help but pause slightly. That's Kizaru Admiral, Mr. Borsellino. What is Admiral Borsellino doing up there? Has the Admiral been watching from up there the whole time? The people in the new marine all cried out in shock at the same time. My at hash level, above the sky, Admiral Kizaru, knowing he was exposed, cursed inwardly. I wish I could slap myself twice. What are you looking at for no reason? Wouldn't it be better to just go back and report after the target Enel is captured? Now that's great, he got himself involved. Chapter 188 Rayleigh Battle. Oh, Yellow Monkey, we are truly destined to meet. Lu Yu grinned, his smile bright. What a fate, big-headed ghost. Admiral Kizaru secretly complained. Since you're here, why don't you come down and sit for a while? Lu Yu invited. Let's forget it, I'm in a hurry to get back to headquarters to report. Admiral Kizaru decisively declined. Joke, but he had already sworn that he would never get close to Lu Yu again. Although I feel a little sorry for my two juniors, Gion and Hina. But now he is in a difficult situation and there is nothing I can do to help him. It's better to let the other one who is already in the city come. Think of this. Admiral Kizaru's body suddenly glowed brightly. The elements must be transformed as soon as possible. Suddenly, just then, Admiral Kizaru suddenly felt goosebumps all over his back without warning. It was as if he was being targeted by some prehistoric monster. He quickly cancelled the long-distance elemental transmission. Without hesitation, move horizontally to the right for 100 meters. Just as he escaped, a bloody mouth shining with white light suddenly closed. I don't know when. A giant dragon appeared, its body completely pure white, emitting a white light as bright as the sun. This is a man-eating dragon. Cold, Admiral Kizaru's eyelids seemed to be tap-dancing, representing his extreme anxiety at the moment. The white dragon's wings spread out above the sky, dancing in the wind. Endless white light bloomed from the body of the white dragon king. It is even brighter than the sun in the sky, it's even harder to open your eyes. Unable to look directly, it was as if that was the embodiment of light. Right now, who has the most extreme mood swings? It has to be Admiral Kizaru, the wretched old silver coin hiding in the sky. Oh my goodness, I'm at hash level. Admiral Kizaru couldn't help but burst into curse words. Before this, he was almost suffocated by the White Dragon King. From this pure white dragon, Admiral Kizaru felt the same power as Lu Yu's breath. No doubt about it, if you are really suffocated by the dragon. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned alive. This dragon is obviously better at eating people than Lu Yu. What puzzled Admiral Kizaru the most was, where did Lu Yu find this mythical creature? If he is the user of the mythical beast type of the dragon fruit. But Lu Yu himself is clearly still in the Golden City. Can't understand. Totally incomprehensible, for things that are incomprehensible. What we need to do is certainly not to explore, but to run away. The heart moves as it pleases. Admiral Kizaru's body glowed with brilliant golden light. Just turn into an element and run away, but at this moment. But the White Dragon King opened his mouth wide, in the dark. An unparalleled tearing force came from the dragon's mouth. Not targeting others, it specializes in devouring light. Swallowed by the light of the White Dragon King. Even the sunlight between heaven and earth was dimmed. The admiral attribute of light is also involuntarily drawn over little by little. It's like a black hole, not even light can escape. Admiral Kizaru's eyes rolled around. Finally, I found a dead corner area where the devouring force was relatively mild. Just look in that direction. Admiral Kizaru understood. This blind spot is not beyond the reach of the White Dragon's devouring power. It was a back door that Lu Yu left for him. It leads to the Golden City below. Look at the gaping mouth of the White Dragon. Then he looked at Lu Yu, who was waving and smiling at him in the Golden City. Admiral Kizaru was in tears, after a brief weighing of the pros and cons. Admiral Kizaru had no choice but to land in the Golden City. After all, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being swallowed by a dragon. Hey, Yellow Monkey, I've already invited you, why are you still dawdling in heaven? Isn't this giving me face? Lu Yu asked kindly. He. Admiral Kizaru pulled up a forced arc at the corner of his mouth. Admiral Borsellino, are you here to rescue us? Hina's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Admiral Kizaru's expression froze, without waiting for him to say anything. Suddenly, the loud sound of fighting was heard again in the Golden City. At this point in time, there are still people who dare to cause trouble in this city without knowing the consequences. It's like a dung beetle holding a lantern, looking for death. The fighting did not stop. Countless pieces of rubble defy gravity. Or it is to rush against the sky under the influence of gravity. The battlefield of the fierce battle between the two sides also shifted from the ground to the air. Then, only then did people from all over the Golden City finally know the identity of the person who was fighting. Those are two old people. A white-haired old man and a blind old man. Oh, Nana. That old man with white hair is Pluton Rayleigh. I know the other blind man too. I remember now, that's Ronan Smile from New World. I heard he's accepted the Marine World recruitment and will soon become the new Marine Admiral. All over the Golden City, people who recognized the surprising identities of the warring parties all screamed in shock. At the same time, the gamblers gathered near the Golden City casino shelter were now dumbfounded. They never expected it. The old man who led them to dominate the casino a long time ago actually had such a great old man. It turned out to be a legend, this moment, in the excitement. Many gamblers felt a chill down their spines, especially those who make money from Rayleigh. They won't forget the nickname they had given Rayleigh before. Gas Cylinder, Jinx, man cursed by the god of gamblers. For those of the legendary pirates who behaved so rudely, they are still standing and alive today. It's like smoke is coming out of the ancestral grave. Under everyone's attention, the battlefield between Rayleigh and Yishao gradually shifted towards the port. As expected of Pluton Rayleigh, he's still going strong even at this age. It's still the same as it was back then, he sighed with a smile. It's you, after all. Rayleigh smiled and spoke. From the first moment he saw Yishao, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Until now, he finally confirmed it. Yishao was the monster youth they had encountered in a certain country during their adventures and travels when the Roger Pirates had not yet disbanded. At that time, Yishao's eyes were still intact. He is still a handsome guy. Even Rayleigh, who had dealt with him before Yishao showed the ability of his Juju fruit, he was not able to recognize him at first. After all, the current one is just a blind old man. He is a little over 50 years old, however, except for the hair, it is still black. Elsewhere, it looked much the same as 78-year-old Rayleigh. When metal and iron collided again, Rayleigh's broadsword and Yishao's cane knife touched and collided again. Pluton Rayleigh, be careful. A slight smile. A purple gravity aura spread out from the staff knife. Then it quickly twisted again. The originally stable gravitational field suddenly fell into extreme chaos. Even a legend like Rayleigh can no longer remain stable in it. Under Yishao's chaotic gravitational field, Rayleigh rushed left and right. Finally it fell on the ground of the port. Ha, Rayleigh, that's really embarrassing. Bang. There was a loud bang. A figure flew around in the chaotic gravity area. Finally, it fell heavily on the ruined port of the Golden City. Rayleigh, this is so embarrassing. Lu Yu walked towards Rayleigh who was kneeling on one knee and teased. Yeah, I am indeed old, I can't help but accept it. Now it's your turn as young people to rule the world. Rayleigh stood up, holding the broadsword, and shook his head with the emotion of a senior. Even when you were young, you couldn't beat me. Lu Yu crossed his arms and glanced at Rayleigh who was pretending to be nice. Hearing this, the smile on Rayleigh's face froze for a moment. I couldn't help but bite it gently. The facts are just as Lu Yu said. Even in his prime, he probably couldn't defeat Lu Yu with just one hand. In front of Lu Yu, he didn't even have the qualifications to act like a senior. Ha, don't mind it. As a senior, Rayleigh, you are still very strong. Looking at Rayleigh's dark face, Lu Yu was no longer provoked. He laughed and patted Rayleigh's shoulder to comfort her. Snort. Rayleigh snorted, sheathed his knife, and turned around. He looked like he didn't want to talk to Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't care. His gaze turned to the blind old man on the floating platform not far away. Yishao, right? I've heard of you. Lu Yu greeted with a smile. Roar. It can be heard by the king of the sea. It's such an honor, he said with a smile. Chapter 189 Find a reason to get rid of him. So, why don't you try to serve under me? It's such a waste for someone like you to join the current Marine Corps. Lu Yu's direct invitation. Yishao hasn't spoken yet. The hot-tempered young man Ziyuan was the first to explode. How can it be a waste for a righteous man like Mr. Yishao to join our Marine? Guillaume's eyebrows raised and she shouted in anger. That's right, Mr. Yishao is the most consistent with the justice of our Marine. Hina, who was always calm, was no longer silent and started to speak. After all, if I don't say anything now, wait until it really happens. If Yishao was really attracted by Lu Yu's words, then it will be too late. As a righteous admiral-class fighter, they, the Marines, naturally, would do their utmost to win him over. If Lu Yu got it, one gains while the other loses. Then the situation of their Marines at sea will inevitably become more difficult. So they must not let Lu Yu steal their girlfriend in front of them. Mr. Borsellino, do you have anything to say? Hina looked at Admiral Kizaru anxiously. Compared to her, he was just a small colonel. Obviously, Admiral Kizaru's words carry more weight. Admiral Kizaru opened his mouth. For a moment, he couldn't say anything polite. After all, what he is best at is slacking off. Negotiation is really not my forte. Roar. Don't worry, Momosagi Vice Admiral and Colonel Hina. Ichimi smiled and nodded to Gion and Hina. Since I have already chosen to accept the Marine's invitation to enlist, I will not regret it halfway. He smiled calmly. Call, that's good. Hina breathed a sigh of relief. It seems there is nothing to talk about, this is such a pity. Lu Yu spread his hands. Although we have different standpoints, I admire what Mr. Lu Yu has done. You also have justice in your heart. He smiled and gave a subtle flattery. Justice is better off being spared. I'm neither a pirate nor a marine. Just an ordinary person living for himself and for freedom. Lu Yu smiled. Kizaru, Yishao, Rayleigh, Gion. Everyone in the room. You're just a big-headed ghost. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to fight against the behemoth of world government on his own. Can the rest of them still be human beings? Ha 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 ha. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about compensation. Lu Yu laughed and changed the subject. Forehead. He paused with a smile. Zephyr and his team are using this to offset the damage caused by the disturbance. The pirates also paid compensation and had to continue working for 10 years. And these two young ladies from Marine have already lost themselves to me. Lu Yu counted on his fingers. Gion, Hina, there are only 2 left. How are you 2 going to compensate me, cash or card? Lu Yu looked at the 2 admirals Yishao and Kizaru with a kind face. Noticing Lu Yu's, not a good person, gaze, Admiral Kizaru subconsciously tensed his muscles. The old face, which usually looked wretched, now looked more serious than ever before. Wait a moment, before that I have something to say. Smile and raise your hand. Explain, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. That I didn't actually destroy the city at all. He said with a smile. Oh, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. My previous battle with Lord Rayleigh took place in the air from the very beginning. Not only was there no damage, I even helped clear the rubble from the city using the power of the Juju fruit. Yishao said seriously. Lu Yu, Rayleigh etc. I didn't expect that this old guy Yishao was so thoughtful. This is really irrefutable. Okay. Lu Yu waved his hand and didn't hold on to Yishao. After all, he is not an unreasonable person. After negotiating with Yishao to let him clear the rubble of the entire city when he left, Lu Yu's eyes fell on Kizaru. In that case, I have something to say. Admiral Kizaru's mind raced as he followed suit. Explain, Lu Yu also gave him a chance. Admiral Kizaru pointed at himself in midair. From the beginning to the end, I have been in the sky the entire time. Not to mention destroying it, I haven't even set foot on the ground in the Golden City. In theory, you don't even have to pay for the entrance fee. Admiral Kizaru spoke seriously. Lu Yu, what the yellow monkey said makes some sense. It's just a little unpleasant to let him go like this. We must find a reason to deal with him, the ruined port of Golden City. Compensation negotiations are ongoing. Listening to the arguments of the 2 Marine admirals, Yishao and Kizaru. The expressions on the faces of Ain and other new Marines, as well as Hina and Gion, were all wonderful. After all, they were 2 Marine admirals. He is a strong man standing at the pinnacle of the Marine and the top of the ocean. However, now when facing Lu Yu, his biggest enemy, one or both of them were actually making sense, argue with reason. This is truly a rare scene that is rarely seen in a century. But think about Lu Yu's terrifying strength that is enough to defeat the Admiral Alliance. Everyone was relieved. Especially Gion and Hina, who played rock paper scissors with Lu Yu, the king of the sea, not long ago. After all, it's all rock paper scissors, so logically speaking, there's nothing surprising about it. At this moment, their inner impression of Lu Yu has improved a lot. Lu Yu during the Summit War period was undoubtedly terrifying. It is an existence more terrifying than the devil in hell. However, after actually negotiating with Lu Yu today, they found that Lu Yu was not as scary as they had imagined. At least it's reasonable. What's wrong? Sure enough, even you think what I said makes sense. I, who have never even set foot in the Golden City, don't even need to pay for a ticket. Admiral Kizaru, having grasped the truth, spoke calmly. The old face, which was originally tense due to nervousness, now returned to its vulgar and complacent look. Look at Admiral Kizaru's behavior. Lu Yu remained calm on the surface. I couldn't help but feel guilty in my heart. No matter how I look at Kizaru, I feel uncomfortable. We absolutely cannot let him go like this. We must find a reason to deal with this yellow monkey. Noticed Lu Yu's malicious gaze. The smug look on Admiral Kizaru's face froze. For no reason, I suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Ahahahaha. If there is nothing else, I won't stay any longer. I'll go first, see you later. Admiral Kizaru waved his hand and prepared to run away. Just as he turned around, he saw that the giant dragon of light, which had the same origin as him, had blocked his retreat. Anything else? Admiral Kizaru's face twitched. Indeed, you are right. If you haven't set foot in the Golden City, you don't even have to pay for the entrance fee. Lu Yu nodded. The next second, the subject changed. But doesn't it cost money to watch a movie? Doesn't it cost a ticket? Lu Yu smiled. Kizaru was stunned. Yellow monkey, don't think I don't know. You've been watching the show in heaven for a long time, you can't just quibble about it. You're not a blind man like Yishao. You have to pay to watch a show. Do you want to get it for free? Lu Yu glanced at Kizaru. I'm at hash level. listening to Lu Yu's excuse of looking for trouble. Admiral Kizaru couldn't help but start cursing again. I was so angry that my heart and liver ached and my whole body ached. He knew that Lu Yu did this on purpose. He was definitely looking for trouble and didn't want him to leave comfortably. Just when Kizaru was getting extremely angry, something unexpected happened. A shadow suddenly fell over Admiral Kizaru's head. The giant dragon of light hovering in the air opened its bloody mouth. With one bite, he bit Admiral Kizaru. Then an even more shocking scene occurred. The dragon was seen eating like a lollipop. When he caught Admiral Kizaru, he started to plunder him. Absorb Kizaru's original power of light. 1 minute later, the Dragon King grabbed Kizaru, who was still recovering from the shock, with his front claws and picked his teeth in a humane manner. Then, he threw the drooling Admiral Kizaru far away like trash and burped. Borisolino. Admiral, Hina and the others looked worriedly at Admiral Kizaru, who was flying backwards helplessly. Next second. Mutation and regeneration. Admiral Kizaru, who was previously extremely weak, was revived to full health in an instant. He got up and decisively turned into an element and ran away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. On running away, Huang Paopao is second only to Huang Paopao, and no one dares to claim to be first. This, Gion and Hina, who had been worried about Admiral Kizaru, were stunned. What a waste of emotion. Chapter 190 Capturing Ain. This yellow monkey runs really fast. Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. But at least I earned some interest. It's comfortable for now. Mr. Lu Yu, he came back to his senses with a smile. He looked at Lu Yu, then at Gion and Hina. Of course, he wasn't as thick-skinned as Kizaru. He should provide assistance to Gion, who was in trouble, to the best of his ability. Anything else? Lu Yu asked. I wonder how much those two marine girls over there owe Mr. Lu Yu. He asked with a smile. Hearing this, Hina's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she saw hope of leaving. However, Gion just frowned. To be honest, because of Zephyr, she didn't want to leave yet. Yishao, you want to stand out? Okay, for your sake, if you can just give me 10 billion berries, I'll let him go. Lu Yu said casually. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell into absolute silence. Gion, Hina, and the others all widened their eyes. 10 billion. Why don't you go and rob it? They themselves don't know how valuable they are. There was a long silence. Roar, 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 excuse me, goodbye. He smiled, waved his hand, and soared into the sky with the rubble of the city. Excuse me, goodbye, under Lu Yu's lion-like mouth. Even a smile can't help. He immediately turned around and ran away. Without the slightest hesitation. It's just a mere 10 billion. Is there any need to be so nervous? Your marine family is wealthy and powerful. 10 billion is not a lot. Lu Yu shook his head with emotion. I don't give you any more face. The naive young man Ziyuan couldn't help but get angry. Do you know how much 10 billion is the military expenditure for the Marines who risk their lives? Our Marines' finances have always been tight. Besides, are Hina and I really that valuable? Gion couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ms. Momosagi, Vice Admiral of the Marine, please have some confidence in your own worth. Lu Yu smiled. Snort, Gion turned his head and crossed his arms, making the justice in front of him look even more magnificent. This justice alone is valuable enough. As the chaotic situation at the port resumed. Today's Golden City incident has come to an end. Zephyr, who was completely immersed in the joy of family reunion, naturally had no other thoughts at this moment. Stayed honestly in a high-end hotel in Golden City. Enjoy the joy of family reunion. Zephyr's new Marines naturally wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Stay according to the organization's arrangements. Join Ace and Vista's security team to restore order in the Golden City. The takeover, renovation and reconstruction plan of Golden City. Everything is proceeding without any supervision. Right now, the largest tower building in the center of Golden City. This is the core of the entire city. At the same time, there is also Guild Tesoro's treasure house here. It is the gathering place of the treasures of the entire Golden City. Tanaka, hurry up, use your ability to take these treasures and leave here. A tall woman with pale skin and a bright red dress urged anxiously. Bakara, it's just too much, my ability isn't strong enough to do that. Big-headed doll Tanaka said with an extremely big head. If you can't take it with you, how about leaving it here? Suddenly, a third voice suddenly sounded in the treasure house. This made Tanaka and Bakara's expressions change drastically. Who are you? Emperor of the Sea, King, you. Looking at Lu Yu who suddenly appeared in front of them. Bakara, the lucky woman who ate the lucky fruit, and Tanaka Minami, the big-headed doll, were shocked and horrified beyond words. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Do you two need my help? Lu Yu asked with a smile. But to be honest, this city is mine now, so I'd like to ask what you guys want to do. Hateful. Tanaka's garlic nose wrinkled suddenly. A purple-black space door suddenly opened under his feet. This is his ability. Paramisha's ability to penetrate the fruit. A power that can freely penetrate any obstacle. You tried to escape from me. Did you do something wrong? Lu Yu grinned. Just when big head doll Tanaka reached the next floor and thought he had escaped successfully. The iron ground beneath his feet suddenly melted and turned into a flowing molten iron magma. The scream stopped abruptly. Lu Yu nodded. His gaze turned to Bakara, the user of the luck fruit. What do you want to do with you? Lu Yu asked. Master Lu Yu, I'm willing to obey your orders. Please don't despise me, Master. Bakara knelt on one knee without hesitation and expressed her submission to Lu Yu. Without waiting for Lu Yu to speak, Bakara put her hands on the straps of her dress and pulled it across her shoulders, and the bright red dress floated down to the ground. Lord Lu Yu, I'm sorry, her red lips parted slightly. Just like what the White Dragon King said to Admiral Kizaru not long ago. The sun sets. Night falls, in front of the central golden tower. Lu Yu stretched his body casually. Is it this time already? Lu Yu looked at the dimming sky. Lord Lu Yu. The girl's cry came from not far away. Princess Reiju of Germa, with her long, beautiful pink hair, moves with light steps. Reiju, why are you here? Where are Hancock, Hiyori and the others? Lu Yu asked. Everyone is taking a hot spring bath now. Reiju answered. Lu Yu. Is that so? Then why don't you come together? Reiju clutched the hem of her clothes in her slender hands. She took a deep breath and mustered all her courage. Prepared to confess her feelings to Lu Yu, but before she could speak, Lu Yu suddenly turned his head and his eyes fell on a pretty, petite, blue-haired girl not far away. Sorry, Reiju, let's talk about it later. You should just play with Robin, Hiwa and the others first. Lu Yu greeted her and turned to walk towards the blue-haired girl who looked nervous and embarrassed. Lu Yu. Sir, Reiju wants to stay. However, she raised her slender hand halfway before she gave a bitter smile and was unable to put it down. Early morning. The sun is rising. A ray of morning sunlight shines through the gap in the curtains. The crimson spot against the pure white becomes even more conspicuous. The girl with waist-length aqua blue hair sobbed softly. Her dark eyebrows and delicate body, like distant mountains, could not help but tremble slightly. Lord Lu Yu, please don't bully Ai-Yin anymore. At least not now. Ai-Yin opened her hazy starry eyes, with a look of pleading on her face. It's all Ain, you're so cute. Lu Yu grinned. But that one sentence was like a bullet, piercing through Ain's young heart. Woo woo woo. Lord Lu Yu must be lying. Ain, who appears strong outside, now shows the demeanor of a little girl. She buried her little head deeply in Lu Yu's arms, not daring to look up. Because she was afraid that as soon as she looked up, Lu Yu would notice the joy on her face. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu took the opportunity to put his arm around Ai-Yin's waist. The Dragon King's highly effective healing power enveloped Ain's entire body, soothing her body and mind. Zephyr's outstanding female disciple, although he only appeared once in the movie. But it also made Lu Yu's eyes light up at the time. In addition, there is the most precious time-related ability of Ain, the Paramecia retrograde fruit. It's similar to Little Ellie, Bonnie's age manipulation power. The plot also created the 18-year-old Robin and the 8-year-old twin-tailed Nami. So when we met Zephyr and his group at the port yesterday, Lu Yu decisively started with Ai-Yin, first capture this girl with special abilities. But it was Princess Reiju of Germa who was wronged. But there's plenty of time in the future anyway. Let's take the food out of the pot first. There was no need to rush for the Reiju that was already in his bowl. Eating from the pot, looking at the pot, I never thought that one day I would become Poseidon. Lu Yu grinned, no longer afraid of a GU. It's a rare opportunity to come to this world. It would be a shame if I can't live freely. Do what you want to do and satisfy all your desires. Not a wasted trip. All women in the world share one stone. Lu Yu didn't take much, just 9 dough was enough. After a busy day and night, without Lu Yu's personal command, the Golden City has completely returned to peace. The city's takeover is proceeding in an orderly manner. Chapter 191. Subjugating Enel at the same time, with the powerful combination of the sinister Robin and Shaki's extortion disciple Nami. The nobles and wealthy businessmen from all sides who gathered in the Golden City to enjoy themselves all donated and funded large sums of money willingly for the reconstruction of the Golden City. The amount of money raised by all parties was so huge that Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head after learning about the situation. Certainly, for those who are oppressed, Lu Yu naturally would not have the slightest sympathy. Those who can come to the world's largest entertainment city to consume and enjoy themselves are naturally not the lower class people. They must all be rich or noble. There is no need to be polite to these so-called aristocrats who exploit the lower classes and enrich themselves. Except for wealthy nobles and wealthy businessmen. There are also a large number of pirates gathered in this Golden City. They did not participate in urban destruction, just relax and have fun step by step. For these pirates, Lu Yu did not specifically ask them to stay and work. You only need to pay a certain amount of protection fee to open it. However, what this world lacks most is self-righteous troublemakers. For those pirates who behave inappropriately, members of the Golden City security team took action to maintain order. The 2 ace captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace and Vista. Pirates guerrillas under the command of former Admiral Zephyr. Plus security captain Rayleigh, in the blink of an eye. All the rioters were suppressed forcefully, for those hard-headed people who refused to repent. Eventually they were all sent to the central Golden Tower. Under the ability of the Paramecia toy fruit of the little lowly sugar, they become tireless working toys. Contribute to the renovation and construction of the Golden City. The picture is peaceful, until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Leaving the exhausted Ain to rest alone, Lu Yu returned to the public eye. After observing Robin and Nami's work, Lu Yu went to the central golden tower. Adult, accompanied by enthusiastic shouts. 2 tall and slender figures came towards him, one on the left and one on the right, and threw themselves into Lu Yu's arms. Weapon Girl Baby 5 and the grumpy, little female dragon, Uluti. The 2 of them are the 2 guards beside Sugar this time. Mr. Lu Yu, the 3rd guard, Yamato, stepped forward awkwardly and bowed. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Golden Boy and Electric Boy should be awake by now. Lu Yu asked. Yes, Mr. Lu Yu, Yamato nodded. He made a gesture of invitation and led the way for Lu Yu. Not long. Lu Yu and his party came to the temporary prison in the central golden tower. The heavy golden door opened. The lights in the corridor illuminated the scene in the prison. 2 men, King Qian's, covered in wounds and blood occupied both sides. They were all tied up with 100% pure seastone chains. But even in this case, the 2 prisoners who shared the same fate were now secretly competing with each other. Even if I don't have much strength left because I'm bound by seastone. But he still stared at the other person with his eyes wide open. Especially the Golden Emperor Guild Zoro, he simply hated Enel, who had caused all his misfortunes. The affectionate gaze between Tesoro and Enel ended with Lu Yu's arrival. Listening to the noise coming from outside the door, the 2 of them turned their heads with difficulty at the same time, their eyes fixed on Lu Yu. An expression of extreme fear and panic unconsciously appeared on his face. Yo, Shock Boy and Golden Boy. I haven't seen you for a while, why are you so tired? Luxurious golden cell. A hole, hateful. Listening to Lu Yu's faint sarcasm and ridicule, the Electric Boy Enel and the Golden Boy Tesoro were so angry that they were about to explode. The 2 were originally hostile. With the appearance of Lu Yu, they shared a common hatred for the enemy. Of course, even if you are angry and unwilling inside. In front of Lu Yu, who is as powerful as a god, they couldn't cause any trouble at all. Dare to be angry but not speak out. I can only secretly feel helpless and furious in my heart. After all, let alone those who are now prisoners. Even in its heyday, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they would probably not be able to defeat Lu Yu's one hand. There is no other reason. All this is because of Lu Yu's extraordinary strength. Electric Shock Boy Golden Boy, it's been a day. Have you thought about it? Lu Yu asked with a smile. After a moment of silence, Guild Tesoro opened his mouth. In fact, the unexpected developments that occurred long after he learned that he was in a coma. He learned that the Thunderbee *****D who defeated him was defeated by him. The Golden City also fell into Lu Yu's hands. Tesoro's heart was already shaken. Even if I'm unwilling, but he had to admit it, in the face of Lu Yu's absolutely overwhelming strength. Whatever means he used were in vain, there was only one way for him to survive. That is to swear submission and allegiance to the Emperor of this sea. Just as Tesoro was struggling to compromise, what a joke. I am a god, it has always been others who submit to me. The young and inexperienced Enel shouted impulsively. If you are not careful, you will blurt out your true thoughts. Hearing this, Golden Emperor Tesoro was stunned. Then he glanced at Enel with an expression as if he was looking at an idiot. Did this Thunderbee *****D get his head smashed? At this point, you still dare to say such polite words in front of this man. But it's just right. He could also use this opportunity to observe how Lu Yu would deal with this young man. Lu Yu chuckled and walked straight to Enel. Looking at the half-smile expression on Lu Yu's face, Enel, who was so arrogant before, immediately obeyed his heart. His mind couldn't help but recall the day before when he was crushed by Lu Yu. It's like a famous scene of smashing garbage. What's wrong? Are you scared so soon? Lu Yu teased. Enel shrank his head and didn't dare to speak. He didn't even dare to look up at Lu Yu. Electric Shock Boy, do you know why I'm still keeping you alive? Lu Yu looked at Enel with a smile. Of course it's because I'm strong. Enel spoke weakly. Haha, you really know how to flatter yourself. Lu Yu raised his hand and slapped Enel on the head without mercy. The severe pain made Enel grimace. For me, your greatest use is just a power bank. Lu Yu glanced at Enel. Power bank? Enel was stunned. A moment later, he reacted. Understand the meaning of power bank. Think of him, the great Enel, the god of thunder who controls the power of divine punishment. But now we have to become a backup hidden energy source for others? Act as a power bank. This is simply a great humiliation. Cough cough cough. Enel's face flushed with anger and he coughed violently several times. Yeah ha 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 ha, what if I say I don't agree? Enel said. Is that so? That can't be helped. Lu Yu shook his head and waved towards the door. Sugar, come here. The sound of footsteps. A cute green-haired loli came to Lu Yu's side jogging obediently. After receiving Lu Yu's instructions, Sugar stretched out her slender little hand and patted Enel lightly. Enel suddenly widened his eyes in horror, feeling an irresistible mysterious force acting on him, causing his body to shrink. Only a soft popping sound was heard in an instant. The original living person turned into a 30-centimeter puppet toy. You! What did you do to me? Why am I in this state? Enel screamed in despair. I can't accept this fact. I, the god of Sky Island, have turned into a child's puppet toy. This blow was even more unacceptable to him than surrendering to Lu Yu. You've just become a toy. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Just stay here and do odd jobs. Lu Yu spoke with a smile. Stop, put me down, no, change back to me, you devil. Enel yelled. Click, oh, sorry, I used a little too much force. Lu Yu grabbed the puppet's broken hands and feet. Enel. Me? At hash, forget it, if you really don't want to be a puppet, it's okay to change you back. After all, I'm not a demon. Lu Yu casually threw Enel's hands and feet to the ground. No, don't change back. Enel changed its mind. Because he was afraid that Lu Yu would turn him back into the real him. He would be a disabled person with one hand and one foot missing. Sometimes it changes, sometimes it stays the same. You really have too many demands. Lu Yu shook his head. No, give up, devil. Enel bowed his head and admitted defeat. Lu Yu squinted and smiled. Captain, Master, Enel quickly changed his tone. He was really frightened by Lu Yu's various methods. I can't beat him in a beating, and other means of torture are far inferior to him. It was his misfortune to encounter such a powerful being, and the only way for him to survive was to surrender. That's more like it. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then please change me back quickly, Enel hopes. There's no rush to change back, it depends on your next performance. Just keep working like this for the time being. Lu Yu clapped his hands and stood up. His gaze immediately fell on the Golden Emperor Tesoro. I surrender. I pledge my allegiance, Captain Lu Yu. Chapter 192 Deprivation of Ownership. I pledge allegiance. I surrender. I am willing to serve Captain Lu Yu at all costs. Help you achieve eternal hegemony and unify the sea. Without waiting for Lu Yu to speak, Guild Tesoro answered immediately. His face was full of earnestness, anxiety and fear. How could he not be afraid? At this moment, Tesoro finally remembered. Thinking of the identity of this little Lolita who has the ability of a scary toy. It is the monster with hidden abilities from the original Don Quixote family. After Dressrosa, everyone in this world knows this. All the special toys in that country are transformed from humans. Although he didn't remember who the ferocious toy in front of him was. But he could probably guess it by thinking with his butt. This must be an idiot who disobeyed Lu Yu. The price of disobeying orders is becoming a toy. This is an unimaginable consequence, so Tesoro compromised and surrendered without hesitation. You're quite sensible, in that case, forget it. Lu Yu chuckled. Reconstruction of the Golden City. Tesoro's awakened ability of the gold fruit can be of great use. It would be best if you could be obedient, bite. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang. Subdue Enel and Tesoro, obtain the Golden City, and be rewarded with Poison Dragon Slayer magic level plus 10, Dragon Power plus 20. Oh, I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head, with a wave of the hand. The system panel reappeared after a long absence. Host. Lu Yu Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Flame Dragon King Mode. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Sky Dragon King Mode. Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Iron Dragon King Mode. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Thunder Dragon King Mode. White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 White Dragon King Mode. Shadow Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Perfect. Poison Dragon Slayer Magic Level 40. Dragon Power Level 80. Skills. Mind Talk Magic, Instant Teleportation, SSS Level Corpse History, SS Level Divine Hull, SS Level Form Magic. Super Magic. Absolute Fairy Defense Ball, Super Magic Fairy Judgment Law. There are still 20 levels of Dragon Power left before the 6th Dragon King mode is activated. After that comes the maximum level of Poison Dragon Slayer Magic and Dragon King mode. It's almost there. Once all attributes are maxed out, let's officially begin the final war. This time it won't be like last time, where we just stop at the point. Emu. Wash your neck properly and wait. The peaceful days of the Golden City continued to pass. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, under the strong protests and requests of neglected girls such as Hiyori and Hancock. Lu Yu gave them these 3 days, until everyone is satisfied. Lu Yu finally had time to inspect the reconstruction progress of Golden City. But the leisure time didn't last long. A girl with long aqua blue hair came towards him. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lu Yu smiled at the blue-haired girl who looked embarrassed. That. Lord Lu Yu. Teacher Zephyr, that. Aine's face turned red. I talked for a long time but still didn't get to the point. In desperation, Lu Yu had no choice but to use his mind-reading ability. I see. So how do you plan to repay me, little Aine? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. I can do anything. Aine's eyes lit up and she was eager to try, forehead. Looking at Aine who looked impatient, Lu Yu grinned, and for a moment he didn't know whether this girl was doing this for the teacher or for herself. But there is not much difference, I'm just sitting around anyway. From noon to dusk, after rewarding Aine for her good performance, Lu Yu came to the former residence of Admiral Zephyr. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu left with Zephyr's grateful thanks. Before I could walk far, Lu Yu duo suddenly moved. The dragon's keen hearing picked up a sound from a distant corner. Gion, Hina, is everything really okay on your end? The solemn voice of Marine Marshal Aokiji Kuzan came from Den Den Mushi. Don't worry, everything is fine here, don't worry about us for now. Let's stay here. Firstly, we can continue to persuade Teacher Zephyr, and secondly, we can observe the man's actions up close. If that man takes any action, I will notify you immediately. Momosagi Gion said in a deep voice. Well then, you and Hina should be careful. Marshal Kuzan compromised. Gion responded. The Den Den Mushi call was disconnected. Just, Sister Yuan. Hina suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and became so flustered that she stuttered. What's wrong, Hina? All of a sudden, Gion realized something was wrong before he could finish his words. She turned around suddenly. When she saw Lu Yu not far away, Ziyuan couldn't help but take a breath, and her beautiful eyes widened. You, when did you come? Gion asked in panic. While you're talking to Aokiji. Lu Yu nodded. Did you hear all that? Gion asked, without waiting for Lu Yu to answer. I heard it, and it was you who insisted on keeping us here. You should be aware of this kind of thing. Gion acted like he had given up. It seems I've been a little too indulgent with you. It's time for you to understand where you stand. Lu Yu grinned expectantly. It's time to reveal the hidden rules of the rock-paper-scissors game a few days ago to the two marine goddesses. It is time to deprive them of their ownership of the clothes they wear. The top floor of the most luxurious star-rated hotel in Golden City. The room was originally luxuriously decorated, now it has been completely cleared out. Sofas, carpets, tablecloths, sheets, everything related to cloth was cleared out. All that remains are hard goods such as wooden floors, tables and chairs. Right now, 3 people stood in this particularly empty room. The neatly dressed Lu Yu and the naked one, the two marine goddesses. The absolute silence in the room lasted for an unknown amount of time. The women's screams that broke through the sky were like thunder. Right now, Marine's two cool goddesses, Admiral Candidate Momosagi Gion and Colonel Hina were going crazy. Not long ago, Lu Yu discovered that they were secretly passing information to naval headquarters. The self-righteous and arrogant Momosagi Gion was knocked unconscious by Lu Yu with one move. Not to mention Hina, who doesn't even have the strength to be a vice admiral. Even if you raise your hands in surrender, Lu Yu still mercilessly hit Hina with a knife, causing her to faint. Waiting for Hina and Gion to wake up again, they were brought here by Lu Yu. What shocked, confused, and embarrassed them even more was their current state. Especially when there are other people and a person of the opposite S*X in the field. This is simply a disaster, it's a nightmare, feeling the undisguised admiring gaze from Lu Yu. Even though Gion and Hina had strong hearts, their emotions were on the verge of collapse. Don't look this way, Hina squatted down in panic. There was a hint of crying and pleading in the voice. Gion's face was also red with anger at this moment. The justice before him fluctuates like the sea of the new world. What exactly do you want to do? Hurry up and give us back our... Gion shouted angrily. Lu Yu sat down on the chair calmly. He scratched his ears nonchalantly, then he casually threw out a scroll. See for yourself. Here are the complete rules for the game of rock paper scissors. This is the price you have to pay, Lu Yu said casually. Gion opens the scroll. After reading the rock paper scissors rules above, Gion was furious, and the fluctuations of justice became more and more violent. You never told me this beforehand, Gion shouted angrily. Shouldn't this be common sense in rock paper scissors? Lu Yu spread his hands innocently. Besides, ladies of the Marine, you didn't really think I kept you here just to have fun, did you? No way. You are my prisoners, I am free to do whatever I want to you. Lu Yu grinned. Gion was furious, but speechless for a moment. Now, the most important issue for them is to resolve their own embarrassing situation. Ha. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you for now. Just calm down here for a while and reflect on yourself. I'll have 3 meals delivered. Lu Yu waved and prepared to leave. Oh, right. Before going out, Lu Yu suddenly turned his head. He looked Gion up and down. Don't try to escape. There are 360-degree video Den Den Mushi all around the hotel. I can't guarantee where these live broadcasts will be transmitted to. Lu Yu grinned. Chapter 193 Little Fox Kalina. Ha. Lu Yu was in a good mood after successfully countering and suppressing the arrogant Marine Momosagi Gion. Lu Yu would naturally not let go of Marine's two goddesses, Momosagi Gion and Hina. How can I let the duck that is in my mouth fly away? But eating is eating, but there is no need to rush. First of all, we have to temper the sharpness of those two cold goddesses. Let them adapt to their current situation first. Things are simple after that. I was delayed by Ain, Gion and others on the way today. However, the city's inspection work must continue. Lu Yu restrained his voice, quietly walking through the streets of the city. Oversee reconstruction work, didn't find any major problems. Lu Yu nodded. Later we arrived at the exit toll booth of Golden City. Nami and Robin have been busy here these days. I wasn't able to play as freely as I did with Hiyori, Hancock and the others. For the hard-working girl, Lu Yu naturally couldn't ignore him, so he had to reward him well. Not long. Lu Yu came to the toll booth, where Nami and Robin were. However, the two women were not seen. There was a lot of noise coming from the Golden Ark helipad not far away. Lu Yu's ears moved, caught some sounds in the distance. The little thief cat caught the little fox? The night is dark. The helipad where the Golden City Ark Proverbs is located. A petite and delicate figure knocked down the guard guarding the Golden Ark with the spiked wine. Sneak in quietly. This is not because the defense was too careless. It's because the thief who tried to do it was too cute. Besides, he is a friend of people. Besides, this is the Golden City, the territory of the Sea Emperor. The guards in charge of guarding the Ark naturally would not be wary of a mere little girl. Hee. Easy and easy. It's worth all my observations and arrangements over the past few days. A girl with neat short purple hair tapped the ground with her toes. He nimbly boarded the Golden Spaceship Ark Proverbs, which was worth more than $1 trillion. She was wearing a dress with a high slit at the hem, and her long legs were wrapped in delicate black stockings. She wore a pair of silver high heels under the jade, which made her look taller. The girl's name is Karina, and like Nami, she is from East Blue. Coincidentally, Karina and Nami were once partners in theft. Nami's nickname is Little Thief Cat, while Karina is called Little Fox by the people of East Blue. The Little Fox and the Little Thief Cat joined forces. Even the vicious pirates were fooled by them. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. One day, Nami and Karina encountered a brutal treasure hunter in East Blue. Eventually, both were arrested. Afterwards, Karina was ready to exchange all her treasures for the lives of the two. But it is gone forever. Even the treasures in the treasure trove were taken by her alone. Nami, who suffered betrayal, was naturally furious and desperate. But it seemed that it was precisely because of her despair that the treasure hunter did not kill her. A few years later, that experience has always been a little knot in Nami's heart. But since then, Nami has never seen Karina again. Until 3 days ago, Nami, who works as an exit toll collector, discovers Karina's existence. After learning that Nami is no longer the same as before, even became one of the wives of the Sea Emperor, Karina was naturally shocked. My heart was beating fast. She forced herself to explain to Nami why she did this. If she had really taken the treasure back with her, both of them would have died. Karina's explanation, Nami just smiled and said nothing. He was very magnanimous and did not pursue the matter. Karina took advantage of the opportunity and once again became Nami's good sister. It's just that it's hard to change one's nature. The cunning little fox is trying to get one step closer to the title of King of Thieves. Once again, he took advantage of Nami, and this time her target is Nami's favorite Huang Yuzhou Zhenyan. Thieves are never empty-handed. I'm really sorry again this time, Nami. I will be the next King of Thieves. Purple-haired songstress Karina whispered happily. Her delicate hand brushed the golden hull of the Ark. There was an excitement that was hard to conceal on her delicate face. After all, this is a ship made of gold, such a big golden city. Its value is already considerable enough. Needless to say, this ship also has the ability to fly. It can be said to be a truly priceless treasure, as a senior theft expert. How could Karina turn a blind eye to this? The guard's defenses have been successfully breached. What she had to do next was to take advantage of the cover of night and drive the golden spaceship away without anyone noticing. Although Karina has never driven a spaceship, but he thought, this shouldn't be too difficult. With a little exploration, you can find a way. However, when Karina walked around the Golden Ark, she was completely dumbfounded. She had never heard of the various metal structures in it. What confused her even more was that the ship didn't seem to have a control room or a power room. There is only a power transmission system. This is also natural. The Ark Proverbs created by Enel are based on his own Thunder Fruit abilities. Activated with the power of thunder and lightning, it flies into the sky. Karina didn't even understand this most basic point, so there was no chance of her stealing successfully from the beginning. Worse is yet to come. Just when Karina was about to give up and leave, I only heard, click, snap. The dazzling lights suddenly burst into life, illuminating the Golden Ark. Good evening, King of Thieves. Nami greeted, a smile on her face that was incredibly bright. Good evening, my little fox friend. In the bright lights, Nami walked slowly towards us in high heels. Looking at Karina's stunned expression, Nami couldn't help but wink playfully and smiled smugly. Us. Karina, who was caught by Nami on the spot, widened her eyes in shock. I never expected it to unfold like this. Looking at the slightly cunning expression on Nami's face, she felt her head buzzing and understood everything. I thought the situation was all under my control. She never thought that the clown was always there for her. She thought Nami was on the first floor, but in reality, Nami had been waiting on the 5th floor for her to make a mistake. Karina, do you have anything else to say? Nami asked with a smile. This is not what you think, Karina stammered. What else could it be but what I thought? Actually, I've already seen through your little thoughts, Karina. Nami laughed. Karina finally couldn't hold on any longer. I really lost this time. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. Let it be dealt with as you wish. She accepted the reality and gave in, closing her eyes and preparing to accept Nami's revenge. Don't be so scared, Karina. Nami wrapped her arms around Karina's neck and hugged her. He whispered a few words in his ear. The singer Karina's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, and her fair and delicate face was covered with red clouds. You. Are you serious, Nami? Karina screamed in disbelief. Of course, thank me, Karina. But I have one more request. From now on, you must call me sister. Nami nodded seriously. Karina pursed her lips tightly, a fierce struggle between her conscience and her desires brewing in her heart. She couldn't believe it after being betrayed twice. Nami actually helped her. Is this really not a trap? Or is it some special play that requires her to play a role? Just when Karina was struggling, suddenly, a light laugh sounded beside her without warning. Little Nami, have you recognized a sister so soon? Lu Yu smiled. Lord Lu Yu, looking at Lu Yu who suddenly appeared, Nami's eyes suddenly lit up. Without waiting for her to explain the current situation, Lu Yu blocked Nami's Sakura peach mouth with his index finger. I already know the details from Robin, so there's no need to elaborate. Lu Yu smiled slightly, before Nami and Karina could react. Lu Yu waved his hand. He immediately took the two of them to the central golden tower. Just as Karina was anxiously waiting for the most important moment in her life, a cute little green-haired girl ran across the hall. The white little hands fell on her body. Boo, a soft sound. Karina looked at her changes in bewilderment, watching myself transform from a human into a toy. Unprecedented fear took over her whole body and mind. She wanted to scream, but no sound came out. She looked at Nami for help, but Nami just looked at her suspiciously. There was no reaction to her being turned into a toy. This shouldn't happen even with strangers you've never met. Chapter 194. Gion feels that he is capable very quickly. The contract regarding the childlike fruit told Karina everything. She knew that she, who had become a toy, had been erased from Nami's memory. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have exploited Nami's kindness over and over again. Woo. Karina was crying inwardly and was terrified. Ms. Fox, you are a good child if you admit your mistakes and correct them. Lu Yu responded by reading his mind. Toy Karina, who was immersed in regret, suddenly looked up. Looking at Lu Yu, she knew that this man had not forgotten her. Lord Lu Yu, I really know I was wrong, please don't punish me in this way. I can do everything else, Karina pleaded, another one who can do everything. Okay, but I still need to teach you a lesson. For the next few days, just work hard with this body. Lu Yu smiled kindly. He was just wondering who to ask to deliver food to Gion and Hina. Now the candidate has emerged, after arranging Karina's work. Lu Yu took Nami directly to meet Robin who had been waiting there early. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Time passes by little. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. But we can start the next step. Lu Yu came to the empty room where the two marine goddesses Gion and Hina were. After a week of adaptation, Gion and Hina have already adapted to the current situation. Even when he saw Lu Yu appear, he did not react as violently as he did at first. Ladies of the marine, let's play another game today. Lu Yu crossed his legs and looked at Gion and Hina leisurely. If you win, I'll let you go safely, Wah. Come on, who's afraid of who? Gion did not hide anything. Haki responded. Wait, Sister Gion, be careful, it's a trap. Hina said cautiously. Haha, don't worry, the rules of this game are all written here in black and white. Lu Yu casually took out a scroll. Gion took it and spread it out. Patience game? Hina was stunned. Wait until you see the rules of the game on the scroll. Hina's fair little face turned red again in an instant. You are shameless. We won't play this game as you wish. Hina was furious. If this is your choice, I won't force it. Lu Yu smiled. You want us to please you? That's wishful thinking? Hina flatly refused. Wait, Hina. Gion suddenly spoke, which made Hina stunned. Looking at the curve of Gion's mouth, Hina was stunned. Gion's sister, you don't really want to? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A confident and happy arc appeared on Gion's pretty face. What kind of opportunity is this? Hina was anxious. Of course it's a chance to trample the king of the sea under my feet. Gion's sister, are you serious? Hina couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock at Gion's ridiculous words. How could they possibly trample the emperor of the sea under their feet? But the confidence and pride on Gion's face were real. Does she really have the confidence to crush Lu Yu? So, what are you going to do? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He was also quite curious about the source of Gion's sudden confidence. Snort, Gion hummed softly. She pointed to the scroll of game rules. According to the rules explained here, I should understand that you cannot resist before the 1-hour limit stipulated by the game is up. Gion asked. That's certainly the case within the limits of the rules. But if it's a method that has nothing to do with the rules. Lu Yu nodded calmly. Then I'm relieved. Gion interrupted Lu Yu's explanation. She walked straight to Lu Yu with her long legs. She lowered her head and looked at Lu Yu with her beautiful eyes without blinking. I will never lose again this time, we must win. Gion said firmly. Roar, I doubt whether Miss Gion has such experience. Lu Yu smiled. Stupid. Idiot, you have no business doing this kind of thing. Gion's eyes avoided slightly, She bit her teeth lightly to calm herself down. The white jade feet were raised and stepped on Lu Yu's body. See, Hina, I told you, the opportunity to trample the Emperor of the Sea underfoot is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The rest of the time is ours, so come over quickly. Gion was proud, like a proud queen. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Gion felt that he was fine again. However, as time goes by, Gion, who was unable to defeat Lu Yu, finally began to panic. No longer the initial confidence and pride. Watch the moves. It's almost time for me to finish it. It's time to surrender. Beep beep. The ringing of the timer alarm made Gion's head suddenly go blank. I lost? Gion spoke in a daze. She has tried so hard. I worked so hard that my muscles were sore and almost cramped. Yet, he still lost. Just when Gion was stunned, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over. That was Lu Yu standing up. Wah. At this moment, Gion finally lost his initial confidence and pride. All that was left in my heart was endless panic and confusion. Thank you for your care, Miss Gion. According to the rules, it's my turn to return the gift. Lu Yu smiled kindly. Boo, Marine Admiral candidate Momosagi Gion, defeated. Woo woo woo. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I will never get carried away again. The aloof marine goddess Momosagi Gion no longer has her usual arrogance. She sobbed and apologized like a little girl. Don't be discouraged, try again next time. Lu Yu comforted. Immediately his eyes fell on Hina in the corner. Hina was so scared that she shuddered. Seeing this, Lu Yu shook his head and said nothing. Because this game is based on the principle of voluntariness. Watched Lu Yu leave. Hina was shivering in the corner with her lips tightly pursed. She looked at her fingertips, which gleamed in the dim light. Would you like to try a challenge next time? It's going to happen sooner or later anyway? Hina couldn't help but think. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. The dilapidated Golden City was renovated. Various entertainment facilities have been further upgraded. The world's largest entertainment city has been reborn. But from now on, however, this entertainment city is not going to be open to the public again. Under Lu Yu's order, this place will be used as a private resort. Except Lu Yu and his subordinates or invited guests. No one else is allowed to enter without permission. The once Golden City has suddenly become a forbidden area. And in the Forbidden Golden City, there is a forbidden area within the forbidden area. That was the private territory belonging exclusively to Lu Yu and a grown girl. No one except the girls approved by Lu Yu is allowed to enter. Right now, in this paradise that belongs only to Lu Yu, an alternative pool party is underway with constant laughter and joy. The protagonist of the party was naturally Lu Yu, the only man. The party that is enough to make any man in the world envious and jealous is still going on. At some point, brew brew brew, Mr. Lu Yu, Robin knelt by the swimming pool and handed a Den Mushi to Lu Yu. Shocky, what's going on? I'm very busy here right now. Lu Yu greeted casually. Shocky on the other end of the Den Mushi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even if there are thousands of mountains and rivers between us. Just listen to the sound. Shocky, who is as smart as a person, knows what Lu Yu is doing now. As the head of the most powerful force in the sea, this hands-off boss is quite comfortable with his job. Captain Lu Yu, you've already finished playing one game. It's almost time for you to come back. I received a call from the Revolutionary Army not long ago. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and his men will arrive in Wano-kuni soon for consultations. Shocky spoke helplessly. Oh, Chapter 195 The Revolutionary Army arrives? Really? Is it finally coming? Lu Yu grinned. It has been nearly half a year since the Summit War. The Revolutionary Army's vanguard, Sabo and Koala, have also been here for several months. The general cadres of the Revolutionary Army should be here soon. Come and discuss with Lu Yu how to seize the world and overthrow the world government. Want to defeat the world government with 800 years of history. The strength of the single life army is far from enough. They need the absolute dominance of Lu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea. Same. Lu Yu has only been officially in the world for half a year. Although he is powerful, he also has a lot of admiral-level combat power. He even mastered the power of Poseidon. However, on the road to conquering the world, some things cannot be solved by force alone. He also needs the Revolutionary Army's influence in the lower world. No matter which dynasty or era, the change of power always requires raising the banner of justice first. After a brief communication with Shocky, Robin immediately handed over another Golden City insider contact. Under Lu Yu's instructions, the Golden City, which had been floating aimlessly, turned around and headed straight back towards Wano-kuni. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of Straw Hat Luffy, who was currently training in the Golden City. He could roughly imagine what the meeting between the Straw Hats and Sabo would be like. However, Straw Hat Luffy meets his biological father, Chief Dragon. Even Lu Yu couldn't imagine the correct scene in his mind. After all, the difference in personality between these two people is so big that they don't look like father and son at all. The playful and carefree Straw Hat Luffy and the meticulous, ruthless leader Dragon, who is like a machine. Even Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. However, the Revolutionary Army has not yet reached Wano-kuni. Naturally, Lu Yu was not in a hurry to go back. Take advantage of this time. Take advantage of this, perhaps the last bit of leisure before the war. Lu Yu wanted to indulge himself one last time, watching the girls and boys playing around the swimming pool. Lu Yu grinned and strode forward, throughout all. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. The Golden City, carried by 4 island turtles and 4 sea kings, arrived at the sea off Wano Kuni. Far away, you can vaguely see the small black dot on the sea surface dozens of miles away. Just then, bite a familiar and friendly system prompt sound suddenly rang out. Collect 20 historical texts, 22/20ths, mission completed. Rewards Poison Dragon Slayer magic level plus 10, Dragon Power plus 20. Dragon Power reaches level 100, conditions met. Please confirm whether to open the new Dragon King mode. Yes, Lu Yu's mind moved, there is no need to choose this time. Because the only magic that meets the conditions for activating Dragon King mode is Shadow Dragon Slayer magic. Crash. The dark shadow rushed and whistled through Lu Yu's limbs. Strands of colored air that looked like armament hockey swirled around Lu Yu. Whoosh. A pair of pitch black wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out from behind Lu Yu. It represents the full activation of Shadow Dragon King mode. Now that Shadow Dragon King mode is activated, Lu Yu's Fusion Dragon King mode can also add new combinations. Following the Thunder Flame Dragon King, the White Shadow Dragon King or the Iron Shadow Dragon King will also appear one after another. After carefully feeling and experiencing the power of the Shadow Dragon King in the body, Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. The Shadow Dragon's wings behind him slowly retracted. Turning to think about the sudden completion of the historical article collection task. When I checked yesterday, I was still 2 blocks away from completing the historical text task. Originally, Lu Yu was thinking about visiting Alabasta and Sky Island someday. Obtain the historical texts of Pluton and Poseidon to complete the mission. By the way, bring the Golden Bell to decorate the Golden City. But there is no need to make this trip right now. The collection task of this historical article has been exceeded. As for the reason, after thinking about it, Lu Yu could probably guess it. I'm afraid the Revolutionary Army has already arrived at Wano Kuni before them. Last time, Sabo and Koala brought 2 historical documents as gifts. This time the leader of the Revolutionary Army was visiting in person, so naturally he needed to bring gifts. As expected, the contact from Shocky was soon delivered by Robin. Shocky, you probably mean the Revolutionary Army has arrived. I'm almost back, just greet them casually first. Lu Yu spoke casually. That's not right, Captain. I want to report about Dressrosa. Just now, I received an emergency call. Dressrosa has been invaded by unknown individuals. Shocky said solemnly and anxiously. A land of love and passion, Dressrosa. Since the fall of Shichibukai Doflamingo, everyone in the world knows that this country has become the territory of the King of the Sea. Even the brutal pirates did not dare to run wild and plunder in this country. Then came the major event of the relocation of Wangguo a month ago. When the Golden Lion Shiki arrived with several islands from all over the world, the whole ocean was shaken. The 4 Emperor's Big Mom pirates not only submitted to the Emperor of the Sea, but even their islands were relocated to the waters near Dressrosa. Overnight, Dressrosa, which originally stood alone on the sea, was protected in the center by an iron wall defense composed of dozens of islands. The defense is 100 or 1,000 times stronger than before. High-end combat forces gathered. The first is Jiyu Gaojihong, who surrendered to Lu Yu in the Shuigu town incident. Red Earl Redfield, who ate the mythical vampire fruit and restored his youthful peak, was unexpectedly arranged by Lu Yu to guard Dressrosa. Besides, there are also 2 vice captains in this country. The former vice captain of Big Mom's Pirates, Ultraman Katakuri, and the former vice captain of the Beast's Pirates, Flame Disaster Jin. In addition, there are the Biscuit Star Cracker, who is as powerful as 1,000 soldiers, the Juice Star Smoothie, who is a bit strong but can do nothing, and other core cadres of the original Big Mom group. In an instant, the originally weak Dressrosa was armed to the teeth. Even for a pirates group of the 4 Emperors level, it would be difficult to invade Dressrosa in its current state. But if they sneak in secretly, that's another matter. The CP spy killers carefully trained by the world government are all first-class infiltrators. Not to mention some powerful people who are strong enough to stand at the top of the ocean. The night passed and the daylight fell. Dressrosa is known as the country of love and passion. Their wonderful day naturally starts with hot dance steps. Dressrosa Port City, Acharya open-air stage. The dancer in a bright red dance costume performed rapid flamenco steps, drawing countless applause. Just when the music and dance were about to reach their climax, a man wearing a colorful moderate dance costume jumped onto the stage and bowed very gentlemanly. He kissed the hands of the dancers on the stage. The dancer was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement out of politeness. After a moment's silence, the audience started cursing and told the flashy man to get out. The male dancer on the stage didn't care about the insults from the crowd. He always had a smile on his face, and it kept getting bigger. Kick and tap, the male dancer suddenly started to dance solo, and his dance shoes tapped non-stop. It seems to have some special rhythm, which makes people unconsciously immersed in it and fall into its rhythm. Come on, everybody, rock with me. The man in the fancy dance costume suddenly had a microphone in his hand and shouted loudly. At the same time, the pace of his feet became faster and faster. The originally complicated dance steps were gradually simplified and finally turned into a simple swing. Swaying left and right. The people of the port city of Dressrosa fell one after another, as if infected. They fell into the rhythm of the dancer, swaying left and right, with wild laughter on their faces. Then, the wavering trend continued to spread. It swept straight towards the capital of Dressrosa. Wherever he passed, people swayed involuntarily, and the heels of their shoes hit the ground with a uniform and violent vibration. This moment, the entire Dressrosa seemed to be dancing to that strange rhythm. At the same time, the islands of all nations outside Dressrosa. It's finally about to begin, then let's have a long-awaited big fight. A man with an extremely pale face, a cruel and bloody light all over his body, and a strong bloody smell grinned. The hero of the sea of this era, I don't know what your blood tastes like. Now let me taste it. Chapter 196. The Emperor is coming. Somewhere in Dressrosa Island, the world government's intelligence elites gathered, some wearing white suits and some wearing white robes. This is our last chance, you should understand, Lucci. As long as we complete this mission perfectly, our status will definitely be elevated to a higher level, and we can truly become a member of the CPO. The purple-haired man wearing a half-iron mask shouted. Shut up. Rob Lucci, who was known as the strongest in Eni's lobby for 800 years, was tragically defeated by the fledgling Straw Hat Boy. His eyes flashed with cold lightning and he shouted sternly. You're not the boss of the old men anymore, Spandam. Kaku, who has a long rectangular nose, said in an air of superiority. Lucci, can this plan really go smoothly? I'm a little uneasy. The former CP9 Khalifa, whose slender figure was covered by a large white robe, spoke anxiously. With those two here, there will definitely be no problem. We have no way out. According to intelligence, that terrifying emperor is still in Wano-kuni. Even if we rush, it will take at least a day to arrive. So no problem. The original members of CP9 spoke one after another. Dressrosa crash plan, activate. Rob Lucci just gave the order coldly. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. The scorching midday sun beat down on the land of Dressrosa. In such weather, even the best dancers can't keep moving for long. However, right now, in the land of Dressrosa, a bizarre spectacle appeared. Start in the eastern port city of Ikalia. A wave of swings quickly swept across the country. Regardless of gender, age or status, everyone walked out of their homes and onto the streets. Dancing uncontrollably, or more precisely swaying. The sounds of hundreds of thousands of people's heels hitting the ground connected into a line, forming a terrifying resonant force that caused the earth to crack. Only those who are in this frequency can remain unaffected. And once he falls to the ground due to exhaustion, people at the center of the resonance will vomit blood and suffer damage to their internal organs under the invisible force of resonance. People kept falling down, vomiting blood and then falling unconscious. However, the swing amplitude of the remaining people is getting bigger and bigger, and the resonance force generated is becoming more and more fierce. Like a ferocious beast from ancient times, it devours and attacks all aliens. This is the awakening ability of the terrifying Paramecia rhythm fruit. Rhythm resonance. When the body rhythms of hundreds of thousands of people are completely unified and resonate. The resonance force generated is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Just one strike can shatter a country or an island. The wind of swinging rhythm continues to spread, right now. The center of Dressrosa's capital, the second floor where the palace is located. The huge palace was in the most chaotic situation at this moment. Lady Violet, report, Queen Violet, the city of Kashia has also been affected. And the one in the south, Lady Violet, Lord King Riku, something terrible has happened. Everyone in the country seems to be possessed. If this continues, it will be really bad. Lady Violet, please allow me to lead the army. We must find the person causing trouble in secret. Taigu Liebent, the deputy captain of the king's army, said in a decisive tone. Wait, Taigu, the other party's situation is unclear right now. The true nature of that power is unknown. If you go there rashly, you will just be controlled by that power like everyone else. King Dord III of Liku dissuaded him, but Deputy Captain Tai Ji-yu looked timid. Lord Luo and his men have already gone over to investigate the situation. Now all we have to do is hold the palace and protect Violet. If this is the world government's doing, it definitely won't be the only trick. Cyrus, the captain of the king's army and a one-legged swordsman known as the Thunder Soldier, made a calm analysis. Things have come to this. In this ocean, there is only one force that dares to launch a large-scale attack on the country under the Emperor's command. Only the world government can rival the Emperor of the Sea. Only the world government can mobilize such a terrifying force. Group in Cyrus's conjecture. The world government's move is not just a provocation or a show of force against Lu Yu. At the same time, it is a warning to all the major governments in the world. Killing Dressrosa serves as a warning to the world. Let those countries that are wavering and want to join Lu Yu see the power of the government. If that is true, then Violet, who now lives in the palace, will definitely become their target. Protected at all costs. Kulu clenched the greatsword in his hand. A blessing in disguise. Now he is not the only strong man in this palace. He looked up at the spire of the palace. A pteranodon from ancient times stood still like a statue. Exuding a murderous aura, the perimeter of the palace. One after another, the big, rugged biscuit soldiers lined up in a row. Build the strongest defense network. The former vice captains and core members of the 4 emperors were present. As long as the opponent does not deploy admiral-level combat power, they all have confidence that they can stop it. The second floor of the palace. In all the rooms of the queen, Violet leaned against the windowsill. He looked at the restless country with nervous and uneasy eyes. Lord Lu Yu, this country needs you, Viola needs you. Please come back soon, Violet whispered in her heart and prayed to the sky. It seemed like her prayers were successful. Next second. Don't be afraid. Right there. Lu Yu's disembodied voice echoed in Violet's mind. Lord Lu Yu, Violet's beautiful eyes suddenly burst into infinite excitement and joy. Boom. A brilliant beam of light connected the sky and the earth. The Emperor descends upon Dressrosa. At the same time, just when Dressrosa was in unprecedented chaos because of the swing rhythm, the stars are scattered all over the islands of the world. It's not peaceful at this moment either. Weed Island is about a kilometer away from the main island of Dressrosa. This is the island where Katakuri, the former flower minister of the Big Mom Pirates, resides. Brother Katakuri, there's news from the Kerberos. There seems to be some emergency at Dressrosa's place? Should we go check it out? The voice of General Smoothie came from Den Den Mushi. I've got Bree ready. A mirror passage to Dressrosa has been established. You and Snag go ahead, Katakuri ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Katakuri ni. Smoothie obeyed, even though I felt that something seemed wrong on Katakuri's side. But I didn't think much about it. After all, that's Katakuri, the strongest superhero in their Charlotte family. The Den Den Mushi immediately hung up. Katakuri put away the Den Den Mushi. His gaze turned to the strange figure not far away. He was a man whose hair, skin, and face were all pale. A man whose pupils were the only thing flashing with an eerie blood-red color. I smell it. Your blood seems delicious, the eerie pale man grinned. Revealing a hidden mouth of blood-stained fangs, feeling the dangerous aura coming from that strange man. Even Kotaku couldn't help but tense up, but things have come to this. The only option is to fight. A red light representing future foresight flashed in Katakuri's pupils. Rice cake blade bullet. Without any nonsense, Katakuri used his fingers as a gun and threw out a rice cake bullet covered with powerful armament hockey. It accurately pierced the pale man's heart, splashing a strange flower of blood. However, something strange happened immediately. The pale man whose heart was pierced by an arm-colored bullet did not die. The place where his heart was pierced was rippling like water waves. It healed in a moment. A Logia user? Katakuri's pupils shrank slightly. A look of disbelief. After all, even if they're Logia users, they definitely cannot be immune to armament hockey. He had clearly seen his armed bullet explode in the opponent's chest, creating a ball of blood. Even Whitebeard and Red Hair, the Emperors of the Sea, could not ignore the damage to their hearts. This situation is really weird. Chochochu, it's useless. My heart is not my weakness. Although I'm not a Logia, my abilities are among the most unique in Paramecia. I am the user of the special Paramecia blood fruit. I am truly immortal. The white man smiled sinisterly, his pair of strange blood-red pupils flashing with bloodthirsty light. Special Paramecia blood fruit. Katakuri couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 197 Weakness. After a moment, he regained his usual calmness. He didn't know the ability of the blood fruit, nor did he know the identity of this pale man. He only knew that this was the enemy he was about to kill. As the crowning achievement of the Charlotte family, his mission is to slay all enemies that threaten the family, nothing more. Muso Mochi Blade Bullet. Katakuri calmly raised his right hand, and his right arm covered with armament hockey gradually deformed. Eventually it transformed into a Gatling gun. Tat-tat-tat. The muzzle of the Gatling gun was emitting blue flames. Countless armed colored rice cake bullets shot out and covered the pale man. This little trick is completely useless. The pale man laughed triumphantly, not dodging or evading. He let the rain of bullets fall on his body, splashing blood, but he quickly recovered. Katakuri calmly observed the pale man's every move. Also a user of special Paramecia abilities, his understanding of the word, special, is naturally deeper. Even special Paramecia is still just a superhuman ability after all. Unable to transform the entire body into elements like Logia users. Normally, the body of a user with the special Paramecia ability is not directly immune to armament hockey's attacks. Unless one is like him, using observation hockey, which can predict the future, to predict the opponent's actions in advance. Then deform the part that was hit in advance to avoid it. But it's obvious. The user of this special Paramecia blood fruit does not have the ability to predict the future. Katakuri's Mochi Blade Bullet did hit his body, but it was still ineffective. The reason is special Paramecia blood fruit. I already know your weakness. Katakuri spoke confidently. Weed Island Battlefield. I have seen your weakness. Katakuri spoke in a deep voice. There is strong confidence in his words and actions. Through the ultimate observation and hockey perception that can predict the future. Add the previous rice cake Gatling cover. He had already sensed the intentions of the person in front of him who had the same special Paramecia ability as himself. Oh, you know my weakness? You're really boastful, little brat. The pale man sneered. Your weaknesses aren't fixed in one place. Katakuri said. Upon hearing this, the expression on the pale man's face froze for a moment. It seems I was right. Special Paramecia is still just Paramecia after all. It can't be fully elementalized like Logia. Earlier, it looked like you didn't dodge at all, but there were several unnatural swing arcs. I think it was my rice cake bullets that blocked the entire movement path of your core, so you had to dodge. Special Paramecia blood fruit user, there is something like a core within your body, and that is your weakness. Katakuri said firmly. Pa. The silence lasted for a moment, and then the pale man suddenly grinned and clapped his hands. What an amazing little brat. Your blood must taste much more delicious than that of ordinary people. Although what I want most is the blood of the so-called Sea King, before that I'll have a taste of yours first. The pale man's expression gradually became ferocious. You are not even as good as me, let alone that person. You are really wishful thinking. Katakuri said coldly. Katakuri brother, Katakuri-san, what happened? Are there any enemies? Katakuri-san, we're here to help. The Charlotte family cadres stationed on Weed Island were also alarmed by the sound of Katakuri's Gatling gun. The first to arrive were Charlotte Conte, Kaidonzi and Cavale, 3 strong brothers who looked almost identical. Hickey, you've come just in time, little brat. In return for seeing through one of the secrets of my abilities, I'll show you another interesting ability of my blood fruit. The pale man laughed cruelly. Katakuri's eyes flashed red. The future-predicting observation Haki saw a glimpse of the future and his expression changed drastically. Don't come over here, Kant, go away, Katakuri shouted. But it was too late. Katakuri-san, why? Just as the strong man Charlotte Conte was puzzled, the pale man's body suddenly reflected a red color. No, it was as if his entire body had transformed into a sea of blood, completely swallowing up Charlotte Conte who was rushing towards him. Brother Conte, damn it, who the hell are you? Kadanzi and Cavalet were immediately enraged, waving their armed fists and preparing to attack the sea of blood. Flowing glutinous rice balls, Katakuri awakened his mochi fruit without hesitation, turning the surrounding environment into his controlled home. A glutinous wall blocked the impulsive and irrational strong brothers. Katakuri-san, what are you doing? The strong brothers were puzzled. Katakuri said nothing and waved his hands. More than 10 large hands stretched out from the surrounding walls, reached into the sea of blood, and pulled out Charlotte Conte. It's been so long since I last tasted the taste of blood. The sea of blood shrank and transformed into human form again. A bloody color appeared on the white man's face, and there was a trace of bloodline at the corner of his mouth. His aura was more than twice as strong as before, and his white hair was now as red as blood. The other side, Charlotte Conte, who was pulled out by Katakuri, had her originally tall and strong body shrunk by more than half. Most of the body appears dry, which is a symptom of excessive blood loss. What the hell is going on? What kind of esper is that B**********? D. Katakuri ni, Kant ni, what happened to him? The Cavalet brothers screamed in fear, frightened by the pale man's blood sea ability. Hurry up and take Conte to get a blood transfusion. At the same time, seal off the entire area and don't let anyone in. Leave this guy to me. Katakuri said confidently and Haki. What a cocky brat, but I'm not full yet. The pale man's strange blood-red eyes fell on the Kadans brothers. Boom! Just before the pale man could make any move, a surge of Conqueror's Haki exploded from Kataku's body, causing his movements to be delayed for a moment. Don't attack my brothers, your opponent is me, Katakuri Haki yelled. Enemy attack. Everyone on alert. In the Dressrosa Palace, Cyrus, the king's army commander, holds a great sword high in his hand. Just as he expected, the Dressrosa collapse was organized and initiated by the world government. The Li Wang family, who controls Dressrosa, is also their important target. They wanted the blood of Queen Violet and the Riki family to serve as a warning to the member states. As Rhythm Master stirs up chaos across Tokushima, the world government CP organizations that sneaked into the royal capital launched a total attack on the palace. From CP0 to CP9, a total of 120 elite killers rushed into the palace from all directions. He wanted to use a blitzkrieg to capture the palace in the shortest possible time. In front of these well-trained government elite killers, the ordinary Dressrosa King's army had no power to resist. The number of casualties continues to accumulate. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. With the efforts of Cracker, the former star of the Big Mom Group, the world government assassins' offensive was finally stopped. A cracker with the ability of Paramecia cookies, which can mass-produce armies of cookies. It might not be very impressive in a one-on-one match at the world's highest level. But his biscuit army was best suited for war. He alone could form an army. This is also the reason why Liu Yu specifically ordered him to guard the palace. Hundreds of heavily armed cookie cutters attacked, brandishing cookie cutters. These special cookies are so hard that even the Straw Hat Kid 2 years later needs to activate the 4th gear jumping man to break them. The world government's killers are powerful. Their strengths are speed and assassination. For this biscuit army that is not afraid of assassination, their strength is also greatly restricted. Iron Body, Heavy Step Wolf, Jabra, the CP9 killer who transformed into a werewolf, stomped the ground hard. Gather all the strength of your body into your fist. A fist covered with pitch black steel hairs hit the shield of a biscuit soldier hard. Jabra, whose Dao power exceeded 2000, attacked with all his strength, but it only caused the biscuit soldier's shield to explode, and the soldier retreated more than 10 meters. Tempest Kick. Zhou Duan. Kaku, the giraffe ability user whose Dao power also exceeds 2000, launches his strongest Tempest Kick. Chapter 198 Admiral Class. This was enough to cut through everything in Eni's lobby, forcing the 3 biscuit soldiers to fly backwards. But he failed to completely cut off their bodies. Damn, how hard is this? Kaku gritted his teeth. Even the attacks of Kaku and Jabra, whose Dao power exceeded 2000, were like this. Not to mention others like Khalifa whose Dao power is less than 1000. What's going on with these soldiers? They don't seem to be alive. Khalifa, whose bubble fruit's power was ineffective, was terrified and retreated violently using moonwalk to dodge. Lucci, hurry up and think of a way to break through these weird cookies. Spandam, who was hiding far away in a safe area, said arrogantly. Shut up. Rob Lucci's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He took a deep breath. The white suit on his upper body was torn by his bulging muscles. Zone's cat fruit's leopard form ability is activated. In an instant, Rob Lucci stepped on the 6-style shaving gun and came to a biscuit soldier. The leopard-like hands clasped their fists. A dazzling white shockwave gradually burst out from his fist. The highest secret that can only be comprehended by those who have mastered the 6 styles of Grandmaster and reached the ultimate level is explosion. 6 styles. 6 King's Spear. Boom. The brilliant white shockwave concentrated at one point and exploded. A big hole was immediately blown open in the belly of the specially made sturdy biscuit soldier. Then the whole cookie disintegrated. Za ba ba. As expected of Lucci, Otonashi Fukuru and Kumadori praised. Roar, isn't it quite capable? Then I'll take special care of you. Cracker, hidden among the army of cookies, clapped his hands. At the expense of physical strength, the damaged biscuit soldiers quickly reorganized and regenerated. As a result, the expressions of the major QP killers of the world government could not help but stiffen and solidify. This ability is simply a foul. Khalifa widened her beautiful eyes and cried out in fear. Even Rob Lucci's expression darkened. The biscuit soldiers that he had to use all his strength to defeat seemed to be easy for the other party to create. Lucci, look at the other teams, they're getting ready to break through from the sky. Kaku reminded. By the way, since these cookie soldiers are so difficult to deal with, let's not get entangled with them. Luckily they can't fly. Just moonwalk past them. Jabra, Fukuru and others all have the same eyes. But the next second, raging, a powerful flame ignited in the sky. A pteranodon with flames all around its body flew around the palace. The wings are like heavenly swords, sharp and unmatched. The original Beast Group's signature flame disaster ember. Ha 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 ha. If you want to break through, you have to get past us first. At the main gate of the palace, 10 siblings from the Big Mom group, all dressed the same and looking the same, soared into the sky on the moonwalk. They overlapped to form a huge R-head formation. In the center of the formation, a young man named Shorlotnius IV suddenly burst out with astonishing light. That's his devil fruit ability, Paramisha Chaos Fruit. Under the chaotic effect of the Chaos Fruit, Charlotte's 10 siblings are like-minded and merge into one another. Eventually, he transformed into a 20-meter tall giant holding a giant sickle. The sharp sickle was swung, bringing with it a strong wind. With one strike, more than 10 government strongmen who were flying into the sky on moonwalk were knocked away. A single person among their 10 siblings is not very strong. But now the 10 of them have joined together. Even if his strength is not that of a vice-emperor, he is at least at the level of a general. Vice-Emperor Flame Disaster Jin, the Random 10, Baron Eggman Camus and other ministers and cadres of the Big Mom Pirates. Plus there is the Dwarf Thunder Soldier team led by the swordsman Cyrus. Together they formed the inner defense line of the palace. Damn it. It's just a little Dressrosa, why does she have such terrifying defense? Fukuru quickly stepped on moonwalk to return to the ground. The countries we've been tasked with before aren't even close to them. Kumadori's face was filled with fear. This is the country of the Sea King after all. It is an imperial regiment stationed in this country right now. Kaku said quietly. It seems that the only way to create a breakthrough is to use the government's secret weapon. Rob Lucci spoke in a deep voice. The words fell. A loud bang was heard from the main gate of the palace, which was guarded by dozens of biscuit soldiers. An invisible force spread out. The earth was distorted, and even the space was shaking and deforming slightly. Under this terrifying twisting force, even Cracker's specially made cookie soldiers crumbled like paper. Dozens of biscuit soldiers shattered in an instant. The biscuit soldiers who were a little further away could not remain intact either. This is, Cracker, who was in the center of the cookie army, suddenly had his pupils shrink. Look towards the source of the distorted attack power. But I saw nothing. Pa, applause could be heard not far away, very close, but still no one could be seen. What on earth is going on? Could it be the user of the invisibility fruit? The little lion, Malbabekmus, who has the ability of the Kame fruit, widened his eyes. Like the snowy screen on an old TV, the air is distorted. An old and hunched figure was vaguely revealed, but it was still not very clear. The prerequisite for human eyes to see things is that they can receive light reflected from the person or object they want to see. If all the light is absorbed, or no light falls on the object in the first place, then naturally it will not be observed by human eyes. Boy, I'm not someone with the ability to become invisible. I am a twisted man who distorts everything in the world. Finally, the figure in the blurry shadows revealed its true appearance. This is an old figure, wearing the clothes of the world government. As his old voice fell, the ground, buildings, stones, air, light, and even space were all distorted under his will. When the light hits him, it twists to both sides. That's why his existence cannot be observed with the naked eye, achieving the effect of invisibility. Under his distortion ability, the ground was like soft plasticine, twisting arbitrarily according to the old man's will. Even something as stable as space that cannot be broken by ordinary forces. At this moment, everything is stacked up layer by layer, and countless space folds appear. The power that distorts everything, that old guy is dangerous. Baron Danden's pupils suddenly shrank as he felt a strong threat. What a twisted person who twists everything. I want to see what you can do to me. The chaotic group of 10 swung their giant sickles and slashed down at the twisted old man. It's an interesting ability, but it's too weak. The twisted old man shook his head. The skinny right hand like an eagle's claw was raised. Rotate slightly. Next second, the body of the fusion of 10 people suddenly solidified. As the core of the ability user, Nu 4's body was twisted and suffered unprecedented damage. Bang! The Luan 10-member group disbanded. 10 figures flew backwards in all directions. Found it, Cookie Man. The twisted old man gave a twisted grin. He captured the heart of the Cracker army. A punch was thrown. The atmosphere twists like a spiral. With his mind control, he turned and hit Cracker's real body hidden in the army. Puff! Blast the biscuit body of General Cracker into pieces. The main body vomited blood in pain and flew backwards. Flying Dragon's Foot. In a flash, the palace's strongest guard, Yan Zai-jin, who possesses the strength of a vice-emperor, attacks. The pterosaur's feet smashed down on the twisted old man's body with tremendous force. However, it was unable to touch its true body. Zone ancient species, and, I see, you're from that race. It's been so many years since I last saw you. The twisted man laughed sinisterly. The skinny right hand grabbed casually. I don't have much time, so I won't play with you. The twisting force erupted, causing Yan Zai-jin's pterosaur feet to twist like a pretzel. Ah, even Yan Zai-jin couldn't bear the pain of his arm being twisted into a knot, and he couldn't help but let out a low growl. With his wings flapping, he retreated violently. Admiral Class, Chapter 199. So fast. Another Admiral. A brief confrontation. Yan Zai-jin has already confirmed the strength level of this inexplicably twisted old man. Possessing such a tricky and terrifying distortion ability, he is truly an Admiral Class fighter. Following that weirdo who rocked the whole Dressrosa thing. The second Admiral Class being of the world government appears. I don't know if there will be a third or fourth one after that. Hateful. That old bad guy, where on earth did he go at this critical moment? The flames of disaster bit themselves secretly. The only ones who can compete with Admiral are Admiral and the Emperor of the Sea. In this Dressrosa, only the legendary Red Earl Redfield of the previous era can rival him. However, since earlier today, Red Earl Redfield went out quietly and disappeared without a trace. Yan Zai-jin was extremely dissatisfied with the old man who always kept to himself. As he was once the vice-captain of the Beast Corps, he was naturally quite powerful. But compared with the real Admiral-level strongmen, it is still far behind. Even if he tried his best, I'm afraid I can only hold the other party back for a while. No, the twisted old man in front of him can attack from a distance and in close combat. Even more difficult than Marine Admiral. If you are not careful, you might be twisted into a knot by the opponent's ability. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It seems that you already know the gap between you and me. In that case, run away quickly. Maybe I can still escape with my life this way. The twisted old man smiled sinisterly. Yan Zai-jin didn't reply. The gaze beneath the mask became increasingly solemn and gloomy. At this point, he has no way out. Became a slave to 3 families. After finally joining Liu Yu's team, there was no possibility for him to find another team. If he ran away now, then there is really only one way out, which is death. In the near future, the wrath of the most terrifying king of the sea would burn his entire being, body and soul, leaving not a single drop behind. On the contrary, we will fight to the death here. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. How to make choices? The answer is clear enough. What a stubborn kid. The twisted old man shook his head with feigned regret. You are the ones who are stubborn. Don't you really know whose territory this is? Yan Zai-jin shouted without showing any weakness. This is the kingdom of the Sea King. Gah. Beckmus, who had little lion fur, raised his sunglasses, revealing his 2 small eyes. Look up, the imperial dragon flag is flying above the palace. Baron Danden said in a stern but restrained manner. Trying to use words to intimidate the government officials who are forcing themselves forward. Now, Cracker, the leader of the Biscuit Army, has been seriously injured by the twisted old man's power. The palace's first line of Biscuit defense no longer exists. Government assassins, including members of CP9, have already stormed into the palace. What Sea Emperor? What Imperial Dragon Flag? Do you think we're scared? Who do you think we are? We are the world government. Spandam and other CP members who are not good at talking are laughing wildly. Your Sea Emperor is, after all, nothing more than a local tyrant in a corner of the ocean. Our world government is the true overlord of the ocean, having ruled for 800 years. In the past history, countless powerful forces have emerged, but the only one who remains is our world government. Isn't this clear enough? You are doomed to be destroyed? The so-called Emperor of the Sea is also destined to be destroyed by the might of the government. Dressrosa's collapse has only just begun, ha 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 ha. Everyone, general attack. Defeat them. The final hand-to-hand combat begins at the Dressrosa Palace. Recently, the famous government CP break clashed with the elite cadres of the former Ant Group. The battle was as fierce as the fight between the imperial groups. Lord Li Wang, please step back. I, Cyrus, will definitely defend it. The one-legged army captain Cyrus spoke firmly. Captain Lei Bing, we also want to fight alongside you. The dwarf warriors, led by Leo, were on full alert. I am no longer King Riku, just a sword fighter Ricky, let's fight together. King Rikutal III, wearing the gladiator armor, did not flinch. Viola has protected me for so many years, now it's up to me as a father to protect her. Lickadald glanced at the queen's room at the end of the corridor. Standing fearlessly in front of everyone in CP9, that's really touching. I can't bear to do it anymore. The lying werewolf Jabra wiped away his tears. Next second, the corners of his mouth suddenly curved up. Moonlight 10-finger pistol. Jabra's wolf claws flashed with a cold light and grabbed Lickadald's head without mercy. When Cyrus swung the greatsword in his hand, launched a thundering attack, beheaded the werewolf Jabra, and left a deep scar on his body. For Cyrus, a swordsman with the power to cut through iron, opening the CP9's iron body is a piece of cake. Ah, it hurts so much, Jabra screamed in panic. Khalifa and others couldn't help but look horrified. I didn't expect a one-legged soldier to have such strength. From beginning to end, only Rob Lucci remained calm. The expression on his face was solemn and cold, without any change. Bluno, Khalifa, you go first. Finally, Lucci gave the order. Yes. At the same time, the Queen's room is regarded as the ultimate goal by everyone in CP9. Lord Lu, you are so fast, the girl cried out in surprise. The uppermost room of the Dressrosa Palace? He used the Paramecia staring fruit to watch the fierce fighting around the palace. Listen to the roars and howls that are so pleasing to the ears. Right now, there was no trace of fear or terror on pregnant Violet's face. There is only extreme excitement, surprise and excitement. All because of the man who appeared in front of her. The man she thought about day and night and couldn't sleep at night. She is facing a huge crisis and is most helpless now.
The beloved man arrived as expected and appeared in front of her.
There is no greater happiness in the world than this. Lord Lu Yu. Violet tapped the ground with her toes and threw herself into Lu Yu's arms like a bird returning to its nest. Wrap your arms around his neck. The little face was buried deep in Lu Yu's arms. Breathing in the long-lost intoxicating scent heartily and greedily. It's all right now. Lu Yu's smile overturned Violet's cascading hair, and his eyes gradually became cold. The reason why he was able to reach Dressrosa so quickly. It naturally relies on the long-distance instant movement that has been marked in advance. This way we can arrive as soon as we receive the message. If I didn't have this magical skill, by the time he arrived, I'm afraid. Violet nodded softly. However, Master Lu Yu, you are really fast. Violet couldn't help but sigh. It had been only an hour since the Dressrosa incident. It had only been 10 minutes since she successfully sent a distress signal to Wano-kuni. However, Lu Yu, who was supposed to be thousands of miles away, had already arrived. This speed can no longer be described simply as fast. For Violet's compliment, but Lu Yu felt something was wrong no matter how he listened to it. Master Lu Yu, you are the fastest in the world. Violet was still praising unconsciously, next second. But she was surprised to find that Lu Yu's embrace around her slender waist suddenly increased a bit. The distance is getting closer and closer. The justice in front of Violet was distorted. Gradually flatten out. Lord Lu Yu, Violet nodded slightly, her face puzzled. Viola, who were you talking about earlier? A subtle arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Violet was stunned at first. Next second, she reacted. A few red clouds flew up on her delicate face. No. That's not what I meant. Lord Lu Yu, of course you are unhappy, that's not right, Violet's brain almost crashed, and she didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Wait a moment. A cute voice suddenly came from between Lu Yu and Violet. From that spread out justice. A tiny figure, about an inch in size and carved out of jade, struggled out. Violet and Master Lu Yuxi, what have you been talking about since earlier? What's fast or slow? I don't quite understand, the dwarf princess Man Shuili said in confusion. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Sorry, Master Lu Yu, I just coaxed Man Shuili to sleep and forgot to take it out for a moment. Violet spoke shyly. Haha, don't mind it. Lu Yu stretched out his big hand, took Man Shirley out from in front of Violet, and placed her on his shoulder. Just a simple action. Violet's beautiful eyes couldn't help but become blurred. She stood on tiptoe. I can't help but want to. Chapter 200 Whose dog? Just then, there was only a creaking sound, as if a door was opening. But it does not come from the only door, but the wall on the other side. Violet woke up with a start. she turned her head suspiciously. Then I saw a minotaur-shaped door suddenly open and a wooden figure with bullhorns. Violet was stunned, and then her beautiful eyes widened. Ta-ta! The sound of high heels hitting the ground could be heard. A man with long, smooth golden hair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. A tall woman with slender legs wrapped in delicate black stockings walked out of the minotaur-shaped wall door. After seeing the target person, Violet and Lu Yu hugging her, Khalifa was also stunned. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the limit. Snap! Bluno, the user of the door fruit, who was clinging to the wall, fell to the ground with his body stiff and motionless due to extreme shock and horror. Khalifa is not much better. The first time she saw Lu Yu, she recognized him. This is also natural. After all, he is the king of the sea. Everyone in this world knows this. Just why? The government's intelligence clearly states that the Sea Emperor is thousands of miles away on the other side. Why are you here? This moment, unprecedented fear took over Khalifa's body and mind. Who are you? The little princess Mansurely asked weakly. Plop, her long, straight legs were trembling constantly. Finally, she knelt on the ground and assumed a standard girl's duck-sitting posture. Alas, I didn't do anything, don't try to touch porcelain. The little princess Mansurely said with an innocent look on her face. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu laughed and touched Mansurely's little head. His gaze fell with a hint of ridicule on Khalifa, who was paralyzed by fear. You're causing trouble in my country, have you come to your senses? You, Emperor of the Sea, Bluno, the user of CP9's door fruit, finally woke up from the shock and couldn't help but scream. Sea Emperor Lu Yu. Why are you here? Khalifa, who maintained the duck-sitting posture, couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her fair face was filled with shock and disbelief. This is my country, why can't I be here? Lu Yu let go of Violet, smiled and walked forward to Khalifa. Khalifa nodded and raised his head slightly. Looking at the tall figure right in front of me, her delicate face turned pale in an instant. Unprecedented fear and powerlessness came like a tide. In an instant, it devoured her whole body and soul. She parted her red lips slightly. In the end, he couldn't utter a single word. She knows. It's all over. Whether it was her or Lucci and others outside. And everyone who invaded Dressrosa this time is finished. For this Dressrosa crash plan, the world government has been planning this for a long time. Huge amounts of manpower and material resources were invested. There were several admiral-level fighters deployed alone. For the successful implementation of this plan, world government is determined to win. However, all these plans will be because of the person in front of him. It declared bankruptcy due to the emergence of the Sea Emperor. The world government has calculated everything. However, I didn't expect Lu Yu to arrive so soon. From the beginning of their plan till now, but it was less than an hour. However, Lu Yu, who was supposed to be thousands of miles away, suddenly appeared here. It exceeded all expectations. This terrifying speed is beyond human capabilities. It's simply a god. They had overlooked this point and were doomed to be annihilated by the mighty power of the Emperor. No doubt about it. Tisk tisk, Lu Yu looked down at Khalifa, whose body was trembling. He missed the Eni's lobby event. I thought there would be no intersection with QP9. I never thought that I would meet you here. CP9, betrayed and hunted by the world government, eventually returned to the arms of the world government and was used as a gun by the government. What a bunch of dogs who never learned their lesson. What promises did the world government make to you that made you willing to work so hard for them? Lu Yu looked at Khalifa and Bluno with pity. It's all about justice. Khalifa spoke tremblingly. Justice, what a high-sounding word. Lu Yu sneered. He raised his foot and kicked Khalifa in the left ribs. Click. Accompanied by a slight sound of bone cracking. Khalifa's delicate body flew sideways and slammed heavily into the wall of the room. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Her eyes rolled back and she immediately fell into coma due to serious injuries. Violet, that woman will watch over me for now. Lu Yu said casually. Yes, Lord Lu Yu. Violet nodded obediently. Lu Yu's gaze immediately fell on Bluno, the user of the Menman fruit. Under Lu Yu's gaze, Bluno was horrified to the extreme. I felt as if I was being stared at by a giant dragon. Every cell in his body spoke of fear and danger. The door fruit is a pretty good ability. Which would you choose? Being the world government's running dog or being my dog? Lu Yu asked calmly. Bluno looked like he was struggling. Without waiting to speak, you're too slow to answer. Lu Yu spoke indifferently. A kick twice as hard as the one Khalifa had endured before landed on Bluno's abdomen. Iron, blood mixed with internal organs spurted out of Bluno's mouth. A moment's delay, accompanied by a loud bang, Bluno's figure instantly flew backwards like a cannonball. Smashed through the bedroom wall, rushing along the long and narrow corridor. Crash into the chaotic battlefield. Listen to the sudden loud noise. Cyrus, Rob Lucci and other CP9 members who were in the fierce battle were all subconsciously shocked. Cyrus and Rob Lucci, who happened to be in the path of Bluno's shell, dodged to the sides. Then, the first to be affected are CP9's big-mouthed Fukuru Otonashi and Kumadori. Fukuru and Kumadori, who lacked Kairos' observation hockey and Lucci's speed, were hit head-on by Bluno. Accompanied by 100 explosions, large sections of the palace wall dozens of meters away collapsed. 7,000. 8,000. The budget is, can't. This was the last whisper of Otonashi Fukuru, who had completely lost consciousness. When he was hit by Bluno, he subconsciously wanted to test his Taoist power. However, it is impossible to measure the limit of this impact motion. This moment, the whole place fell into deathly silence again. Although people did not hear Otonashi Fukuru's last whisper. But this image alone is shocking enough. The sudden human cannonball knocked down two powerful CP9 killers and seriously injured them. How horrible this is. Was that, Bluno, what the hell is going on? That room. Is there another powerful person? Who is it? Kaku and Jabra were both shocked and speechless. Boom. Rob Lucci's whole body in leopard form suddenly shook violently, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He had already seen the figure walking out from the other side of the wall. You are the Emperor of the Sea. Chapter 201 CP9 Struggle. Fukuru. Take it. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Just how much Dao power is there? It's a monster. Jabra screamed to express his inner shock. It wasn't a direct attack, but Bluno, who was flying backwards, was trying to grab the two of them. Kaku widened his eyes, his heart terrified to the extreme. Even Rob Lucci, who is known as the strongest break in CP9 in the past 800 years and has a force of 4,000 swords. It was completely insufficient in the face of the absolute power before. Who is it? The answer was revealed immediately, under the horrified gaze of the three CP9 top fighters who were still standing. A tall figure slowly walked out from the room at the end. Lord Lu Yu. It's Lord Lu Yu, Captain. Look, people are coming. Leo and other dwarf warriors shouted in unison. There's no need to worry anymore. Under the absolute power of Lord Lu Yu, everything will come to an end. Cyrus and Lycoodle 3 also nodded excitedly, compared to the excitement of Cyrus and others. Right now, Kaku, Jabra and Rob Lucci were all stunned by the shock. Looking at the figure walking towards him calmly. Unprecedented fear overwhelmed them like a tide. The extremely cold air started from the soles of their feet and rushed out from the top of their heads. Tens of trillions of cells in their bodies were wailing with fear. The difference in strength between the two can be explained by reason. Zhang's strength is completely on a different level than theirs. Even if he was just standing there quietly, Lu Yu gave them the feeling that he was the center of the world, with a bright and dazzling light. He was awe-inspiring without being angry, and there was not a trace of imposing aura emanating from his body. But it makes them feel the most dangerous signal from the bottom of their hearts. This is the real strong one. Emperor of the Sea. The cold Rob Lucci growled, staring at Lu Yu with his eyes fixed. He always killed without blinking, but at this moment his arms were shaking unconsciously. He clenched his fists tightly, and his leopard-like claws pierced into his flesh. The bright red blood dripped onto the ground. Only by being stimulated by pain can he face the gaze of the dragon with the body of a cheetah. Things have come to this. No matter how terrifying Lu Yu in front of him is. They no longer have any way out. As the hands of the world government cipher pull, all they have to do is do their best to kill or be killed. Why? Why is this man here? The werewolf Jabra finally couldn't help but scream in horror. The world government's intelligence is wrong. Has this man always been in Dressrosa? Kaku shook his head in disbelief and shock. Kaku, Jabra. Rob Lucci's sudden shout brought the two men, who were immersed in fear, back to their senses. They knew that at this point they could no longer retreat or escape. The only option is to fight to the death. Are you still going to resist? Lu Yu looked at Lucci and the other two indifferently. Rob Lucci and the other two did not say anything else. They surrounded Lu Yu from a corner. Shua. Following the actions of Lucci and the other two, countless blurry afterimages suddenly appeared in the spacious battlefield of the palace. Tempest kick Guy Bird. Tempest kick White Thunder. Tempest kick Lone Wolf. The three Luccis who were moving at high speed in the shaving state stopped at a certain moment and launched an attack on Lu Yu. Two intersecting cross marks from Lucci's Big Blue Bird and Kaku fell from the sky. On the ground, the wolf-shaped body kept bouncing. That was the unique Tempest kick skill that Jabra had mastered. Don't use such tricks to embarrass yourself. Lu Yu spoke lightly and waved his right hand lightly. Suddenly there was a strong wind blowing in the field. In an instant, both Lucci's Big Blue Bird and Jabra's special bounce Tempest kick were frozen. Then it shattered and dissipated silently. Tempest kick Kirin Shigur. Kaku in Giraffe Man form attacks. Sitting on the ground in an interesting iron body no dead angle posture, he kicks his limbs upwards and continuously performs Tempest kick slashes. A moment later, the blue air bubbles that bounced off the tower's ceiling fell like raindrops, blocking all of Lu Yu's escape routes. Tempest kick. The werewolf Jabra leapt into the air and kicked out, like the staggered attack of four lone wolves. Boom boom boom, the entire palace shook under their attack. Countless pieces of rubble and dust were flying, making it almost impossible to open my eyes. 6 Styles 6 King's Gun. Following the attack of Kaku and the other man, Lucci used his most powerful move, the highest secret of the 6 Styles. Boom, 6 Styles. 6 King's Gun. Before Lucci's full-strength 6 King's Spear exploded, the shockwave had already caused the air to ripple. The ground of the palace was riddled with holes, as if it had been run over by a tank. Boom! The collision of fists made a sound like war drums. This is quite interesting. He easily took on Lucci's Six Kings Spear Secret technique, which had once left Straw Hat Luffy unable to fight back. Lucci, get out of the way! Kaku, who had transformed into a giraffe man, shouted. Tempest Kick Weekly Break. Kaku, the giraffe man with severely disproportionate body proportions, supported himself on the ground with one hand, and his huge body suddenly spun around, stirring up gusts of wind. A little blue light appeared, and then the blue light became brighter. The circular air blade, which almost represents the Tempest Kick Ultimate, flew out as Kaku's rotation suddenly stopped. It was extremely powerful and could easily cut through the entire palace. Kaku's strongest Tempest Kick skill touched Lu Yu's palm. There was a dull thud. That's all. This. Kaku opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. No words could describe the horror in his heart at this moment. The strongest trick that he was proud of was like a tickle to Lu Yu. This made the proud Kaku feel frustrated and bitter. Take it, Iron Body Wolf Hunting Hands. Jabra, the lone wolf who had sneaked up behind Lu Yu at some point, suddenly attacked. The perfect combination of iron body and finger pistol unfolded in his hands and fell towards Lu Yu. You'd better forget it. Lu Yu's calm voice sounded like thunder to Jabra's ears. Jabra's face suddenly showed horror. A sudden sense of alarm rose in his heart, and his eyes darted around looking for the disappeared Lu Yu. Above, Rob Lucci shouted to remind him, but it was too late. A huge foot descended from the sky, stepped on Jabra's head, and kicked him into the center of the earth. Boom! The huge palace trembled violently, if it weren't for the fact that this is their own territory. The previous attack, the entire Dressrosa Palace will be reduced to ruins. This kind of power, this kind of opponent is simply not something we can contend with. The giraffe man Kaku muttered absent-mindedly. After returning to human form, he had lost all his will to fight. After personally experiencing the overwhelming difference in strength, he had sunk into a dark abyss of despair. I haven't fallen yet. Rob Lucci stood up straight again. The leopard man's body swelled further. Don't go on, Lucci. You can't win against an opponent like this. Kaku said desperately. Rob Lucci remained unmoved, and his aura remained strong. The first time he saw Lu Yu, Rob Lucci knew that with his current strength, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Even so, he had no choice but to fight and no way to retreat. Lucci's leopard-like body and muscles continued to swell and bulge. Explosive power gathered in his fists. Click, click, click. The palace ground shattered under the momentum released by Lucci. Open up a series of holes like a spiderweb. This is all I have. I want to see how far the gap between us is. Lucci spoke calmly. At this moment, he cast aside all other emotions, and only the passion for fighting remained. You're a good seedling, but it's a pity that you're a dog of the world government. Lu Yu shook his head regretfully. There's no point in saying more. Six Styles' biggest six-king gun. Rob Lucci, the strongest man in CP9 in 800 years, roared with all his strength. The air at this moment seemed to be boiling, rippling violently, transmitting an extremely terrifying impact force. Lu Yu took a step forward, like a sharp knife. This caused an unhealable gap in Lucci's almost perfect offensive. Boy, if you want to compete with me, you are 100 years too early. Lu Yu stood proudly, showing confidence and assertiveness. Facing Rob Lucci's biggest Six Kings spear, Lu Yu also threw a punch. No special blessing of Dragon King mode is activated. Just an ordinary punch. A punch strengthened by the power of the dragon fell. Boom, the fists met. The whole day was silent. After the silence comes an endless explosion. A dazzling white light exploded, and a surging shockwave spread. Click, 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 large cracks crisscrossed the palace walls like a spiderweb. It's about to collapse. Hold head high. It seemed as if a giant dragon was roaring in the dark. Swallowed up all the escaping impact. All fluctuations converge in an instant. Lu Yu calmly put away his fist. Opposite him, Rob Lucci still maintained his punching posture and seemed to be in good condition. However, a moment later, a dazzling light of blood exploded. Every orifice on Rob Lucci's body seemed to be gushing blood. In just a moment, he turned into a bloody man and fell to the ground. Oh! The dwarf warriors and the king's army all cheered in unison. Lu Yu's gaze swept across the desperate Kaku, then it landed in a corner dozens of meters away. A purple-haired man wearing a half-mask collapsed to the ground in fear. That's Spandam, the scum who once caused Robin great pain. The scum needs to be punished. Chapter 202 shocked the audience. Ah, no. Don't come over here. Under the influence of Lu Yu's strong murderous intent, Spandam felt great fear in his heart. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. He kept yelling and screaming, and behaved in an ugly manner. Despair, light footsteps were heard. It was insignificant, but to Spandam's ears it was like thunder. Tattoo, the footsteps sounded again. Spandam's scream of fear came to an abrupt end. I felt as if my heart was being gripped by an invisible hand. The blood in his body, which had been flowing steadily, accelerated several times at this moment. Under the impact of his own blood, the blood vessels on Spandam's face, arms, and even all over his body bulged and were on the verge of collapse. Cough, cough, cough. Spandam coughed violently, unable to bear the strain. Coughing and spitting blood. Finally, the footsteps with a terrifying rhythm stopped. Looking at the dragon standing in front of him, Spandam's face, which used to be arrogant, domineering and disgusted, was now filled with extreme panic. Kaku. Kaku, what are you still standing there for? Come and save me. Spandam used all his strength to ask Kaku for help. However, there was no response at all. Damn it, Kaku, you are deaf. Ah. Noisy. Lu Yu's eyes were like lightning. Flick your right index finger. A point of heat shot out from the tip of his index finger and landed on Spandam's right arm. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Spandam's right arm exploded. The blood evaporated under the terrifying high temperature. Ah! The severe pain hit Spandam, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered and rolled on the ground. 20 years ago, the Ohara Buster Call incident. No, it's not me. The Ohara incident has nothing to do with me. That was all done by my B********** D-Dad. It has nothing to do with me. You've got the wrong person. Go find my B******** D-Dad. I'm telling you, my B******* D-Dad is here too. He's right outside. Go find him. Driven by the instinct of survival, Spandam's brain reacted more sharply than usual. When he heard Lu Yu mention Ohara Buster Call, he immediately screamed and sold his father to survive. At this moment, the love between father and son is not as important as one's own life. Lu Yu frowned slightly. There are not many people in this world who dare to interrupt him. A dark shadow clung to Spandam's right leg like a chain. You, what are you going to do? Ha 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 ha. The shrill screams like a pig being slaughtered arose again. Lu Yu gently clenched his right hand. The dark shadow chains then tightened. Spandam's right leg twisted and broke instantly. Flesh and broken bones were scattered everywhere. Half a year ago, Robin, who was ridiculed, threatened, and intimidated by you and suffered so much, is my girl. Lu Yu said quietly. Half a year ago, Nico Robin. Spandam, who was almost fainting from the pain, shuddered. He remembered. Impossible to forget. An emotion called despair grew and quickly occupied Spandam's heart. I failed to save her in her time of need before. At least now, I have to vent my anger for my girl. Lu Yu smiled. No, don't. Ah, screams, torn into pieces. Lu Yu stomped Spandam's body into a meat paste. The remaining head was kicked out like a football. It smashed through the palace wall. It fell onto the fierce battlefield outside the palace. Now, it's time to end it all, right now. The battlefield in the palace courtyard. The brutal fight between the world government CP killers and the former Big Mom group cadres continues. People kept falling down with serious injuries. Blood was splashing and flowing, gathering into a river. Ha 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 ha. Go on, go on. Kill them all. A middle-aged man who looked 90% like Spandam was commanding with a wild laugh. As a senior official of the world government, he is the commander of this operation. Spandam, my dear son. Dad can only help you up to this point. Use today's victory to revive the reputation of CP9. Spandam, who had no idea that he was cursed and sold by his son, was still laughing as he worked for the welfare of his idiot son. Just then, all I heard was a loud bang. The huge Dressrosa palace was shaken violently. A terrifying aura spread, causing both sides of the battle on the battlefield to stop fighting at the same time. This breath, could it be? The light in Yanzai Jin's blood-stained eyes suddenly increased, and his emotions suddenly became high. On the other hand, look at the twisted old man who was fighting with him. The smugness and composure on his face finally disappeared. Although I don't know what exactly happened in the palace. But his intuition told him that something bad was happening. It won't be long. All I heard was a bang. A hole was blown in the palace wall. A bloody head fell weakly not far in front of Spandam. This is. Spandam looked suspiciously at the familiar head with the same purple hair as his. A moment later, his eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible. Spandam. My son Spandam. Who is it? Who is it? How dare you kill my beloved son? Ah, Spandam let out a shrill scream. Don't worry, I'll send you down right away to reunite with your son. The murderous voice exploded in the sky like thunder. Swish swish. Coincidentally, everyone on both sides of the battlefield looked up at the same time, looking at the shining figure that appeared in the sky at some unknown time. At this moment, the battlefield was quiet. The sea, Emperor. Above the sky, a shining figure stood in the air. Even brighter than the scorching sun, it must also be impossible to look at directly. Along with the light came the overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Like a giant dragon looking down on the world. Under the shock of the terrifying dragon's might, the fierce fighting on the battlefield of Dressrosa Palace came to a halt. Everyone on the battlefield looked up at the same time. His narrowed eyes stared at the figure without blinking. A moment later, Flame Disaster Jin, Baron Egg, Little Lion Kumus and other palace guards couldn't help but show extreme excitement on their faces. The other side. On the other hand, the pupils of the CPs on the world government's side suddenly shrank. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. An emotion called horror covered their faces, then it further occupied their whole body and mind. That's it. See Emperor Lu Yu. Why is that man here? No. Impossible. How could this happen? According to our government's investigative intelligence, shouldn't that man be in Wanokuni? This is Dressrosa. The distance between us and Wanokuni is more than 1,000 miles. But, But why would the King of the Sea appear here? Chapter 203. Instant killer. At this moment, he recognized Lu Yu above the sky. The world government's CPs were all plunged into unprecedented panic and shock, unable to extricate themselves. This debacle against Dressrosa. Everything is based on the premise that they are sure of the existence of the Sea Emperor ring. It's because they know that Lu Yu is in Wano Kuni. Only then did they dare to launch a lightning-fast collapse war against Dressrosa. Now, Lu Yu appeared. Wano Kuni was far away just a second ago. At this moment, it had already reached Dressrosa and was in front of them. What a horrifying fact this is, just looking at the figure above the sky. The world government's CPs have completely lost their will to fight and are trapped in the despair of the Uzumaki. Ha 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 ha. Ha, wake up. You bastards from the world government, whose territory do you think this is? Just wait till you die. Seeing the increasingly desperate government officials, the palace guards swept away their previous gloom and let out wild and excited shouts. Morale was extremely high. I told you so long ago. You are courting death. Old man, wait for the punishment from the emperor. Yan Zai-jin looked at the twisted old man and shouted happily. Before this, he had been oppressed and beaten by the twisted old man. Even the hands and feet were twisted and deformed. Yan Zai-jin felt extremely aggrieved, now, with the arrival of Lu Yu. This frustration was finally released. Thick, Yan Zai-jin still knows. I made the right bet. The decision to fight to the death was the right one. Snort, what King of the Sea? In my opinion, he is just a brat. The twisted old man snorted coldly. The old and hunched body flickered like a snowflake screen. That was his super, human-type distortion fruit that went out of control due to shock and anger. The next moment, even more distorted, the old man was terrified by the happenings. He just felt his vision flash before his eyes. The figure that was originally above the sky disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of him. The smell of decay. Lu Yu frowned in disgust. Is the world government really no longer in power? They actually sent an old fellow like you who should have been buried long ago. It's really boring. Lu Yu shook his head. What did you say? The twisted old man's eyes gradually became cold and gloomy. Lu Yu didn't say any more nonsense. Wave your right hand. He grabbed the twisted old man's neck as if he were grabbing a chicken. The twisted old man noticed Lu Yu's contemptuous attitude and laughed instead of getting angry. Boy, this is the price of looking down on the elderly. The twisted old man spoke in a deep voice. The skinny right hand, like a ghost claw, met Lu Yu's right palm with twisted force. Twist it. The twisted old man's abilities are fully unleashed. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, looking forward to watching Lu Yu's arm twisted and deformed under his ability. However, the imagined scene did not appear. His absolute power could even warp warships, the earth, and even the sea. But at this moment it is ineffective on Lu Yu. I see, this is your ability. That's a little bit true. Lu Yu opened his 5 fingers slightly. The powerful twisting force from the twisted old man even affected his Dragon King body a little. However, no matter how strong the old man's twisting power was, he was ultimately powerless against Lu Yu, the Iron Dragon King's body that was superior to the Supreme Sword. Hateful. Damn, how perverted is this guy's body? Even his strongest twisting force couldn't twist Lu Yu's body. At this moment, the twisted old man finally realized that something was wrong. Panic took over his whole body, without the slightest hesitation. He distorted the light around him and became invisible. At the same time, he retreated violently, trying to distance himself from Lu Yu. However, he didn't run far. A strong sense of restraint came over me. With black, light and shadow, the two completely opposite forces were like physical ropes, tightly binding his old body. Hateful. The twisted old man stomped his feet down on the ground. The power of distortion surges. The ground twisted beneath his feet. However, the power of light and shadow wrapped around it remained unchanged. He lifted his hunched body off the ground and ascended into the air little by little. Damn it, let me go now. The twisted old man screamed in shock, anger and fear. He was responded with a roar from the Dragon King. The holy roar of the White Shadow Dragon King, light and shadow. White and black. Holy and dark. The two completely opposite forces merged perfectly at this moment. Transformed into this sound, the sacred roar of the White Shadow Dragon King. Boom. Rumble. The white and white roaring light steps penetrated the atmosphere. He rushed past the twisted old man who was bound in a ball. Just a moment. The screams and struggles of the twisted old man, whose strength rivaled that of the admiral, came to an abrupt end. Under the terrifying White Shadow Dragon King, his body, which should have been buried long ago, fell apart. From the skin to the internal organs, to the bones. Cracks inch by inch. The blood and bone residue evaporated before it even fell and ceased to exist. This is the true meaning of leaving no trace. The roar of the White Shadow Dragon King continued unabated. Like a heavenly sword, piercing into the sky, the clouds in the clear sky collapsed. Looking at this horrific and terrifying scene, the battlefield of Dressrosa Palace fell into a deathly silence. I don't know how much time has passed. Run! A powerful world government CP screamed in horror. Turn around and run away. Immediately afterwards, all the powerful figures of the world government woke up from the shock. Each of them showed their top speed without hesitation. He stomped on the 6-style shavings and fled in all directions. Even the twisted old man with the strength of an admiral was so easily crushed and killed by Lu Yu, leaving no trace of his body. What else can the rest of them do? Faced with the terrifying and boundless Sea Emperor, they had no other choice. Don't even think about running, world government bastards, stop. You're pretending to be a tough guy in our territory and want to run away. That's just wishful thinking. Baron Dandan, Camus and others all shouted loudly and were about to give chase. Just then, all I could hear was a crashing sound. The sky is divided into two colors. On one side is light, on the other side is darkness. Just like the dragon wings spread out behind Lu Yu at this moment. The white shadow Dragon King's wings covered the earth. Countless white and black rays shot out from the wings of the Dragon King behind Lu Yu. Each ray of light carries with it a terrifying energy that can split mountains and crack rocks. It easily pierced through the heads and hearts of those fleeing world government warriors. It only took a few breaths. Nearly 100 superhumans with a Dao power of over 600, and powerful world government CP figures with the strength of Rear Admiral and even Vice Admiral, were all killed. The last survivor was Spandine alone. This is not because he did not escape. It was because of scum like him who was comparable to celestial dragons. It would be too easy to die so quickly. The cleaning of the battlefield is left to you. Lu Yu spoke calmly. His eyes passed over the frightened Spandine. The white shadow Dragon King behind him spread his wings. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom and a dazzling explosion cloud. Lu Yu's figure quickly rushed towards the plain outside the royal capital. It will come in an instant, right now. The plains outside the royal capital. Starting from the port city, we have come all the way. Tens of thousands of Dressrosa citizens were walking and dancing uncontrollably. Led by the colorfully dressed swing dancers, they approached the royal capital. Every step they took, the earth will then crack open. At the same time, some exhausted citizens vomited blood and fell to the ground. Damn it, Trafalgar, you better think of a solution soon. We can't let that B********* D get any closer to the capital. Peggy, who had a dragon-like body, shouted unwillingly. Even he has the strength of Lu Ji. At this moment, my body is somewhat out of control. I want to dance to the rhythm of the swing dancer. If I had a way, I would have done it long ago. Trafalgar Law expands its op-op fruit business. The people inside it are protected from being affected by the rhythm. Ha ha ha, no one can stop my rhythm, everybody, just follow my rhythm and have fun. The swing dancer laughed exaggeratedly, like the most handsome guy in the bar who was good at livening up the atmosphere. As his words fell, the rhythm enveloping the entire Dressrosa plain suddenly accelerated and intensified again. Boom! The plain earth made a violent humming sound. The earth surged like a dragon, and the ground of the town was shaking. Buildings everywhere were constantly destroyed and turned into ruins. This kind of swaying force that can affect and shake the entire island can only be the awakening of the devil fruit. Once upon a time, the swing dancer Waltz destroyed a country in West Blue with the awakened power of his swing fruit. Even the island where the country was located was completely erased. Damn it, I don't care. The Ridgeback Dragon Peggy Wan charged towards the swing dancer without hesitation. But before it was touched, it was bounced away by the invisible force of rhythmic resonance. The massive body crashed into Trafalgar Law's surgical field. Luo and others were also affected, just when Trafalgar Law and others were at their wits' end. Suddenly, vibrations 10 times more terrifying than the rhythmic resonance came from the direction of the royal capital. That is, could it be? Watching the terrifying roar of light and shadow that pierced through the sky. The faces of Peggy Wan, Trafalgar Law and others showed uncontrollable extreme ecstasy and excitement. Rumble. An exaggerated sonic boom cloud came from far away. At the same time came light and darkness, crash. The wind was howling between heaven and earth. The huge black and white wings blocked out the sky and covered the plains. Chapter 204, Crushing the General. Light and darkness divide the sky and the earth equally. Black and white dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the plain. The invisible pressure of a giant dragon descended. The swing dancer's rhythm was disrupted. Ahem, the gaudy swing dancer coughed. He took a deep breath and stabilized the disordered rhythm. Who are you? The swing dancer suddenly looked up. His eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, who was carrying dragon wings. Muscles all over the body are tense, his intuition told him. This guy is in bad shape. Ha 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 ha, Lord Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu is here. Peggy Wan was the first to shout uncontrollably with excitement. Captain Lu Yu, the captain is here, very good. Wake up, you lousy dancer, tremble before the king of the sea. Robebo and other members of the Heart Group, as well as Dressrosa's royal army and the people, all shouted excitedly. The sea. Emperor, the swing dancer's pupils constricted. He finally guessed Lu Yu's identity. He was awakened by the 5 elders in this era. Although he has not been in the world for long, he has heard of some people and things in this era. The Sea Emperor who reigns over the new world is undoubtedly powerful. But above the Emperor of the Sea there is another Emperor. That is the true pinnacle of this era. Ha 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 ha. The swing dancer, knowing Lu Yu's identity, suddenly burst into laughter. So it's you, the Emperor of the Sea, your name is quite resounding. I just don't know how much it weighs. I don't know if you are worthy of this title. There was a strong light in the swing dancer's eyes. As a leader of a certain era, he is very confident in his strength and ability. Even in the face of the pinnacle of this era, before there was a head-on collision, he still didn't think he would lose, especially now that such a huge rhythmic force has been gathered. I heard you. Your rhythm ripping, the swing dancer shouted. He suddenly stretched out his hands, aimed at Lu Yu from a distance, and tore it to the left and right with great force. The completely opposite tearing force suddenly surged like a tide. Despair. Lu Yu took a step forward. Clear footsteps echoed in the sky. As grand and majestic as the sound of Wangzong Dalu. The invisible rhythmic attack was crushed by the absolute force and then exploded. The swing dancer's pupils constricted. He does have some tricks. How about trying my trick again? Rhythm explosion. The invisible force of rhythm surged and gathered from the people of Dressrosa. An energy shock wave powerful enough to shatter the island was generated and swallowed up Lu Yu. Lu Yu raised his right hand high. Bright white light swirled with dark shadows. Right hand falls like a sword from the sky. The terrifying invisible rhythmic shockwave was split apart. At the same time, the rhythm that enveloped the entire plane was also split apart. Across the plains, countless people let out a loud cry at this moment. It completely destroys the rhythm that the swing dancer's waltzes have worked so hard to create. Puff, the swing dancer suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression suddenly became depressed to ultimate. It seemed as if all the energy and spirit in the body had been drained away. The rhythm of a country was controlled by someone and destroyed by tyranny. As a person with special abilities, the backlash he suffered was unprecedented. Just for the swing dancers now, what truly horrified him was not the backlash he suffered, but it is the god-like existence above the sky. The Emperor of the Sea. Ha 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 ha. This is the king of the sea of this era. What a pity if I were still at my peak. Swing dancer Waltz had blood dripping from the corners of his eyes, and he looked at Lu Yu in the sky with a ferocious expression. A breeze blew between heaven and earth. The next second, Lu Yu, who was originally hundreds of meters in the air, suddenly appeared in front of the swing dancer Waltz. The terrifying pressure that came towards him made him feel like his breathing was stagnant. So what if you just said you were at your peak? Lu Yu looked at Waltz indifferently. The swing dancer's body swayed uncontrollably in the waltz, and her lips trembled. The fear from the bottom of his heart made him unable to utter even a single word. If you have nothing to say, then please go and die. Lu Yu said indifferently. The threat of death loomed, and for the first time, the swing dancer Waltz showed signs of fear. Wait, don't kill me, I know a lot about the government's secrets. Unnecessary, Lu Yu calmly interrupted his last struggle. Countless black and white rays of light climbed up the body of the swing dancer. As Lu Yu clenched his right hand, the arrogant swing dancer exploded. Blood, flesh and broken bones splattered everywhere. That's the only thing left, but I guess I don't need to do anything. Lu Yu whispered to himself. Wheat Island is about a few miles away from Dressrosa. The battle between users of the special Paramecia fruit continues. The island was devastated by the battle between Charlotte Katakuri and the user of the blood fruit. The pale man with the power of the blood fruit panted. The power gained by absorbing Charlotte Condi's blood has almost been exhausted. Similarly, Katakuri also consumes a lot of energy. This is an evenly matched battle. Both sides in the battle are users of the special Paramecia fruit. Same. They have developed their respective fruits to the stage of awakening. Who wins and who loses depends on who can hold on longer. Observation hockey, which can foresee Ikaku's future. What a tricky ability. I'm looking forward to your blood more and more now. The Platinum Man grinned, revealing his white teeth. Unparalleled donuts. Katakuri clenched his fists and got into an attacking stance again. Katakuri brother. At the same time, there's a mirror in the corner of the ruined island battlefield. Brûlé, Flamp and other children of Charlotte's family were all watching the battle on the field anxiously. Brûlé, quickly connect the mirror world. Now is the best opportunity. I will use my anesthetic poison needle to help Katakuri brother win. Franpei said. But, Katakuri Ni said that none of us are allowed to get close, and this is Katakuri Ni's battle, so he won't be happy. Charlotte Bree said. What are you nagging about, Luo Li? You ugly sister, just do what I say. The other sisters have no objection. Flamp cursed. That's, okay. Bree nodded weakly, compromising. Her right hand touched the mirror, connecting the two worlds. Katakuri's eyes flashed red, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. Idiot, stop it. Katakuri yelled. Cho-cho-cho-cho, you really kept me waiting. The pale man smiled sinisterly. He had already noticed the spying from the mirror world. The reason why he ignored it was to wait for the mirror world to open so that he could replenish fresh blood. Katakuri, who foresaw Ikaku's future, jumped into the air first and smashed the mirror in the corner with one punch. However, after doing this, he was unable to avoid the attack of the pale man. A needle-like object as thin as a mosquito's mouthparts pierced into Katakuri's body. In an instant, nearly half of Katakuri's blood was taken away. Boom! Katakuri knelt on one knee, his face extremely pale. Katakuri brother, Brûlé, who saw this scene through the broken mirror, turned pale as paper. What delicious blood, the white man said intoxicatedly. The white hair turned bloody red again. I feel a powerful force. It seems that I have won this battle. The Platinum Man spoke proudly. The Pale Man's strength increased several times after receiving the blood of a powerful man like Katakuri. He even analyzed a part of observation hockey that could foresee the future from Katakuri's blood factors. It's truly the most delicious food I've ever tasted. Among all the people I've eaten with, you're considered the best of the best. The Platinum Man's face was full of intoxication. Sudden. Just as he was intoxicated by Katakuri's blood, the field changed again. A sharp sound of breaking wind came from the ruined island battlefield. A bloody line came from far away, at an incredible speed. Even the Pale Man who had gained some of the observation hockey that could foresee the future was unable to react. Almost the next moment, the bloody line came behind him. The blood-red cloak spread out, completely covering the Pale Man, who was hanging upside down in the air like a bat. Ah! A shrill and terrified scream came from the Pale Man inside the cloak. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? Give me back my blood! The white man screamed in shock and anger. Walala! The Pale Man turned into a sea of blood, rushing left and right, trying to escape from the confinement of the cloak. However, his move backfired. After the body was completely turned into blood, the vampire in the cloak became more and more efficient in sucking blood. By the time the Pale Man reacted and wanted to counter with his own blood fruit ability, it was already too late. Wow! The blood-red cloak spread out again. A skinny and hunched old man fell weakly to the ground from mid-air. As a user of the special Paramisha blood fruit, he sucked the blood of countless people in his life to strengthen himself. However, he never imagined that in the end all his blood would be sucked away by someone. A hole. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The Pale Man let out a burst of impotent rage, his expression ferocious, like a ghost. A hole? Who the hell are you? What kind of ability is that? The Pale Man shouted. In midair, the lone red borrower Clydefield finished eating, dropped the blood-red cloak covering his body, and revealed his true form. Vampire. Suck. Vampire, world government. The Pale Man screamed in fear. Your blood is delicious. Red Earl Rider spoke intoxicatedly. Chapter 205 Teleportation Return. Cause and effect will always be cyclical, and retribution will always come. Those who possess the ability of the blood fruit by sucking the blood of others will eventually become nutrients for others. Looking at the Red Earl Reed who looked like a vampire in the air, the Pale Man of world government, or now the Pale Old Man, could not help but tremble to the extreme. He is the user of the special Paramisha blood fruit. Possesses the ability to transform other people's blood into self-energy. It can even analyze the enemy's power from his blood and feed it back to itself. This is naturally an extremely heaven-defying ability. But now, despite possessing such special and powerful abilities, he met his nemesis. He can suck the blood of others, and the essence of his ability is blood. When facing a real vampire, it is natural to feel fear. Balor Clydefield's Bat Fruit's mythical beast vampire ability is like a higher-level version of his blood fruit. Heaven is against him. Your blood is delicious. Red Earl Rider spoke in midair. This one sentence was enough to make the Pale Man so angry that he almost exploded. You know, he always said this to others before. Today, it happened to him. From now on, I have been chasing your scent, and because of this, I have neglected my duties. Red Earl Rider looked indifferent. If it weren't for this, I would definitely raise you and savor you slowly, but unfortunately, you will die today. Redfield spoke calmly. The Pale Man, who was still in shock and anger, was suddenly awakened as if by a basin of cold water, and endless fear arose in his heart. Wait. Before the Pale Man could beg for mercy, a sharp sword light fell like dense raindrops. Chopped the Pale Man's body into tiny pieces. Under Redfield's dense rain of swords, even the characteristics of the blood fruit could not stop it. The thumb-sized red crystal core inside the pale body was hit by Redfield's sword light and shattered. The world is quiet. Although the Pale Man was dead, the atmosphere in the field remained solemn. After a long while, Katakuri let out a long breath. Thank you this time, Mr. Rider. Katakuri half knelt on the ground and thanked him in a deep voice. Red Earl Rider just shook his head and said nothing. He turned around and transformed into a streak of blood-red light, rushing towards the main island of Dressrosa. Katakuri brother. Shortly after the Red Earl left, Charlotte Bree, who looked like a dead branch, rushed forward with tears in her eyes and a sobbing voice. Brother Katakuri, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. Charlotte Bree cried. HMPH, it's good that you know. If Katakuri-san really loses because of you, you will become the biggest sinner of the family. Even death cannot atone for your sins. Charlotte Flamp unconsciously took advantage of the situation and completely forgot that she was the stupid teammate. Boom! The surging Conqueror's hockey spread out, causing Flampe's head to suddenly tilt back and then lose consciousness. Don't cry, Bree, it's not your fault. Katakuri placed his big hand gently on Brulee's head and comforted her softly. In the family, everyone likes the cute-looking Flamp, but Katakuri is different. His most cherished family member is his sister who was seriously injured and disfigured when she was young because of him, but she still smiled bravely and told him that it was okay. Bree, prepare the mirror passage, we'll go to Dressrosa too. With Liu Yu's return, the world government's carefully planned Tokushima collapse plan failed. All invaders were eliminated, leaving no one behind. The entire riot suppression process took only 10 minutes. This is the absolute dominance possessed by the being standing at the apex of the ocean. Right now, Dressrosa, the ruined royal palace, thanks to the hard work of Cracker's cookie soldiers. The cleaning and aftermath of the palace battlefield were completed in the shortest possible time. The royal palace is still in good condition. Lu Yu put his hands behind his back, and his gaze swept calmly over Red Earl Reed, Yan Zijin and others who were kneeling on one knee. Lu Yu saw Yan Zijin's performance in this battle. Still doing my job conscientiously. The Biscuit Corps also played a significant role in the battle. As for the long-legged General Smoothie, Lu Yu knew that she could only do the job, so he didn't say anything. This incident, the only person that made Lu Yu dissatisfied was his most promising Red Earl Redfield. If he were guarding the palace, it is impossible for the world government to break in. It is indeed my fault this time, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Red Earl Reed was also clearly aware of his mistakes. He did not make excuses and asked for punishment. Lord Lu Yu, Mr. Reed is because of me. Katakuri, looking pale, spoke. Let's forget about it this time, just don't do it again. Lu Yu waved his hand and interrupted Katakuri's defense. Also, they allowed so many people from the world government to sneak in silently. In terms of defense, it is indeed too weak. Lu Yu spoke majestically. The root cause of this incident is the massive invasion of the world government. It was our mistake. I will get the surveillance sea snails acclimatized to this sea area as quickly as possible. Said the paddling star Smoothie, then let's implement it as soon as possible. I'll leave the aftermath to you. I hope I can see the results of your hard work when I come back next time. Lu Yu spoke calmly. He turned and left in the awestruck gaze of the crowd. 3 minutes later, after agreeing with Violet to come back in a few days, Lu Yu used teleportation to control the Rainbow Bridge and return to Wano Kuni. Since the world government can no longer hold back, then it's almost time for him to make a move. The sea area where Wano Kuni is located, a huge golden city stands and anchors near the coast of Cocos Island. Now that Lu Yu is going to support Dressrosa, the golden city and the people in it also stopped and waited. Right now, the inner courtyard of the golden city belongs only to Lu Yu. All the girls had more or less sad expressions between their eyebrows and eyes. Rebecca was the worst of them, from Shoki's contact. They already knew that Lu Yu's sudden departure was due to Dressrosa being attacked. Rebecca, who came from Dressrosa, naturally felt worried. After all, that was her birthplace. Her father, grandfather and aunt are still there. Stop slouching, Becca. As the confidant elder sister in the harem, Robin raised her hand and gently stroked Rebecca's hair. Sister Robin. Becca threw her arms around Robin. Put your little face against Robin's belly and feel the warmth. Rebecca, there's no need to worry about Dressrosa. Because Mr. Lu Yu is very fast, Robin smiled soothingly. In this world, except Lu Yu himself, only Robin and Nami know how fast Lu Yu is. After all, they are the only two people in the world who have experienced Lu Yu's teleportation. Chapter 206 The three brothers meet again in Robin's guess. Lu Yu should have almost dealt with the Dressrosa issue by now. Maybe I'll be back soon. After all, Robin knew that Lu Yu was also looking forward to this meeting with the Revolutionary Army. Brother Lu Yu obviously said it in a very slow manner. Rebecca, who was unable to get on the same page with Robin, blinked her eyes and refuted seriously. Looking at Rebecca's innocent and serious eyes, even someone as smart as Robin was still stunned for a while before he finally reacted. He knew that Rebecca's quick understanding was not the same as what he said. Lord Lu Yu is really... Robin shook his head. He immediately explained to Rebecca what he really meant. Ah, so this is what Sister Robin was talking about. Rebecca avoided his gaze. What else? What do you think I mean? Robin joked with a smile. I didn't think about that. Becca argued, blushing. Robin, there's news from Sister Shoki. She and the Revolutionary Army are preparing to come over here. Nami yelled. Hey, are Mr. Long and the others here yet? Then let's go and have a look together. Koala perked up. Robin nodded. Robin was also quite curious about the legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army and their captain's father. At the same time, Golden City Training Ground, Dr. Rayleigh Luffy. The blazing fire line fell from far to near, Ace. Straw Hat Luffy, who was currently training hockey, quickly stepped forward. Rayleigh, Ace, what are you doing here right now? Mr. Rayleigh previously received contact. Ms. Shoki and the Revolutionary Army are coming over to our side. Ace had an extremely bright smile on his face, because he knew what it meant. It's been a hard time keeping it a secret for so long. Finally, Sabo's existence can be revealed. I wonder what Luffy's expression will be when he sees Sabo later. It will definitely be fun. There's also Luffy's meeting with his father, Dragon. It is also very exciting. Ace, what's wrong with you? Why are you laughing so strangely? Did you take the wrong medicine? Straw Hat Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Bang. Ace angrily slapped Luffy in the face. Idiot Luffy, how the hell can you talk like that? Brother, that's a brilliant smile. Ace is dissatisfied. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's go take a look together. Rayleigh smiled and smoothed things over. First walk towards the port. Haven't seen you for months. Rayleigh also missed her confidant very much. In the Golden City, the new Marines, led by Zephyr, are stationed. Teacher Zephyr, I heard the Revolutionary Army is coming. Should we go over and take a look? Ain, a girl with waist-length aqua-blue hair, asked. The Revolutionary Army's Jalong, that guy Garp's son. Zephyr nodded. A hint of reminiscence appeared on the old face. About 30 years ago, in the first batch of admission list of Marine School, Monkey DeLong, the son of the Marine hero, is also among them. In a sense, Zephyr is also Long's teacher. 10 minutes later, Wanakuna's tower ship and the Revolutionary Army's large treasure ship entered the entrance corridor of the Golden City one after another. Anchored at the newly renovated Golden City port. That's Luffy, Mr. Dragon, did you see that? Luffy, ah Luffy. Sabo, the general staff of the Revolutionary Army, grabbed the corner of the leader Long's clothes. He pointed at Luffy in Straw Hat who was being led by Ace not far away and shouted excitedly. Yes, I saw it. Chief Long shook his head helplessly. Sabo boy, if you want to see the Straw Hat boy, go over now, hee-haw. The S****** King Ivankov suggested. Sabo nodded heavily, jumped down from the bow of the deck, and met the two speeding figures. Half an hour later, the three young men met up. Really, Ace, why are you in such a hurry? Straw Hat Luffy pouted in confusion. Luffy, stop complaining. Look in front of you, who is that? Ace said with a grin. Straw Hat Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then he finally set his sights on the young man in a top hat who had appeared in front of him at some point. Luffy, long time no see. Sabo took off his hat and smiled brightly. Ah, are you? Sabo? Wow, a gentle breeze blew by. The boy's black hair danced with it. Time and space seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. Golden City Port. The boy in the straw hat just stared blankly at the blonde plumber opposite him who took off his tall hat. He is no longer as lively and active as before. A moment later, Straw Hat Luffy unconsciously took a step forward and stumbled. Immediately following, under the eager gaze of Ace and other insiders, the boy in the straw hat's eyes suddenly turned red and tears immediately flowed down his face. His arms suddenly stretched out and he grabbed the blonde young man's shoulders with both hands. Then it suddenly shot out and crashed into the arms of the young man with symbols. He wiped his tears and snot all over the other person's body. Sabo. Are you Sabo? Are you really Sabo? Are you really Sabo? The boy in the straw hat asked questions like a nesting doll. Luffy. Sabo looked at the boy in the straw hat with gentle eyes, and his right hand gently fell on his head. I'm back. Woo. The simple words, I'm back, made Straw Hat Luffy burst into tears and sob uncontrollably. Ahahaha, Luffy, how's it going? Surprised or not? Unexpected or not? Ace laughed happily. Sabo is still alive. This is such a surprise. Straw Hat Luffy couldn't stop nodding. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his little head, and the crying expression on his face froze. Straw Hat Luffy turned his head mechanically, staring at Ace without blinking. Ace, judging from your tone, do you already know this? The fact that Sabo is still alive. Straw Hat Luffy was rarely smart. Ahahaha, of course, I happened to meet him when I visited Mr. Liu Yu in Wano-kuni last time. Ace laughed. In that case, why didn't you tell me? Ace, you've really gone too far, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Straw Hat Luffy puffed up his cheeks angrily like the heroine in a romance drama. Ahahaha, brother, aren't you thinking of giving you a surprise? Just don't be angry, Luffy. Ace wanted to touch Luffy's little head. Snort. Straw Hat Luffy angrily shook off Ace's big hand. I'm really angry this time. We're brothers, and you didn't even tell me such a big thing. Straw Hat Luffy was still furious. Alright, Luffy, Ace, it's a rare day for the three of us brothers to be reunited today, so we should be happy. Don't worry about the little details. Sabo petted Ace and Luffy's heads, one in each hand. Chapter 207 Teachers and Students. Stupid Sabo, head pats are the brother's privilege. I am your big brother. Ace shook off Sabo's large hand and corrected him seriously. Ahahaha. Is there such a thing? I always thought I was the big brother. Sabo said as a matter of course. Crunch. Ace gritted his teeth. The next moment, but Straw Hat Luffy stretched out his hands, tied up Ace and Sabo, and smashed them together. Wow, Ace, for Sabo's sake, I'll especially forgive you today. Tears welled up in Straw Hat Luffy's eyes again as if they were free. Ahahaha, Luffy, after all these years, why are you still so crybaby? Sabo laughed. Luffy has been a crybaby since he was little. Ace agreed. That's too much, Ace, Sabo, I'm not a crybaby. Straw Hat Luffy, who was crying while hugging Sabo, came to his senses and quickly refuted, but his tears still couldn't stop flowing. Ha, Luffy, you said you weren't a crybaby. Ace and Sabo teased in unison. I don't care, Ace, Sabo, the three of us must be good from now on. Straw Hat Luffy burst into tears, hugged his two brothers and fell to the ground, rolling around. Luffy, idiot, what are you doing? Let us go. Hey, Luffy, head towards Ace, your snot. Your snot is all over my clothes. Sabo rode. Woo, I don't care. From now on, the three of us must be fine. Straw Hat Luffy kept shaking his head, Holding Sabo and Ace tightly, the scene was once very philosophical. That idiot captain, so it is, Nami rubbed her forehead helplessly. That's great, Luffy and Sabo got to meet too. Koala's eyebrows are curved. Straw Hat Luffy and Sabo finally reunited, which fulfilled their long-cherished wish. Mr. Straw Hat said I was a crybaby last time, even though he himself is a crybaby too. Shirahoshi said indignantly. Shirahoshi, record this scene now. If Luffy dares to call you a crybaby again, show it to him. Nami came up with an idea for Shirahoshi. Koala and others quickly took action. Record this beautiful scene of three brothers. Robin smiled and shook his head without saying anything. His sight then fell on the port not far away. The only one left is the mysterious leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Hey, former Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr? Ace. Luffy. New. Golden City Port. The three Straw Hat brothers reunited after 10 years and hugged each other. They rolled on the ground, shouting each other's names excitedly. What a touching farewell. This is what brothers are. The transvestite King Ivankov spoke with emotion and grabbed a black feather coat beside him. He wiped the tears from his face, and finally blew his nose, which was covered with sticky mucus. Gaw gaw gaw. The Northern Army commander, Karas, whose coat was requisitioned without permission, screamed in excitement. But he forgot to turn on the loudspeaker. I understand, Karas. You are also moved by the Brotherhood of the Straw Hat Boys. Vankov was still moved. Karas. My wife bought a new down coat. Someone's here. Be a little more serious, Ivankov. Tyrant Bear reminded softly. Who? Ivankov stopped sobbing. Between turning heads, when he saw the person coming, he was stunned. He is the former Marine Admiral and Chief Instructor Black Arm Zephyr. The Demon King Ivankov was so shocked that his eyes widened. It seems that the rumor is true. You are truly worthy of being the King of the Sea. Lindbergh, commander of the Confederate Army of the Revolutionary Army, was amazed. Former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr has also joined the Emperor's ranks. But the Eastern Army Captain Bello Betty was shocked, and there was also a hint of confusion on her pretty face. I wonder why this former Marine big shot is coming towards them? Could it be that he is here to cause trouble? The members of the Revolutionary Army were secretly alert. Shocky, Robin and others were also confused, under the gazes of people who were either nervous or puzzled. Former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr and his group were in the Revolutionary Army, standing in front of their leader, Dragon. It's been decades since we last met, Long, Zephyr grinned. Teacher Zephyr, the Revolutionary Army leader Long nodded. The words fell. The entire Golden City port fell into deathly silence in an instant. Whether it is the Demon King Ivankov, Bello Betty, Lindbergh and other Revolutionary Army members. Or maybe Ain, Binz and others behind Zephyr. There are also Shocky, Rayleigh, Robin, Beasta from the White Group, etc. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. I was startled by the sudden call of, Teacher, by the Revolutionary Army leader Long. The most mysterious and crazy Revolutionary Army leader in this world is actually Zephyr's disciple? I'm so glad you still remember me, Long. I thought you had forgotten it long ago. Zephyr grinned. Once a teacher, always a teacher. I will never forget the kindness of Mr. Zephyr's teachings. Leader Long said calmly. About 30 years ago. Admiral Zephyr retreated from the front line in frustration. At the request of two close friends, Garp and Sengoku. At the request of Marshal Kong. Finally, he was appointed as the chief instructor of the Marine School. The first batch of students included 23-year-old Sakazuki and 26-year-old Borsalino, two future Marine Admiral class monsters. Also, among that class of students, there is also a third monster. He is the son of Marine hero, Monkey D. Dragon, but later due to some unknown reasons. The Dragon left the Marine. They even formed the most vicious revolutionary army to fight against the world government, which had an extremely bad impact. Plus Long's identity as the son of a hero, if it were to be widely publicized, it would inevitably have a huge impact on the prestige of the Marine and the government. Finally, after the government's decision, all of Long's past in Marine was safely covered up. Until now. Not many people know that the mysterious leader of the Revolutionary Army was once a Marine. But now, after the Summit War, with the intrusion of Straw Hat Luffy, the mystery of Long's identity has also been revealed bit by bit. Ryu is the father of the Straw Hat Boy and the son of the Marine hero Garp. Thinking about it this way, the teacher-student relationship between Long and Black Arm Zephyr doesn't seem so hard to accept, The King Ivankov analyzed seriously, yes. It seems that Mr. Long was also a member of the Marines before. The beautiful army commander with short purple hair and a bursting cardigan, Bello Betty, nodded in understanding. Chapter 208 Father and Son. After a brief shock, the people in the field also thought of a key point and gradually accepted this setting. I'm sorry, Mr. Zephyr. I didn't see any hope back then in the Marine, so I left. Leader Long said in a deep voice. You're right, Dragon. You're better than me. It only took you a few years to see through the essence. But I've wasted most of my life in the Marine Corps until now. Zephyr smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not too late, Master Zephyr. The dawn of revolution is within reach. Leader Long spoke with certainty. Zephyr nodded calmly. The reminiscence between the master and the disciple lasted for quite a while. Suddenly, Zephyr reacted, "Sorry, Dragon, I got a little carried away when I was talking about this." Dragon. "No, Mr. Zephyr, that's not the case. Let's save our reminiscence for later. The rest of the time should be left to you and that kid." Zephyr ended the conversation and stepped aside. He was naturally aware of the relationship between Dragon, Garp and Straw Hat Luffy. The leader Dragon looked past Zephyr. Then it fell on the Straw Hat Boy who was rolling on the ground on the other side. This moment, Rao is a calm and ruthless leader of the Revolutionary Army. The expression on that resolute face couldn't help but become a little dazed. "Ah, great, Sabo's back too. From now on, the three of us brothers can finally be together forever." Luffy yelled with joy and continued to roll around non-stop. "Hey, Ace, Sabo, do you want to get on my boat? This way we can see each other every day from now on." Ignoring the strange looks from all directions, Straw Hat Luffy made a whimsical invitation. "Idiot Luffy, I've told you this many times. You're 100 years too early to become my captain." Ace glanced at Luffy. "Ahahaha. Let's not talk about Luffy coming aboard for now. Just let us go for now. You have another important person you absolutely must meet this time," Sabo said seriously, noticing all the attention. "Another? Someone important? Who is it?" Luffy tilted his head in confusion. After seeing his brother Sabo, who he thought was dead, appear alive, Luffy's lil head can no longer accommodate anyone else. What a stupid captain. Nami rubbed her forehead helplessly, feeling ashamed of her captain's slowness. "Luffy-kun, it's that person, your family?" Koala warned quietly. However, Luffy still looked silly. This not only left Nami, Robin and the others speechless, but also left the Revolutionary Army soldiers at the port speechless. I wondered if this cute-looking Straw Hat Boy was really the son of their wise and powerful leader, Dragon? Even Long was confused by his cute son. The originally resolute face twitched involuntarily. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward, Long had no choice but to step forward and lift up the green hood on his head. The life story of Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has always been a mystery. No one knew about it in the past decade or so. Even his closest comrades Ivankov and Bartholomew Bear did not know about it. Over time, in the hearts of the people within the Revolutionary Army, the leader Long, who was rigorous, meticulous, had lofty ideals, and never made any mistakes, was gradually deified. Many people regard him as a messenger sent by God to lead them forward. This absurd rumor ended with the major event that happened more than half a year ago. The problematic newcomer Straw Hat Luffy breaks into naval headquarters, thus bringing out the mystery of the life experience of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army and even people all over the world finally knew it. The chief Dragon is not a messenger of God, but a man of flesh and blood. Humans who, like them, are inextricably linked to the world. He has a son, Pirate Straw Hat Luffy. His father is the legendary Vice Admiral and hero Monkey D. Garp in the Marine Corps. The third generation, grandparents and grandchildren, represent the Marine, the Revolutionary Army, and the Pirates respectively. This unique family is still talked about by many people on the sea today. Now the young and middle-aged of the third generation can meet their father easily. In fact, long before Straw Hat Luffy even set foot on the Grand Line. When they were still in Logue Town, Long had secretly seen him off. During this period, he also helped the fledgling Luffy escape the pursuit of the Logia ability user Smoker. But Luffy had no idea that the green-robed man who was entangled with Smoker was his father. Luffy was so eager to escape that he didn't even have time to look back. "Luffy, this should be our first official meeting." Long spoke calmly. A rare smile appeared on his usually serious face. "Ah." Straw Hat Luffy tilted his head and looked at the tall man in front of him. Suddenly he slapped his head. Yes, I remember now. Could you be my dad?" Luffy finally realized what was happening. The Revolutionary Army leader Long nodded. "Oh," Luffy also nodded. "Everyone. What about the touching meeting between father and son?" "That's not right, Luffy, why are you still standing there?" Sabo pushed Luffy from behind, thinking of the touching scene between his younger brother Luffy and the leader he respected, hugging and crying. However, it turned out that Sabo was still overthinking it. Both Dragon and Luffy were very calm about the meeting. The Dragon is a habit developed over a long period of time. In front of his fellow revolutionary soldiers, he always maintained his calm and wise side. "Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of me, I will never change my expression." As for the reason why the emotional Luffy could remain calm at this moment, it was entirely because he was unfamiliar with her. Since we are not familiar with each other, there is naturally no excitement about meeting friends and Sabo. Luffy had no memory of his father, Dragon. A silly guy like Luffy, whose emotions are clearly written on his face. It was really too difficult for him to show a touching expression of father-son reunion to someone he had no impression of at all. "Luffy, you've really grown up." Dragon's big hand fell on Luffy's head and stroked it gently a few times, which was already very intimate. Luffy nodded. The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment. Long is like a Superman on the road of revolution, but he is not qualified as a father. A dragon who was always able to provide me with quick solutions no matter what problems I encountered. At this time, he was stumped by his own son. He was also a little overwhelmed by the current embarrassing situation. Fortunately, the awkward situation did not last long. Rumble. There was a sudden loud noise in the sky. A dazzling rainbow bridge descended from the sky. Branded on the land of Golden City, the Sea Emperor Lu Yu has returned. Chapter 209 Cooperation. The brilliant seven-colored rainbow bridge connects the sky and the earth, descending into the Golden City. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Oh. Lord Lu Yu, Master Lu Yu is back. Lord Lu Yu has returned from Dressrosa. Hiyori, Hancock Shirahoshi and other girls, big and small, all looked at each other with beautiful eyes and cheered in surprise. Really? Hee-haw. On the revolutionary side, the Demon King Ivankov and others all screamed in unison. I was completely shocked by the information revealed by the girls. I couldn't believe that it was really Lu Yu who returned from Dressrosa. Not long ago, they landed in Wano-kuni to visit and happened to learn from Shoki about the attack on Dressrosa. That's why they didn't continue waiting in Wano-kuni. Instead, he went straight to meet the returning Golden City. Prepared to discuss countermeasures with Lu Yu, and actively contacted their Revolutionary Army troops near Dressrosa, wanting to help. However, they had just landed and had no time to say anything. Did someone tell them that Lu Yu had already gone to Dressrosa and back? Even if it's a joke, it's really too shocking. Hey, hee. Wankov stands on one leg. How long has it been since the news came in? Only less than half an hour. Bello Betty's heart was in turmoil. The justice before me surges like the sea. Has he? That Sea Emperor really resolved the Dressrosa attack? Lindbergh and others were so shocked that they couldn't even speak clearly. His eyes were wide open, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. If it's that person, it's not surprising that he can do this. Tyrant Bear nodded calmly. Conquer the world in an instant. It seems that this emperor is even more exaggerated than we imagined. Chief Long nodded solemnly, under the watchful eyes of the public. The dazzling light of the rainbow bridge gradually faded. A figure walked out slowly from it, spotless. It was Lu Yu. Sorry, I had to deal with some things on the way and was delayed for a while. Lu Yu said calmly. Lord Lu Yu, is Dressrosa okay now? And Dad, Auntie, and the others? The girl Rebecca was the first to rush forward anxiously, hugged Lu Yu, nodded slightly, and looked at him eagerly. It's all right now. Lu Yu smiled and stroked Rebecca's little head. Rebecca, I told you before, there's no need to worry. That was Mr. Lu Yu personally doing it. Robin smiled and pulled Rebecca away from Lu Yu. The other girls, both young and old, did not cling to him as usual. After all, they all knew it. Now is a serious occasion for Lu Yu to meet with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Excuse me. Lu Yu nodded slightly to the leader Long. No, His Excellency Emperor Lu Yu, that's not the case. Chief Long waved his hand. Lu Yu glanced at the Revolutionary Army. Let's take a look at Straw Hat Luffy, who is getting together with Sabo again. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. He knew that the good show he wanted to see, the reunion of brother and father, had already happened. It's all because of the world government, the Dressrosa attack, and the fact that I delayed and missed the show. Eventually you have to return the favor, after the talks with the Revolutionary Army. Just return this great gift to the world government. Under Shoki's arrangement, Lu Yu, Zephyr, Rayleigh, Tyrant Bear, Revolutionary Army Leader Long, Chief of Staff Sabo, Demon King Ivankov, Bello Betty and other cadres came to the central hall of the Golden City, took their seats, discussed and held meetings. A few hours later, unified cooperation was achieved between Lu Yu and the Revolutionary Army. The always serious leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, former Admiral Zephyr, and so on. After the meeting, they all had uncontrollable excitement on their faces. I can't wait to put the plan into action, but before that, there also needs to be a grand banquet to celebrate the cooperation. In the Golden City, the banquet is in full swing. Singing and dancing, it's so lively, at the same time. Directly above the red line, thousands of miles away. Holy Land, Marijoy. At this moment, the atmosphere is heavy. The news that the Tokushima collapse plan had failed had already reached Marijoy. Known to the highest authorities of the world government, the remaining 3-5 elders. A terrifying and oppressive atmosphere shrouded the Holy Land. The guards and workers on all sides were silent. Damn it. Celestial Dragon's Sanctuary, Marijoy. It's nearly half a year until Summit War. The dilapidated city under Lu Yu's Shenming Palace has now been rebuilt. Compared with the previous beauty, grandeur and splendor, the currently rebuilt holy site of Marijoy is more like a strict military fortress. Various lethal weapons radiate and distribute from the center to the surrounding areas of the city. Turn this place into a real dragon's den and tiger's lair. During the past 6 months, the world government has also been preparing for war. And they armed Marijoy here. We have already made preparations for the worst-case scenario in which the Holy Land is attacked again. Right now, Sacred Marijoy Center. Damn it, what on earth is going on? The exasperated shouts of the 5 elders, the world's highest authority, echoed under the sky for a long time. The luxurious white jade palace. The remaining 3-5 elders, the highest authority, were either sitting or standing. The aura around him surged, his face turned ashen and looked extremely ugly. All because of the pile of photos on the table, just now. They have received follow-up reports on the Dressrosa incident. Their world government's carefully planned Tokushima devastation plan collapsed. All efforts failed at the last moment. The world government's assassin force, which was supposed to destroy Dressrosa in a short period of time, was completely wiped out. The heads of over 100 powerful warriors were strung together and placed outside the Dressrosa border. This includes the 3 trump cards of this operation. The user of the Paramecia Rhythm Fruit's Awakened ability and Admiral-level Distortion ability. And a user of the special Paramecia Blood Fruit whose strength rivals that of an Admiral. More than 100 government elites, plus 3